Star Odyssey Chapter 2236 to Chapter 2286. Wu Taibai, Xiaoxinguang, Wang Xiaofan, Bai Weiwei, and Mr. Tang were all stopped. Of the three, one was Dean Wen, one was the culinary god, and the last was the old man guarding the library. Lu Yin and Kue Luo didn't show themselves, so the fog ancestor naturally followed beside them and looked into the distance. Dean, why can't we approach the mountain? Xiaoxinguang was dissatisfied. Dean Wen replied, this is the Academy's territory, so there's no need to explain. Return to the Academy. Xiaoxinguang frowned. Since it's the Academy's territory, then we can allow students to approach it. He had been here for a few days, but he still couldn't convince the dean to let him approach the mountain. Dean Wen didn't say anything else, and his half-ancestor power swept Xiaoxinguang and the others back to the Academy. Go back. This place shouldn't have appeared for the time being. It's all that old bastard Kue Luo's doing. There's no one else besides him. The culinary god felt a headache coming on. Dean Wen was helpless. Why did you provoke that scoundrel? The Academy won't have good days if he targets you. On the other side, the old man guarding the library said, let's find him. Who knows what he'll do next time? That old bastard stayed in the Academy when he was young. 2 brothers were expelled because of improper conduct, so they know the Academy well. Dean Wen sighed. Lu Yin heard this from a distance and looked at Kue Luo strangely. You were expelled? Kue Luo gritted his teeth. Bullshit, we wandered the world and didn't care about this lousy Academy. Who was expelled? Lu Yin said, actually, the Academy treated you well. They always knew that you were brothers, but they never told anyone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape the 4 cardinal scales pursuit. Kue Luo was the most notorious half-ancestor in the history of the astral tree domain. The 4 cardinal scales and the other great powers had tried to surround him, including the Lu family, but they had never been able to capture him. Lu Yin had thought that no one else besides the Lu family knew about this, but it turned out that Xian Academy had known about this for a long time but had never mentioned it. Kue Luo snorted. Do you think they're doing this out of kindness? They wouldn't dare. Many have studied in Xian Academy, and they won't reveal anyone's secrets. Otherwise, who would trust them? How could they remain neutral? It was destroyed long ago. Lu Yin looked at Dean Wen and the others, and then at the mist ancestor. Senior, if this place is the Mountain Sea, could you allow this junior to approach that mountain and see if I can receive the inheritance of a battle technique? Perhaps we'll be able to find out who this Mountain Sea once belonged to. The fog ancestor replied, there's no need. This Mountain Sea already has a master. Lu Yin was shocked. Taken? Who is it? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. How would I know? All I know is that it has an owner, and I tried to approach the mountain just now. So even if Dean Wen and the others don't block it, it's useless for others to get close? Then why are they blocking it? Lu Yin didn't understand. Kue Luo laughed strangely. To prevent others from discovering that the mountains and seas have a master, either the master of the mountains and seas can't see the light of day, or he wants to make use of the mountains and seas to their fullest potential. Why does this crappy academy keep attracting the 4 cardinal scales? It was because of this mountain sea. If the mountain sea had a master, would the 4 cardinal scales still have any misgivings? They'll definitely find out who the master is, and if they don't like him, they'll just kill him and inherit the mountain sea for themselves. Lu Yin took a deep breath. If the Academy is so serious, then the master of the mountain sea definitely isn't on the same side as the 4 cardinal scales. His eyes lit up. If the mountain sea wasn't on the same side as the 4 cardinal scales, then it had to be on his side. He definitely couldn't let the 4 cardinal scales get involved, so he had to hide what he needed to. Since the mountain sea already had a master, there was no need for Lu Yin to approach the mountain. The mist ancestor returned to the mirror, and Kue Luo left the mountain sea. Lu Yin successfully met up with Lu Xiaoge and disguised himself as Yu Hao. Dean Wen and the other half-ancestors were all outside the mountain, and with Lu Yin's strength, no one could detect him. Xiaoxinguang and the others were still unwilling to give up, and they continuously left the academy to approach the mountain. However, they were thrown back time and time again by Dean Wen. Half a month later, the towering tree disappeared, and this matter finally came to an end. Luin returned to the stone pillar and recalled what had happened. The 4 cardinal scales must be very lively right now, but it was impossible for them to cause too much of a commotion just by guessing. There were still progenitors suppressing the 4 cardinal scales. That was for the best. If they didn't cause too much of a commotion, then they wouldn't be able to investigate him. What he wanted to do the most right now was to obtain all of the restrictions through Bai Ting and Wang Jing. He looked up at the top realm, but there was one thing that he was worried about. Once the 4 cardinal scales turned hostile, Shenwu Plain would definitely reveal the frigid immortal sect's attempt to control the Star Alliance. Regardless of whether or not the frigid immortal sect truly wanted to control the Star Alliance, the leaders of the 4 cardinal scales had disappeared, which meant that there was definitely someone who could control the Star Alliance. In that case, would the Star Alliance be hidden? No matter who it was, the Star Alliance was a very powerful force. At the very least, as long as a progenitor did not appear, the Star Alliance could play a decisive role. This was because Yu Chuan had said that there were half-ancestors in the Star Alliance. On the other side, Dean Wen and the others felt that something was strange. The mountain sea had enveloped Xian Academy, but the 4 cardinal scales did not seem to care at all. This did not seem like the 4 cardinal scales style. The 4 cardinal scales don't have time to care about us right now. Something has happened to them. Wang Jing and Long could have gone missing. Dean Wen quickly received the news and was shocked. The elder guarding the library was astonished. First, it was Xia Xing, then Bai Ting, and now even Wang Jing and Long could have gone missing. What's going on? Isn't Long Ku imprisoned in the frigid immortal sect? Dean Wen recounted the news he had received. The culinary god sighed. Who has the ability to capture the leaders of the 4 cardinal scales at the same time? Long Ku is definitely being controlled by someone. Actually, I saw him when he returned from Wangyu Island. His eyes were lifeless, and he really did look like he was being controlled. This time, he attacked Wang Jing and the Wang clan, but he was knocked unconscious by Xia Yuan from the Xia clan. He was captured. Dean Wen continued, that's why the Divine Martial Heaven, the Wang clan, and the White Dragon clan all suspect that the frigid immortal sect was putting on a show to obtain the Star Alliance's restrictions and control it. They suspect that Bai Xian Er was the one who took Wang Jing and Long Ku away. The culinary god's expression was grave. Bai Xian Er? If it was her, then it's not impossible. That girl is really hard to understand. She's clearly young and is of the same generation as the 7 heroes, or even younger than them, but her cultivation has improved too quickly. I don't even know what level she's at now. It's rare. The frigid immortal sect is very aggressive, and the Divine Martial Heaven and the others have always been on guard. This time, the 3 clans have joined forces. Whether or not the frigid immortal sect is behind this, they want to stop the frigid immortal sect from developing. In a way, the Divine Martial Heaven's guess is what they want, the elder guarding the library said. Dean Wen nodded. That's good. They can't even take care of themselves, so they don't have time to make trouble for us. However, Xia Shengguang and the others will definitely report this to the 4 cardinal scales. When that happens, we'll have to deal with them. Let me do it. It's better for me to deal with this, the culinary god said. At the same time, Xia Shengguang and Wang Xiaofan reported the incident of the towering tree covering Xian Academy. At the same time, they also learned about Wang Jing and Long Ku. My father is missing? Wang Xiaofan was shocked. He looked at the figure on the cloud stone. What's going on? The silhouette then explained what had happened to him. Wang Xiaofan's expression darkened. Long Ku attacked my father? Right now, everyone is guessing that Long Ku is being controlled by someone. The Frozen Immortal sect is the most suspicious. Shenwu Heaven, the White Dragon clan, and our Wang clan have all reported this to the Patriarch. As long as the Patriarch isn't dead, he'll definitely be saved. Wang Xiaofan sighed and looked up. The Frozen Immortal sect? The Middle Realm and the Lower Realm were very calm. Only the Peak Realm was in turmoil. Shenwu Heaven, the Wang clan, and the White Dragon clan's higher-ups all went to the Frozen Immortal sect and demanded that they hand over the missing Patriarch. Bai Su was at a loss. He didn't know what to do. His own patriarch, Bai Ting, had also gone missing, but these people had come looking for them and insisted that the frozen immortal sect was acting. It was clearly Long Ke who had attacked Wang Jing, and the slippers were from the Xia clan. However, these two parties had joined forces to force them. When Wang Jing had gone missing, the Wang clan and the White Dragon clan had already contacted him. Now, they had even come to the frozen immortal sect and threatened to ask the patriarch to come out. Ever since the Lu clan had been exiled, the four cardinal scales had never been so chaotic. This was equivalent to putting the conflict out in the open. The frozen immortal sects Bai Su and Wu Yao tried their best to explain, but in front of the three parties of Shenwu Heaven who were certain that the frozen immortal sect was behind this, their explanations were powerless. At this moment, only the arrival of a patriarch could calm the four cardinal scales for a while. The patriarch who had arrived wasn't anyone from the four cardinal scales, but Patriarch Mu Xia from the humble school. Seeing the middle-aged man walk out of the ripples in the air, everyone from the four cardinal scales bowed together. "Greetings, Patriarch Mu Xia. Greetings, Patriarch Mu Xia. Greetings, Patriarch Mu Xia." Countless voices echoed in the frozen immortal sect. Mu Xia was a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance and a gentle temperament. Although he had a faint smile, his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "No need to be so polite. I'm here on Patriarch Bai's request to find out the truth," Mu Xia said indifferently. Everyone bowed again. Bai Su heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Patriarch Mu Xia. Please uphold justice. Our frozen immortal sect has never done anything against sect leader Xia Xing, Patriarch Wang Jing, or Patriarch Long Xiang." Xia Ziheng said, "A few months ago, our divine martial sect leader Xia Xing disappeared. There were traces of an assassination in the boundless realm. At the same time, we also found traces of the Lu clan's life palm. The Lu clan's life palm is the same as the frozen immortal sect's Xianxia. This is just a guess." Not long after, Wang Yu. Xia Ziheng revealed all his speculations and finally bowed to Mu Xia. "Patriarch Mu, if it wasn't for the frozen immortal sect, who would have the ability to take Bai Ting away under the nose of the culinary god? It was also because of the frozen immortal sect's premeditated plan that they could disguise themselves as Xia Yuan and control Patriarch Long Xiang to attack Patriarch Wang Jing after Xia Yuan and the others arrived at the Wang family's territory. The Wang family's representative was the half-ancestor who had attacked Luyin. He told the truth about everything he saw." Bai Su was furious. "What a joke. How can it be true that our frozen immortal sect did it? Our sect leader Bai Ting's disappearance is true. The one who attacked Patriarch Wang Jing was Long Ke, and the one who helped was Xia Yuan. In the end, it became our frozen immortal sect's doing. What a joke." Both sides kept refuting and arguing. With Mu Xia in charge, they didn't dare to make a move. Wu Yao suddenly said, "At this point, there are some things that can no longer be hidden." Everyone looked at Wu Yao, including Bai Su. He was at a loss. What were they hiding? Wait a minute, could it really be his own sect that did this? Was a war about to break out? What about him? First, he had to find a good place to hide. He did not want to die. He was only the acting sect master. It was only because there was no one else in the main family that he could take the position. He would not be able to hold the position for long. He did not want to die yet. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Bai Su's mind, and her expression kept changing. Wu Yao's face was solemn. Actually, it's very likely that the Forgotten Ruins deity did all of this. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The god of oblivion of the seven sky gods? Mu Xia's expression changed as well. Forgotten Ruins deity? Wu Yao nodded and said solemnly, "There's something that we haven't mentioned in order to avoid arousing suspicion. However, we have no choice but to say it now." He looked at the Wang clan and said, "The god of the Forgotten Ruins has appeared a long time ago, and she has tried to develop the red backs many times. Our cold immortal sect has noticed her presence, and it's very likely that she was the one who controlled the Long Xiang clan. Since the god of Forgotten Ruins has appeared, why didn't the frigid immortal sect say anything? And how could they be sure that it was the god of Forgotten Ruins? It's clear that your cold immortal sect is using the name of the god of forgetfulness to take over the starry sky of trees," said Long Tian. As a direct descendant of the white dragon race, even though his cultivation was far from that of a half-martial ancestor, he still had the right to speak. Wu Yao looked at Mu Xia and said, "Ancestor Mu, the frigid celestial sect didn't announce that the god of forgotten ruins had appeared because we were worried about the Wang clan's reputation, but now that things have come to this, there are some things that we have to say." He then looked at the members of the Wang clan and said, "The god of forgotten ruins, one of the 7 celestial heavens. His real identity is the ancestor of the Wang clan, Wang Miao Miao." Everyone was shocked. Mu Xia was also shocked. He didn't know about this. In the entire Wang clan, even Patriarch Wang Fan might not know about this. During the war on the 5th mainland, even Wang Xi did not know that the god of forgetfulness was Wang Miao Miao. Wang Xi's status in the Wang clan was second only to Patriarch Wang Fan. If even she did not know, there was no need to mention the others. Nonsense. My Wang family did indeed have a redback before, and it was Wang Xiaoyu. She was the one who caused the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands, and she was the one who made Ancestor Qin fight to the death with the 6th mainlands. Apart from her, there are no other redbacks, a higher-up of the Wang family shouted angrily. Wu Yao said, "I'm not talking nonsense. Actually, the Oblivion ruins that trapped 4th young ancestor was Wang Miao Miao's method. Otherwise, how could Wang Xiaoyu make things difficult for an ancestor realm expert? She's only a half-martial ancestor, and she used the Wang clan's meditative forgetting technique to control the Dragon Ape clan's patriarch. What evidence do you have?" No one from the Wang clan believed him. The others didn't believe it either. This region of space was not like the 5th mainland, which had disappeared from history. They were aware of the Daosor Sex era, and they also had some understanding of the Above Heaven Sex era. The Wang family was naturally aware of Wang Miao Miao's name, but they had never imagined that this matter would involve an ancient existence like Wang Miao Miao. Mu Xiao looked at Wu Yao. "Does the frigid immortal sect have any proof?" Wu Yao raised his head. "Of course there is. The evidence comes from the Lu family, and Wang Miao Miao's identity comes from the Lu family's ancestor Lu Tianyi. When the Lu family was exiled, some documents were obtained by my cold immortal sect. Among them, ancestor Lu Tianyi personally wrote about the 7 sky gods. Wang Miao Miao is the forgotten ruins god of the 7 sky gods. Regardless of whether the Wang clan believed him or not, since Wu Yao dared to make such a claim, he naturally had decisive evidence." Half a day later, Shenwu Heaven, the Wang clan, and the White Dragon clan all dispersed. Soon after, the 4-way scales experts headed to the central Flat Realms Yinshan district to frantically search for the forgotten ruins god that Wu Yao had mentioned. God. Inside the frigid immortal sect, Baisu looked at Wu Yao. Was it really the forgotten ruins god? Wu Yao did not answer. Baisu was just a puppet, and there were some things that she did not have the right to know. Wu Yao did not know who was responsible for the disappearance of the 4-way scale sect master. He had pushed all the blame onto the forgotten ruins god, and it had been by Xian'er's instructions. He had not expected that Bai Xian'er would point out the forgotten ruins god. The 3 forces of Shenwu Heaven had joined forces to pressure the frigid immortal sect, but they were not completely certain that the frigid immortal sect was behind the disappearance of the 4-way scales. It was just a guess, and since it was just a guess, they had to give them a more reasonable guess. The 7 sky gods had captured the 4-way scale sect master and left behind traces that had caused internal strife in the 4-way scales. This was the best guess, and anyone would believe it. As for evidence, it could not be considered evidence. It only proved that the forgotten ruins god was Wang Miao Miao, and that was all. There had never been any evidence to prove that the forgotten ruins god had ever appeared. Bai Xian'er had asked Wu Yao to create a forgotten ruins god to shoulder all the blame, and this had resolved a conflict. As for whether the 3 factions of the Shenwu Plain believed him or not, it was not important. What was important was that their target had been shifted. Unless there was evidence that the frigid immortal sect was responsible for the disappearance of the 4-way scale sect master, they would always be suspected, not confirmed. Speaking of which, Wu Yao looked at the central realm. Who had done it? Did Bai Xian'er know? Or was she really the one who had done it? The 3 factions of the Shenwu Plain guessed that Bai Xian'er was the culprit. Lu Yin, who was far away in Yixian Academy, did not know that the frigid immortal sect's crisis had been temporarily resolved. He could create a misunderstanding, and Bai Xianer could do the same. It all depended on what they wanted to do. He was waiting in Xian Academy, waiting for the four-way scales to cause trouble. Of course, it had nothing to do with the disappearance of Wang Jing and the others, but rather with the Mountain Sea. Xian Academy's Mountain Sea. The four-way scales cared so much about Xian Academy's Mountain Sea. Now that Xian Academy's Mountain Sea had appeared, even if the four-way scales were in chaos, they could not ignore it. But after waiting for a few days and attending 2 classes, there was still no movement from the four-way scales. Thus, he decided to have a chat with Bai Ting and the others so that they could reveal the seal as soon as possible. Who would have thought that one day, the sect masters of the four-way scales would gather and be imprisoned on a mountain? Lu Yin looked at Bai Ting, who was trapped in front of him, and then at Xiaoxing's clone, Wang Jing, and Long Ku. A sense of pride spread through his heart. Today, he could capture the sect master of the four-way scales. Tomorrow, he might be able to capture the four-way scales' ancestor. In the past, the Lu family had controlled the Fifth Mainland. The Divine Investiture Catalogue had conferred titles on the living. Lu Yin could do the same. As the wei slowly dissipated, Bai Ting regained his freedom. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin was not using his original appearance. If he had used his real identity to talk to Bai Ting, there would have been nothing to talk about. He had a grudge against Bai Ting for killing his son, and Bai Ting would not tell him the seal no matter what. Thus, Lu Yin disguised himself as a stranger, a very ordinary stranger. Bai Ting stared at the stranger in front of him, and his eyes flickered as he tried to recall where he had seen this person before. He wanted to investigate this person's identity. There's no need to look. I've never appeared in any of your reports. However, I should be interacting with the four-way scales from now on, Lu Yin said slowly. Bai Ting's expression darkened. Who are you? Are you the one who captured me? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Have you heard of the Broken East Society? Bai Ting's eyes went wide. You're from the Broken East Society? Lu Yin had originally wanted to impersonate someone from the Broken East Society to talk to Bai Ting, but since he had to. Bai Ting was the sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect, not an ordinary person. Lu Yin was worried that Bai Ting would link him to a remnant of the Lu family, which would be troublesome. He did not have the ability to capture another member of the upper echelon of the Frigid Immortal sect, so Bai Ting was his only chance. However, from the looks of it, Bai Ting seemed to know about the Broken East Society. Who knew how much Bai Ting knew about the Broken East Society? There was definitely someone supporting the Broken East Society. Could it be Bai Ting? Lu Yin hurriedly said, I was tasked by the Broken East Society to capture you. Bai Ting's expression changed. The Broken East Society sent you to capture me? Lu Yin remained calm. Even if Bai Ting really was controlling the Broken East Society from behind the scenes, there would still be traitors. Bai Ting's expression turned ugly. Who told you to capture me? I don't know. A young man called Xueshan came looking for me and paid a price, which is why I took the risk to capture you. The outside world is in chaos right now, and the Frigid Immortal sect is frantically searching for you. But don't get your hopes up, they won't be able to find you. Bai Ting's gaze turned cold. Xueshan was indeed a member of the Broken East Society, and he was the nephew of the Left Order Master. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as Xueshan did indeed know a lot about the Broken East Society. However, he did not control the Broken East Society from behind the scenes. As the puppet sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect, Bai Ting always wanted to control the Frigid Immortal sect, and the Broken East Society was one of his partners. He wanted to increase his influence, and the Broken East Society had been able to easily control resources on the backline, which was largely due to his support. However, he had never expected the Broken East Society to send someone to capture him. Why? The Broken East Society only sent you to capture me? Why? If it's because of the four-way scales, then I can't do anything about it. Shenwu Plain obtained information on them from Unbounded, so I can't help them. Lu Yin replied, the Broken East Society wants to know about the Star Alliance's restrictions. Bai Ting's expression changed. You were the one who captured Xiaoxing's clone? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Smart. Bai Ting didn't understand. The Broken East Society actually dares to target the Star Alliance? They're crazy. He had originally thought that the Broken East Society had only done this because they had been wiped out by the four-way scales, but now it seemed that they had already planned this. Xiaoxing's clone had been captured even before Unbounded's headquarters had been destroyed. This has nothing to do with you or me. In any case, tell me about the restrictions and I won't kill you. If you don't, you'll die immediately. Those were the Broken East Society's original words. I want to talk to Elder Qiu, Bai Ting said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Elder Qiu? The eye of the 5th formation base on the backline? So he was the leader of the Broken East Society. The Broken East Society won't appear. I'm the only one who can talk to you. Tell me, or you'll die. If I die, the Broken East Society will have even less of a chance of obtaining the restrictions. Since you captured Xiaoxing first, then you must be determined to obtain the restrictions. There are only a few people in the Frigid Immortal sect who know about the restrictions. Besides me, who else can you capture? Lu Yin looked at Bai Ting. You're wrong. It's not you, it's them. I have nothing to do with the Broken East Society. Bai Ting's eyes lit up. What benefits did the Broken East Society give you? I can give you double as long as you let me go. Lu Yin raised his brows and pretended to be interested. He approached Bai Ting. Can you afford it? Bai Ting was disdainful. If the Broken East Society can afford it, then I, Bai Ting, as the sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect, can definitely afford it. But you're just a puppet sect master. The current acting sect master is Bai Su. Bai Ting was enraged by Lu Yin's words. He hated being called a puppet the most, but just as he was about to retort, he suddenly thought of something and stared at Lu Yin. Bai Su is the new sect master? Lu Yin nodded. He works well with your Frigid Immortal sect's half-ancestor Wu Yao, and he enjoys being the new sect master. Bai Ting clenched his fists. How could Bai Su be the new sect master? This person was even more of a puppet than he was. The Frigid Immortal sect had made Bai Su the new sect master without even thinking about saving him. The more he thought about it, the angrier Bai Ting became. He suddenly glared at Lu Yin. What did the Duani Society give you? I'll give you double the benefits as long as you let me go. I'll even let you join the Frigid Immortal sect. You should know that my daughter is Bai Xianer, Bai Xianer. Lu Yin's expression changed at the mention of Bai Xianer's name, and his eyes filled with fear. Everyone in the universe knows about Safflower Rain. If you dare to kill me, Bai Xianer won't let you go. Why do you think the Duani Society sent you? They have many experts, and Elder Qiu is a half-ancestor who can easily capture me. They sent you as a scapegoat to appease Bai Xianer's anger. Lu Yin frowned. I can tell Bai Xianer that the Duani Society sent me. You're too naive. The Duani Society's influence is too great. They'll know that Bai Xianer has come out of seclusion and make you lose the chance to blame them. You can't do that, Bai Ting threatened. Do you really think you can get the benefits of capturing me? Impossible, Elder Qiu won't give you that chance. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he was clearly convinced. If the Frigid Immortal sect can't find out, how can Bai Xianer find out? Bai Ting shouted, the world doesn't know that my daughter has a book that can see the past and the future. It's also because of that book that the Lu family. He suddenly screamed at this point. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he reached out to grab him. Continue. Bai Ting's face was pale, and his body trembled. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, and ears. There was a terrifying explosion in his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Lu Yin stared blankly. Bai Ting knew that Lu Yin knew about the Lu family's situation back then, but Bai Ting had also been restricted from speaking about it. Bai Ting had only mentioned a little, but it had resulted in such a miserable state. He had always known that Bai Xianer had played a huge role in the Lu family's banishment, but after listening to Bai Ting's words, he realized that he had underestimated Bai Xianer's role. She had a book that could see the past and the future? Could it be the Book of Destiny? Bai Xianer, Safflower Rain, the Book of Destiny, and the truth behind the Lu family's banishment were getting closer and closer. However, Bai Ting could not reveal it. Lu Yin stood there quietly, waiting for Bai Ting to wake up. Bai Ting was in a miserable state. His meridians were broken, his internal organs were shattered, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, he was an emissary, so these injuries were not enough to cripple him. As long as the stellar origin chi vortex was not broken, he would be fine. After a long time, Bai Ting woke up. He rubbed his head in pain and coughed up blood. Luin looked at him. "Did you say something you shouldn't have?" Bai Ting's eyes flickered and were filled with fear. Could he really not say anything? Bai Xian'er had warned him before, but he had thought that she was threatening him. He hadn't expected the consequences to be so severe. Did she even think of him as her father? She really wanted to kill him. At this moment, Bai Ting's heart was cold and filled with fear. He was the puppet sect master, and as long as Bai Xian'er came out of seclusion, he would be chased away. However, Bai Xian'er was his daughter, and she would take care of him. He would stand at the peak of the astral tree realm for the rest of his life. But at this moment, he could clearly see that Bai Xian'er did not care about his life at all. "Do you want to continue?" Luin asked. Bai Ting was bitter. "There are some things I can't say." "Just like how we can't remember the Lu family?" Luin asked. Bai Ting was helpless. "It's more serious than that." Luin looked at him. "Then what can you say?" Bai Ting took a deep breath and looked up at Luin. Luin realized that the man had changed. His gaze was no longer sharp, but there was something more to it. Bai Xian'er has a book that can see the past and the future. She can find out if you kill me, and no matter what, she will definitely avenge me. You will die without a doubt. I can swear on my life, my cultivation, and everything I have. Luin frowned. "I won't kill you. As long as you tell me where the seal is, I'll just imprison you." "She can find it too," Bai Ting said. Luin laughed. "I don't believe you." Bai Ting wiped the blood off his face, and half of his face turned red. "You only agreed to the Breaky Society's capture because of the benefits they promised. I said that if you let me go, I'll take you into the Cold Immortal sect, and I swear that I won't do anything to you. We can even form an alliance. You help me, and I'll help you. As long as I'm here, the Breaky Society won't dare to do anything. You should know what it means to join the Frigid Immortal sect in this universe, unless you're already enemies with them." After saying so much, Bai Ting could no longer think of Luin as a descendant of the Lu family. Luin fell silent for a moment. "You have to give me the seal. I won't go back on my word, but..." He squatted down and stared at Bai Ting. "I can let you go and let you return to the Frigid Immortal sect alive. I'll give you double the benefits." "You said it yourself." Bai Ting's gaze trembled. "I can swear on it." Luin waved a hand. "I don't need you to swear. You have to give me the benefits first, even if there's a chance that I'll go back on my word and kill you." Bai Ting sighed. "I can only bet on it." "Then, what about the seal?" Luin said, "Let me remind you that I was the one who captured Xiaxing. The Breaky Society already has his seal. If the seal you give me is fake, I'll kill you." Bai Ting replied, "It doesn't matter. It's up to the 4 cardinal scales to decide who controls the alliance. I'm just a puppet." Luin believed that Bai Ting wouldn't give him a fake seal. Bai Ting's position in the Frigid Immortal sect was awkward, and there was no need for him to risk his life for the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with the Breaky Society to increase his influence. He had ambitions, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to match them. After obtaining the seal, Luin relaxed. All that was left was the Wang family's seal. "What price did the Breaky Society pay you? What made you risk capturing me?" Bai Ting asked, as he was truly curious. Luin watched as Wei slowly sealed Bai Ting. "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. If I say I'll let you go, I'll let you go." After Bai Ting was sealed, Luin looked at the last person, Wang Jing. Wang Jing was different from Bai Ting. He was the true head of the Wang family and a descendant of ancestor Wang Fan. No one could shake his position, and dealing with him would be difficult. Luin returned to his original appearance and dispersed Wei to face Wang Jing. Wang Jing looked at the young man standing in front of him, and shock flashed through his eyes. "I thought it was the Frigid Immortal sect. I didn't expect it to be you, Lu Xiaoxian." Luin smiled. "Wang Jing, it's been a long time. Wang Jing was astonished. You remember now? No, but we met at Dragon Mountain, Luyin said. Wang Jing nodded. You were lucky enough to escape with your life back then and return to the wastelands. Now, you actually dare to come back. He seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that you were chased by the expeditionary army and had no choice but to come to this region of space? Luyin laughed. That's what the 4 Libras wanted to see the most. Wang Jing said in a low voice, what we wanted to see the most was you being captured, or rather, not leaving a corpse behind, instead of standing in front of me and scheming against me and the 4-way scales, and even causing internal strife in the 4-way scales. Lu Xiaoxian, how did you do it? Xiaoxing, you were the one who captured Bai Teng, and you were also the one who controlled Long Ku. What's your goal? Lu Yin's lips curled up. You believed the Shenwu Plains deductions and guessed that it was the frigid immortal sect. Why can't you pin the frigid immortal sect's goal on me? Wang Jing blurted out, you want to save Xingmeng? Lu Yin nodded. I don't want to hide it. That's right, I want to save Xingmeng. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you about the restrictions. If you can't get it from me, Xiaoxing, Bai Long, and Long Ke won't tell you either, Wang Jing said sternly. Lu Yin shrugged. I'll think of a way, but Patriarch Wang Jing, you have to tell me that I didn't come to this region of space to escape. The 5th mainland, which you call the wastelands, is under my control. Your so-called expeditionary army is also under my control. What a joke. Wang Jing didn't believe him. Lu Yin calmly looked at Wang Jing and said, Wang Yi. Wang Jing's expression changed, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Yin calmly replied, don't tell me you've forgotten about Wang Yi. Wang Jing was stunned. How do you know that name? What do you know? Lu Yin's lips curled up. There's nothing that can't be known. She's the reason why the Lu family was exiled and why Wang Si hates my family. Do you still not believe that I control the expeditionary army? Wang Si, Old Whitehead, Xianxia, and the others are all under my control. I know many things about the Wang family and Shenwu Plain like the back of my hand. Impossible. How can you control the expeditionary army with your strength in the wastelands? We know that you have a progenitor backing you, but the expeditionary army also has a progenitor item that can borrow the power of a progenitor. How can you deal with them? You're underestimating the 5th mainland. I can tell you that progenitor Chen isn't dead. Wang Jing was shocked once again, as Lu Yin's words completely toppled his worldview. When I broke through to become an emissary, I saw your cosmic tree realm from afar. At that time I was preparing for your arrival, Lu Yin said. Wang Jing still didn't believe him. It was the Eternals who destroyed the New Void Corridor. They attacked your wastelands on a large scale, and because of that, my cosmic tree realm started a rare war in order to delay the majority of the Eternals' forces on the battlefield behind the New Void Corridor. Thank you. Lu Yin raised his head. If it weren't for your delay, we would have been in grave danger. Fortunately, the crisis has passed, and once the New Void Corridor is restored, you'll be able to personally see the expeditionary army under my control. Those half-ancestors, emissaries, and geniuses like Wang Su and Wang Yi from your Wang family will all be in my hands. Wang Jing was still unwilling to believe him. Don't think that you can force me to tell you about the seal just because you said that. Lu Yin frowned. It seems like you still don't believe that I can control Wang Su and the others' lives. Wang Jing stared at Lu Yin. Lu Xiaoxian, I really admire you. You're someone who has lost all of your memories, but you managed to walk back step by step from an abandoned wasteland. Even the 9 mountains and 8 seas might not be able to do such a thing. I really do admire you, and I don't have any enmity towards you. It's just a pity that we're on different sides. Lu Yin met Wang Jing's gaze. I can keep you or even release you. I can also release Wang Su, Wang Yi, and the others in the future. Wang Jing shook his head. I don't believe that you've captured the expeditionary army. You can control Long Ku, and that doesn't mean that you can't control the rest of the army. But even if you do, I won't tell you about the seal. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Aren't you afraid that Wang Su and the others will die because of you? That's still better than the entire human race being subverted, Wang Jing retorted. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. you're talking about righteousness with me? Wang Jing sighed. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I didn't know about the plan to banish the Lu family. The four-way scales banishment of the Lu family is a huge crime for the astral tree. Regardless of whether the Lu family has contributed to the fifth mainland or for whatever reason, the Lu family should not be banished. They are the strongest force that can resist the Eternals. There's no point in saying that now, Lu Yin said coldly. Wang Jing smiled bitterly. I know you don't believe me, and I don't need you to. What I want to do is not let you know about the seal so that you won't be able to save the Star Alliance. I sympathize with the Lu family and the people in the Star Alliance, but I can't let you save them. Otherwise, with your status, the astral tree will fall into chaos and the Eternals will take advantage of it. Wang Jing, you're too ridiculous, Lu Yin retorted. You're even worse than Bai Ting and the others. They at least admitted that they wanted to exterminate my Lu family, but you're trying to defend humanity? You're too hypocritical. Wang Jing met Lu Yin's gaze. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, even if the entire Wang family is annihilated, I will not allow you to destroy the balance of the astral tree galaxy. Lu Xiaoxian, the four cardinal scales have wronged you regarding the matter of the Lu family. It's not wrong to stand in your shoes and seek revenge, but you must think this through. If the four cardinal scales are gone, who will resist the Eternals? The Star Alliance has been rescued, and the four cardinal scales will be suspicious of each other. Lu Yin clenched his fists, as this was something that had been troubling him for a long time. This was the witch spirit god's scheme. He didn't know if Wang Jing really thought that way. If it was an act, then this person was too hypocritical. If it was true, then it would be very difficult for him to learn about the restrictions from Wang Jing. This was the most troublesome thing. He did not know what kind of person he wanted Wang Jing to be. A hypocrite? Integrity? Lu Yin had a grudge with the four cardinal scales, and many of them were high and mighty and looked down on everything. However, that did not mean that everyone was like that. There were also heroes who were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of humanity, and there were also righteous people. Lu Yin finally understood what it was like to be unable to see through someone. Very few people had been able to see through him, and now, he could not see through Wang Jing either. Helpless, he used Wei to seal Wang Jing once more and went to find Wang Dashui. What kind of person is Wang Jing? Wang Dashui was about to flatter Lu Yin when he saw him, but when he heard Wang Jing's name, he was so shocked that he froze in place. His hands were still raised in the air, and he looked very awkward. Wang. Family head Wang Jing? Wang Dashui thought that he had misheard and repeated himself. Lu Yin looked at Wang Dashui. How much do you know about Wang Jing? Wang Dashui gulped. Seventh bro, why are you thinking about him? Lu Yin said, just say what I told you to say. Cut the crap. Wang Dashui revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Wang Jing is the head of the Wang family, and I don't know much about him. Seventh bro, you'll have to ask Wang Su and Wang Yi about this. Don't you have a basic impression of Wang Jing? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and Wang Dashui felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly said, I have an impression of him. He's old-fashioned and ruthless, and he's ruthless to others and himself. He looks elegant, but I heard that he destroyed many families when he was young. The entire Wang family doesn't like him, and even Wang Si publicly said that if he wasn't a direct descendant, he wouldn't have been able to become the family head. Wang Si doesn't get along with him? Lu Yin was astonished. Wang Dashui nodded. Our Wang family seems to be divided into branches, but there's actually another division, which is the Elders faction and the Direct Descendants faction. The Elders faction is led by Elder Wang Si, while the Direct Descendants faction is naturally led by family head Wang Jing. It's not usually obvious, but at certain times, the differences between the two factions can be seen. The most obvious example is the pursuit of the Lu family's remnants. Lu Yin listened quietly. For the sake of showing off, Wang Dashui did his best to tell Lu Yin everything he knew. The Elders faction would rather kill the Lu family's remnants than release them. Although the family head's faction also pursues them, their methods aren't as ruthless as the Elders faction. Many of the Lu family's remnants were originally going to be executed by the Elders faction, but the Direct Descendants saved them and sent them to the Backlands. However, sometimes, the direct descendants are even more ruthless than the elders faction when it comes to the Lu family's remnants. Many people don't know why. Through Wang Dashui's description, Lu Yin's impression of Wang Jing became clearer. This person wasn't protecting the Lu family, but rather, how should he put it, making the best use of everything. Yes, he wanted to make the best use of everything, and he wanted to use every bit of power to achieve what he believed to be a balance. He believed that the four-way scales was guilty of banishing the Lu family because they were the strongest force that could resist the Eternals. However, once the Lu family had been banished, he had done everything he could to prevent the Lu family's strength from recovering in order to prevent internal strife. He would rather die than reveal the restrictions because he didn't want Lu Yin to use the Star Alliance to do anything to the four-way scales. Wang Jing's impression of Lu Yin could be described in one word: pure. Wang Dashui carefully sized up Lu Yin. "Seventh bro? What I said, was it useful?" Lu Yin looked at Wang Dashui. "Not really." Wang Dashui smiled. "As long as seventh bro is satisfied, then that's good. Seventh bro, if you have any instructions, just tell me. Do you have any errands for me to run? I'll do it right away." Lu Yin replied, "There will be soon. You guys will be free soon." Wang Dashui's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great. Thank you, seventh bro." Lu Yin left and walked over to Wang Jing. The man was slightly trapped and couldn't see Lu Yin outside. Perhaps this person was as pure as Wang Dashui had described him to be, but such a person was troublesome. It was almost impossible to obtain the restrictions from him. Aside from him voluntarily revealing the restrictions, was there any other way to obtain them? Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything. Helpless, he took out a mirror and asked the Fog Ancestor for help. This kind of stubbornness is indeed the Wang family's style. Wang Yi was like this back then. The more stubborn she was, the more stubborn she became. Her daughter, Wang Si, whom you killed with a single strike, was even more stubborn. It's fine if she's kind, but if she's evil, then she'll be in big trouble. Lu Yin thought of Wang Miao Miao and Wang Xiaoyu, one of the 12 marquises. These people were all stubborn, otherwise, why would they have joined the everlasting race? Humans had deep-rooted bad habits, but this was human nature. No one was perfect, and it was precisely because of imperfections that life was human. "Senior, is there any way to obtain the restrictions from him?" Lu Yin asked for guidance. In terms of knowledge, he was far from being comparable to the Fog Ancestor. Rather than letting his imagination run wild, he might as well ask the Fog Ancestor for guidance. The Fog Ancestor stroked his chin and walked around Wang Jing. He looked at Lu Yin. "The restrictions are split into 4. You've grasped 3? Lu Yin nodded. "Isn't that easy? Just use the restrictions that you've grasped on him. Humans have instincts, and if you slash at me, I'll subconsciously block it. As long as he knows the restrictions, he'll subconsciously resist as well. When the time comes, you'll be able to see how he uses them. After all, you've grasped 3 of them, so the last one should be more or less the same." Lu Yin raised a brow. "More or less?" "Yes, more or less." The Fog Ancestor was certain. Lu Yin was speechless. He would be an idiot if he believed her. How could it be more or less the same? It really was more or less the same. There were already people in the four-way scales who had grasped the complete restrictions, and Lu Yin was not confident that he could see through Wang Jing's restrictions. The Fog Ancestor was puzzled. "You don't have confidence in yourself?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "Senior, the battle technique that you've inherited is that no one can compare to you in terms of intelligence and comprehension. You're the greatest goddess in the universe, but this junior is different. I am just a mortal." The Fog Ancestor felt smug. "That's true. How about this junior hand over the restrictions to senior, and senior can take a look at them?" Lu Yin probed. The Fog Ancestor snorted. "I don't look at a man's body." Lu Yin was stunned. Who told her to look at that? Don't you have an intelligence root? Use it, the Fog Ancestor reminded him. Lu Yin slapped his head. Right, I still have an intelligence root. The Fog Ancestor rolled her eyes. If I let you play with Huiwen, you'll definitely be toyed to death by him. Idiot. She then returned to the mirror. Lu Yin was ridiculed, but it did not matter as long as there was a way. He looked at Wang Jing. The way in front of Wang Jing dissipated once more, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Only a few hours had passed, and Lu Yin was actually looking for him again? I'm very curious. Among the leaders of the four-way scales, you have the highest cultivation. Why didn't you attack me earlier? Lu Yin asked Wang Jing. Wang Jing was calm. The moment we left the Wan family's mainland, I instructed half-ancestor Chai to keep an eye on us in case the White Dragon's injuries had anything to do with the Frigid Immortal sect. They wanted to lure us out of the mainland, and although it wasn't the Frigid Immortal sect, someone did want to lure us out of the mainland and wait for an opportunity to attack. You captured me, so half-ancestor Chai definitely took action, but you still brought me here. Since you were able to escape from half-ancestor Chai, there must be a half-ancestor behind you. It must be Kuei Luo. Lu Yin was amused. You're still very rational. What, do you want to meet the puppet? Wang Zhang's gaze turned cold. You're confident that Kuei Luo can make me reveal the restrictions? That's not it. I just learned about Wang Zhang's character, and regardless of whether you're pretending or not, it doesn't seem likely that you'll tell me about the restrictions, Lu Yin said. Wang Jing did not reply, as that was what he had been thinking. Kuei Luo isn't here, Lu Yin suddenly said. Wang Jing was astonished. What did you say? Lu Yin smiled. I said that Kuei Luo isn't here. Xian Academy has appeared in the Mountain Sea, but Kuei Luo went to snatch it. He's not here. Xian Academy's Mountain Sea has appeared? Wang Jing was shocked. Lu Yin continued, it seems like the 4 cardinal scales are eyeing Xian Academy for the Mountain Sea. Do you want to obtain it? Who wouldn't? During the Daosor Sect's era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas suppressed the universe, and they were on a completely different level from ordinary progenitors. Legend has it that the Mountain Sea contains battle techniques that are like secret techniques that can turn something rotten into something magical. Xian Academy's Mountain Sea has never been inherited, and it's such a waste. If they can't inherit it themselves, then they should let others try, Wang Jing said. Lu Yin was puzzled, as the 4 cardinal scales didn't seem to know that the Mountain Sea had an owner. Why do you say that Xian Academy's Mountain Sea is uninherited? Lu Yin was puzzled. Wang Jing stared at Lu Yin. Only progenitors can inherit the Mountain Sea. Xian Academy only has a half-progenitor, the culinary god, Wen Lai, and Sedong Lai. They can't inherit the Mountain Sea at all. It's not just us, the Eternals are also eyeing the Mountain Sea. Once the Eternals destroy it, Xian Academy will be a sinner. Lu Yin shook his head. You keep calling them sinners, but in your eyes, who isn't a sinner? Wang Jing replied, those who are defending the backline are not sinners, and that includes the people from the Star Alliance. Lu Yin looked deeply at Wang Jing. I just said that Kuei Luo isn't here, so I'll give you a chance to escape from me. As long as you can escape, don't worry, there won't be a second person who will attack you. It'll just be you and me here. Wang Zhang's gaze trembled. Are you serious? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Let's try it. Everyone had different control over their own body, and he didn't know if Wang Jing would forcefully suppress his urge to use the seal. The only way was to make him unable to suppress it, which meant that he would severely injure him. Wang Zhang's hands moved, and he looked at Lu Yin with amazement and admiration. It doesn't matter if you're Lu Yin or Lu Xiaoxian, your confidence has never changed. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Maybe he's just being arrogant. If it was you from Lu Xiaoxuan's era, I definitely wouldn't be your opponent. With Lu Xiaoxuan's talent, even if he didn't reach the half-step ancestor realm, he wouldn't be far from it. He would be on the same level as Bai Xianer. However, you lost your memories and were thrown into an abandoned land to cultivate again. It's already quite terrifying that you have 3 origin tribulations, but that's all. With your current strength, you can't stop me, said Wang Jing. He had 5 origin tribulations. After he finished speaking, he immediately used the pearl vine of the 4 ultimates to seal Lu Yin's physical strength. The 4-way scales had researched Lu Yin and knew that his physical strength was powerful, especially the empty palm that had been exposed before. Even the 4-way scales was wary of that invisible palm technique. Next, Wang Jing took a step forward and crossed the astral source universe to appear in front of Luyin. They were currently in Mount Supreme. Wang was using the Kuei Bear of the Four Ultimate Techniques. Its power was rarely seen. The palm strike missed, and Luyin retreated. However, his footsteps clearly felt like he was advancing. Wang Jing's eyes flashed, and he attacked again. This time, he increased his speed and used the Heavenly Blade of the Four Ultimates. He waved his hand, and a sharp blade slashed out, covering the entire area. Given Heavenly Blade's speed, no matter how fast Luyin was, he would have to face it head-on. Wang Jing was at 5 origin tribulations, while Luyin was only at 3. Luyin smiled and moved forward. He was clearly retreating, but he was advancing. His body collided with Heavenly Blade's edge, and then, under Wang Jing's incredulous gaze, Luyin passed through it. Wang Jing's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Heavenly Blade's attack encompasses the entire astral source universe. How did you pass through it? Luyin still had his hands behind his back. Continue, clan leader Wang Jing. Wang Jing was in trouble, as he had underestimated Luyin. This kid had only used his legs, and he hadn't used his hands at all. What was going on? This shouldn't be happening. He stared at Luyin and bent his fingers, causing a black rope to bind him. Secret technique, forbidden. Luyin's body moved again, and he dodged the forbidden secret technique. Wang Jing's scalp went numb. Impossible, impossible. This was a secret technique created by Ancestor Wang Fan. How could it be dodged? He used the supreme secret technique again, trying to imprint his invincibility into Luyin's mind. However, Luyin's gaze was calm, and he smiled. The supreme secret technique was actually useful to him. He was momentarily stunned, but it was only for a moment. With Wang Jing's strength, how could Luyin feel invincible? The difference between the two was too great. Although Luyin was only at 3 origin tribulations, he could suppress someone at 6 origin tribulations. In particular, he could reverse the void like Progenitor Chen and break through all battle techniques. This wasn't something that could be limited by cultivation. Wang Jing used all sorts of techniques, but they all paled in comparison to Luyin's reverse step. Wang Jing pressed down with a single palm, using the Wang family's meditative oblivion. Luyin still relied on reverse step to forcefully break through. When Progenitor Chen had used reverse step, he had been able to break through the cognizant realm of the Aeon Evolution true scripture with his Enlighter realm cultivation. Wang Jing's face paled, and he stared at Luyin in disbelief. He had already used all of his strength, but Luyin still had his hands behind his back. He wasn't fighting against a cultivator at 3 origin tribulations. It was as if he was facing a half-ancestor, and the feeling of helplessness and despair completely shattered his mental state. Impossible. How can you do this? Wang Jing was shocked. Luyin took pity on him. You keep saying that you want to inherit the mountains and seas, but do you know what kind of person can do that? Do you really understand the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Wang Jing's entire body trembled. Luyin shook his head. You don't understand. You don't understand Progenitor Chen's invincibility, Progenitor Hui's wisdom, Progenitor Fog's creativity, or even your own ancestor Wang Fan's terror. The 9 mountains and 8 seas are on a completely different level, just like you and me right now. Luyin took a step forward. He had clearly been retreating, but he had actually advanced. He appeared right in front of Wang Jing and then brushed past him. His hands were still behind his back, and he did nothing. However, Wang Jing spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead as he stared blankly at the expanding bloodstains on the ground. He couldn't understand or see clearly. How had he been injured? Had Lu Xiaoxian made a move? Wang Jing didn't understand at all. Luyin turned back to look at Wang Jing, who was gradually falling down. He had used reverse step just now, and when he had brushed past Wang Jing, he had disrupted the void. The void contained both space and time. When space-time was disrupted, the normal space that Wang Jing was in couldn't withstand it and immediately collapsed, causing Wang Jing to collapse. This move seemed simple, but how many people had been able to pull it off since ancient times? Just by using reverse step, Luyin was already invincible against anyone below the half-martial ancestor realm. His cultivation base had long since been unable to restrict him. Lu Yin was only a third origin tribulation cultivator, but he had already embarked on the path of creating his own cultivation system. How could Wang Jing understand this? Not only had Lu Yin heavily injured Wang Jing, but he had also caused Wang Jing's mental state to collapse. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to place a hand on Wang Jing's back and activate a seal that entered Wang Jing's body, causing Wang Jing to spit out another mouthful of blood. Wang Jing spat out another mouthful of blood, and his mind became dizzy. His vision blurred, and he didn't know what had happened to his body. He only felt a familiar power invading his body, and he also had this power. Lu Yin stared at Wang Jing and sensed that his seal was clashing with Wang Jing's. He could feel it, but it was difficult to understand. He quickly took out a root of wisdom and brewed a cup of tea. After the first sip, his mind became clear, and his eyes became much brighter. When he sensed the clashing seals in Wang Jing's body again, he understood. Lu Yin sat quietly on a stone pillar, tapping his fingers on the table as he pondered over the seals in his mind. A seal obtained through this method was definitely more reliable than what others had said. Through this method, he had also verified the authenticity of the seals that Bai Ting, Xiaoxing's clone, had given him. They hadn't lied, and the seals were all real. As such, he had obtained all of the seals on the four-way scales, and he only needed to remove them for the people of the Star Alliance. This wasn't as simple as obtaining the seals from the four-way scales, and Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he continued to ponder. Not long after, Mr. Wei came to visit and brought with him a new biography of Progenitor Wen. If I'm not wrong, Progenitor Wen once cut off his own cultivation, or rather, sealed it, and became an ordinary person to wander the world. Mr. Wei said. Lu Yin wasn't very interested in Progenitor Wen, and he was purely interested in learning about him. There had been too many progenitors in human history, and it was impossible for him to understand all of them. However, Mr. Wei was kind enough to tell Lu Yin what he discovered so that he could quickly solve his first topic. After listening for a long time, Lu Yin finally understood. So Progenitor Wen became a progenitor because he wandered the world as an ordinary person and saw the fickleness of the world? It's possible, but neither you nor I know much about the progenitor realm. Every progenitor walks their own path, and perhaps this was Progenitor Wen's path. I found ancient poems and scriptures that have been passed down since ancient times, and some of them must have been written by Progenitor Wen using an alias. Mr. Wei then took out a pile of books from his cosmic ring. Lu Yin was impressed. Mr. Wei's spirit of historical research is admirable. Mr. Wei looked at Lu Yin. Mr. Hao Yu doesn't seem too interested in Progenitor Wen. Lu Yin replied, of course not. It's just that Progenitor Wen has existed for a long time, and it's too difficult to truly understand his life. I'm more interested in learning about the Flame Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. There might be some clues here, Mr. Wei said before seriously studying the ancient texts. Lu Yin looked at the side of her face. Mr. Wei was a woman disguised as a man, and her identity was mysterious. Lu Yin wondered what it would be like for her to disguise herself as a woman. As he thought about it, he continued to stare at Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei didn't care about him at all, and he was completely focused on reading the ancient texts. On another stone pillar, Wen Zhao returned and saw this scene, and he found it strange. Mr. Tang also saw this and smiled. After a long time, Mr. Wei finally closed the ancient texts. She had been reading for a few hours before turning around to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her for a few hours as well. The two looked at each other, speechless. Lu Yin coughed. Are you done? Mr. Wei nodded with a natural expression. I'm done. There are no records of poems related to the Flame Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. What a pity, Lu Yin said. By the way, why is Mr. Wei so interested in history? Mr. Wei put the ancient texts away. Actually, I'm interested in one person, but to understand that person, I need to understand their entire history. Lu Yin was surprised. Who? Under Lu Yin's gaze, Mr. Unwritten revealed a look of reverence. Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin raised a brow. Ancestor Hui? Mr. Unwritten nodded. Although Ancestor Hui did not have the ability to divine, he could see through the past and present. He was the person I respected the most, and his deeds covered history. I want to understand him, and the more I know, the better. That's why I want to understand history and everything that Ancestor Hui has done. So Mr. Unwritten admires Ancestor Hui. Actually, I do as well, Luin said. Mr. Unwritten's eyes lit up. Why does Mr. Hao Yu admire Ancestor Hui? Luin pointed in the direction of the mother tree. Unlimited kinetic energy. Mr. Unwritten was delighted. It's precisely because of unlimited kinetic energy that I decided to study Ancestor Hui. I wonder what kind of person could create a source box array that protects humanity. It's said that the appearance of this region of space is related to Ancestor Hui. Although the four-way scale doesn't mention him much, his influence has spread throughout history. I've been to the battlefield on the other side, and countless people there worship Ancestor Hui. Those everlasting monsters also hate Ancestor Hui. It was obvious that Mr. Unwritten truly admired Ancestor Hui. She never stopped talking about him and told Luin everything she knew about him. Luin did not even have a chance to interrupt. But this was also good, as it would allow Luin to know how much Ancestor Hui had done in this region of space. Luin found it funny when he saw Mr. Unwritten's excited expression. If he took her to the fifth mainland one day and told her that Ancestor Hui had calculated time and destroyed the sixth mainland without expending a single soldier, he wondered how much she would respect him. Mr. Hao Yu, I've actually been looking for you for a selfish reason. Mr. Unwritten went on and on about how she respected Ancestor Hui before hesitating for a moment. Luin was curious. What selfish reason? I want to learn lockbreaking. Mr. Unwritten looked at Luin seriously. Luin was surprised. You want to learn lockbreaking? Mr. Unwritten nodded. Ancestor Hui's greatest achievement, aside from helping humanity resist the everlasting, was his sourcebox array, especially unlimited kinetic energy. He's considered the first person in history to have done so. Even in the most ancient times, I don't believe that anyone could surpass Ancestor Hui in lockbreaking. I want to learn lockbreaking and get close to him, even if it's only a billionth of him. I'm not doing this out of selfishness. Regardless of whether you're a student or a mentor, everyone in the academy can teach each other. For example, I've asked Mr. Tang to teach me how to cultivate a domain void god. If you want to learn lockbreaking, you can come directly to me. Then I'll have to thank you, Mr. Hao Yu. Mr. Wei smiled happily. This was the first time he had seen her smile like this. Since Mr. Wei respects Ancestor Hui so much, do you know if Ancestor Hui is still alive? Luin asked. Mr. Wei shook his head. I only learned about the Hui ancestors past through normal means. How could I know where the Hui ancestor was? However, I always believed that the Hui ancestor was still alive. Why? Luin asked. Mr. Wei said, Huizhu is too smart. From what I've learned about Huizhu over the years, he likes to leave something behind. I believe he left something behind for himself as well. Holding back? Luin suddenly recalled the seal on the Royal Frost continent. That seal had definitely been left behind by the Hui ancestor, so what had the Hui ancestor left behind? There was also the space within the frigid immortal sect that was guarded by the Day-Night clan, which had also been sealed by the Hui ancestor. If the Hui ancestor had left something behind on the fifth mainland, then he might have left something behind in this part of the universe as well. Over the next few days, Xian Academy was very quiet, and it was not affected by the internal strife of the four-way scales. Xiaoxingguang, Wang Xiaofan, and the others were the same as before. Luin found Bai Weiwei a few days later to discuss sourcebox arrays. At the same time, he also asked Bai Weiwei about the situation of the four-way scales. He was surprised to learn that the four-way scales actually believed that the god of forgotten ruins was the one who had captured Xiaoxing and the others. This surprised Luin. How could the god of forgotten ruins be involved? He didn't dare ask Bai Weiwei for too much details, so he had Tong Yu purchase information outside. A few days later, he finally learned about the general situation. Luin had to admit that he admired the Cold Immortal sect. They had successfully diverted the spearhead of Shenwu Celestial's 3 factions to the god of forgotten ruins, who had never appeared before. They had even exposed the fact that the god of forgotten ruins was Wang Miao Miao to gain the trust of the 3 factions and temporarily get them out of their predicament. Luin didn't know who had come up with this idea for them, but he had caused the 3 factions of Shenwu Celestial to have doubts and misunderstandings about the Cold Immortal sect. The Cold Immortal sect had used almost the same method to throw these suspicions at the god of forgotten ruins. He had done it unintentionally, and the reason why the effect had been so good was because the four-way scales were suspicious of each other. The Cold Immortal sect's move had been intentional. It was a good move. Luin admitted that he had never underestimated the four-way scales, but he also didn't care too much about the four-way scales. After all, his ability was too strange, but no matter how strange it was, there would always be someone who could resolve it. Suddenly, he remembered what Wang Jing had said before. He and Long Ke had discussed breaking up the Star Alliance. This way, even if the Cold Immortal sect really obtained the restrictions on the Star Alliance cultivators' bodies, it would be useless if they couldn't find the Star Alliance cultivators. If Wang Jing could think of it, then the four-way scales could also think of it. This was troublesome. If they did this, then the restrictions he obtained would be useless. He had been too impatient, and the problem had been seen through from the beginning. Speaking of which, he could only blame himself. After capturing Xia Xing, he had deliberately mentioned the Star Alliance in order to make Xia Ziheng suspect that the Cold Immortal sect was behind it. Otherwise, Xia Ziheng might not have made the connection, and it might not have been exposed so early. Luin smiled bitterly. Others thought they were smart, but he was the same. If he schemed against others, there would be a day when he would be schemed against by others. He rubbed his head. This matter was not suitable for him, but for Wang Wen and Wei Rong. He once again regretted not bringing them along. There was no point in regretting it now. He had to consider the worst-case scenario, which was that the Star Alliance cultivators would be completely broken up. What should he do then? Just as he was thinking about this, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated. Luin looked over and saw that it was Xia Ziheng. The Cloud Connect stone connected, and Xia Ziheng's voice traveled out. You should know about what happened to the four-way scales. The sect master has gone missing, and I'll give you the guarantee that you need. Where's my grandfather? Luin asked. Xia Ziheng replied, Yuchuan is in Shenwu Plain. Don't worry, he's doing well. Luin relaxed. Shenwu Plain isn't the only sect that has the final say in the Star Alliance. My grandfather wouldn't have been sent on a certain death mission, right? He wouldn't. Why should I believe you? Luin countered. Xia Ziheng's voice turned cold. The Star Alliance won't be sending out any missions during this time, and Yuchuan definitely won't be able to leave Shenwu Plain. Luin wanted to say something, but Xia Ziheng continued, I'll say it one more time. Yuchuan won't be leaving Shenwu Plain, and it's useless to anyone else. I don't care what conditions the Frigid Immortal sect gave you, but you can only join Shenwu Plain. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing Yuchuan again. I don't have the patience to wait for you, and I'll need your answer when Xian Academy comes to Shenwu Plain for training. Xia Ziheng had no energy to deal with Luin after what had happened at the four-way scales. He just wanted to quickly resolve this matter, and Yuchuan was the best way to get Luin to join him. Luin had also gotten what he wanted. Xia Ziheng had said that the Star Alliance wouldn't be sending out any missions during this time. His meaning was simple, the entire Star Alliance had been split up. Otherwise, it would be pointless for them to stay together without any missions. They might as well go out on missions. The three sides of Shenwu Plain guessed that this was most likely the doing of the Frigid Immortal sect. Only the Frigid Immortal sect could confirm that someone else had done this. In any case, no matter who had done it, their target had been the Star Alliance, which was why the four-way scales had split up the Star Alliance. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he kept thinking about how to gather the Star Alliance back together. This was undoubtedly more difficult than ascending to the heavens. If they knew that someone was targeting the Star Alliance, how could the four-way scales allow the Star Alliance to reunite? Luin grew more and more frustrated, so he walked out of the stone pillar and decided to take a walk. The atmosphere in the academy was very lively, and the students spontaneously counted their votes to see which mentor was most likely to lead them on training. Students, listen to me, a student shouted excitedly by the side of the lake. Quite a few students had gathered around to watch. According to the current votes, there are 4 misters who are most likely to lead us. We have to choose 3 out of the 4 misters. These 4 misters are Mr. Wu, Mr. Tang, Mr. Haoyu, and Mr. Xiaowen, the student announced. The group of students immediately started discussing this. I choose Mr. Wu, Mr. Hao Yu, and Mr. Jing, a girl said shyly. A boy beside her gritted his teeth. I choose Mr. Xiaowen, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Jing. I choose. Yi Zichen said. Seeing the lively scene, Lu Ying didn't approach. Mr. Huai was sitting on a tree behind him with a dejected expression. He had arrived early and heard that the students would be counting the votes, so he had specifically come to eavesdrop. He hadn't expected that there would be no votes at all. Lu Ying saw Mr. Huai and was about to greet him. But Mr. Huai gestured for him to be silent and silently ran away. Lu Ying couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Jing walked out from behind him. Mr. Hao, you will definitely be one of the mentors leading the team. Congratulations. Lu Ying looked over and smiled. Mr. Jing, you're speaking too soon. There are 4 candidates. Mr. Jing joked, our academy has so many girls, and Mr. Hao Yu is quite popular among the boys. He rarely joked, so Lu Ying thought that he was mocking him. Many students voted for Mr. Jing as well, Lu Ying said. Before Mr. Jing could speak, some students started arguing in the distance. Muscleman, didn't you vote for Mr. Jing because Mr. Hao Yu is too handsome? Mr. Jing isn't competitive at all. You guys are so hypocritical. You guys are the hypocrites. Look at your choices. Mr. Wu and Mr. Hao Yu, each one is more sissy than the other. Yeah, no one can compare to Mr. Jing's muscles. Muscles are a real man. Lu Ying felt awkward. Mr. Jing was speechless. It's too noisy. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Ying nodded. He didn't know what these students were thinking all day. They didn't even check if the person they were talking to was around. Once they were far away from the students, Mr. Jing asked, does Mr. Hao Yu know about the academy's previous training? Lu Ying shook his head. No one told me. Mr. Jing continued, Mr. Hao Yu is likely to be one of the mentors leading the team. I happen to have some time, so how about I tell you about it? That's great. Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Jing, Lu Ying said happily. He had no interest in training, but he could not show it. As for Mr. Jing, he knew that it was hopeless for him to lead the team, but he was also worried about Lu Ying, which was why he had come to give him some pointers. This person was dedicated to the academy, and he was a good mentor that was hard to come by. It was just that he was too strict. If Lu Ying were to describe him from Earth, he would be a standard teaching director. In the next hour, Mr. Jing talked about his experiences of leading students to gain experience, including the middle-level realm, the lower mortal realm, the middle-level sea, and the battlefield on the other side. Xianxia Academy was not an ivory tower, and the students it taught were not only focused on cultivation. Back at the second foundation, if the sourcebox array hadn't been repaired at the critical moment, all of us would have died. The dean and elders were held back by the 12 eternal marquises. Mr. Jing suddenly paused and changed the topic. I'm only saying all of this to inform Mr. Hao Yu that training is very important to the academy, and this is the first time you've been able to train at the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Ying nodded. I know. By the way, Mr. Jing mentioned the Lu family. Was there someone from the Lu family that went with you? Mr. Jing waved a hand. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything. Actually, the most elite disciples of the 4 cardinal scales are all in Xianxia Academy. Going to their mountain isn't considered training. The real training is in the lower realm, which is the battlefield on the backside. After this training in the 4 cardinal scales, the academy will organize mentors to bring students to the battlefield on the backside. Has Mr. Hao Yu ever been to the battlefield on the backside? Lu Ying was stunned. Had Hao Yu ever been to the battlefield on the backside? Probably not, as Hao Yu had been trashed before he committed suicide, and he did not have the qualifications to go. No. Mr. Jing looked at Lu Ying. Then going to the battlefield on the backside is not only training for the students, but also for the mentors. Mr. Hao Yu, you're not the only one who hasn't been to the battlefield on the backside. You'll see the cruelest truth that humanity faces. After chatting for a while more, Mr. Jing was about to leave. Before he left, he said, going to the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield to experience life and death, but going to the 4-way balance to train your heart. With that, he left. Lu Ying felt that it was strange, as Mr. Jing seemed to know something. The academy had never sent anyone to the 4 cardinal scales before. But on second thought, he figured it out. What could the students of Xian Academy go to the 4-way scales to gain experience? The most elite students here were also the prodigies of the 4-way scales. They were basically the same group of people. Rather than saying that they were there to gain experience, it was more accurate to say that they were there to give the 4-way scales a chance to recruit and make a name for themselves. Those who could enter Xian Academy were not ordinary people. These people could be regarded as important by Xian Academy, and similarly, they could also be regarded as important by the square scale. If that was really the case, then he had to do something. He couldn't allow these elite students to be bewitched by the 4-way scales. Far away, the Yin Mountain region had long been sealed off. The 4-way scales confirmed that the disappearance of Xiaxing and the others was caused by the God of Forgotten Ruins. The Cold Immortal sect also pointed out that the God of Forgotten Ruins had appeared in the Yin Mountain region. Whether they believed it or not, the 4-way scales would investigate, no matter how big the Yin Mountain region was. In the Yin Mountain region's humble branch, Sect Master Xuexi was just as lazy as before. He didn't want to care about anything. Back when Lu Ying had disguised himself as Lin Jiangyi and joined the Yin Mountain region's humble branch as Draconic 7, Xuexi had 2 captains, Wang Dashuai and Mo Gaohe. Although they caused trouble all day and liked to fight when they had nothing to do, at least it was lively. Now that Wang Dashuai and Mo Gaohe were gone, the Yin Mountain region's humble branch was quiet and somewhat cold, just like its name. This place was prepared for the disciples of the 4-way scales who weren't valued but didn't have a low status. It was a place for them to have a place to pass their days. However, after the incident with Draconic 7, the 4-way scales didn't send those disciples over, which was why the Yin Mountain region had become like this. However, Xuexi was still quite satisfied. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and Xuexi's expression changed. The next moment, he was grabbed without any resistance. The person who had grabbed him was half-ancestor Wu Yao from the Cold Immortal sect. You're clearly at the 5th calamity origin stage, yet you're hiding in the Yin Mountain region. The sect's investigation is correct. You're on good terms with the Lu family, Wu Yao's cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the Yin Mountain region's humble branch to tremble in fear. Xuexi didn't fight back, as he didn't have the ability to. Senior, who are you? With a thump, Xuexi was thrown to the ground. Many cultivators from the 4-way scales appeared from all directions. Long Tian was one of them, and he stared at Xuexi. I'm Wu Yao. Xuexi, you're on good terms with the Lu family. The sect has let you do as you please for too long, Wu Yao said. Xuexi struggled to get up. His shoulder had caved in from Wu Yao's beating. I'm the humble branch's Yinshan region's sect master. Have you asked Overseer Qianxia if you want to touch me? Have you asked Ancestor Muxia? Wu Yao glared at him, and the pressure pressed down on Xuexi once again. Don't use the humble branch's name to pressure me. I'm here on behalf of the 4-way scales. We didn't touch you before because we wanted to bait you, but now. What now? He roared, and the void was torn apart. Another wave of pressure swept out and pressed down on Wu Yao. Wu Yao raised his brows and released his astral source. At the same time, an astral source that could suffocate an emissary appeared on the other side. The 2 astral sources tore apart the sky of the Yin Mountain region, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Xuexi heaved a sigh of relief. Overseer Qianxia had arrived. It was Qianxia. When he found out that the 4-way scales had sealed off the Yin Mountain region, he knew that things weren't good. Many people knew about Xuexi's past, and he was afraid that the 4-way scales would make a move against him. This time, the 4-way scales had mobilized to deal with the 7 sky gods, and there was no lack of half-martial ancestors. Once they made a move against Xuexi, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. The truth was just as he had guessed. Wu Yao had attacked Xuexi mercilessly. The 2 half-martial ancestors clashed, causing chaos in the Yin Mountain region. In the end, it was only under the mediation of the Wang family's half-martial ancestor Chai that they stopped fighting. Wu Yao coldly stared at Qianxia. You should know about Xuexi's past with the Lu family. The ancestor said that anyone who colludes with the Lu family should be captured or killed. Qianxia coldly shouted, that was a long time ago. I also have connections with the Lu family and was even a guest. Do you want to capture me as well? Wu Yao's gaze turned cold. Capturing you is the ancestors' business. I want to capture Xuesi. You can't find the 7 sky gods, so you want to use Xuesi to make up for it. Wu Yao, you're still a half-martial ancestor, and you're still as vicious and merciless as before. If you want to use people from the humble class to help you gain merit, go find Ancestor Mu Xia if you have the ability. Xianxia didn't hold back. Wu Yao was furious. Don't use the humble class to oppress others. If it weren't for your humble class, the remnants of the Lu family wouldn't have been able to escape. The ancestor will settle this matter with you sooner or later. It's not up to you to settle this. Xianxia shouted. Half-martial ancestor Chai walked out. Both of you are here to capture Redback and the 7 sky gods. There's no need to quarrel like this. Wu Yao glanced at Xuesi. The expeditionary army has already gone to the abandoned land to kill the remnants of the Lu family. Fine, I'll let you live for 2 more days. When the new sky corridor is repaired and they return with Lu Xiaoxuan's head, the remnants of the Lu family in this region will be exposed. Xuesi suddenly raised his head. He knew about the expeditionary army and hoped that Lu Xiaoxian would be fine. Xianxia didn't say much about this matter and looked to the other side. Xia Ziheng walked out. Since the 7 sky gods haven't been found, our own people should go inside first. It's best if outsiders don't see them, otherwise, where will the prestige of the 4-way scales go? I'm not from the 4-way scales, Xianxia said bluntly. Xia Ziheng looked at Xianxia. Actually, half-martial ancestor Wu Yao's attack on Xuesi wasn't sudden. Does Superintendent Xianxia know who came to this region of space? Xianxia was surprised. This region of space? What do you mean? Xia Ziheng's gaze was gloomy. Kue Luo, he's back. Xianxia was shocked. Kue Luo? Didn't he capture the Wang family and escape to the abandoned lands? That's why we want to capture Xuesi and check if he's seen Lu Xiaoxian. Kue Luo saved Lu Xiaoxian several times, so he probably went to the abandoned lands to look for Lu Xiaoxian. He shouldn't have come alone. If Lu Xiaoxian isn't dead, then he might have come to our region of space. He stayed here before, so maybe Xuesi knows his whereabouts, Xia Ziheng said. Xianxia subconsciously looked at Xuesi. The others also looked at Xuesi. Xuesi hurriedly said, Superintendent, I definitely haven't seen Lu Xiaoxian or Kue Luo. If I lie, my cultivation will never improve and I'll never be able to become a half-martial ancestor. Wu Yao was disdainful. You want to become a half-martial ancestor? Xianxia frowned and glanced at Wu Yao and Xia Ziheng. I believe in Xuesi. Don't look at him like that. Which cultivator doesn't want to reach the half-martial ancestor or even the ancestor realm? It's not impossible for him to sacrifice his own cultivation to protect Lu Xiaoxian, Xia Ziheng said. Wu Yao also said, believe it or not, he's with us. Let's take him away. Don't worry, we'll only interrogate him. We won't harm his life. Impossible. If you want to capture Xuesi, you'll need Patriarch Mu Xia's permission. He's one of the sect masters of the Humble 9 sects and has made great contributions to the human race. You guys don't have the right to capture him, Xianxia said firmly. Wu Yao and Xia Ziheng looked at each other. Xia Ziheng shook his head slightly. He didn't believe that Xuesi knew about Lu Xiaoxuan's whereabouts. If Lu Xiaoxian really came to this part of the starry sky, he wouldn't have told anyone. Furthermore, he had another guess. Kue Luo couldn't survive being chased by the expeditionary army in the abandoned lands and escaped back. However, he didn't know what method he used to return. As for Lu Xiaoxian, he might not be able to return because the expeditionary army's target was him. Letting Kue Luo escape was already the limit. If Lu Xiaoxian escaped as well, what use would the expeditionary army have? That was a gathering of 4 half-martial ancestors, including Great Elder and I Huang. The abandoned lands definitely couldn't stop them. The only variable was that ancestor realm expert. The new void corridor is about to be repaired. When the time comes, we'll know what's going on in the abandoned lands. Just let Xuesi be free here for a few days, Xia Ziheng said. Wu Yao said coldly, someone reminded me to think of the worst. Let's assume that Lu Xiaoxian is hiding in this part of the starry sky and is plotting something. He's even roped in some of the Lu clan's remaining ministers. According to this situation, my cold immortal sect plans to carry out a bloodbath for the Lu clan's remaining ministers that we've already captured. Xia Ziheng was shocked. Everyone who heard this was shocked. A bloodbath? Thank you. Zhang Daming brothers' reward, I'll give it to you. Thank you. Wu Yao's gaze turned vicious at the mention of a bloodbath. This is actually the ancestors' idea. My four-way scales has captured some of the Lu family's remaining members or those who are on good terms with them. After the Xia family pays their respects to the ancestors, we'll execute them in the top realm. We'll have them kneel at the border of the top realm and let their blood flow to the middle realm and the mortal realm. The Lu family's blood will atone for the sins of all of humanity. Qing Chen's eyes narrowed, this was too ruthless. Below, Shuasi clenched his fists and stared at Wu Yao in disbelief. He had spoken without hesitation, as he wanted the entire astral tree to know. It would be best if Lu Xiaoxian knew that the remaining members of the Lu family would be massacred in order to draw out Lu Xiaoxian. Even if he didn't show up, it would still be a humiliation for the Lu family and be recorded in history by the four-way scales. Blood would dye the top realm, middle realm, and mortal realm in order to atone for the Lu family's sins. This was the frigid immortal sect's plan. Wu Yao glanced at Shuasi coldly and sneered before leaving. This was the first time Xia Ziheng had heard of the frigid immortal sect's plan, and even he felt that it was too ruthless. However, this plan should be effective. Even if Lu Xiaoxian couldn't be drawn out, it would at least draw out a group of people who were loyal to the Lu family. Half-ancestor Chai and Qing Chen exchanged glances and then left. Qing Chen looked at Shuasi. Go treat your injuries. I'll tell the Wood ancestor about your matter. Thank you, Superintendent. Shuasi bowed solemnly. He felt that something big was about to happen, and the top realm would be dyed red by the Lu family's blood. Had Lu Xiaoxian really come? Shuasi didn't know either. He thought back to the person who had disguised himself as Long Seven and was actually Lu Xiaoxian. Although he had only appeared for a short time, he had stunned an entire era and suppressed the four young masters. That person was a true genius, but unfortunately, he had been born at the wrong time. Back in Xian Academy, Lu Ying thought for a few days and finally thought of a way to save the Star Alliance, but it required luck. Since the frigid immortal sect had pushed everything onto the god of forgotten ruins, why couldn't he? The Dark Phoenix replaced the Fire Phoenix, and the Academy fell into darkness. Lu Yin's astral source flashed past as he set up a sourcebox array. He then raised his hand, and his die appeared. Sometimes, he would think that he wouldn't have been able to rise to prominence in the Fifth Mainland if he didn't have the dice innate skill. As the die slowly stopped spinning, 4 pips. Time stop space. He didn't want to waste any time in this space, so he extended his time here to nearly a year. He then began to cultivate the serious art and memorize the primogenitor scripture. A year later, he left the time stop space and continued rolling his die. This time, he rolled 3 pips and waved his hand to dispel it. What he needed was 6. Everything went smoothly, and he rolled 6 pips for the 4th time. His consciousness entered a patch of darkness, and his surroundings were dim. Even the brightest orb of light seemed dull to him, but he had no choice but to merge with it. When he opened his eyes and saw a corpse, Lu Ying was given a fright. Memories flooded into his mind, and he relaxed. So, he had fused into the body of an emissary from the 6th Mainland's Memorial Hall. But then, his heart sank. He had been in the astral tree realm, but he had fused into the body of a cultivator from the 6th Mainland. Just how many resources had that required? Lu Ying wanted to immediately withdraw from the fusion, but he wanted to take a look at the 5th Mainland situation first. He took a quick look at his memories and found that the 5th continent was peaceful. Nothing much had happened, and even if something had happened, it was not something that an emissary with one tribulation origin cultivation like him would know. Lu Ying withdrew from the fusion and returned to his body to check his cosmic ring. Fortunately, he had not used too much, and with his wealth, it was easy. He had already rolled the die 4 times, so he needed to rest for 10 days. It just so happened that he also had classes during this time. He was not in seclusion right now, as he had to report to his instructors when they went into seclusion. 10 days passed quickly, and Nong Xinyang came to find him. Bai Weiwei also came to find him, but everything was normal. When the Dark Phoenix rose up again, Lu Yin set up a sourcebox array and continued rolling his die. The first time he rolled 1 pip, a useless item dropped. The second time he rolled 3 pips, and the third time he rolled 6 pips. He looked at the bright orb in the distance and immediately rushed over to merge with it. This orb of light was not completely compatible with him, and its radiance was still dim. However, it was already the third brightest orb in the area. There were 2 other orbs that were so bright that they almost illuminated the darkness. Lu Yin was not confident that he could merge with them, as he had never tried such a bright orb before. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked around. Was this the battlefield on the other side? He had appeared in the battlefield on the other side, and this kind of environment could only be seen from the battlefield on the other side. The others in the astral tree realm saw an illusion, as they could not see the bloody slaughter on the other side. Lu Yin stood in place and did not move. He was in a stone house filled with sharp thorns, and this was the first time he had seen such a stone house. After looking through the memories, he realized that he had merged with the 5th base of the battlefield on the other side. This was the 5th base, also known as the blood-colored array base. There were 5 major array bases on the other side of the battlefield. He had been to the 2nd base, but he had not been to the other 4. Actually, each array base had a different battle style and aura, and the 5th base was the most tragic of the 5. This was because its commander was called Kuang Yin, and people called him Kuang Tu. The place where everyone walked was filled with sharp thorns that could be shot out at any time. If the battle against the Eternals went south, these thorns would be shot out under the commander's orders, regardless of casualties or friend. This was a way to restrain the Eternals' attacks. Humans and Eternals both suffered the most casualties at the 5th base. There was only one commander left, and that was Commander Lan, whom Lu Yin had merged with. The rest of the commanders had either died or been transferred away. This was a famous death zone on the other side of the battlefield, and Lu Yin had not expected to come here. Through Commander Lan's memories, Lu Yin admired Commander Kuang Yin. This person was always on the front lines, and his methods were extremely cruel. He was also one of the Eternals' most feared demi-ancestors. This stone house was the residence of Commander Lan. As far as the eye could see, there were countless neatly arranged stone houses covering the entire 5th formation base. Everyone, from Commander-in-Chief Kuang Yin to the lowest soldiers, lived in this kind of stone house. Even the stone houses were filled with sharp thorns, ready to perish together with the corpse king at any time. Lu Yin had seen many massacres, but he had never experienced such an imposing matter. Commander Kuang Yin's stone house was not far from Commander Lan's, but he was often absent. He stood at the edge of the base all year round, looking out at the new continent. He was the first line of defense at the 5th base, and on the other side was the eye of the formation, Elder Chio's stone house. That's right, it was Elder Chio, the founder of the Breakease Society and a demi-ancestor powerhouse. Not many people knew that Elder Chio had founded the Breakease Society, not even Kui Luo. Lu Yin had only found out from Bai Ting, as only Bai Ting was qualified to cooperate with the Breakease Society. Cultivators constantly walked in and out of the stone houses, all of them expressionless and indifferent to life and death. There were also some who were nervous and fearful. Most of them were newcomers who were looking forward to making contributions, so they had gone to exchange for rewards to protect themselves. As for this Commander Lan that Lu Yin had merged with, he wasn't a good person. Just like many other cultivators, he would do anything to increase his cultivation and obtain more resources. However, his talent was limited, and reaching 3 origin tribulations was his limit. He hadn't come to the battlefield on his own accord, but had instead offended the former Lu family and been thrown to the 5th base. Any cultivator who came to the 5th base either had no background or had offended someone. Commander Lan had offended the Lu family, and the Star Alliance hadn't existed back then, so he had been thrown here. The 5th base was equivalent to the Star Alliance's predecessor, and it was too difficult to leave alive. The only reason Commander Lan was still alive was because he had held back on the battlefield. He had even used other cultivators as scapegoats in order to survive. Memories continued to appear, and Luin also saw the Lu family's former glory through Commander Lan's memories, as well as his past self. Lu Xiaoxian had been one of the 7 heroes, and his fame in the astral tree domain was too great. He had also come to the 5th base, and Commander Lan had wanted to kill Lu Xiaoxian. After learning about this, Luin almost controlled Commander Lan's body to jump off the base and fight to the death in the new continent. All of a sudden, 2 familiar figures appeared in his mind. They were none other than Senior Yi and Senior Jun, the 2 star envoys who had once guarded the Lesser Ancestor planet. One was from the Lesser Ancestor planet, while the other was from the Lesser Ancestor planet Shenwu. Why were they here? Luin could understand why they had left Planet Junior Progenitor after its resources had been stolen, but they shouldn't have been thrown to the 5th base. The fact that they had been able to protect Planet Junior Progenitor meant that they had a close relationship with the 4-way scales. The theft of Planet Junior Progenitor had nothing to do with them, unless they had other motives. Through Commander Lan's memories, Luin searched for images related to these 2, and found that they had requested for the stone house to be closer to Qiu Lao. They had also taken turns approaching Qiu Lao's stone house. It would have been fine if they didn't know that Qiu Lao was the founder of the Broken Transaction Society, but Luin did. These 2's actions were too obvious. They had been sent by the 4-way scales to monitor Qiu Lao. The 4-way scales probably knew that Qiu Lao was the founder of the Broken Transaction Society, so they had sent these 2 to monitor him. Of course, there could also be other reasons. No matter what the reason was, these 2 were worth Lu Yin's luck. Luin wanted to withdraw from the fusion, but seeing these 2 was exactly what he needed. He wanted to find someone close to the 4-way scales and pass on some information to them. Lu Yin's consciousness withdrew from the fusion, but he didn't immediately check his cosmic ring. Instead, he thought back to the words he had purposely revealed. He didn't know if he would be able to trick the 4-way scales, but that would depend on his luck. At the same time, at the 5th base, Yi and Jun looked at each other in shock. Their original mission had been to monitor Qiu Lao, and they didn't need to watch his every move. They only needed to report if anyone had come looking for him. However, they hadn't expected to accidentally spy on Commander Lan's secret. This person was actually Redback, and what he had said matched what had happened to the 4-way scales recently. We can't delay any longer. Report it immediately, Yi said. Jun nodded. I'll report it to Shenwu Plain. Not long after, Xiaxing and Xiaoziheng met up in Shenwu Plain. I didn't think that it would really be the god of Forgotten Ruins. From the information I accidentally obtained at the 5th base, the god of Forgotten Ruins has been watching the Star Alliance for a long time. If we hadn't separated the Star Alliance, she might have already come into contact with the seal. Xiaoziheng felt a lingering fear. I thought that the Frozen Immortal sect had set up a trap, but it really was the Forgotten Ruins deity. Fortunately, we separated the Star Alliance members. Xiaxing's eyes flashed as she looked at Xiao Ziheng. Half-Ancestor Ziheng, don't you think this is a good opportunity? What do you mean? Xiao Ziheng was puzzled. Xiaxing's eyes flickered. The 7 sky gods have always been a huge threat to us. They've concealed themselves too deeply, developed the red backs, and even destroyed the new space corridor, causing our strength to be greatly reduced. The Patriarch tried everything, but he couldn't find the 7 sky gods. Perhaps this time, we can use the Star Alliance to find the Forgotten Ruins deity. Xiao Ziheng's eyes lit up. That's right. Since the Forgotten Ruins deity has control over the seal, she must make use of it. The Star Alliance is scattered, so she can only wait for an opportunity. However, if the Star Alliance gathers together, we can fish her out. Rather than searching, why don't we fish? That's our greatest pleasure. Xiaxing's lips curled up. This information came just in time. The White Dragon clan had the same idea. There were too many smart people in the world, and they could take advantage of everything that could be used. The 7 heavenly gods had been free and unfettered in the starry sky tree for too long, and they had developed too many red backs. When the Lu family was still around, they could not do anything to them. Now that they finally had an opportunity, the 4 heavens would not let it go. Dealing with the 7 sky gods was not a one-sided affair. The Divine Martial Heaven and the White Dragon race contacted the Cold Immortal sect and the Wang clan. They decided to use the Star Alliance to fish out the god of the Forgotten Ruins. It would be best if they could fish out a few more 7 heavenly gods. As for the removal of the Star Alliance's restrictions, it did not matter. In any case, the people there were determined to be dead by the four-way scales. They could not escape. If they could capture the 7 heavenly gods, they could control the Star Alliance. At this moment, the only one who had doubts was the Cold Immortal sect. Baisu was confused. Was it really the god of forgetting ruins? Wasn't it made up by them? Half-martial ancestor Wu Yao was also puzzled, and he looked at Baisu. The god of forgetfulness had captured Xiaxing and the others, and it was by Xian'er's instructions. Why were the 3 forces of Shenwu Heaven more certain than they were? He even wanted to use the Star Alliance to fish for the god of forgetfulness? They had no choice but to agree. They were the first to propose the god of forgotten ruins, so they had no right to object. Doing so would only make Shenwu Heaven and the others suspicious. Wu Yao immediately told Bai Xian'er about this matter, but Bai Xian'er's reply was only 4 words, wait and see. Wu Yao felt that Bai Xian'er was at a loss. Perhaps it was really done by the god of forgotten ruins? Luing didn't know if he would succeed after releasing the news. It would depend on luck, as well as the 4 cardinal scales' attitude towards the Eternals. The chances of success were 50-50. Now that he had done what he had to do, it was time for Yu Hao to wait. He had to wait for the 4-way scales to react. Beside the lake, Luing was in the middle of class when Xia Ziheng arrived outside the academy. How could the 4 directions balance not care that Xian Academy had appeared in the Mountain Sea realm? Previously, the disappearance of Bai Ting and the others had caused a huge commotion and was too serious. They had no time to care about it. Now that some people had sealed off the Yin Mountain district, it was time to send people to the academy. The one who was most familiar with Xian Academy was Xia Ziheng. He had been here more than once. Seeing Xia Ziheng's arrival, Ding Wen's expression turned sour and he turned to leave. Xia Ziheng was furious, and just as he was about to give chase, the culinary god stepped forward and blocked Xia Ziheng's path with a faint smile. We meet again, old friend. Xia Ziheng raised his brows. So it's the food god. Why are you back at Xian Academy instead of Wangyu? The culinary god sighed. So many things have happened recently. I'm also afraid of the academy. Something unexpected happened, so I could only come back to take a look. What brings you here, brother Xia? Xia Ziheng looked at the food god and felt a wave of disgust. If not for this old thing, Xian Academy would have been under their control a long time ago. The Mountain Sea has appeared in Xian Academy. How can I not take a look? The food god smiled. This Mountain Sea was entrusted to Xian Academy to look after. Back then, I told the 4 directions balance that there was no need for Brother Xia to worry about it. The 4 directions balance had been eyeing Xian Academy's Mountain Sea for a long time. When the Lu family had still been around, they had been keeping an eye on it. After the Lu family had been exiled, they had become even more brazen. If not for the food god and some of the students from Xian Academy, they would have taken action long ago. Now, the 4 directions balance's patience was reaching its limit. Food god, if no one from Xian Academy can inherit the Mountain Sea, why don't you hand it over and let all the cultivators in the Astral Tree realm try it out? Perhaps someone will inherit it and become the 9 mountains and 8 seas in the future. It'll be easier to deal with the Eternals. It's better than letting it become dust in Xian Academy, Xia Ziheng said. The food god smiled. We're willing to let all the cultivators in the Astral Tree realm try it out, but will those cultivators really get a fair chance? Brother Xia, you and I are both sensible people. There's no need to be too blunt. Xia Ziheng's tone turned cold. No matter who it is, as long as they can inherit the Mountain Sea, they will become a sharp blade for humanity to deal with the Eternals. I hope Xian Academy can see the big picture. The food god smiled. Don't worry, the Mountain Sea is not wasted in the Academy. Every once in a while, we will let elite students enter to try to inherit it. Xia Ziheng cursed inwardly. Although he didn't know much about the Mountain Sea, even the ancestor had said that there was no need to try before reaching the ancestor realm. Xian Academy was clearly putting on an act. However, they also knew that the food god definitely wanted to inherit it himself, especially since he hadn't tried to break through to the ancestor realm for so many years. It might not be because he was afraid of failing or that matter, but because of the Mountain Sea. He was confident in inheriting the Mountain Sea, which was one of the reasons why the Four Directions Balance was so afraid of Xian Academy. An ordinary ancestor was fine, but once the food god reached the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he would be on the same level as by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan. In the end, Xiao Ziheng gave up. Many people from the Four Directions Balance had come to find the food god, and even the ancestor had descended in hopes of obtaining the Mountain Sea. However, he had been stopped outside Xian Academy, so it was even more impossible for him to convince the food god. Xiao Ziheng didn't leave immediately and instead went to find Luyin. Luyin was still in class, and Xiao Ziheng didn't appear. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at the lake, waiting quietly. After waiting for 2 hours, Lu Yin's class ended. He shook off Nong Xinyang's pestering and went to find Xiao Ziheng. Half-ancestor Ziheng, were you waiting for me? Xiao Ziheng looked at Luyin calmly without any pressure. He was like an ordinary old man, but his eyes were a little gloomy. You did well in class. Luyin was modest. The students don't know much about lockbreaking, so I just explained some general knowledge. Your general knowledge is enough for them to enjoy for a lifetime. Luyin was surprised. Half-ancestor Ziheng knows lockbreaking too? Xiao Ziheng shook his head. Divine Master Gu Yan's lockbreaking techniques aren't something that ordinary people can learn. These people are very fortunate. Luyin didn't refute him, nor did he say anything. They had previously used the cloud connection stone to talk, and Xiao Ziheng's attitude had been very bad. The Xinwu Plain had Yuchuan's life in their hands and was forcing Luyin to join them. They had given him a deadline to train at Xian Academy. This matter had been discussed before, but Xiao Ziheng didn't bring it up again. The deadline he had given was the final deadline, and there was no need to pester Yu Hao. If Yu Hao didn't want to join the Xinwu Plain, then both he and Yuchuan would die. This was Xiao Ziheng's attitude. The Xiao family's ancestral worship is approaching, and Xian Academy is training in the top realm. We can let Xian Academy attend the ceremony, and the Xinwu Plain hopes that Divine Master Gu Yan will attend, Xiao Ziheng said calmly as he looked at the lake. Luyin frowned. Divine Master Gu Yan will attend? How could he possibly invite Divine Master Gu Yan? Half-ancestor Ziheng, Master is very busy. Aside from things that interest him, he doesn't care about anything else. Xiao Ziheng was indifferent. I'm not discussing this with you. Divine Master Gu Yan must be present during the Xia family's ancestral worship. I don't care what methods you use, but we hope to see Divine Master Gu Yan's goodwill towards the Xia family on that day. Otherwise, you know the consequences. He then looked at Luyin, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression darken, his tone softened. Of course, the Xia family won't let you do this for free. On that day, you can take revenge in front of everyone. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he stared at Xiao Ziheng in disbelief. Revenge? Xiao Ziheng's lips curled up coldly. Don't you hate Xiao Zhitong? Don't you hate her and want her to deal with the Yu family? You hate many people, and you can vent your anger on that day. In front of the 4 cardinal scales, in front of Xian Academy, and in front of countless people, you can redeem the Yu family's reputation. This is the greatest guarantee that the Xinwu Plain can give you. Luyin had never thought that the Xinwu Plain would be so crazy as to allow him to take revenge on that day. After all, his enemy was Xiao Zhitong, a member of the Xia family. Even if she was from a side branch, she was still a member of the Xia family. Killing Xiao Zhitong on that day would be equivalent to slapping the Xia family in the face. To a behemoth like the Xinwu Plain, the most important thing was their reputation. That was why progenitor Chen had been hunted down by the Xia family despite his monstrous talent. What they wanted was not an absolute genius, but an obedient one. Even so, they were still willing to allow Luyin to take revenge on that day. To the Xinwu Plain, this was a huge price to pay. Luyin was stunned. Is this true? Xiao Ziheng met Lu Yin's gaze. That's right. You should feel the Xinwu Plain's determination. This is the ancestor's wish, which is why Gu Yan must be present on that day. He must show goodwill to the Xia family. Otherwise, the Xinwu Plain will use other methods to regain their lost reputation. His last sentence was extremely cold. Luyin did not doubt that if Gu Yan had not appeared on that day, the Shenwu plane would have dealt with him cruelly. This was the four cardinal scales, a behemoth that dominated the tree astral plane. They did not want to be passive, but rather control. They could not wait to control Luyin and Guyan, and they would not give them time to choose between the frigid immortal sect and the Shenwu plane. In the eyes of the Shenwu plane, they were not qualified. Could Luyin refuse? No, there was no way Luyin could refuse. Even Xia Ziheng himself had given him a deadline to gain experience, which was the moment when the Xia family paid respects to their ancestors. At that moment, the Xia family would have complete control over Luyin and Guyan. I understand, Luyin replied. Xia Ziheng retracted his gaze. On the day of the ancestral worship, your Yu family will be able to regain their reputation. I can also guarantee that as long as Guyan joins us, your status in the Shenwu plane will not be any lower than the divine disciples in the future. The Shenwu plane will do its best to help you become a celestial master and leave your name in the annals of history. This is what you should consider. The frigid immortal sect can only give you this much, but they will never be able to help you take revenge or save Yuchuan. Luyin took a deep breath and stared at Xia Ziheng. I hope that all of my enemies will be there on that day. Not a single one will be missing, Xia Ziheng said before leaving. Before he left, he added, if you have any problems, go find Wu Taibai. He'll help you. From Xia Ziheng's point of view, Luyin had already been labeled as a member of Shenwu plane. Luyin had no choice but to join Shenwu plane. Xia Ziheng left, leaving Luyin with a headache. Where was he supposed to invite Guyan to Shenwu plane? Even if he had a way to get Guyan there, how was he supposed to get him to express his goodwill? This was simply impossible to achieve. Guyan had a strange temper, and Luyin had seen it before. He hated the four-way scales even more, and it wasn't something that Luyin could resolve. However, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Otherwise, he would be exposed even faster if Shenwu plane contacted Guyan himself. There was also Wu Taibai. Xia Ziheng's last sentence had been a warning that Wu Taibai would keep an eye on him. Although Wu Taibai wasn't an envoy, he definitely had the power to fight one. After all, he had once been a supreme of Shenwu plane. Perhaps in Xia Ziheng's eyes, Luyin, who was an expert at lockbreaking, might not be able to escape Wu Taibai's surveillance. This was the four-way scale's confidence. Of course, Luyin could escape Wu Taibai's surveillance, but he had many things to do. He had to roll his die and go into seclusion. There might be other things to do in the top realm, but he couldn't always guard against Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai was one of the instructors, so they would definitely live together. Since that was the case, Luyin had to make sure that Wu Taibai couldn't become one of the instructors. Luyin stared at the lake in a daze when a voice came from behind him. Sir, please guide me again. It was Lu Quebec. He had been flicked away by Lu Yin's finger and couldn't even see clearly. Now that he had improved, he wanted to challenge Luyin again. At the very least, he wanted to see Lu Yin's moves. Lu Yin's gaze shifted, and he turned to face Lu Quebec. You have perseverance, but you don't know your own limits. I do, Lu Ke replied stiffly. This time, I can see your moves clearly. Lu Yin smiled. What if you can't see clearly? If you can't see clearly, then you can't, Lu Ke replied naturally. Lu Yin shook his head. It's annoying to be challenged all the time, especially when I'm enjoying the scenery. What do you want, sir? Lu Ke asked. Lu Yin replied, watch me clearly, and I'll teach you a battle technique. Once you master it, you'll be able to reverse the void and break through all battle techniques. If you can't see it clearly, then you'll have to help me do something. Lu Ke's eyes lit up. Chaotic void? Deciphering combat skills? What battle technique is that? Lu Yin replied, I can tell you if you win the bet, but you'll definitely lose. Behind Lu Ke, a long sword pierced through the scabbard. He raised his hand to grab the sword hilt, causing the rocks on the ground to rise up and shatter. The sharp aura caused the surroundings to distort. Lu Ke's body was faintly discernible. He was half a step into the stellar source universe and half a step outside. Mister, you can try. Alright, I'm going to make a move. Watch carefully. Lu Yin stared at Lu Ke without moving. Suddenly, Lu Yin's voice rang out from behind Lu Quebec. Did you see it clearly? Lu Kei stared blankly at his fingers that were gripping the hilt of his sword. A very small stone was swaying in the wind. It wasn't there just a moment ago. He looked back at Luin in shock. Sir, your strength is unimaginable. Luin laughed. I used a battle technique that can distort the void. If even the void can be distorted, then what about your eyes? Lu Kei's eyes lit up. How can I learn that from Sir? Let's not talk about that for now. You just agreed to do something for me. Does that count? Of course. What is it, Sir? I want you to forbid the students from choosing Wu Tai Bai as their training instructor. Of course, you can't reveal that I was the one who asked you to do it, Luin said. This was his idea, and whether or not it would work would depend on Lu Kei's actions. However, he was certain that Lu Kei would not betray him. Lu Kei sheathed his sword. All right, he said before leaving without asking for the reason. Luin liked dealing with people like this. It was easy, simple, and trustworthy. At the same time, he was curious as to what Lu Kei would do. Lu Kei was a straightforward person and did not have many tricks up his sleeve. He directly sought out the students, challenged them, and forced them to swear that they would not choose Wu Tai Bai as their training instructor. His goal was clear, and his methods were straightforward. This matter quickly spread throughout the college. All the students who were seen by Lu Kei swore that they would not choose Wu Tai Bai as the instructor to lead the team. In just a few days, half of the students had already swore. The news spread further and further in the college. Some people said that Lu Kei was targeting the divine martial heaven, while others said that Lu Kei wanted to challenge Wu Tai Bai, but Wu Tai Bai was unwilling, so he made this move. In short, there were all sorts of rumors. When Luin found out, he was not surprised at all. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like Lu Kei's style. Lu Yin's goal was achieved. Lu Kei was like a madman, looking for students everywhere. Wu Tai Bai was speechless, and when he found out, he immediately sought out Lu Kei to ask why Lu Kei was targeting him. However, Lu Kei did not say anything and simply ignored Wu Tai Bai. Wu Tai Bai tried to stop him a few times, but Lu Kei did as he pleased. Whenever Wu Tai Bai showed any signs of forcefully blocking him, Lu Kei would unsheath his sword. He was not afraid of fighting Wu Tai Bai, or rather, he wanted to fight Wu Tai Bai. Some of the rumors in the academy were not groundless. After Lu Kei had entered the academy, he had not only challenged Luin, but Xianxia and the others had also challenged the instructors. Wu Tai Bai was one of them, as Wu Tai Bai was the only enlighter who had passed through the 18 horizontal arrays. Lu Kei was very curious. However, Wu Tai Bai did not accept any challenges, and after a few fruitless attempts, Lu Kei gave up. Now, because of this matter, Wu Tai Bai was willing to fight, which made Lu Kei very happy. Unfortunately, Wu Tai Bai did not take action in the end. In this manner, Lu Kei searched the entire academy and made every student swear that they would not choose Wu Tai Bai. Only then did he give up. Not long after that, the academy officially tallied the votes of the students and selected 3 instructors to lead the team. Unsurprisingly, Wu Tai Bai lost without a single vote. Lu Kei had not told all the students not to choose Wu Tai Bai, but rather, he had only searched for half of the students. The remaining students were afraid of offending Lu Kei by choosing Wu Tai Bai and causing him trouble, so they did not choose him. As for Xianxia and the others, they did not participate in the voting at all, which resulted in Wu Tai Bai not receiving a single vote. Luin and the rest of the instructors watched from a distance. He had not expected Lu Kei to be so ruthless and efficient. He recalled that Wu Tai Bai had specifically sought him out to discuss the selection of students. Life was truly unpredictable. Mr. Huai sucked in a breath of cold air. Mr. Wu actually did not receive a single vote. Lu Kei is really ruthless. Did Mr. Wu offend him? Wu Tai Bai smiled calmly. He wanted to challenge me, but I refused. Mr. Huai sighed. He's still too young and impulsive. Wu Tai Bai did not receive a single vote, and Luin had assumed that Mr. Jing would replace him. As for himself and Mr. Tang, the votes from before had already been secured. Many people had fallen because of that vote, and Wu Tai Bai had also been secured. He had been forcefully pushed down by Lu Quebec. The results were unexpected, and the person who replaced Wu Tai Bai was not Mr. Jing, but Mr. Wei. Even President Wen was astonished. Is Mr. Wei that popular among the students? Mr. Wen Jr. was helpless. Those who voted for Mr. Wei are all boys. President Wen shook his head. No wonder. He then looked at Mr. Wen Jr. Look at you. Even a woman dressed as a man is more attractive than you. Mr. Wen Jr.'s face reddened, and he did not look at President Wen. The final results of the voting were out. The instructors who would lead the team were Lu Yin, Mr. Tang, and Mr. Wei. Even though Mr. Wei had refused once again, the rules were the rules. Since the students had chosen him, he had to go. President Wen immediately called 3 people over. The students will first choose the instructors who will lead the team, and the instructors will also have the right to choose the students. Each of you will choose 25 students to participate in the training, and I will choose the remaining 25. A total of 100 students will represent Xian Academy and head to the 4 cardinal scales. President, this is too childish. Mr. Wei himself doesn't want to lead the team, so how can he make such a choice? If anything happens in the top realm, the students won't have anyone to protect them. Mr. Jing came over, wanting to replace Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei also said, it's best if Mr. Jing can replace him. Mr. Jing apologized to Mr. Wei. It's not that I'm looking down on Mr. Wei, but he's a professor of history. This training of the 4 cardinal scales is no small matter, and it can't be taken lightly. Please forgive me. Mr. Wei smiled. I understand. President Wen barked, what do you take the Academy's rules for? What do you take the students' feelings for? Everyone fell silent. President Wen looked at Mr. Wei. No matter the reason, since the students have chosen you, you should go. Luck is part of one's strength, and everyone has qualities that surpass others, whether good or bad. Our academy is not a battlefield where powerhouses charge at the front. He then looked at Mr. Zheng. You may leave. Since the decision has been made, it cannot be changed. Mr. Zheng was helpless. Yes, President. After Mr. Zheng left, President Wen glanced at Lu Yin and the other 2. Remember, the academy is the academy. No matter what happens in the outside world, we stand on the side of the instructors. This will never change. There was still a month before the training, and Lu Yin finally managed to select 25 students with Nong Xingyang's help. He handed the list to the president and then prepared to roll his die. He wanted to know what was going on with the 4 cardinal scales. If the 4 cardinal scales wanted to use the Star Alliance to lure the Forgotten Ruins deity into action, then the news could not be sealed, and it would definitely leak out. However, those who could access this information could not be of a low level, as it would easily arouse the Forgotten Ruins deity's suspicion. The people that Lu Yin could merge with were all envoys, which was neither high nor low. The only problem was that it was not easy to roll enhance, and it was not easy to control which person it would merge with. It might even merge with a cultivator from the 6th mainland, which would be completely useless. With complicated feelings, Lu Yin raised his hand, and the die appeared. It slowly spun as he tapped it. 5 o'clock. He shook his head. There were many talented students and mentors in the academy, but getting close to someone out of nowhere and even touching them would cause trouble. Again. 1 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Wait. Before he could even react, his consciousness had already appeared in that dark space. He looked around and saw that only one was bright, and its brightness was just right for him. He didn't hesitate to merge with it. Was this the Central Flat Sea? The person that Lu Yin had merged with was currently at the bottom of the Central Flat Sea, but this wasn't the Central Flat Sea, but rather the Mortal Realm. The Central Flat Sea connected the Central Flat Sea to the Mortal Realm, and as the memories flooded in, Lu Yin realized that he was in the Mortal Realm's Central Flat Sea. The person that he had merged with was an island master of this region, known as Island Master Rong. Lu Yin had merged with someone else to check on the 4-way scales handling of the Star Alliance, but Island Master Rong hadn't left this region for a very long time. He had no news of the outside world, so he couldn't get any information from the 4-way scales. Just as Lu Yin was about to withdraw, he suddenly saw something new in Island Master Rong's memories. This person hadn't stayed in this region of the sea willingly, he had been forced to do so by the Lu family. Not only had the Lu family forced him, But they had also forced many envoys to enter the Central Flat Sea to protect the waterways that led directly to the mother tree's roots. When Luin had accompanied Bai Weiwei to the Central Flat Sea, he had talked to Mr. Bai and learned that there were many creatures in the Central Flat Sea that could touch the mother tree's roots. This meant that the Central Flat Sea could lead directly to the mother tree's roots. If those creatures could touch them, then so could humans, as long as they could find the path. Over the countless years since the birth of the cosmic tree, the Eternals had tried their best to contaminate the roots and find ways to get close to them. Humans had also tried their best to block these paths, and over time 100,000 waterways had been formed. 100,000 waterways meant that there were 100,000 underwater paths that led directly to the mother tree's roots. The Lu family had built islands around each waterway, some large and some small, depending on the size of the waterway. The island that Island Master Rong was guarding was one of the largest. After all, his cultivation had reached 6 origin tribulations. There were 100,000 waterways that connected the Central Flat Sea and the mortal realm. Luin hadn't known about this before, but from Island Master Rong's memories, he was surprised to find that no one else besides the Lu family knew about this. More accurately, no one had ever been able to locate the 100,000 waterways. This was because the Eternals had once sent a large number of redbacks to attack the waterways in an attempt to contaminate the mother tree's roots with their poison. The Lu family had gone to great lengths to stop the Eternals from attacking again. Furthermore, the Lu family knew that the Eternals were constantly researching poisons. Perhaps it was for the sake of the mother tree, so the Lu family had paid a huge price to set up a sourcebox array. Island Master Rong did not know the origin of this sourcebox array. All he knew was that after setting up the array, their 100,000 waterways had disappeared. They had not truly disappeared, but rather had been concealed by the sourcebox array so that no one could see them or approach them. The 100,000 waterways still existed, but no one could come into contact with them, except for the Lu family. Even powerful organizations like the Frozen Immortal Sect and Divine Martial Planet believed that the 100,000 Water Tribe had perished together with the Redbacks who had attacked the mother tree's roots after the Lu family had finished setting up their sourcebox array. They had no idea that the 100,000 Water Tribe had simply hidden themselves. The Lu family had not intentionally concealed the existence of the 100,000 waterways. After all, there were too many Redbacks in the cosmic tree, and they did not want the Eternals to know about it. As a result, the four-way scales still did not know about the existence of the 100,000 waterways. Of course, there were undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, and new waterways that connected to the mother tree's roots could appear at any time. Island Master Rong did not know about this, but Mr. White had been able to tell him that creatures could approach the roots. The four-way scales and the Eternals believed that there were no longer just 100,000 waterways. There might have been 110,000 or even 120,000 waterways, but the four-way scales and the Eternals believed that there were only 10,000 or 20,000 waterways left. The 100,000 waterways had completely disappeared. Luin looked up. The bottom of the sea was dim, but there was a light that occasionally flickered. Beneath his feet was an island that had sealed off the waterways that connected to the mother tree's roots. The island was surrounded by a bubble that prevented him from leaving, and neither the seawater nor the underwater creatures from entering. The 100,000 waterways were not the only ones that had disappeared. The cultivators who had been forced by the Lu family to protect the waterways had also disappeared. There were at least 100,000 cultivators, and although not all of them were emissaries, they were at least enlighters. Only cultivators above that were qualified to protect the waterways. Through Island Master Rong's memories, Luin knew that although the Lu family had forced them, they had also promised that they would be allowed to leave after a certain number of years of guarding the waterways. Furthermore, the Lu family would provide all of their cultivation resources while they were guarding the waterways, which was basically a deal. Since the Lu family had been exiled, had any of the 100,000 waterways guardians broken through to become an emissary? Had any of them died? Luin did not know, and they could not see each other. Island Master Rong's memory stopped at the deal he had made with the Lu family a long time ago. Before that, he had been cultivating in the cosmic tree, but Luin was not interested in those things. He was only interested in the Lu family cultivator who had made the deal with Island Master Rong. That person was called Lu Qi, and his father was Lu Qi. After withdrawing from the fusion, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. 100,000 waterways meant 100,000 cultivators who had reached an agreement with the Lu family. 100,000 cultivators that the four-way scales did not know how many of them were emissaries? How many enlighters were there? This was a huge force, but it might not be used by Luin. These people did not belong to the Lu family, and they had only made deals with them. They still did not know that the Lu family had been exiled. If Luin had not coincidentally merged with Island Master Rong's body, these people would never have been able to leave and would have died of old age in the Midland Sea. In that case, should he bring them out? If he did, then the 100,000 waterways would be exposed. The Lu family had originally ordered them to guard the waterways in order to prevent the Eternals from destroying the mother tree's roots. Unless there was a way to bring them out without destroying the sourcebox array. Luin suddenly thought of something. If the Lu family could set up a sourcebox array to conceal the 100,000 waterways, then why had they left them inside the array? Unless the sourcebox array could be destroyed. If he brought them out, then he would have to find a way to seal the 100,000 waterways. Every single one of them was a pit. Luin thought about it and decided to set them aside for the time being. These people could not be touched. He raised his hand and rolled one more time. Luin shook his head. He would have to rest for another 10 days. There was still a month before he could bring the students out for training. He could roll 12 more times, but how many times would he be able to roll enhance? The chances were not high. 10 days passed, and Luin raised his hand and looked at his die. He hoped that he would roll enhance so that he could integrate it into someone useful. As he thought about it, he rolled one finger. He hadn't rolled a 6 the first time, second time, or third time, and he didn't have much hope for the fourth time either. Up until now, he hadn't rolled a 4. 4 was a common roll, and this fourth time, he had the highest chance of rolling a 4. Fortunately, his luck was not too bad, and he actually rolled enhance on his fourth roll. Luin grew excited when he saw the number, and his consciousness immediately appeared in the dark space. This time, he saw many bright balls of light, and some of them even made him want to merge. They were too bright, like the sun. There were also some balls of light that were just right for him. Luin looked at them and finally decided to merge with a very bright ball of light. This ball of light was not as bright as the brightest one that could illuminate the darkness, but it was still slightly different from the one that was suitable for him. It was brighter, and he did not know if he would be able to merge with it. He had to at least give it a try. This kind of brightness was probably equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th or 8th stage of origin tribulation. When he opened his eyes, he saw corpse kings everywhere. Lu Yin's expression changed. Corpse kings? The sky was dusky, and there were only broken walls left in the city. Countless corpse kings roamed the streets without consciousness, and occasionally a few shadows would pass by. They were also corpse kings. Luin watched quietly as his memories flooded into his mind. He knew that this place belonged to a pawn civilization, which was similar to the Bei family's pawn civilization when he had come to the cosmic tree. The only difference was that the humans that had been nurtured here had become corpse kings, and the families that belonged to the pawn civilization had been controlled by spies, turning this place into a place where the corpse kings developed and hid. This was not a rare situation, as the pawn civilization was not under the jurisdiction of the cosmic tree. It belonged to a certain family or even a certain person. Once that person was controlled by the Eternals, the pawn civilization would change. Generally speaking, it was unlikely for a powerful corpse king to appear in a pawn civilization, and Luin had not expected to encounter one. The corpse king that he had merged with had absolute power, and it was at least at the 7th stage of origin tribulation. Luin could feel how tyrannical its body was. This corpse king had been hiding in the pawn civilization for nearly 1,000 years, waiting for something. Luin could not glean any more information from the corpse king's memories, so he looked up and controlled his body to charge out. The only thing he could do was expose this corpse king and attract the four-way scales to eradicate this family that had been controlled by spies, as well as this pawn civilization that was filled with corpse kings. The corpse king charged out of the pond, and outside, many people were shocked. A monster. Eternal corpse king, attack. The family fell into chaos, and the family head was shocked. Not good, why did it come out? News of the corpse king's appearance spread as quickly as possible, and many cultivators in the vicinity attacked. However, the corpse king that Luyin had merged with had a high cultivation, and the strongest of these cultivators was only an enlighter. This was also why the spies could easily control this place, so how could they pose a threat to a 7th-stage corpse king? Fortunately, the corpse king was under Lu Yin's control, and as long as Lu Yin did not attack, these people would not be harmed. However, he could not keep merging with the corpse king's body, and the closest place to this place was the farmer's clan. Lu Yin controlled the corpse king to charge in that direction, as he wanted to commit suicide. The central realm was too large, and even a half-ancestor would need some time to cross over. Fortunately, the farmer's clan was not too far away, and the spy that controlled the family wanted to hide under cover. As expected, no one discovered him, but this also made things easier for Lu Yin, as he did not have to spend too much time merging with the corpse king. He controlled the corpse king's body and quickly saw the seed garden. His eyes trembled as he charged forward. Attacking the farmer's clan with a 7th-stage origin tribulation cultivation was tantamount to suicide. The farmer's clan was a colossus in the central realm, and when the Lu family was still around, it had been as famous as the frigid immortal sect and Shenwu Plain. After the Lu family had been exiled, countless families that were close to the Lu family had been destroyed. Only the farmer's clan and the Lu family had remained unscathed because of their strength. Even a half-ancestor would not dare to attack the farmer's clan, let alone a 7th-stage origin tribulation cultivator. This was a shocking day for many of the farmer's family members. In the fields, many of them saw a corpse king charging towards them with a murderous aura. Many of them paled in fright. Attacking the farmer's family was not a suicidal move, it was a sign that the corpse king was a progenitor. It wasn't just them, even Xianxia had the same thought. He stared at the charging corpse king and clenched his fists, immediately contacting the ancestor. In the fields, Xianxia and Xianxia stared blankly. Then, a green leaf emerged from the ground and streaked across the sky like an autumn breeze, wrapping around the corpse king. Lu Yin wanted to feel the farmer's family's strength, so he punched out. His fist landed on the green leaf, but there was no reaction. There wasn't even a scratch on the leaf, but the corpse king that he had fused with was tightly bound. First its muscles, then its bones, and then its organs. After a moment of darkness, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. The black and white mark in his chest trembled and grew slightly larger. He felt death once more, but this time it was from the farmer's family. A single leaf had instantly killed a corpse king at 7 origin tribulation without any resistance. This was the farmer's family's strength. It wasn't just a corpse king, perhaps even a half-ancestor wouldn't be able to resist that leaf. Lu Yin didn't dare to underestimate the behemoths of the cosmic tree. If the farmer's family could do it, then so could the 4-way scales. He rejoiced once more that he had Kuei Luo and the 7 sky gods' help in escaping Dragon Mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape. At the same time, far away in the seed garden, countless people stared blankly as the leaf returned to the ground. Nothing was left behind, and the green leaf grew even greener. Xianxia blinked. What was the meaning of this? Sis, did I see wrongly? A corpse king just charged over, right? Xianxia pursed her lips. Yes. It was instantly killed? Yes. Why? Xianxia was speechless. How would I know? She removed the towel from her head and wiped the sweat off her face. Ridiculous. No one could understand why a corpse king had charged into the seed garden with all its might. Xianxia's face grew solemn. No, corpse kings didn't have emotions, which meant that they weren't courting death. There had to be a reason why a corpse king with a high cultivation would come to the seed garden. What was the reason? Could this be a sign? The Eternals were attacking the farmer's family? Also, where did this corpse king come from? At this time, he received a report that the corpse king came from a pawn civilization of a nearby family. He immediately gave the order to wipe out that family and eradicate the pawn civilization. It was getting weirder and weirder. Since he was hiding it, why did he deliberately expose it? Xianxia couldn't understand. The farmers couldn't understand. When news of this spread to the 4 Directions Balance, the 4 Directions Balance didn't understand either. They just felt that there were more and more strange things happening recently. Back at Xian Academy, Luin looked at his cosmic ring with a pained expression, as it had actually consumed more than 60 billion star essence. That was more than 60 billion star essence, not just 600 million. This was the cost of forcibly fusing with the body of a peerless expert. Not only that, he had also controlled the Corpse King to go to the Seed Garden, which had delayed him a little. That was why he had consumed so much. No matter how one looked at it, using up so much energy was heart-wrenching. Forget it. I'll just consider it a contribution to the human race. After all, I've dug out a spy and a zombie king. It's a reminder to the starry sky of trees that the Eternals can use this method to hide. He didn't get 6 o'clock for the 4th time. As expected, he had to rest for another 10 days. A few days later, Xianxia came to ask for Lu Yin's help in lockbreaking, and he helped her the most. Sir, a lot of strange things have happened recently. Do you know about them? Xianxia asked as she watched Luin lockbreak. Luin was currently only unlocking a perceptive intermediate source box, so he could divert his attention to speak. What strange things? The 4 leaders of the 4 directions balance have all gone missing, Xianxia said. Luin was astonished. All of them? Wasn't Xiaxing the only one who went missing? Not only that, but Xiaxing was the first to go missing, followed by Bai Ting, and then Wang Jing and Long Ku. Serves them right. I don't know who did it, but as long as it wasn't those Eternals, we'll be happy, Xianxia said nonchalantly. Luin said, even the sect leader of the 4 directions balance has gone missing. It's getting more and more chaotic, and I was about to bring you all out for training. Fortunately, the food god was there, or else it would have been very dangerous. Is your family all right? Your farmer's family isn't any weaker than the 4 directions balance. If Xiaxing and the others were attacked by those Eternals, then your family should be careful as well. Sir's guess is accurate. Something happened to my family as well, Xianxia said solemnly. Luin pretended to be surprised. What happened? Xianxia bit her lip. I don't know how to put it, but an Eternals monster charged into our family as if it was seeking death, but it was crushed to death by the fallen leaf boundary left behind by our ancestor. It's very strange, and the 4 directions balance has sent people to investigate. I'm guessing that the Eternals will make their next move. The Lu family is very nervous now, and they've called back all their outer disciples. Luin sighed. That's really strange. That's your farmer's seed garden, and a monster dared to charge in. It's really seeking death. Because of that monster, our farmer's family found many corpse kings hidden in the pond civilization. It caused quite a commotion, and I'm guessing that the 4 directions balance will definitely clean up the pond civilizations controlled by the various sects and put them under surveillance. This might cause a commotion, Xianxia murmured. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. The pond civilization was a very common civilization in the starry sky of the Tree of Trees, but it was a secret civilization that was rarely disclosed to the outside world. Any family or faction that had an emissary would nurture a pond civilization, providing death warriors, guards, and even more unspeakable uses for the family. Once this was monitored by the 4-way scales, the impact on these families and sects would be huge. This was equivalent to tearing off some people's extravagant outer garments, and what they wore underneath would be obvious. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was not a simple matter. Xian Academy did not nurture a pond civilization, but the seed garden definitely had one, and so did the Lu family. These 2 families would not have it easy, and then there were the families and organizations with 6 or 7 tribulation ascendants. If the 4 directions balance really did this, it would cause a huge impact on the cosmic tree realm. However, this was a good thing. If Luin took control of the cosmic tree realm, he would also release the pond civilizations. How could humans raise humans in captivity? It was no different from raising animals in captivity. The people in the pond civilizations were basically at the mercy of those families and sects, and it was too tragic. If the 4 directions balance really did this, it would be a good thing. Does your seed garden have a pond civilization? Luin asked casually. Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's very large. There are countless people in one piece, and as long as their cultivation reaches a certain level, they can break free from the pond civilizations and join my seed garden. They'll be treated the same as other cultivators, and our school of agriculture isn't as cruel to them as the other families. Wasn't that cruel? Those people had cultivated with all their might and finally managed to break free from a low-level civilization. They had thought that they would enter a more perfect world, but when they came out, they found out that they would only become servants. The School of Agriculture believed that they treated them very well and were very fair, but this was only fairness in the context of the cosmic tree realm. It was a superficial fairness, but once one left the cosmic tree realm, one could see how pitiful those people were. Anyone from the Fifth Mainland who heard about the pond civilizations would understand this, but the School of Agriculture did not. This pond civilization was a tumor of the cosmic tree realm, and Luin hoped that the Four Directions balance could do something good and remove this tumor. Not long after, Luin finished unlocking the source box and obtained a weapon. It could be considered a power vessel, but it did not have much power. It had been too long, and it had long since decayed. Xianxia broke it with a single touch, and it was completely useless. Xianxia was not disappointed. "Sir, there are only a dozen or so days left before the training begins. Mr. Tang has been helping us during this time. When will you be going?" "Let's wait a few more days," Luin replied. She did not disturb him and left. 2 more days passed, and Wu Taibai came over. He said that it was a pity that he would not be able to lead the team with Luin, but he did not complain about Lu Quebec. Mr. Zheng also came over once to remind Luin to protect Xian Academy's reputation. After all, this was the first time that the Academy had come into direct contact with the Four Directions balance after the Lu family had been exiled. The Academy's top geniuses belonged to the Four Directions balance, and they could not possibly side with the Academy. The students who truly belonged to the Academy could not compare to them. A few more days passed, and soon, 10 days were up. Luin returned to his room and raised his hand. His die appeared, and he continued. He tapped on it, and his luck was quite good as he immediately got 6 pips. His consciousness instantly entered that dark space, and he looked around. There was only one bright ball of light around him, and it was even brighter than the Corpse King's. Luin was tempted when he saw this ball of light. It would be difficult for him to fuse with it, but it also meant that the person fusing with it was at least a 7th tribulation origin cultivator. If it was a cultivator from the cosmic tree realm, then they would be at the peak of humanity, second only to progenitors and half-ancestors. This was very attractive to Luin. He no longer hesitated and fused with it. At worst, he would fail and lose some resources. Compared to the benefits of success, such losses were nothing. Whether it was in the cosmic tree realm or the Fifth Mainland, no one had ever consumed star essence as quickly as Luin had. More importantly, no one knew where he was using it. Lu Yin's consciousness fused with the ball of light, and he felt a wave of dizziness. This was the result of forcefully fusing with it, but fortunately, he had succeeded. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and saw the familiar battlefield behind him. Beneath his feet was the mother tree, and he was currently on the mother tree. The person who had fused with him was actually Celestial Master Chilling. She was the first origin heavenly master that Luin had met in the cosmic tree realm. Back then, the White Dragon clan had requested to take Luin in as a disciple under the alias of Draconic 7. She had taken the test at Dragon Mountain, and that had been the first time Luin had come into contact with a stable game called Square, which had made him famous throughout the universe. That game had left a deep impression on Luin, and he now had a clearer understanding of an origin heavenly master's abilities. He had never thought that he would be able to fuse with an origin heavenly master. For example, a discerning elementary lockbreaker would need to be at least a melder to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, while a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker would need to be at least an explorer. A boundless advanced lockbreaker would need to be at least an enlighter. However, this was only the minimum requirement, and it did not mean that someone with such a cultivation would definitely be a lockbreaker of the corresponding level. Only an enlighter who had mastered a sourcebox array could become an origin array master. As for a great origin array master, one could only become an enlighter, but a boundary array master had to be an emissary. As for the highest level of origin array master, one had to be at least an emissary. Luin wasn't too sure how many origin tribulations one had to go through. The origin array masters he had seen were either half-progenitors or peak emissaries like Master Shou and Scribe. Qilling, who had fused with Luyin, was at 7 origin tribulations and was very close to Master Shou and Scribe. However, she was still a bit off, which was just enough for Luyin to fuse with her. If she had been a half-progenitor, then Luyin wouldn't have been able to fuse with her at all. Fusing with an origin array master was much more useful than fusing with a peak emissary. At the very least, her lock-breaking experience was quite rare, and the best that Luyin had been able to fuse with was a boundary array master. As the memories flooded his mind, Luyin became very excited. He wanted to see the sourcebox array that Qilling had mastered. In order to become a celestial array master, one had to master at least 5 sourcebox arrays and create their own. This meant that Luyin would be able to see 5 sourcebox arrays from celestial master Qilling, as well as the ones she had created herself. However, before he could see the sourcebox array, Luyin saw a memory that infuriated and terrified him. Celestial Master Qilling was actually a redback. There were many redbacks in the cosmic tree, and Luyin wouldn't have been surprised if any of them were a redback. However, Celestial Master Qilling was a redback, which surprised him. He felt as if he had known that a certain half-progenitor was a redback. Origin array masters had extremely high statuses in both the 5th mainland and the cosmic tree. It should be known that the 6th mainland didn't even have one. No one would want to offend an origin formation heavenly master as long as they didn't make a mistake in principle. For example, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had an eccentric personality and didn't like the 4 cardinal scales. He didn't give the 4 cardinal scales any face, but the 4 cardinal scales didn't dare to offend him at all and had to think of ways to rope him in. Celestial Master Qilling might not have reached Celestial Master Gu Yan's status, but he wasn't far behind. The 4 cardinal scales were also trying their best to rope him in. It could be said that such a person could get anything he wanted, but he was unexpectedly a redback. He quickly searched for memories of Celestial Master Qilling becoming a redback. After checking, he quickly found out. Celestial Master Qilling didn't betray the human race after becoming a Celestial Master. Instead, she became a redback not long after she came into contact with lockbreaking. This matter was related to a person called Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was Qilling or Xianxia, they were both top geniuses when they first stepped onto the path of lockbreaking. They were known as the representatives of their generation's lockbreakers, just like the 5th mainland's Wu Dan, who was recognized by all lockbreakers as a genius who was destined to become an origin formation heavenly master. Countless people had high hopes for Qilling, and countless pairs of eyes had been watching her. However, Qilling's talent had always been inferior to Xianxia's, and she had always been suppressed. The last time she had become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, she had been a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The next time she had become a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, she had been a 1-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. In short, she had always been suppressed by Xianxia. Qilling was proud and arrogant, and she couldn't accept such an outcome. However, she couldn't surpass Xianxia either. The anger and resentment accumulated in her heart grew stronger and stronger, and this gave the Eternals an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The person who had made her a redback was the witch spirit god. This old fellow was quite good at scheming, and he had used a sourcebox array to make Qilling willingly become a redback. Of course, the condition was that Xianxia had been killed. The last time Xianxia had been killed, it hadn't been at the hands of the Eternals, but rather at the hands of the Boundless Realm. The client had naturally been a redback. After Xianxia's death, Qilling had once again become the most dazzling genius in everyone's eyes. However, her talent was still inferior to Xianxia's, and it wasn't until she became an origin array master and used the sourcebox array that the witch spirit god had given her that she improved rapidly. Her improvement was shocking, and she slowly became an origin array master. It was impossible for Luyin to see all of Qilling's memories, but there were some that had left a deep impression on her, and these memories had formed her entire life. She was a selfish, narrow-minded, and extremely talented lockbreaking woman. At the same time, Luyin had also solved the mystery of Qilling's attitude back at Dragon Mountain. At that time, he had changed his name to Long 7, and Qilling had been invited by the White Dragon clan to see if they could take him in as a disciple. At first, Qilling had praised him greatly, and she had even intentionally helped him in the stable square game, raising his lock-breaking talent to an unimaginable degree. At that time, Lu Yin had thought that it was the White Dragon clan who had helped him. However, after the frigid immortal sect had made things difficult for him and Wang Yun had recognized him, Qiuling's attitude had changed, and her words had deepened her suspicions and dissatisfaction towards him. These were two contradictory attitudes, but Lu Yin hadn't felt that there was a problem. However, outside the ladder that led to the middle realm from the top realm, Qiuling could have used her sourcebox array to trap him, but she had intentionally let him go and changed her attitude again. At that time, Lu Yin had felt that something was strange. There had to be a reason for Qiuling's attitude to change, but he had suppressed this thought after leaving the astral tree realm. Now that he had seen Qiuling's memories, he realized that all of this had been ordered by the witch spirit god. Helping Lu Yin and raising his lock-breaking talent was true, but it was also to let the four cardinal scales know that his talent was extraordinarily high. This would increase the four cardinal scales' efforts to hunt him down and eliminate him. Releasing Lu Yin meant that the four cardinal scales would continue to chase him all the way to the fifth mainland and whittle down the human race's strength. This was all part of the witch spirit god's plan. This was the overt scheme that he had told Lu Yin about. He wanted Lu Yin to whittle down the astral tree realm and the fifth mainland's strength so that only the Eternals would benefit. The Eternals wanted Lu Yin to be hunted down, but they could not allow him to be killed. Lu Yin was the bait. Lu Yin felt dizzy. Qiuling was a celestial master, and he could not fuse with her for long periods of time. It was already quite good that he could forcefully fuse with her, but now, he was about to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly searched through his memories regarding the alliance of stars, but his world spun and his consciousness passed through a patch of darkness before returning to his body. Lu Yin let out a long breath and rubbed his head. He had gained a lot from this fusion. Otherwise, he would not have known that Celestial Master Qiuling was actually a redback. He had also learned about the Alliance of Stars. Just as he had guessed, the Alliance of Stars had been gathered by the four cardinal scales, and they had purposely leaked their location to lure the Eternals into action. This was a trap that the four cardinal scales had set for the Eternals. Even if the seven sky gods' true body came, they might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone the seven sky gods' half-progenitor shell. If the seven sky gods did not make a move, then this trap would not have been set, and the four cardinal scales would not have suffered any losses. According to the four cardinal scales' understanding, this was how things should have developed. This was also Lu Yin's opportunity. With so many envoys gathered together, as long as he rolled 6 pips and kept searching, he would eventually find them. As long as he could fuse with someone's body, then he would be able to undo everyone's seals without having to appear himself. This was something that surpassed the four cardinal scales' understanding, and all that mattered was luck. Aside from these two things, Lu Yin also saw the sourcebox array that the witch spirit god had given her when he had gone through Qiuling's memories. It was called the Void Brand, and it was this sourcebox array that had allowed her to become an Origin Array Master. Her progress had been even faster than when she had been at the Boundless Advanced level. This had left many people dumbfounded, and they had all said that her talent lay in her sourcebox array. She had been able to do all of this because of the Void Brand sourcebox array. This sourcebox array had a very simple function: it could replay and freeze the events that had occurred within a certain area of the void. It could even replay and freeze the events continuously. It was like adding a timeline to one's own experience, and one could freely control that timeline. This had nothing to do with the power of time, but rather the power of space. With this sourcebox array, as long as Qiuling made a mistake while lockbreaking, she would not be able to correct it. This sourcebox array could not allow her to rewind time, but she could use it to clearly see where the mistake had occurred. She could see every detail and then research it, allowing her to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Other lockbreakers would be in danger if they made a mistake, and they would not even know what had gone wrong. Qiuling, on the other hand, could clearly see what had happened and even research it. This was different. This had also caused Qiuling to develop a habit. As long as she was cultivating, lockbreaking, or even resting, she would place a Void Brand. Suddenly, Lu Yin stood up with an ugly expression. When he had fused with her, had she placed a Void Brand in advance? Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he thought back to what had just happened. He did not know, as he had not seen that part of the memories. If she had placed a void brand, then as long as Qiuling had any doubts, she would have been able to see what had just happened through the sourcebox array and know that she had been controlled. If that was the case, what would she do? At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Lu Yin's worries had come true. As a celestial master, Qiuling was very scheming. Her identity as Redback had not been exposed for many years, and she was extremely cautious. She had a habit of subconsciously recalling what had just happened every once in a while, regardless of whether she was cultivating or resting. This habit was related to the void brand array, and that array had caused her to develop a habit similar to obsessive-compulsive disorder. After Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion, Qiuling became clear-headed. She subconsciously tried to recall what had just happened, but she could not recall anything. She checked the sourcebox array, froze the void, and replayed it. She saw a scene that shocked her. She had actually opened her eyes and looked at the other side of the battlefield. When had that happened? She had no memory of this at all, and she was very certain that she had not. If it was not her own memory, then it had to have been done by someone else. Someone had controlled her body, but who? Who could control her? And why had she not noticed at all? The first person she thought of was the shaman spirit god. Aside from the Eternals, who would target her? She had seen almost all of the top experts in the cosmic tree realm, and there was no one who could control her. The only possibility was the Eternals. She was Redback, and the Eternals had always been watching her. She could not have known what they had done. Why would the Eternals control her? Was it a warning? Indeed, ever since she had become a celestial master, she had felt that her status had risen, and she had gradually ignored the Eternals. Unless the shaman spirit god personally gave her an order, just like what had happened with Long Qi, she would do her best. Otherwise, she did not want to have anything to do with the Eternals. What had just happened was probably a warning to her. Qiuling's face darkened, and her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was thinking. Within Xian Academy, Lu Yin hurriedly checked his cosmic ring. That was 100 billion star essence. He clutched his chest, as it hurt too much. He had actually used up more than 100 billion star essence. How much would it cost when his cultivation increased and he could fuse with a half-ancestor's body? When he finally became a progenitor, how much would it cost to fuse with another progenitor's body? He didn't even dare to think about it. Would the star essence from the fifth mainland and the cosmic tree be enough for him to squander? It was a little difficult. No matter what, he still had to roll the dice. He had to think of a way to fuse with someone from the Star Alliance and help them undo the seal. As he thought about it, Lu Yin felt both anxious and expectant. He tapped 3 pips and continued. 1 pip and continued. 4 pips and that was it. He had already rolled the dice 4 times. Lu Yin entered the time-stop space to recite the primogenitor scripture and cultivate the serious art. After a year, he would have to rest for another 10 days before he could roll the die again. Unfortunately, time did not allow him to do so. In 10 days, he would be taking the students to the topmost realm for training, so he was called out by Dean Wen. There was a month until the list was confirmed, and during that time, Mr. Tang and Mr. Wei had been helping the students resolve their doubts and helping them improve their strength. Lu Yin had not appeared, but he should have appeared in the last 10 days. As for rolling the die, he would have to wait for an opportunity. Not everyone had seen the mother tree up close. Below the escalade, the culinary god smiled as he watched many students exclaim in surprise. None of them had seen the mother tree up close. Those who could enter Xian Academy were mostly elites from various families. After all, the academy's requirements for talent were too high. Of course, there were also some loose cultivators who did not have any resources but were extremely talented, and they were also accepted into the academy. This time, the 25 students that Dean Wen had chosen were all of these types. It was impossible to bring only those from influential families to the 4-way scales for training, as those students would be completely subservient to the 4-way scales. When Xian Academy arrived, the Misty Cloud sect had prepared an escalade just for them to use. They were also very generous and did not search their cosmic rings, which was very rare. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. The 4-way scales have already expressed their goodwill to the academy, Mr. Tang said with a worried tone. Lu Yin asked, "You don't want that?" Mr. Tang had a complicated look in his eyes. I hope that the academy will always be that academy. Before the four-way balance intervened, there were not many teachers in Xian Academy. People like Wu Taibai and Mr. Bai were not around, including Mr. Wei. However, as the academy expanded, not only did the number of students increase, but the number of teachers also increased. Among the teachers, Wu Taibai and Mr. Bai clearly belonged to the four-way balance. No one knew how many of the other teachers belonged to the four-way balance. Mr. Tang had always been a mentor of the academy. Like Mr. Zheng, he hoped that the academy would never change. But this was just a dream. The four sides of the scale would not allow any outside forces to exist, especially the academy and the mountains and seas. Some things can't be controlled by humans. Mister, don't think too much about it. Since it's the trend, we should do what we should do, Mr. Wei said with a smile. Mr. Tang nodded. I'm not as open-minded as you youngsters. That's right, this is the dean's concern. It has nothing to do with us. Focus on teaching the students. The culinary god listened to their conversation and did not speak. There were some things that he could not control. Not far away, Xiaxia and the others looked indifferent. They didn't care about Xian Academy at all. They were thinking about what had happened in the square scale recently. They felt like a shadow had been cast over them. The cloud ladder floated up, and Luin looked at the middle realm that was getting smaller and smaller. He looked up and saw that the soil of the top realm was within reach. Perhaps it was this soil that had forced the four sides of the scale to exile the Lu family. They wanted to see the entire sky of the astral tree realm, not just the ground beneath the Lu family's feet. This was the first time that most of the students had come to the top realm. Even if some of them had family backgrounds, it did not mean that they had been here before. In the distance, a figure smiled when she saw the arrival of the group. She walked up to the culinary god and bowed respectfully. Wang Miao Miao greets senior culinary god. The group looked at her, and many of them were stunned. What a beautiful girl. Luin looked at Wang Miao Miao. She was indeed very beautiful, and in terms of appearance, she was comparable to Yan Er. Her temperament was graceful, and her movements were ethereal. However, there was also a trace of maturity. She should not be young, but it was hard to tell. At least, not from her appearance. Wang Xiaofan's eyes flashed when he saw her, and he stared at her. So it's Fairy Miao Miao. The Wang family actually sent you here. Aren't they keeping you under house arrest? The culinary god was astonished. His tone was not as perfunctory as when he spoke to the others from the four cardinal scales. Instead, it carried the concern of an elder towards a junior, which was rare. Wang Miao Miao bowed again and looked at the culinary god with a playful smile. Other than me, no one else in the family can catch Senior's eye. They are also afraid of being reprimanded by Senior. The culinary god laughed. I wouldn't dare to reprimand the Wang family, but it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. The smile on Wang Miao Miao's face gradually disappeared. I haven't seen you since the Lu family disappeared. The culinary god sighed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the Wang family's continent. I haven't been there in a long time. Ever since the Wang family's continent was moved from the middle realm to the top realm, Senior hasn't been there, Wang Miao Miao said. The culinary god was helpless. I told you not to mention it, but you still want to be put under house arrest. Wang Miao Miao's eyes flickered, and she smiled playfully again. It doesn't matter. If I'm put under house arrest again, Senior can organize another training session. They will still have to let me out to welcome them. Senior just doesn't have to be nice to others. The culinary god was speechless. Among the students, Bai Weiwei approached Wang Xiaofan. Hey, is that the Miao Xianxia that you talk about in your dreams? She's really beautiful. Wang Xiaofan frowned. Don't talk nonsense. Bai Weiwei chuckled. Don't pretend. We've known each other since we were young. You mentioned her a lot, but you didn't mention it when you grew up. Now you don't even dare to admit it? Wang Xiaofan stared at Bai Weiwei. I told you, don't talk nonsense. On the other side, Nong Xingyang exclaimed, I actually saw Miao Xianxia. I thought that the Wang family would keep her under house arrest. What happened to her? Luin asked. Xianxia was puzzled. Sir, you don't know? Luyin replied, I'm not interested in matters outside of Yuqing. Xianxia pursed her lips. Miao Xianzi was the Wang family's most outstanding disciple 100 years ago. Although she wasn't a direct descendant, she surpassed them and had a similar status as Wang Su in the Wang family. She's from a branch family, but because she was close to the Lu family, she was put under house arrest. It's said that after the Lu family was exiled, she scolded the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Fan. Luyin was shocked. She scolded Wang Fan? Is that true? Xianxia shook her head. I don't know. That's what the rumors say, but I don't know if it's true or not. In any case, she was put under house arrest after that day and never came out. I didn't expect that she would be sent out to welcome us today. Luyin turned around. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Miao Xianzi must have done something to cause her to be put under house arrest. If she had really scolded Wang Fan, then she was a ruthless character who dared to do anything. Ding Wen had previously exclaimed that Luyin had been rude to Xia Ziheng. If this woman had really scolded Wang Fan, then her courage was 1,000,000 times greater than his. The ship that the Wang clan sent to welcome Xian Academy was a large ship that was folded out of white paper. After everyone boarded the boat, Wang Miao told everyone about the Wang family's training grounds, the Third Despair. Sanei despairs? Xianxia exclaimed. Bai Weiwei, Xiaoxinguang, and Wang Xiaofan were all shocked. Even the culinary god was shocked. Third Despair? The Wang family is actually willing to open the Third Despair for their students? Wang Miao smiled. That's right. As long as you have the ability, you can challenge the Third Despair together. I suggest that you go one by one to obtain the greatest benefits. Mr. Tang exclaimed, the Wang family is really going all out this time. They're even willing to open the Third Despair. Luyin did not understand, but he did not ask. Mr. Wei's voice rang out. It's rumored that the Third Despair is something that every Wang family disciple, regardless of whether they are direct descendants or collateral descendants, will experience. There are battle techniques, resources, and training qualifications hidden within. The Lower Despair contains treasures that can allow cultivators below the Explorer realm to protect themselves. There are also battle techniques, but they are not considered top-notch. At the Upper Despair, those with the ability can obtain the Wang family's famed meditative oblivion technique and training qualifications. As for the top-notch Taya Despair, not only are there battle techniques, there are also secret techniques, tribulation crystals, and training qualifications. Every Wang family disciple's dream is to enter the Third Despair. Mr. Tang continued, it's rumored that Fairy Miao was able to suppress the direct descendants of her generation by relying on the opportunities she obtained in the Third Despair. The meditative oblivion technique and secret techniques did not lose out to the direct descendants of the Wang family at all. In the end, she even surpassed the direct descendants. The Third Despair is the Wang family's best opportunity for the collateral descendants to surpass the direct descendants, but I've never heard of it being open to the public. Even the Lu family had to pay a price if they wanted to let their disciples in. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. They had not searched cosmic rings under the ladder, Fairy Miao had welcomed them, and then the Third Despair had been opened. The Wang family had treated the students of Xian Academy excessively well, as if they were intentionally trying to be friendly. Mr. Zheng's words flashed through his mind. What was the four-way scales trying to do? When the other students learned about the Third Despair, their eyes lit up, and they excitedly discussed something. Wang Miao shook her head and sneered. The Wang family wants to use the Third Despair's training qualifications to steal students from Xian Academy. Senior, you should be aware of this. The culinary god was helpless. So what if I'm aware of it? The academy doesn't prohibit students from joining sections. As long as they're willing, anyone can join the Wang family. Wang Miao replied, if all the students join the Wang family, will the academy still be an academy? The four-way scales wants to use this method to take over the academy and obtain it in the end. This seems to be a vicious plan that the Xia family came up with. The culinary god laughed. You're too direct. They're too sinister. Not many people can resist the temptation of the Wang family's training qualifications. Senior, you should think of a way. If all the students of Xian Academy join the four-way scales, this academy will no longer be yours, Wang Miaomiao said. The culinary god felt bitter. What could he do? Xian Academy was special. Just like this training, the mentors could choose the students, but the students could also choose their mentors. The academy was not only controlled by the mentors and the dean, but also the students. Once all the students joined the four-way scales, Xian Academy would no longer be the original Xian Academy. The four-way balance had been too aggressive. Otherwise, the college would not have been willing to bring students to the top worlds to train. This was equivalent to giving the four-way balance a chance to recruit them. Now that he was here, it was impossible for him to go back on his word. Looking back, all the students' eyes lit up. Rogue cultivators had no resources, and students with family or sect backgrounds were even more eager to join the four-way scales. This was an unsolvable problem. As soon as Luin arrived in the astral tree realm, he learned from the Bei family that there had been some changes in Xian Academy. These changes were rapidly changing the academy's stance and structure. The four Libra's goodwill and the culinary god's helplessness all indicated this. The culinary god could no longer protect Xian Academy. The top realm was not as large as the middle realm, but it still took the paper boat 5 days to travel from the cloud ladder to the Wang family's mainland, and this was only possible under the control of Wang Miaomiao, an emissary. Otherwise, an enlighter would have needed at least a few months to travel. As for the culinary god, he couldn't wait to go to the Wang family. How could he help speed up the process? Over the past few days, Luin, Mr. Wei, and Mr. Tang had met up with Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao knew Mr. Tang and had met him before. However, she was very interested in Mr. Wei and had been chatting with Mr. Wei for the past few days. As the two women spoke, Luin and the rest stayed far away from them. On the other hand, Wang Xiaofan, who was a direct descendant of the Wang family, did not even speak a single word to Wang Miaomiao. Wang Miaomiao did not even look him in the eye. The Wang family's mainland was right in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Luin had been here not too long ago, where he had captured Wang Jing and Long Ku. The Wang family was a colossus. No one knew why Wang Miaomiao was asked to welcome the people from Xian Academy. A group of upper echelons of the Wang family welcomed them, and half-martial ancestor Chai was among them. Senior food god, long time no see, half-ancestor Chai greeted the food god politely. The culinary god smiled. Yes, it's been a long time. I'm surprised that you didn't die. On the side, Wang family's people were dissatisfied. Half-ancestor Chai was a consecrator of the Wang family, so what he said was the same as provoking the Wang family. Half-ancestor Chai did not mind. Are you surprised that I'm not dead? The food god replied seriously, you're cultivating the deity retreat technique, and your legs only degenerated when you reached the half-martial ancestor realm. If you progress any further, your hands and even your brain will degenerate. What's the difference between that and death? Haha, it seems like Senior thinks highly of me. Others can curse me to death, but Senior thinks highly of me, laughed half-ancestor Chai. The culinary god shook his head and looked at the Wang family. The leader was the acting patriarch, Wang Yan. His cultivation base was only at the second origin tribulation stage, which was not bad. However, it was far from enough to be the patriarch of a colossus like the Wang clan, so only half-martial ancestor Chai could support him. Wang Jing, Wang Su, Wang Yi, and even Grand Elder Wang Si were not around. Even the Grand Elder Wang Si was not around. It wasn't just the Wang clan. There were people from the four directions balance overseeing the battlefield on the other side. Some of them had gone to the fifth mainland, and more than half of their experts had disappeared. Even their sect master had gone missing. The White Dragon clan was the most miserable. They did not have a single capable junior disciple. I wonder what the Wang clan has prepared to test the students behind me. The culinary god asked. His gaze swept past Wang Yan and the others, and then back to half-martial ancestor Chai. Although half-martial ancestor Chai was a consecrator, he was the only one in charge of the Wang family continent. Wang Yan was very calm. He was the face of the Wang clan. As for the right to make decisions, it had nothing to do with him. Once the new sky corridor was repaired and Grand Elder Wang Si and the others returned, Wang Su or Wang Yi could replace him. Half-martial ancestor Chai looked at Wang Miao Miao. Didn't you tell Senior? My Wang clan has decided to open up the Sanao impasse to the elite students of Xian Academy. Wang Miao Miao did not even look at half-martial ancestor Chai. She was the only one in the Wang clan who did not give half-martial ancestor Chai face. Half-martial ancestor Chai raised his eyebrows, but he could not cause trouble for her. The Wang clan is very sincere. I will thank the Wang clan on behalf of the students, the culinary god said with a smile. Not long after, Wang Yan, the acting patriarch, personally brought the students to tour the Wang clan continent. He was only useful for this, so letting a patriarch bring the students around was a sign of goodwill. The Wang clan continent attracted countless people. It was not easy for cultivators from the middle realm to enter the top realm, let alone the Wang clan continent. Now that they had the chance to enter the Wang clan continent, it was not an exaggeration to say that they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. Since the birth of the Wang clan continent, it has been through many trials and hardships. Enemies, assassins, redbacks, and spies have all left their marks on this continent, but no one has been able to leave alive. Do you see that blade scar? It was left behind by a half-martial ancestor of our Wang clan. Our Wang clan is proficient in palm techniques, but that half-martial ancestor only loved saber techniques. His saber techniques were so powerful that they suppressed an entire era. Furthermore, when he looked at the sword steel, his saber techniques were able to suppress the sword techniques of that generation's Liu clan, shocking an entire era. That was left behind by another ancestor of the Wang clan. That ancestor observed millions of creatures in the mortal realm and created millions of palm prints. They fused together to form the final unchanging palm technique. He slaughtered the Eternals and killed one of the 12 marquises, Xianxia. The current Xianxia is no longer the Xianxia of the past. That Xianxia died at the hands of this ancestor. Back then, the Liu clan was incompetent and allowed the redbacks to flood the continent with spies. It even caused a large-scale war. Our Wang clan charged at the front and almost broke the 5 fingers of the continent to suppress that war. Do you see the dark red color on the ground? That is the blood of countless ancestors of the Wang clan. Whether it was the Liu clan, the Frigid Immortal sect, the Shenwu clan, or the White Dragon clan, none of them have a history as iron-blooded as our Wang clan. Wang Yan proudly brought the students around the continent and introduced them as they toured. It was obvious that he was really proud of the Wang clan's history. At the same time, he did not forget to discredit others. No matter what the 4 cardinal scales had done, or how much hatred they had for Luin, they had always contributed and resisted the Eternals. This was a solid contribution. Beneath their feet, the blood had long since dried up and was now a withered black. However, the faint scent of blood could still be smelled, and the cultivators who had once fought on the front lines were not afraid of death. These people were worthy of respect. Luin watched Wang Yan's endless introduction. If Luin could avenge the Liu clan in the future, then what would the 4 cardinal scales do? Along the way, Wang Yan introduced too much of the Wang clan's history, such as how long the cosmic tree had existed, how long it had been in the Daosource sect, and even how long it had been in the Daosource sect. Although the Wang clan's history had been blurred by the passage of time, it had not completely disappeared. It had produced countless geniuses, and there were even quite a few progenitors, let alone half-ancestors. The students' eyes lit up as they listened, as it was an honor to be able to join such a large clan. This was the effect that the Wang clan wanted. To these students, the progenitor realm was out of their reach, but Wang Yan made it sound as if they could become progenitors if they joined the Wang clan. Everyone, look. There's a statue over there that has been permanently erected on the Wang clan's mainland. Senior Xianxua's innate talent was extraordinary, and he came into contact with one of the elders of the Wang clan by chance. He was attracted to join the Wang clan, and our Wang clan provided him with all the cultivation resources we had, allowing him to break through step by step. He became an envoy, a half-ancestor, and even a progenitor. He's our Wang clan's foreign ancestor. Wang Yan pointed at the statue in the distance with reverence. The group of students gasped, and they hurriedly approached the statue to take a look. In the crowd, Bai Weiwei was disdainful. Nong Xinyang bared her teeth. Shameless. Luin did not understand. What's wrong? Nong Xinyang whispered, Ancestor Xianxua isn't from the Wang clan at all. He's just close to the Wang clan. Lu Ying blinked. Then why is his statue in the Wang clan's mainland? Xianxia explained, I heard from the elders that ancestor Xianxia did receive a favor from the Wang clan, but it was only a small favor, and he was close to the Wang clan. At that time, not only was ancestor Xianxia close to the Wang clan, he was also close to the Lu clan and the Lu clan. Unfortunately, ancestor Xianxia died. At that time, he only had ancestor Wang Fan by his side. Ancestor Wang Fan said that ancestor Xianxia's dying wish was to be buried in the Wang clan's mainland, which is why the Wang clan built a statue for ancestor Xianxia. Others didn't believe it at all, but since ancestor Wang Fan said so, no one could refute it. In the end, ancestor Xianxia was buried in the Wang clan's mainland, and the Wang clan recruited many foreign cultivators. Lu Ying understood, Wang Fan's move was ruthless. Just think about it, which cultivator did not want to become a progenitor? However, the chances of becoming a progenitor were too slim. Even the four-way scales, the Lu clan, and other behemoths, how many of them could become progenitors? However, the Wang clan had forcefully nurtured a foreign ancestor. How big of an impact was this to the other cultivators? It was incomparable. Other cultivators would think that only by staying in the Wang clan would they be able to obtain the resources to become a progenitor. If they had a choice, they would definitely choose the Wang clan. Wang Fan's move not only left ancestor Xianxia's corpse in the Wang clan, but also attracted countless cultivators to join. In the distance, the eyes of the students lit up as they stared at the statue. Young people all had their own dreams, and all of them fantasized about becoming progenitors. This statue had a huge impact on them. Wang Yan was pleased. This statue was the Wang clan's weapon to recruit foreign cultivators. Who wouldn't be moved after seeing that the Wang clan had a foreign ancestor and had left behind a statue? Who wouldn't want to leave their own statue in the four-way scales? Who wouldn't want to become a progenitor? Every once in a while, the cultivators of my Wang clan will pay respects to ancestor Xianxia's statue. Every new disciple has to come here to observe. This is how my Wang clan treats talented cultivators, Wang Yan said. Xianxia curled her lips. Even Xiaxinguang and the rest could not listen to this and walked away. The culinary god was already numb. He had been brought here when he was young, and at that time, he had yearned to become a progenitor like the other students. He had almost joined the Wang clan, but the Wang clan was too sinister. There had been many progenitors throughout history, but not all of them had left their names behind. Ancestor Xianxia was definitely not a powerful progenitor, and Lu Ying estimated that he was about the same level as the 6th mainland's blood ancestor. However, because of the Wang clan's actions, he had left his name behind for eternity. If he was still alive, Lu Ying did not know whether he would be happy or sad. As a progenitor, he had fought to the death against the Eternals without leaving his name behind. However, he had left his name behind because he had been used by others. Countless people had died fighting for humanity, and their names had long since disappeared. Humans did not forget their origins, nor did they want to forget them. It was just that everyone knew that they would end up the same as these people. At the end of their cultivation, they would all see the same end point, the everlasting race. Since everyone was the same, there was no need to remember them. If they could not remember others, then the people of the future would not remember them either. Lu Ying took a deep breath. Perhaps in 100 million years, his name would disappear as well. Perhaps he would die at the hands of his enemies or the everlasting race, contributing to humanity's blood wall. With mixed feelings, Lu Ying watched the excited students tour the continent with Wang Yan. He did not want to leave, as he was tired. The Wang family's continent was huge, and Wang Yan led the students around for 2 days straight. The food god could not stop them, and there was no need to. Wang Yan had not lied, and some things were true. It would be good to let them know about the Wang family's history, as there were many elders in the family who were worthy of respect. Lu Ying saw the mining area again, and after scanning the area, he saw Shaokan Patriarch Wang Yan. What is that place? Lu Ying suddenly asked. He had not spoken much over the past 2 days, and Wang Yan had forgotten about the mentors. Wang Yan looked in the direction Lu Ying was pointing and replied, "That's a mining area." Lu Ying was surprised. The Wang family has existed for countless years. Logically speaking, even if there were mines here, they should have been exhausted by now. Why are there still some? Wang Yan casually answered, it's not really mining. It's just punishing some criminals and making them pay the price. I see. Can we take a look? Luin asked. There's always darkness under the light. These children can't only see the bright side of humanity. It's time for them to learn about the dangers. Wang Yan waved a hand, not wanting to talk about this topic. There's nothing to see in this filthy place. Let's go, I'll take you to see the rankings of the younger generation. The rankings were obviously more interesting than the mining area. Since Wang Yan did not want to talk about it, Luin could not go to the mining area either. Mr. Haoyu, are you curious about the Wang family's mining area? Mr. Wei asked as he approached Luin. Luin replied, I just want to take a look. After all, the Wang family has been here for so many years. Even if there were mines in the beginning, they should have been exhausted by now. Mr. Wei looked at the mining area. There are endless mines on this continent. Does Mr. Wei know about this? Mr. Wei said, I've read a lot of history books, and many of them mentioned the mines that the Wang family mined. Although it was only a few words, after a long history, one could tell that the Wang family didn't mine mines, but a yellow liquid. Luin was confused. What yellow liquid? Mr. Wei shook his head. Knowing that it was the yellow liquid was only a guess. The Wang family has kept this matter a secret very well, and there are no clear records of it in the ancient texts. I can only make a guess based on the descriptions in the ancient texts, but I don't know the specifics. Yellow liquid? Mr. Wei looked at Luin. Although I don't know what this yellow liquid is, it must be extremely important to the Wang family. I've read through many ancient texts, and anything related to the Wang family's mines will definitely have traces of a half-progenitor. Luin looked at the mining area once more. Traces of a half-ancestor? The last time he had disguised himself as Xia Yuan, he had felt a great threat. There was something wrong with this mine. The Wang clan's history ran through the Fifth Mainland's history. He didn't know how long it would take to finish the introduction, but the culinary god urged Wang Yan to quickly open the triple despair so that the students could gain experience. Wang Yan was in high spirits as he spoke. As the branch family head, he had never had the chance to be so glorious. Among the students, there were direct disciples from the Frigid Immortal sect and Shenwu Plain, as well as people from the Agriculture family and the Lu family. A branch family head's final fate was to be obliterated, and he rarely showed his face. His family had also said that the longer he talked, the better, so he wasn't in a hurry. I heard that Wang Jing went missing. Did the Wang family find any clues? Luin asked when he saw that Wang Yan was still in high spirits and was continuing to brag about the Wang family's history. Wang Yan's expression changed, and he glanced at Luin. There are some things that outsiders can't understand. Mr. Haoyu, please don't ask. Over the past few days, Wang Yan had elevated the Wang family's status to an unprecedented level, to the point where everyone had forgotten about the disappearance of the family head. Now that Luin had suddenly brought it up, Wang Yan's elevated image was completely suppressed. Wang Yan's expression turned ugly. I heard that Wang Jing was ambushed by the White Dragon clan's clan leader Long Xiang. I hope that nothing happened to him, Mr. Tang lamented. Wang Yan's expression turned even uglier, and he no longer had the mood to brag about the Wang family's history. No matter how glorious the family's history was, it couldn't cover up the scandal of the family head's disappearance. Wang Yan felt aggrieved. If Wang Jing had died in battle, it would have been glorious, but now he had gone missing, which was a disgrace to the Wang family. Of course, he wouldn't dare say such a thing, as just thinking about it made him feel guilty. He glanced at Wang Xiaofan. The flower had 3 petals, and the vegetation was floating in the void. In a corner of the Wang family's continent, there was a flower with roots that took root in the void. Each petal was the size of a planet, and within each petal was a space that flowed with colorful lights. It was impossible to see clearly from the outside, and only a hazy halo could be seen. This was the Wang family's 3 ecstasy. There are 3 petals on this flower, and each petal represents an impasse. Wang Yan saw that everyone was staring at the petals, and he explained, the three impasses are divided into the lower impasse, upper impasse, and Taya impasse. The lower impasse can accommodate limiters and cultivators below the limiter realm, while the upper impasse can accommodate explorers to hunters. The three ecstasy has different requirements for entering, and the rewards and dangers are different as well. However, regardless of whether it's the lower ecstasy, upper ecstasy, or Thai ecstasy, you can all obtain one thing, the right to be nurtured. My Wang family has no conditions for this, the right to be nurtured. Unconditional nurture? Someone exclaimed. It was a limiter who looked to be in his teens. He was very young, and the younger one was, the more potential one had. The students sent by Xian Academy all had extremely high innate gifts, or else they wouldn't have been able to attract the four cardinal scales' interest. Wang Yan raised his head. That's right. Entering the three ecstasy means that my Wang family approves of you. Regardless of whether or not you join my Wang family in the future, even if you become my family's enemy, as long as you enter the three ecstasy and obtain the right to be nurtured, my Wang family will provide you with the corresponding resources according to the agreement. This will continue until you reach the agreed cultivation level. This is my family's promise. The fatty raised his hand. Yes, yes. Wang Yan raised an eyebrow. Uncle? This kid is also from the Wang family? Are there no exceptions? The fatty finished speaking. Wang Yan's face darkened. No. As long as you obtain the right to be nurtured, you can be nurtured even if you're from Ghost Abyss. What kind of nurturing qualifications are there in the lower ecstasy? A girl asked excitedly. Wang Yan's lips curled up. There are 36 nurturing qualifications in the lower ecstasy, and the highest is for enlighters. In other words, if you enter the lower ecstasy as a limiter or even a melder or sentinel, the Wang family will definitely nurture you to become an enlighter without restricting your freedom. There are also 36 nurturing qualifications in the upper ecstasy, and the highest is still for enlighters, but only peak enlighters. As for the Taya ecstasy. He deliberately paused here. All of the students fell silent and looked at Wang Yan with excitement. Wang Yan slowly said, Emissary. There are 36 nurturing qualifications as well? Bainan asked. Although he was from the Frigid Immortal sect and a branch of the Bai family, he was still tempted. Wang Yan nodded. That's right, there are also 36 nurturing qualifications. The lower ecstasy is for hunters, and the highest is for enlighters. The upper ecstasy is for enlighters, and the highest is for peak enlighters. As for the Taya ecstasy, the lowest is for peak enlighters, and the highest is for emissaries. Many of the students' breathing quickened as they looked at the third ecstasy, their eyes filled with desire. Luin finally understood why the culinary god had been so surprised when he'd heard that the Wang family was willing to open up the third ecstasy. It was indeed a huge investment. Not only did the lower ecstasy and upper ecstasy have the qualifications to nurture emissaries, but the Taya ecstasy actually had the qualifications to nurture emissaries. As long as one could obtain the qualifications, they would definitely be nurtured into an emissary by the Wang family, which was equivalent to becoming a future emissary. The temptation was too great. When Luin had first stepped onto the path of cultivation, even becoming an enlighter seemed out of his reach, let alone an emissary. How many enlighters were there in the fifth mainland's outerverse? Even a weave might not have one, so how many emissaries could there be in the innerverse and outerverse? Any emissary was a powerhouse that could command respect from countless people. As long as one could obtain the qualifications to enter the Taya ecstasy, they would be able to do so. Furthermore, they would be nurtured by the Wang family, which meant that they would be branded as part of the Wang family. Who would dare to act against a member of the Wang family? To these students who had not seen much of the world, this was a fatal temptation. First, the Wang family had expressed goodwill, then the Zhongyu statue, and now, the third ecstasy. If Luin had still been a limiter or an explorer, he might not have been able to resist this temptation. Aside from the qualifications to be nurtured, the third ecstasy also contains more than 100 battle techniques. The upper ecstasy contains my Wang family's ultimate technique, the art of forgetfulness. The Taya ecstasy also contains a secret technique and tribulation crystals. As long as you have the ability, you can obtain them all, Wang Yan announced loudly. The students stared with their eyes wide open. the art of forgetfulness, the secret technique, and the calamity crystal. Every one of them was attractive enough to ruin a family. If two people of similar cultivation were to learn the art of forgetfulness, they would be able to surpass the other in an instant, let alone the secret technique. The calamity crystal was an extremely precious item. Just getting a little of it was enough to make others envious. These were all in the 3 petals in front. For a moment, many of the students could not help but want to rush in, but fortunately, the culinary god stopped them. With the students' current state of mind, it was not appropriate for them to enter the 3rd ecstasy, as it was easy for them to make mistakes due to impulsiveness. The culinary god discussed with the Wang family and decided that they would enter the 3rd ecstasy the next day. Wang Yan agreed, as his mission was complete. These students were completely attracted to the Wang family, and a single sentence from them would be enough to label them as part of the Wang family. Actually, the culinary god did not understand why the family valued these students so much. No matter how talented they were, they could not compare to the Wang family's elite disciples. However, since it was an order from the family, he could only follow it. The sphere of light on the Wang family's continent continued to shine, but there was something moving in the sky that blocked the light from time to time. The movement was extremely slow, and every once in a while, a region of the continent would be covered in darkness. This was the night of the Wang family's continent. The culinary god sat alone at a stone table, staring at the sky. He did not drink any wine or tea, he just sat there. Luin walked over. "Senior, what are you thinking about?" The culinary god's tone was bleak. "I watched and guarded for a lifetime, but in the end, I couldn't hold on." "Senior, you've already done your best." The culinary god looked at Luin. "I'm sorry. I invited you to the academy, but not only did I expose your identity, but I also put you in this situation." Luin was amused. "Senior doesn't seem like a sentimental person. There will always be gains and losses. Since I can't change the situation, I might as well go with the flow." The culinary god sighed. "If possible, I really don't want the academy to belong to the 4-way scales, but it seems like this is the best outcome. The academy can't be saved, so it's better to use the time the 4-way scales can rope in the students and let them obtain more resources. That way, their future path of cultivation will be smoother. As for who they serve, that's up to them. They'll have to go to the backline and fight for humanity." Luin asked, "With senior strength, it might not be impossible to protect the academy. Did a progenitor take action?" The culinary god did not answer. Instead, he said, "Tell Kui Luo to stop attacking the academy. Otherwise, the 4-way scales will deal with him instead of us." The 4-way scales couldn't do anything to him before, but that might not be the case in the future. Some people will eventually come out, and the universe will eventually change. The culinary god paused for a moment, seemingly exhausted. "Go back and rest." Luin could not help Xian Academy. The Lu family had been exiled, and the 4-way scales had gradually taken control of the astral tree domain. They would eliminate all unstable factors. This time, it was Xian Academy, and next time, it might be the Seed Garden, the Sword Steel, the Lu family, and so on. The most helpless thing was that even though they knew this would happen, they could not resist. The only thing Xian Academy could do was fight for the best interests of its students. There was one thing that the culinary god did not mention, but Luin could guess: to protect the mountain sea. The 4-way scales didn't know that the mountain and sea realm had a master, but Xian Academy did. They wanted to conceal this secret as much as possible. Luin had not thought about it in detail before, but now that he thought about it, the only reason why Xian Academy wanted to keep this a secret was because the person who inherited the mountain sea realm would not be able to protect himself. In other words, that person had not reached the progenitor realm, and he might not even have reached the half-progenitor realm. Otherwise, Xian Academy would not have needed to protect the mountain sea realm. The 4-way scales could not wait to target Xian Academy. The reason why the Wan family was so friendly was probably because of the mountains and seas. One wanted to seize it, while the other wanted to protect it, resulting in the current situation. Based on the current situation, Xian Academy would not be able to hide it for long. Once the fact that the mountain and sea had a master was exposed, the 4-direction scale would definitely shake. At that time, the person who inherited the mountain and sea would definitely be found. Luin was curious as to who had inherited the mountain sea. That was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Once one became an ancestor, they would be considered a supreme expert. Was this person a friend or a foe? Even though Xian Academy was close to the Lu family, that did not mean that the person who inherited the mountains and seas would also be close to the Lu family. Xian Academy was protecting the future of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, not a single person or power. Luin was very certain about this. Senior, since we can't change anything, then let's do as you said. I have a way to let the students gain even more benefits. Can you contact Fairy Meow? Luin asked, his lips curling up in a pleased smile. Since the Wang family wanted to express their goodwill and generously gift them with resources, then the academy would not stand on ceremony. The next day, the group arrived at the 3 Aces Despair as promised. Luin and the food god exchanged glances as they looked at the 3 flower petals. Not far away, Wang Miao Miao had a strange expression on her face. She looked at Wang Yan, and then at half-ancestor Chai. Everyone, have you all adjusted your mentality? Wang Yan smiled. He had been praised the day before by Wang Sun, who had come from the back of the battlefield, who had said that he had done well. Wang Sun was already aware of how excited the students from Xian Academy were. Ready, many of the students shouted excitedly. The little fatty excitedly raised his hand. Yes, we're ready. Wang Sun's praise made Wang Yan even more enthusiastic, and he even found the little fatty more pleasing to the eye. That's good. Enter the 3 Aces Despair according to your cultivation. I hope that all of you will be able to obtain the right to be nurtured and obtain good battle records and techniques. My Wang family has high hopes for all of you. Work hard, little fatty. The little fatty was very excited. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, the group of students did not rush into the 3 Aces Despair as he had expected. Some of them rushed out and found a particular despair, such as Bai Nan, Nong Xinyang, Lu Kei, Bai Weiwei, Xiaoxingguang, and the others. They were either elites from the 4-side scale or had great family backgrounds. The students who had been selected by the dean did not rush out. Instead, they gathered in groups of 5 and mumbled to themselves as they discussed. The Wang family was at a loss. What were they doing? Wang Yan did not understand. This shouldn't be the case. Even the Wang family's disciples were impatient the first time they entered the 3 Aces Despair, as they were afraid that the right to be nurtured and other resources would be snatched away by others. How could these students be so calm? The students who had rushed out were also stunned, and they all turned back to look. This way, I said this way. Raise your hand higher. Legs, old Lu, lower your legs. Don't obstruct the killing intent. Alright, I'll take it. Our side is fine too. Our side is fine. Alright, let's take it. A moment later, the gathered students assumed strange poses and took out their source boxes at the same time. In an instant, the killing intent from the source boxes overlapped and constantly changed. Half-ancestor Chai was shocked. Stop. He took a step forward, but at the same time, the food god blocked him. Stop. Half-ancestor Chai stared at the food god. What are you all trying to do? Are you trying to get the students to commit suicide? The other members of the Wang family also thought the same. It would have been fine if they had casually taken out their source boxes, but now, the students had all taken out their source boxes at the same time. There were a total of 25 students, which meant that there were 25 source boxes at the same time. Even if these source boxes were all discerning elementary, who knew what would happen when their killing intent overlapped? Wang Yan's hands and feet went cold. It was over. Xian Academy wanted to take him down with them. His family was trying to find a way to attract these students, and he had already learned the reason from half-ancestor Wang Sun the day before. Xian Academy wanted to control the students so that they could control Xian Academy. After all, many matters within Xian Academy were decided by the students, but there was another important reason. Wang Yan rejoiced that he had done a good enough job to attract the students. However, he had not expected Xian Academy to be so ruthless. They would rather have the students die than allow them to be used by the Wang family. This was troublesome, and they were too ruthless. Had he gone too far yesterday? The first thing that came to his mind was the cruelty of his family. Their punishment. Don't worry. We can't wait to protect these children. How could we bear to let them die? The culinary god said slowly as he looked back. Half-Ancestor Chai and the other cultivators from the Wang family, as well as the students who had rushed out, all looked over. They saw 5 groups of students, and each group had 5 source boxes overlapped with each other to form a source box array, a channeling diagram. That's right, this was Lu Yin's plan. He had used the source box's killing intent to set up a channeling diagram that would allow the students to be like fish in water in the 3 overs despair. According to the power of the source box's killing intent, these 5 sets of channeling diagrams would be enough to make even a peak in lighter powerhouse feel helpless, and they would be able to rampage through the 3 overs despair. Lu Yin wanted these students to enter the 3 overs despair and plunder all of the resources there. What are you waiting for? Go! Lu Yin barked. The 5 groups of students excitedly charged towards the 3 overs despair. The rest of the students were stunned. There was such a thing? Lu Yin glanced at the rest of the students. We don't have that many source boxes, so we can only make them work harder and search for resources. When the time comes, we'll split the spoils. Thank you, Mr. Hao Yu. Thank you, sir. The rest of the students sighed in relief, as they had thought that Lu Yin had given up on them. Wang Xiaofan stared blankly at the groups of students rushing past him. What was going on? The Wang family had never prohibited their disciples from bringing external items into the 3 overs despair. Obtaining a good external item was already an opportunity, and entering the 3 overs despair was also an opportunity that did not need to be taken away. However, they had never imagined that something like this would happen. How could Lameters, explorers, and hunters enter the 3 overs despair using a sourcebox array? Even an enlighter would not be able to do so, but this was exactly what had happened. Wang Yan did not know whether he should stop them or not. Before Wang Yan could move, the Wang family elder who had been guarding the 3 overs despair all this time stepped forward and blocked the first group of students who had excitedly tried to enter. Lu Kei stepped forward and stood in front of the Wang family elder. This Wang family elder's cultivation was not very high, and he had undergone 2 origin tribulations. However, he was still not someone that Lu Kei could deal with. What is the Wang family doing? Are you not allowing the students to enter? Mr. Tang questioned. The Wang family elders' face darkened. They can't go in like this. The culinary god looked over. I have some understanding of the Wang family's 3 overs despair, and there doesn't seem to be any rule that forbids cultivators from entering through a sourcebox array. Wang Yan was speechless, as there was no such rule, as it was impossible for such a rule to appear. However, now that it had appeared, he did not know what to do. He could only look at Half-Ancestor Chai, as his status as the acting family head was far inferior to that of a Half-Ancestor consecrator. Half-Ancestor Chai was placed in a difficult position. The Wang family wanted to show goodwill to Xian Academy students, and they were willing to pay a certain amount of resources. However, that did not mean that they would be willing to pay a large amount. If these students entered through a sourcebox array, who knew how many resources they would receive? Since Xian Academy was confident that they could set up a sourcebox array for these students, it meant that the sourcebox array would be able to resolve the difficulties within. Senior Culinary God, the 3 overs despair is meant to provide the cultivators with an opportunity to cultivate. If the students enter through a sourcebox array, they will not be able to achieve the desired results. This is not in line with the original intent of this training exercise. Half-Ancestor Chai hesitated. The culinary god did not care. The students have different goals for this training exercise. You see, the majority of the students need to train, but those who use a sourcebox array do not. What they need to do is observe the sourcebox array. They have their own goals for this training exercise, so there's no need for you to worry about that. In any case, whether or not you allow them to enter is a simple decision. After hearing the culinary god's words, Half-Ancestor Chai silently cursed him for being shameless. Those students clearly did not have any source boxes, but where had Xian Academy gotten so many? He looked at Lu Yin and saw that there were only 3 origin array masters in Xian Academy. One was Dean Wen, another was Mr. Wen, and the last was Yu Hao. How did this person carry so many source boxes with him? In the end, the Wang family stepped aside. If they tried to stop them, then all their previous efforts would have been wasted. Compared to the overall situation of Xian Academy, these resources were not that important. The students all entered, and the surroundings became somewhat deserted. Luyin chatted with Mr. Wei while Mr. Tang closed his eyes to rest. The culinary god had nothing to do, so he flipped through a cookbook. Half-Ancestor Chai glanced at Yu Hao from time to time, as he had discovered that Yu Hao's lock-breaking ability was extraordinary. As a half-ancestor, although he did not know how to lock-break, he had been influenced by what he had seen and heard over the years. He had never heard of anyone using a sourcebox to make students who did not know how to lock-break set up a sourcebox array. Was this something that an origin array master could do? This person seemed to be a real Yuan array master. It was not that half-ancestor Chai did not know any real Yuan array masters, but he had never heard of such a thing. As he thought about it, he asked Wang Yan to invite the Wang family's real Yuan array master. Aside from the White Dragon clan, the other three families all had real Yuan array masters overseeing them. This was their foundation, and it was also the reason why the White Dragon clan had been so excited when they had found out about Long Seven's lockbreaking innate gift. The White Dragon clan wanted to bridge the gap between them and the other three families, but unfortunately, this gap could not be closed in a short time. Speaking of which, what exactly is in this third despair? Luyin curiously looked at the three petals. Mr. Wei smiled. There are many ferocious beasts in there, and some of the Wang family sinners are occasionally locked up as training targets. It's very large, and I've heard that there are even kingdoms there. There are kingdoms? Luyin was astonished, as he recalled that the Astral Combat Academy's trial mission had required him to go to Shenwu continent. Mr. Wei sighed. These large clans with long histories have plenty of ways to provide experience. Furthermore, every once in a while, the mountains, rivers, landscapes, cultures, and customs will all change. This is to prevent their predecessors from giving directions to their descendants. Luyin understood this. Let's hope that they can gain something. It's not easy. In this kind of training, it's more efficient to act alone. In that kind of situation, they can only snatch things by force if they want to get something. Otherwise, they would spend all their time searching and rushing, Mr. Wei said. Luyin slapped his head. He had made a mistake. He should have assigned a guide to each of the 5 groups so that he could act as their eyes and guide them to search for resources. The resources were dangerous, but as long as they could find them, they could easily obtain them. Hopefully, they would be smart enough to do so. Elsewhere, the Wang family's Realm Yuan array master arrived. Wang Yan explained what had happened, and the Realm Yuan array master's first reaction was that it was impossible. This kid is so young. Even if he had been an origin array master since he was a child, it would still be impossible for him to accomplish such a feat. This is not something that can be accomplished with just innate talent. It requires experience, and a considerable amount of lock-breaking experience. Otherwise, I don't think that even an Origin Array Celestial Master would be able to accomplish such a feat. An Origin Array Celestial Master can rely on their innate talent in sourcebox arrays and lockbreaking to achieve such a feat, but this is not something that innate talent can make up for. Half-Ancestor Chai replied, based on what you know, who can accomplish such a feat? The Realm Yuan Array Master thought about it. There are 4 Celestial Masters in my Astral Tree Society. Celestial Master Gu Yen is known as the #1 Celestial Master, so he will definitely be able to accomplish such a feat. Celestial Master Li specializes in killing, and his lock-breaking skills are not as good as Celestial Master Chilling's, so he might not be able to accomplish such a feat. As for Celestial Master Chilling, I don't know much about her. Her innate talent in sourcebox arrays is extremely high, but her lock-breaking skills are also very high, and they are not something that I can estimate. The last person is Celestial Master Mu, who is known as the youngest Origin Array Celestial Master. No one doubts Celestial Master Mu's innate talent in lockbreaking and sourcebox arrays. Even Celestial Master Gu Yan once said that Celestial Master Mu would be his successor. However, with Celestial Master Mu's current age, he might not be able to accomplish such a feat. Half-Ancestor Chai frowned. Innate talent was something that could never be understood by those who did not possess it. He had been able to cultivate to the half-ancestor realm, and even though he would never be able to reach the progenitor realm, he was still a genius in the eyes of others. Mediocre people would never be able to understand what innate talent was, and this real Yuan formation master was no exception. Half-Ancestor Chai's words could only be half-believed, as he could not be sure whether Celestial Master Mu or Celestial Master Li could accomplish such a feat. Furthermore, there was also Bai Xian'er, and no one knew how good her lock-breaking skills were. If Dingwen was here, then he might be able to accomplish such a feat after all. The Wen family once produced an origin array Celestial Master, and he was even a progenitor. Perhaps he left something behind, and Dingwen is very experienced in lock-breaking, the Wang family's real Yuan formation master muttered to himself. Half-Ancestor Chai replied, Dingwen definitely isn't here, and it's not possible to accomplish such a feat through the Cloud Connect stone. It's definitely not possible, the Wang family's real Yuan formation master replied. He then looked at Lu Yin with a strange glint in his eyes. If this young man is truly capable of accomplishing such a feat, then his lock-breaking talent is too terrifying. He might even surpass Celestial Master Mu and become the youngest origin array Celestial Master in history. After all, he's already a real Yuan formation master. What's his name? Wang Yan replied, his real name is Yu Hao, and he's been hiding in Xian Academy under the alias of Hao Yu. He's Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple. Celestial Master Gu Yan's disciple? The Wang family's real Yuan formation master was shocked. No wonder, no wonder. Is there any way to rope him in? If we can rope him in, then our Wang family will definitely produce an origin array Celestial Master in the future. You should know that the last origin array Celestial Master of the Wang family died 10 years ago on the battlefield at the back. As for me, I don't have the ability to become a Celestial Master. Half-Ancestor Chai's eyes flashed, as these words reminded him of something. Of the current 4 origin array Celestial Masters, Celestial Master Gu Yan didn't care about any of them, as he hated the 4 cardinal scales. Celestial Master Li was focused on researching killing source box arrays on the back of the battlefield, and he was also focused on unlimited energy. Celestial Master Qiling was close to Shenwu Plane and could be considered part of that plane. Celestial Master Mu was close to the Frigid Immortal sect and could be considered part of that sect. Only the Wang family no longer had an origin array Celestial Master. And this was just on the surface. Who knew if the Frigid Immortal sect and Shenwu Plane had any hidden Celestial Masters? Shenwu Plane was still trying to find a way to bring Yu Hao back. If they took him away, not only would they gain a future origin array Celestial Master, but they would also be able to rope in Celestial Master Gu Yan. He looked in the direction of Shenwu Plane. Ever since Bai Ting had disappeared, everyone had pointed their spears at the Frigid Immortal sect, but they had forgotten that Shenwu Plane was in the same situation as the Frigid Immortal sect. They had the most origin array Celestial Masters, and they were all trying to rope in Yu Hao. Even if they had captured the family head, the Frigid Immortal sect had wanted to obtain the Star Alliance, and the Shenwu Plane had also wanted Celestial Master Gu Yan. Both parties posed a great threat to them. Furthermore, news from the outside world had almost confirmed that it was the Eternals who had captured the family head and the others. The Frigid Immortal sect's threat had greatly decreased, while the Shenwu Plane's threat had increased. When he thought of this, he looked at Lu Yin. If not for today's events, he wouldn't have noticed how big of a threat the Shenwu Plane was. He immediately contacted Wang Sun to guard against the Shenwu Plane. Lu Yin hadn't expected that Half-Ancestor Chai had only wanted to force the Wang family to cough up more resources. However, this caused Half-Ancestor Chai to be wary of the Shenwu Plane. The 4 continents had a special relationship with each other, and although they seemed to be in balance, everyone wanted to break this balance and replace the Lu family as the ruler of the Cosmic Tree realm. Originally, this balance would have taken many, many years to break, but with Lu Yin's appearance and his strength, everything he did shook the 4 continents. In the end, it was still because of his strength. Lu Yin's strength was enough to affect part of the balance, which caused the 4 continents to be wary of each other. Wang Miao found Lu Yin. Old man Chai has been keeping an eye on you. Be careful not to fall into his trap. Lu Yin looked at Half-Ancestor Chai, who was still staring back at him. The two looked at each other, and Lu Yin could see the coldness and wariness in Half-Ancestor Chai's eyes. With Senior Food God around, he won't be able to do anything to me, Lu Yin said. Wang Miao shook her head. Don't underestimate these people. They've even exiled the Lu family when they're scheming. She paused and then smiled. Today's matter was delightful. We've finally made the Wang family bleed a little. Luyin smiled. I still have to thank you. Without the source box you found, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But are you all right? It would have been troublesome if you'd been discovered. Wang Miao Miao smiled brilliantly. It doesn't matter. What can they do to me? Wang Jing is still missing, and that old fogey, Wang Si, had better die in the wasteland. That's the ending she deserves. Die in the wasteland? Your wish has been fulfilled. Luyin really wanted to say that. After Wang Miao Miao left, Luyin felt that something was strange. Why does she hate her family so much? Mr. Wei had chatted with Wang Miao Miao on the way to the Wang family's mainland for a few days, and he had learned a lot. She's one of the few people in the Wang family who's close to the Lu family. When the Lu family was exiled, she cursed at ancestor Wang Fan and has been locked up ever since. She really cursed at them? Luyin was astonished. He had heard Nong Xingyang mention this before, but it felt unreal when she said it herself. Now that Mr. Wei had said it, it had to be true. Mr. Wei nodded with some admiration. Not everyone dares to do such a thing. Luyin replied, I don't know what the Lu family did, but the 4 continents joined forces to exile them. However, there are still many people who are close to the Lu family, even within the 4 continents. I just don't know what kind of relationship this fairy Miao Miao has with the Lu family. Mr. Wei had a strange look on his face, and he glanced at Luyin. It seems like Mr. Hao Yu really wants to know. Luyin smiled. We're just chatting. The students have been training for at least half a month, and it would be boring if we didn't talk about anything. Mr. Wei looked at San Egu. Everyone says that fairy Miao Miao is close to the Lu family, which is why they were exiled. She even dared to curse at her own family's ancestor. However, there's another rumor that fairy Miao Miao isn't close to the Lu family, but rather has feelings of both hatred and love. It seems like she was teased by someone from the Lu family, and after a few times, she actually developed feelings of love. Luyin was shocked and blinked. There's such a rumor? Mr. Wei smiled. Actually, history is very interesting. You can see the trajectory of human development, learn about various heroes, and understand all sorts of things. At the same time, you can also see some gossip. I like gossip. Luyin pursed his lips. I like it too. That's why I believe the latter, Mr. Wei said before leaving. The training will take at least half a month, so there's no need to wait here. Luyin looked at Mr. Wei's back and fell into deep thought. This trip to the Wang family was mainly for the students to gain experience. Once all the students entered the Triple Despair, the people outside would be safe. The food god informed Luyin and the others that they could leave at any time as long as they returned after half a month. Luyin stayed outside the Triple Despair for a few days before leaving. It was time to continue rolling his die. Since he had no luck, he would make up for it with numbers. Luyin had just returned to his residence when someone came looking for him. It was the Wang family's Jiyuan formation master. I am Wang Nian, and I hope that Mr. Hao Yu will not take offense at my sudden visit, the Wang family's formation master said politely. Luyin replied, Senior is too polite. What is it? Wang Nian replied, I'm curious about something and would like to ask you in person. Would it be convenient for you? Luyin did not decline. Of course. Senior, please come in. Luyin invited Wang Nian into his residence, and Wang Nian did not stand on ceremony. He went straight to the point. May I ask if you helped set up those students' sourcebox arrays? Luyin immediately denied the question, and his expression turned solemn. I didn't set them up, just guide them. I'm a teacher at Xian Academy, and I have the responsibility to guide the students. If the Wang family has any questions, you can directly look for the food god. Wang Nian laughed. Mr. Hao Yu, you don't have to worry about it. I'm just a Jiyuan formation master who wants to get to know another formation master. Lockbreakers are connected, and whether it's on the backside or in the astral tree domain, our relationship can transcend the constraints of our families. This is something that lockbreakers have carved into their bones over countless years. Even if I'm a member of the Wang family, I won't say a word about what I've said here today without your permission. Lu Yin's expression softened. Forgive me for my lack of manners. Wang Yan smiled. From your perspective, your reaction is normal. Are you still willing to talk to me? Of course. To be honest, I was the one who guided them, Lu Yin said. Wang Yan sighed and sized Lu Yin up. Mr. Haoyu, you're so young, but you're already so accomplished in lockbreaking. That's rare and admirable. Lu Yin smiled wryly. If you were forced to lockbreak every day for decades without stopping, then it wouldn't be surprising. Wang Yan suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Divine Master Gu Yan's teachings are really. He didn't know what to say. Lu Yin didn't have the energy, and even if he did, he wouldn't have so many source boxes. It could only be said that Divine Master Gu Yan had too many source boxes. It's not just Jiayu. Even my cultivation has improved by dealing with the dangers of source boxes. There are some source boxes that I can't deal with at all. If not for Master, I would have died a long time ago, Lu Yin lamented. Wang Yan nodded. Mister, you're young, but you're no less experienced than us old men. You're truly admirable. Perhaps the next Origin Celestial Master of the Starry Sky Tree will be you. Mister might even replace Celestial Master Mu and become the youngest Origin Celestial Master in the history of the Starry Sky Tree. You can't become a Sage Master just by lockbreaking. That's why Master was willing to let me out. He wanted me to experience some things, resolve some things, and let go of my obsession. Wang Yan's eyes flashed. Then, has Mr. Haoyu finished his task? If not, the Wang clan is willing to help. Lu Yin looked at Wang Yan. Senior, are you speaking to me as a lockbreaker, or as a member of the Wang family? Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Haoyu, as which identity? Lu Yin thought about it and then looked away. It doesn't matter if you're a lockbreaker or a member of the Wang family. Some things aren't so easy to resolve. Wang Yan didn't say anything else and just left behind a cloud connection stone. Contact the people on the other side. Perhaps they can help you resolve it. He then bid farewell and left. His main goal in coming here was to leave behind the cloud connection stone. As for his conversation with Lu Yin, it was really out of curiosity as a lockbreaker. How could such a young lockbreaker accomplish something that even he couldn't? Even Celestial Master Mu or Celestial Master Qiling would be curious. Lu Yin sighed. Fortunately, he had merged with Celestial Master Qiling's body before. Although he hadn't seen many of her memories regarding lockbreaking, even just a portion of them combined with the experience he had gained from merging with Master Haoyu's body had given him much more experience than other lockbreakers. This experience had come from the realm's formation masters and origin celestial masters, and he himself had considerable lockbreaking experience as well. However, he hadn't expected that the Wang family would care so much about setting up a single sourcebox array. He had underestimated the value of being a lockbreaker. Lu Yin looked at the cloud connection stone, but he didn't immediately contact it. Actively contacting it and passively contacting it were two different concepts. This was the Wang family's continent, and as a precaution, he asked the Mist Ancestor to help him see if anyone was monitoring them. The moment the Mist Ancestor appeared, he looked up at the ball of light in shock. The mountain sea? Lu Yin was shocked. The mountain sea? Where? The Mist Ancestor pointed up. Isn't that the mountain sea? Lu Yin was stunned. That's the mountain sea? The Mist Ancestor nodded. Yes, Wang Fan's mountain sea. Lu Yin was stunned, as he hadn't expected Wang Fan's mountain sea to be right above them. If the mountain sea is here, does that mean that Wang Fan can control the entire Wang family's continent? Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor thought about it. In theory, yes. Perhaps the entire Wang family's continent is part of the mountain sea. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Does that mean that we're constantly being watched? Senior, why didn't you say that last time? The Mist Ancestor replied, we were in too much of a hurry last time, so we weren't this close. Wait, are you blaming me? Lu Yin hurriedly explained, no, definitely not. I was just curious. After all, you came out last time, and I thought that Wang Fan's mountain sea would be able to hide from you. I'm not sure if this continent is Wang Fan's mountain sea. After all, everyone's mountain sea is different, but it definitely isn't under this continent. I didn't sense the mountain sea's aura last time, the mist ancestor said. Lu Ying grew nervous. Then if you appear now, does Wang Fan know? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. The mountain sea isn't as godly as you think. He might be able to do something through the mountain sea, but it's impossible for him to know everything like the back of his hand. If that's the case, then who would still have secrets? The young ladies of the Wang family would be embarrassed to death. Lu Ying was speechless. He had actually thought of this? The mist ancestor's way of thinking was quite strange. Don't worry, with me here, Wang Fan won't be able to watch you. The mist ancestor raised her head confidently. Lu Ying could only trust her. Even though he didn't know what cultivation level the mist ancestor was at, it should be possible to not be detected by Wang Fan. Wang Fan himself was in the ruler's realm, which was quite far away from this place. Lu Ying placed the mirror to the side and looked up. The die appeared, and he tapped it. Regardless of whether Wang Fan could monitor him or not, he still had to do it. Next, he would go to the White Dragon clan, the frigid immortal sect, and the deity. It would be very difficult for him to leave the martial sky alone. In the divine martial sky, he would have to give his final answer. At the same time, it was also the day of the Xia family's ancestral worship. Many things would be revealed at that moment. As the die slowly came to a stop, it was 4 pips. He had to continue cultivating in the time-stop space. The second time, it was 5 pips. Lu Ying subconsciously looked above his head. He didn't know what Wang Fan's innate gift was, but it should be very powerful. The third time, it was still 4 pips. The fourth time, it was 1 pip. As the scene in front of him changed, Lu Ying stretched lazily. He would have to wait another 10 days if he wanted to roll the die again. This time, he was unlucky and didn't get 6 pips. Although he had been cultivating for almost 2 years, the outside world felt like the blink of an eye. Lu Ying looked at the cloud pass stone on the table again and then went to rest. Even if he was pretending, he still had to stay in his room for 2 days before going out. A few days later, Lu Ying went out to take a look at the Sanaa Despair. No students had come out, so he returned to his room and continued to wait. 10 days passed quickly, but there was still no response from the cloud pass stone. Lu Ying didn't know which important figure in the Wang family was waiting for him to contact them, but he decided to wait and see who would outlast the other. He raised his hand and the die appeared. He tapped it with a hopeful gaze, hoping that his luck would be better this time. He had hoped that his luck would be good, but he hadn't expected it to be so good that he rolled 6 pips. The next moment, his consciousness appeared in a dark space. Lu Yin's gaze was immediately drawn to a bright ball of light not too far away, but there were no other balls of light around. Sometimes, many powerhouses would gather together to form many balls of light, but other times, that might not be the case. He didn't know the pattern of the balls of light appearing in this dark space. This ball of light wasn't as bright as Celestial Master Chilling's, and it wasn't even as bright as the Corpse King's. It was probably somewhere between 5 and 6 origin tribulations. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by darkness. He looked around. Was he underground? At the same time, memories flooded into his mind, and he heard a strange sound. Come in. It was an extremely unpleasant sound that sounded like metal biting and walls being pierced. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and he walked in a familiar direction. He was clearly at 5 origin tribulations, but he still walked step by step, following the dark and damp environment underground. He was indeed underground, and the person he had fused with was a cultivator at 5 origin tribulations. He had no name, only a code name, Servant 1, which literally meant servant number 1. This person was indeed a servant, and he served some unknown life form within. No one would believe that a cultivator at 5 origin tribulations was actually a servant who had been raised from a young age. He had never left this place, and he had no knowledge of the outside world. He didn't even know what the life form that had raised him was. His memories were very simple, and he only knew how to clean up the leftovers. There was very little else besides that. The reason he was called a life form that had raised him was because the leftovers were left behind by the life form. They were all foreign objects, such as power vessels and all sorts of mineral resources. They had all been chewed up, and humans couldn't do such a thing. Luin followed the path that had been carved into his bones, and he continued to search through his memories. He saw the memories of this servant's childhood cultivation. Countless star essence, various cultivation methods, and the process of his origin tribulations. There had been many other servants before him, and they had all been raised together. However, he was the only one who had successfully survived his origin tribulations and cultivated to 5 origin tribulations. Unfortunately, he had no combat experience as a 5th tribulation cultivator. Luin didn't understand, what was the point of spending so much effort to raise Puai's cultivation to the 5th tribulation stage? He could understand that raising venomous insects was like having a group of people kill each other until an elite was left behind. However, he couldn't understand the purpose of Puai's existence. Was it just to clean up the mess? Aside from this, Luin also occasionally saw corpses. Although Puai didn't know much about the outside world, the fact that this person had been able to reach the 5th tribulation stage while cultivating numbly meant that his talent was extremely high. He had inadvertently cultivated a domain and used it to see a corpse. Aside from that, there was nothing else in this underground world. As for what the corpse looked like or who it belonged to, he had no idea. Through Puai's memories, Luin could only see a corpse. Following the path in his memories, Luin arrived at a pile of debris. Some of it was metal, while others were the corpses of animals and plants. There were even books and tokens, but Luin could only vaguely make out what the debris originally looked like. Now, it had all been chewed up. Luin very naturally stored the debris in his cosmic ring. His actions weren't unfamiliar at all and were exactly the same as what Puai had done in the past. Puai had done this countless times. As a cultivator with 5 tribulations, he had stayed underground for more than 1,000 years. If not for the fact that he had grown up underground and had no knowledge of the outside world, Luin didn't know how he would have been able to persist for so long. In Puai's view of the world, this underground world and these paths were his entire universe. Luin didn't plan on immediately withdrawing from the fusion. Being able to raise a cultivator with 5 tribulations and having never lacked resources in Puai's memories meant that this place represented someone or a power that was definitely not simple. He wanted to know what kind of creature had chewed up the debris. With that in mind, he continued forward. There were some debris up ahead, but Puai had never approached it before. There was just too little of it, and he hadn't been allowed to enter. Luin controlled Puai's body and walked step by step until he was 1,000 meters away from the corpse that he had seen with his domain. He only needed to go around 2 paths to see the corpse. "Why are you walking forward?" The unpleasant voice made Luin very uncomfortable. "There's debris over there," Luin replied. "Go back," a voice said. Luin acknowledged respectfully and slowly retreated, stepping on water. In this dark and damp underground world, it was normal for water to accumulate on the ground. He had stepped on it on his way here, but this time, it wasn't ordinary water, it was the Styx. Luin looked down in shock. Was this really the Styx? He couldn't be wrong. The moment he stepped on it, his body uncontrollably. This was the Styx of the Styx, and it even after he had upgraded it. Now, this place. Realmless? This was realmless? Luin looked inside and saw that the Styx had been given to Boundless as a deposit to assassinate Xianxia. Since the Styx had appeared here, it meant that this place was definitely boundless. Yes, he had heard rumors that the so-called realmless headquarters that was destroyed by the divine Martial Heaven was not the real headquarters. The reason why the 4-way balance was monitoring Elder Chiu was not only to dig out the broken Peace Society, but also to dig out the realmless headquarters through Elder Chiu. This was because the Broken Peace Society had always been providing funds for the Realmless, while the Realmless eliminated some troubles for the Broken Peace Society. The 2 parties had always been cooperating. Who would have thought that the real headquarters of Realmless was actually here? Then, what was this place? Luin had too many questions, but unfortunately, Puwan couldn't answer them. Perhaps this was the reason why the creature inside had nurtured Puwan. It wanted to nurture a completely blank servant that was easy to use. Even if this place was discovered, the outside world wouldn't be able to obtain any information from Puwan, and Puwan's cultivation would be useful to a certain extent. Luin controlled Puwan's body to return to its original location and deactivate the fusion. There was no need for that, as Pu Wen's memories couldn't tell where this place was. He couldn't just control Pu Wen to charge out, even an idiot would know that there was a problem. Realmless headquarters would definitely change locations, and it would be useless even if he found this place. Lu Yin's consciousness passed through the dark space and returned to his body. He hadn't used up much energy this time, as not much time had passed, and Pu Wen's cultivation wasn't that high. But how would he find that place? Pu Wen, those debris. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The sticks, yes, the sticks. Perhaps he could use this to find Realmless headquarters. The sticks came from the bottom of the Yu family's Styx River, so perhaps the Yu family had a way to know the location of all of the sticks. Once he returned to the fifth mainland, he would have to make another trip to the Yu family. Realmless had to be eradicated. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had just been an assassin organization, but it wasn't just an assassin organization, it was also working with the Break Society to influence the battlefield on the other side. Lu Ying could guarantee that once the humans were defeated in the future, Realmless would be the first to join the Eternals. With the information and assassins that Realmless possessed, joining the Eternals would be a huge threat to the human race. Lu Ying etched this matter deeply into his heart and then raised his hand to continue rolling his die. He wasn't so lucky after that. Aside from rolling 4 pips once, he only rolled 2 pips the other 2 times. After training in the time-stop space several times, Lu Yin's art of Sirius had already reached 110,000 stars. However, he was still a long way from reaching the 6th level, which required 380,000 stars. This technique required time and tempering, and it couldn't be accomplished overnight. If Progenitor Chen was still alive, how many stars would he have been able to rotate? 20 days had passed since the students had entered Sanaa Despair, so it was time to go out and wait for them. Just as Lu Ying was about to leave, the cloud connection stone vibrated. He looked at the table, as he had forgotten that there was a cloud connection stone here. Was the person on the other side unable to sit still? He picked up the stone and accepted the call. You how? The cloud connection stone did not show an image, and only a voice could be heard. It was deep and resonant, so deep that it caused one's heart to tremble. It was just 2 words, but it gave one the feeling that everything was under control. Although it was a bit exaggerated to judge a person based on their voice, that was the feeling that this voice gave Lu Ying. He did not dare to underestimate the person on the other side. That is me. And you are? My name is Wang Fan. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and his breathing turned heavy. Wang Fan was the Wang family's ancestor and one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the Daosaur sex era. He was an absolute genius who had once competed with Progenitor Chen, Symbol Progenitor, and Ku Progenitor. Now, he stood at the peak of the cosmic tree realm, and he was also one of the current humans. The more one understood the past era, the more one could sense how terrifying the 9 mountains and 8 seas were. Progenitor Chen, Symbol Progenitor, and Ku Progenitor had left behind countless legends in the 5th mainland, but that did not mean that Wang Fan, by Wang Yuan, and the others could not do the same. It was just that the legends that they had left behind did not exist in the 5th mainland. The Mist Ancestor admitted that she was not good at fighting, but the help that she had given Lu Ying was immeasurable. Without her, Lu Ying would not have been able to be like a fish in water. In the cosmic tree realm, he had even managed to capture Xiaxia and the others. Wang Fan was as famous as the Mist Ancestor and the others, and whether it was in terms of combat or other aspects, he was not something that the current Lu Ying could imagine. He had guessed that someone important from the Wang family would contact him, but he had not expected it to be Wang Fan. Junior Yu Hao greets ancestor Wang Fan, Lu Ying said respectfully. From Yu Hao's position, he should be respectful. You've grown from an ant to your current height in just a few decades. Yu Hao, you're not bad, Wang Fan praised without holding back. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he respectfully said again, this junior is far from being worthy of ancestors' praise. Not only was his voice respectful, but it was also filled with apprehension and reverence for a progenitor. Progenitors were like the heavens to ordinary people. To ordinary people, the heavens were unreachable. People would kneel to the heavens and pray for their blessings. Even if natural disasters took away countless lives, the survivors would not hate them. Instead, they would thank the heavens for their mercy and allowing them to live on. In the eyes of cultivators, progenitors were the heavens and the heavens were the progenitors. The ancestors' praise was the greatest affirmation for a cultivator. Similarly, even if the ancestor ordered one to die, one should be honored. This was because not every cultivator had the chance to be personally ordered to die by the ancestor, and not every cultivator had the chance to have their name heard by the ancestor. Lu Yin expressed his apprehension, respect, worship, and reverence for the progenitor through his voice. You can afford it. I know what you've been through. The Xiao family has gone overboard, and you now have the qualifications to negotiate with them. If you're willing, I can help you negotiate, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin pretended to be terrified. This junior doesn't dare to trouble ancestor Wang Fan. It's already my greatest honor to be known by the ancestor. I hope that you can join the Wang family not only because you're the disciple of Divine Master Gu Yan, but also because you have the qualifications to be personally invited by me. Yu Hao, you will not only be the next Origin Array Heavenly Master, but I will also do my best to nurture you into the youngest Origin Array Heavenly Master in history and erect your statue on the Wang family's continent. Today, the students of Xian Academy will worship you. In the future, even more people will worship you. You will be a guest of the Wang family that surpasses the direct line of descent. Furthermore, your freedom will not be restricted. You will have all the resources you want. Lu Yin was shocked. He had underestimated his lock-breaking ability. Even Wang Fan had been alarmed. He could tell that Wang Fan was serious. He valued not only his master, Celestial Master Gu Yan, but also himself. Wang Yan must have said something to him. Lu Yin fell silent. He was thinking about how to reply. Since he had successfully attracted Wang Fan's attention, it would be a pity not to make use of it. As he thought about it, his gaze unconsciously landed on the cloud passage stone. Junior's grandfather, Yu Chuan, is in Shenwu Heaven, Lu Yin said. He did not say anything else. I'll take care of it, Wang Fan said and ended the call. Lu Yin took a deep breath and picked up the cloud passage stone. Wang Fan, he could actually communicate directly with Wang Fan. Had he unknowingly reached this level? Next, progenitors would appear one after another. This time, it was the Wang family. Would the White Dragon clan be next? These ancestors were not stupid. If he had the qualifications to attract Wang Fan's attention, then the other ancestors should be the same. He just didn't know if Wang Fan could take Yu Chuan away. Lu Yin's gaze became complicated when he thought about Yu Chuan. If his plan went smoothly, Yu Chuan might be the only sacrifice. Lu Yin put away the cloud passage stone and walked out of his residence, heading towards Sanaa Despair. For the rest of the day, Lu Yin remained in the third extremity, waiting for the students to emerge. Although the third extremity was a hopeless area, the mortality rate was not high. After all, this was a place for the Wang family's disciples to train. Rather than calling it training, it was more of an opportunity for them to obtain resources. Mr. Wei and Mr. Tang had arrived as well. In the distance, half-ancestor Chai, Wang Yan, and the rest of the Wang family's upper echelons were also present. More students should emerge in the next few days. Just as he was thinking about this, a flower petal moved. It was the upper astral despair realm, and only explorers or hunters were allowed to enter. Of the 100 students who had come out to train, nearly half of them had entered the upper astral despair realm, including Bai Nan, the stuttering fatty, and the others. Of the 5 groups of students who had access to sourcebox arrays, 3 groups had entered the upper astral despair realm, while 2 groups had entered the lower astral despair realm. A figure rushed out from the flower petals, stumbling and almost falling. He looked quite miserable. It was the stuttering little fatty. Everyone stared at little fatty. Fatty's clothes were mostly torn, and there were obvious bite marks on his arm. He limped to his feet, and when he saw everyone staring at him, he opened his mouth and said, It's inside. I found it. What did you meet? Wang Yan asked in a gentle tone. He wanted to show some concern and comfort the fatty's wounded soul. The fatty had clearly suffered a great loss and was in a miserable state inside. Wang Yan remembered that he had encouraged the fatty before he had entered the trial. The fatty subconsciously looked at Wang Yan. Dog. Everyone fell silent. Wang Yan's face went from red to white, then back to red. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. What did you say? The fatty was startled. Don't misunderstand. I was bitten by a dog. It chased me for half a day. Only then did Wang Yan's expression ease. Half-Ancestor Chai was not in the mood to talk to the fatty. Lu Yin stepped forward and checked the fatty's body. Good, it's just a superficial wound. It's fine as long as you're fine. Mr. Tang asked, did you get anything? Little fatty blinked and looked at Wang Yan. Everyone was speechless. Wang Yan's eyebrows twitched. The fatty continued, there's something on the dog's body that's qualified to be groomed. He then took out a metal object that looked like a medallion and showed it to everyone. The metal object couldn't be considered to be beautiful. It wasn't meticulously made, and the number 4 was engraved on it. The Wang family's qualifications for nurturing emissaries were, from the lowest to the highest, a 20 cycle and lighter. This was the lowest qualification for nurturing emissaries, and it could be obtained in the lower Achilles heel. The metal object that represented the qualifications for nurturing emissaries was engraved with a number of 1, followed by a 30 cycle and lighter, a 40 cycle and lighter, and a peak and lighter. The highest qualifications for nurturing emissaries corresponded to numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 respectively. In other words, the metal object that the little fatty had obtained indicated that he had the qualifications to be nurtured at the peak of the Enlighter realm. This was an existence that was second only to the highest training qualification in the third impasse, and the highest training qualification could only be obtained in the Tai impasse. In other words, the little fatty had obtained the best thing in the upper impasse. However, whether or not this was the best option was still up for debate. After all, there was still the Wang family's meditative oblivion technique in the upper acorn realm. If the little fatty was absolutely certain that he could reach the peak of the Enlighter realm, then there was no need for the Wang family to nurture him. The value of this nurturing qualification naturally could not compare to the value of the meditative oblivion technique. Half-Ancestor Chai praised, not bad. My Wang family will definitely nurture you into a peak Enlighter. Lu Yin patted the fatty's shoulder, congratulations, you must have gone through a lot. The little fatty looked up at Lu Yin. Sir, I can do it myself. Lu Yin smiled. I know that you can do it yourself, but it's not bad to have the Wang family's help. If you can reach the peak of the Enlighter realm on your own, then it would be better to obtain the meditative oblivion technique. What a pity, Mr. Tang said. In the distance, Half-Ancestor Chai and the rest did not mind. It was just a qualification to nurture a peak Enlighter, and it was not difficult for the Wang family to nurture a peak Enlighter. The meditative oblivion technique? I have it. The little fatty took out a jade stone, and his eyes lit up. Lu Yin was surprised. This is the meditative oblivion technique? The little fatty happily handed it over to Lu Yin. Sir, look. Half-Ancestor Chai and the rest looked at the jade stone in the little fatty's hand and exchanged astonished glances. That really looks like a jade stone recorded in my Wang family's meditative oblivion technique. How lucky is this little fatty to obtain it? Some of the higher-ups of the Wang family discussed in low voices. One of the higher-ups beside them was jealous. My son has been in there for so long, but he still hasn't found the meditative oblivion technique. There are at most 2 jade stones recorded in the upper impasse, but this little fatty actually obtained one. What a waste. What a waste. Ha, good, very good. Since you've obtained the meditative oblivion technique, then work hard and cultivate it. The culinary god was delighted. Before the trial had begun, he had not expected anyone to obtain the technique. The Wang family was not stupid, so how could they allow the technique to be passed to outsiders? This was much more valuable than any qualification to nurture someone, and he had never expected that the little fatty would actually obtain it. Wang Yan's face turned ugly. How had this little fatty obtained it? Before the trial had begun, the Wang family had arranged to hide the meditative oblivion technique in a location that was the hardest to find in the impasse. They had not taken it away because they were worried that news of it would leak out and cause the family to lose face. After all, they were facing the culinary god, and who knew if he would be thick-skinned enough to inspect it. The Wang family did not want to fall out with them now. They had clearly hidden it well, but it had still been found. This should not be possible. How did you get it? Wang Miao Miao was curious. The little fatty laughed heartlessly. It fell off a dog's body. The crowd was speechless, as only the heavens knew what had happened. Wang Miao Miao laughed and patted the little fatty's head. Kid, you have a bright future ahead of you. Hee hee. The little fatty was embarrassed, and his face turned red. This sister was too beautiful, and he was too embarrassed to look at her. He turned to look at Wang Yan. Thank you for the encouragement. Wang Yan's face looked as if he had just swallowed a fly. The first little fatty to come out had not only obtained the right to be nurtured, but he had also obtained the meditative oblivion technique. This made the Wang family's faces turn ugly, but they still enthusiastically congratulated him. The resources had already been lost, but they had to achieve their goal. This little fatty had to belong to the Wang family. An hour after the little fatty came out, another person came out. This was a Hunter Realm student with a decent innate gift. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, he could be ranked among the top in Xianxia Academy. Unfortunately, his luck was not good. Not only had he been heavily injured, but he had also not obtained anything. Mr. Tang sighed and lamented that luck and power were both indispensable. The Wang family's consolation was very sincere, but this student had a depressed look on his face, especially after he found out about the little fatty's gains. He wanted to bang his head against a wall. Following this, more and more students came out. There were students from both the upper and lower astral zones. Finally, the first group of students who had used the sourcebox array to enter came out. They were all in high spirits. Sir, we obtained the right to be nurtured, and there's more than one of us. Sir, we obtained a power vessel. Sir, we... Wang Yan's face twitched as he listened to the students report their gains to Luyin. Shouldn't they be thanking the Wang family? It was the Wang family who had given them this opportunity. What a bunch of ingrates. Luyin happily praised them. These fellows were not stupid, and they had not completely relied on themselves. Instead, they had cooperated with the other students and allowed the other students to search for resources. They had taken action, and their gains had been great. They had obtained 6 nurturing qualifications, and there were only 36 in the entire upper astral zones. More and more students came out from the upper and lower astral zones. Finally, some students came out from the Taiya Despair. The Taiya Despair corresponded to an enlighter's cultivation, and Xian Academy only had 6 enlighters: Bai Weiwei, Xia Shengguang, Qing Feng, Lu Kei, Jin Zhongshan, and Nong Xinyang. The first to come out was Bai Weiwei, as light as the clouds. What did student Bai obtain? Mr. Tang asked curiously. Everyone looked at Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei smiled. I just strolled around. I didn't get anything. Everyone had strange looks. Only a ghost would believe her. However, the Wang family did not require the students to show what they had obtained after coming out, and they could not search the students' cosmic rings. Since Bai Weiwei had said so, they could only believe her. To Bai Weiwei, the Taiya Despair was still very attractive. There were secret techniques and tribulation crystals inside, but she had not obtained any of them. The Wang family must have hidden them away. Not long after, Jin Zhongshan, Qing Feng, and Xia Shengguang came out one by one, all of them saying that they had not obtained anything. They did not care about the Wang family's nurturing qualifications at all. They were more concerned about the secret techniques and tribulation crystals. If they had obtained these things, how could they say that they had obtained them? Lu Kei came out, and so did Wang Xiaofan. All of them were silent, and Wang Yan wanted to slap them. These guys actually said that they had not obtained anything. How was that possible? He couldn't wait to enter the despair to see what was missing. In the end, all the students came out. Not a single one was missing, and the students with the most serious injuries had only suffered superficial wounds. The students' gains were not small, especially the 5 groups of students who had been protected by the sourcebox array. They had managed to obtain 43 cultivation qualifications. The total number of qualifications within the Triaju region was 108, and they had obtained 43. The rest of the students had obtained 22 in total, which meant that they had obtained 65 qualifications, which was more than half of what they had obtained. Since the establishment of the Triple A Despair, no one had obtained so many qualifications, and that was not even counting the other resources. But when it came to the meditative forgetting art, secret techniques, and tribulation crystals, other than the little fatty, everyone else said that they had not obtained anything. The little fatty's expression turned ugly, and he looked up at Luin. Sir, was I too careless? Luin coughed and wanted to say, it's okay. Senior Food God will protect you. The little fatty was nervous, and the flesh on his face trembled. He could sense that the people from the Wang family were all harboring evil intentions. Their gazes were sharp, and it was as if they were trying to force him to hand over the meditative forgetting art. The little fatty was overthinking things. Even though the Wang family would never allow the meditative forgetting art to be passed on to outsiders, they could not do anything to him at the moment. Even if they wanted to pull him into the Wang family, they would only raise conditions. Otherwise, who would dare enter the Triple A Despair to train in the future? The Wang family would then have one less asset to attract outsiders. The academy's students had obtained nurturing qualifications, which meant that they could choose to borrow the Wang family's resources to cultivate at any time. Not only would this be helpful to their cultivation, but it would also be a guarantee if they encountered any danger in the outside world. It meant that they were half a Wang family member. The Wang family did not force these students to stay, as they still needed to go to the other 3 families to gain experience. Wang Yan watched the paper boat fly towards Dragon Mountain with envy. If only I could have gone to the other families to gain experience. He was the branch family head and had access to resources, so he did not need to worry about reaching the emissary level. However, he did not know much about the other 3 families of the 4-way scales. Being able to train with the 4-way scales at the same time was also a type of opportunity. However, this was a special case, and it was only targeted at these students. Once these students were completely roped in by the 4-way scales, Xianxia Academy would become a mere figurehead. This would cause the teachers and students of Xianxia Academy to be at odds with each other. Things had been going smoothly, but unfortunately, Yu Hao had messed things up. The students were only grateful to Yu Hao after leaving Triple A Despair, and those who had obtained the right to be trained by the Sourcebox Array had given their extra rights to other students. It was all thanks to Yu Hao that the Wang family's efforts to rope in these students had been wasted. Wang Yan did not know how to explain this to the others. After bidding farewell to the Wang family, the culinary god was in a good mood and praised Luin to the point that Luin felt embarrassed. This is what I should do. As a mentor, I naturally need to help my students, Luin said humbly. The culinary god laughed. Not only did the Wang family lose resources, but they also did not receive any gratitude from the students. They suffered a loss in silence. Mr. Hao Yu has contributed greatly to the academy, and he has even fought for these students' benefits. I'm sure that they will not forget you in the future. Mr. Tang also praised, I've always heard that sourcebox arrays can do things that even progenitors might not necessarily be able to do. Today was an eye-opener. Most of the lockbreakers in the Cosmic Tree Academy are at the front of the battlefield, and even if there are lockbreakers outside, they are monopolized by the various great families. It's almost impossible to see a lockbreaker, let alone an Empyrean array master. Mr. Hao Yu's lockbreaking ability shocked even the Wang family. Luin was curious. I heard that the dean is also an Empyrean array master. Why doesn't he teach lockbreaking? Mr. Tang replied, if you want to learn lockbreaking, you can apply to go to the lockbreaker headquarters at the back of the battlefield. The academy does not specifically teach lockbreaking. Mr. Hao Yu's research involves lockbreaking, which is why he teaches lockbreaking. Even Little Wen's lockbreaking ability is learned at the back of the battlefield. Why is that? Luin was puzzled. The culinary god looked at the mother tree. Someone has to be sacrificed for the race, and that's how lockbreakers are. These are the rules. All lockbreakers, even origin array masters who are consecrated by the 4-way scales, must experience life and death on the battlefield on the backside. They cannot stay in outer space for long periods of time. These are the rules that Ancestor Hui set. However, Luin had been to the battlefield on the other side of the battlefield, and he knew that the lockbreakers did not really want to stay there. They had been forced to do so, and they had been forced to do so by the rules of the battlefield. They could only enjoy themselves for a limited amount of time. Luin had been to the Outerverse battlefield before, and he knew that the Lockbreakers did not really want to stay there. He deeply remembered the first time he saw Master Zahn on the battlefield at the back. He had been served by several maids, which was completely out of tune with the atmosphere of the battlefield. Now that he thought about it, it was more like a silent protest. They wanted to return to the starry sky of trees and live a normal life as cultivators, but because of their identities, they could only stay on the backside of the battlefield, and that was all they could do. Luin was beginning to understand more and more why the cultivators on the other side of the battlefield were accommodating to the Lockbreakers. It was not only because of the Lockbreakers' strength, but also because they sympathized with them. Lockbreakers had a transcendent status, but they had to endure even more. This was very similar to the experience of the Lu family. There are no Lockbreakers in the Fifth Mainland. Despite this rule, they were never afraid of death, and they had never retreated from the battlefield. Next up is the White Dragon clan. They don't have as deep a foundation as the Wang family, but they still have the ability to take action. Let's see how far they can go, Mr. Tang said. As they spoke, a giant creature broke through the void and flew over. It was burning with flames as it let out a deafening roar. Its two heads stared at them with a ferocious gaze. This is Ho? Luin raised his brows. Wasn't this Ho, Long Kuei's mount? Long Kuei had joined the expedition to the starry sky of trees, and Luin had wondered why he had not seen Ho. He had thought that it had died, but it turned out that it had been left behind. The students were all amazed when they saw Ho. Even in the starry sky of trees, it was not easy to become an envoy. Ho was an envoy, and it was even a mount. Both men and women envied it and hoped to obtain such a mount. Long Tian stood on Ho's back, and he personally came to the Wang family's mainland to welcome them. Junior Long Tian greets Senior Food God. Long Tian stood on Ho's head and bowed respectfully. On the paper boat, Nong Xingyang's eyes widened. Lu Kei's fighting spirit rose. Qing Feng took a deep breath and felt the pressure. Long Tian, one of the former members of the Force Science, was finally here. Bai Weiwei and the others looked at Long Tian. They did not care about the elders, but Long Tian was only one generation older than them. According to the Daosor Sex era, they were still considered to be in the same generation, and they could still compete with each other. In the current starry sky of trees, Xianxia and Long Tian stood at the peak of their generation. Yixian Academy's attitude towards the four cardinal scales was not good, but they had a better impression of the White Dragon tribe. In the end, the White Dragon tribe had not participated in many matters. It was not that they did not want to, but rather that they did not have the ability or background. The result was that the White Dragon tribe was the easiest to talk to in the four cardinal scales. The food god's attitude towards Long Tian was not as cold as Wan Yan's attitude towards half-ancestor Chai. Young Ancestor Long actually came to welcome you personally. Thank you for your hard work. Long Tian respectfully replied, it's my duty. My father met with a mishap, or else I would have personally come to welcome you. Senior, please. The food god nodded and followed Long Tian to Dragon Mountain. Long Tian did not board the paper boat. Instead, he sat on Ho and flew towards Dragon Mountain. Lu Kei was eager to challenge Long Tian, but Luin stopped him. The current you is not enough. Luin was not concerned about Lu Kei, but he did not want to get too close to Long Tian. The White Dragon tribe was already considered a mutated race, and their lifespan and appearance were different from ordinary people. Lu Kei was sure that his disguise could fool a half-ancestor, but when he thought about his scent, he wondered if Long Tian would be able to recognize him. Lu Kei solemnly replied, I know that I'm not enough, but I want to try. Luin felt a headache coming on, as this was a stubborn person. Wait until we reach Dragon Mountain. The White Dragon tribe is welcoming the academy, so this is not the right time. Lu Kei was a battle maniac, but he was not stupid. I understand. The journey from the Wang family continent to Dragon Mountain was very long, and it was not as short as the journey from the Cloud Ladder to the Wang family continent. The four cardinal scales had divided the top realm, so they were naturally quite far from each other. However, no matter how far they were, they would eventually arrive. I see it. It's Dragon Mountain. Luin looked up with a complicated expression. Dragon Mountain. He's here again. The food god sighed. Dragon Mountain. I went there when I was still in the Central Realm. It's been so many years. Mr. Tang also sighed. He had also been to Dragon Mountain when it was still in the Central Realm. Luin believed that no one was more moved than him, as he had experienced life and death on Dragon Mountain. The White Dragon tribe was similar to the Wang family. When the group from Xian Academy arrived at Dragon Mountain, the first thing they did was introduce the White Dragon tribe's glorious history. However, the White Dragon tribe's foundation could not compare to the Wang family's, and they did not have an ancestor like Xiongyu who could act as a representative. Although the Wang family was shameless, Xiongyu had played his cards well. Long Tian personally brought the group around Dragon Mountain and described the White Dragon tribe's glory. Unfortunately, the students were still talking about the Wang family continent, as the contrast was too great. Long Tian felt that the effect was not good, and he skipped the trip that was supposed to last for a few days. He no longer introduced the history of the White Dragon tribe and instead brought the group to a hidden cave in Dragon Mountain. Before this, Lu Ke had tried to challenge Long Tian, but Long Tian had rejected him. Actually, it was not really a rejection, but rather a request to wait. It's still the same. The White Dragon tribe doesn't have any new tricks, Nong Xinyang said as she rolled her eyes when she saw the giant pool of blood in front of them. Luin did not understand. What's wrong? Nong Xinyang explained, the White Dragon tribe can communicate with the ancestral Mang, and that's the only advantage they have over the other three families. Actually, in terms of background, they can't compare to the Frigid Immortal sect, the Seedling Garden, or the Lu family. The only reason they're ranked on the 4 cardinal scales is because we don't want to banish the Lu family, and also because they can use the ancestral Mang to turn things around. Their advantage in attracting cultivators with other surnames is also related to the ancestral Mang's blood. At that moment, Long Tian's voice rang out, everyone, the White Dragon tribe's training is not as time-consuming as the Wang family's, and we don't have to go through life and death situations. Training is very simple. He pointed at the pool of blood. Go in and soak in it for as long as possible. This is the blood of the ancestral Mang, and cultivators can absorb the substances within the blood to strengthen themselves. The longer they soak in it, the more beneficial it will be to their bodies. Long Tian's words shocked the students. 10 to 20%? That much? Qing Feng asked in disbelief. He had heard of the White Dragon tribe's pool of blood from Qing Chen, but he had never thought that it could increase one's strength by that much. Long Tian was satisfied with the students' reactions. Not bad. You can ask the culinary god if you don't believe me. The students all looked at the culinary god. Although the culinary god was unwilling to admit it, as the pool of blood was too attractive to cultivators, he still said, that is indeed the case. The students no longer doubted him, and they all stared fervently at the pool of blood. He had seen the pool of blood in Long Ke's memories, and he remembered that there was something wrong with it. Back then, he had changed his name to Long Qi because he was a member of the White Dragon tribe, so he had never been here before. This place was specially reserved for cultivators with other surnames, and he had used Long Qi's essence blood. When he had first used it, there had been an ancestral Mang phenomenon. Now that he thought about it, Long Qi had sacrificed a lot for him. When he saw the fervent gazes of the students, Long Tian's lips curled up. Every realm can be raised once, which is why there are countless cultivators in the astral tree realm. Anyone who understands the pool of blood wants to join my White Dragon tribe, but we also have to select our members. That's why you don't see many cultivators with other surnames on Dragon Mountain. It's not that they don't want to join, but that my White Dragon tribe is unwilling to accept them. He then looked at Lu Quebec. Didn't you want to challenge me? Come and try. No one had expected that Long Tian would suddenly accept Lu Ke's challenge, and they all became even more excited. Lu Ke was rumored to be the most powerful expert of this generation, even surpassing the successor of the 4 Directions Libra. He was comparable to the 4 young masters of the past. Long Tian was originally from the 4 young masters, so the battle between the two of them was something that even the culinary god was interested in. He kept his distance from Long Tian, afraid that he'd be discovered. He looked at the blood pool, then back at Long Tian. No wonder he'd rejected the challenge before, and now he'd accepted the challenge. Lu Ke was Long Tian's test subject to attract the students. The culinary god and the others also realized that Mr. Tang did not want Lu Kei to take action. However, Lu Kei did not care why Long Tian suddenly accepted the challenge. He had been looking for the four young masters for a long time. Xianxia had been hiding in the Unbounded Realm and Long Tian had been staying in Dragon Mountain. He had no chance to come in contact with them. Now that he had the chance to fight, how could he give up? When everyone arrived outside the cave, Long Tian and Lu Kei faced each other. Long Tian's expression was calm and there was a faint smile on his face. Compared to the cold and aloof Long Tian back in the days of the four young masters, the current Long Tian was more like an elder. "You're a junior, you go first," said Long Tian. Lu Kei did not hold back. His long sword flew out from its scabbard and flew in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed it. In just one step, the sword tip had already arrived in front of Long Tian. Except for a limited number of people, the rest could not see the sword clearly, including Nong Xinyang and Qing Feng. Only now did they realize how fast Lu Kei's sword was. Back in Xian Academy, Lu Kei had never truly fought. Now, facing the fourth young ancestor, this was his peak sword technique. Long Tian calmly looked at Lu Kei's sword coming from the west. A long spear had appeared in his hand out of nowhere, but he didn't thrust it out. Instead, he used it to block in front of him. Lu Kei's sword collided with the tip of Long Tian's spear. With a bang, ripples appeared in the void and spread out in all directions. Then, the void shattered into pieces. Lu Kei's sword was deflected, and the tip of the sword pierced towards Long Tian from above. Long Tian held the spear in his hand and spun it rapidly, forming an impenetrable defense around him. Lu Kei attacked 3 times in an instant, but none of his sword managed to pierce through the defense of Long Tian's spear. Instead, it was pushed away by Long Tian's vibrating force. Lu Yin watched Long Tian attack. Compared to several decades ago, the current Long Tian was much more stable and powerful. Even though he was only at the first origin tribulation stage, his true battle prowess was no less than someone at the third origin tribulation stage. Lu Kei was far inferior to Long Tian. Lu Kei took a few steps back and stared at Long Tian. "I want a fight, not a target." Long Tian's lips curled up. "All right." Just as he finished speaking, his body disappeared. White dragon roaming steps caused Lu Kei's pupils to shrink. He couldn't see where Long Tian was, and he couldn't even find the trajectory of his attack. Lu Kei immediately tore open the void and entered the stellar source universe with his countless battle experiences. Breaking into the astral source universe as an enlighter was something that only the four young masters had been able to do. Naturally, Lu Kei could do it as well. He wanted to use the stellar source universe to avoid where he was and at least evade Long Tian's spear. However, the gap between them was too big. When Lu Kei entered the stellar source universe, what appeared in front of him was not the void, but the tip of the spear. He forcefully controlled his body and retreated. Half of his body was distorted in order to avoid the spear. However, Long Tian's spear pressed down and whipped Lu Kei's body. He was pressed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding crowd was silent. They knew that Long Tian would win, but they didn't expect him to win so easily. He only used one move, and Lu Kei couldn't fight back at all. This was Lu Kei, an existence that everyone in the same generation looked up to. Bai Weiwei, Xiaoxingguang, and Wang Xiaofan all stared at Long Tian in shock. This was the four young ancestors? They were clearly stronger than Lu Quebec. They could challenge a first tribulation cultivator, but they couldn't even fight back against the four young ancestors. Even if the four of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to make Long Tian struggle, let alone Lu Quebec. Long Tian held his spear and looked down. "Get up. Your sword intent hasn't disappeared. Is this a battle technique?" Bai Weiwei and the others were stunned. The sword intent hadn't disappeared? Lu Yin and the others weren't surprised. For sword intents had been left in the void, and Lu Kei had just attacked 4 times. It was very strange, as each strike had left a sword intent in the void that was invisible to ordinary people. Only experts could sense it. When the dust settled, Lu Kei walked out from the ground. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his body was visibly torn apart. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. This was the feeling of being crushed without being able to resist. Only in this state could he improve. Long Tian looked at Lu Kei in admiration. Your strength is comparable to what we were back then. It's not enough. Although I didn't fight with you back then, I know it's not enough. Lu Kei's voice changed, and his eyes turned cold. He gripped his sword tightly and slashed out. The sword was strange, it was a sword technique. Long Tian stabbed out with his spear. No matter how strange Lu Kei's sword technique was, Long Tian could always find it. The tip of the spear collided with the sword's edge every time. This kind of eyesight was so overwhelming that it was hard to breathe. Qing Feng's breathing stagnated. If he were Lu Kei, and Long Tian saw through every move, the pressure he would face would be unimaginable. Lu Kei did not give up and wanted to find Long Tian's weakness. However, up until now, apart from using the White Dragon swimming steps, Long Tian had not used any other battle skills, including the White Dragon race's White Dragon transformation. The White Dragon transformation was the White Dragon race's trump card. There were already 10 sword intents in the void. Long Tian's gaze swept across the area. Is your sword intent enough? Lu Kei leapt up and faced Long Tian's impenetrable defense. He turned his sword and slashed down. At the same time, the 10 sword intents in the void merged into a single sword intent that attached to Lu Kei's blade. This attack was so powerful that even Long Tian took it seriously. This was the first time he was forced to attack Lu Kei's sword, and his spear went up from below. He had never used astral sources to suppress Lu Kei before, and this time was no different. Bang! There was another huge collision. Mr. Tang moved his finger, and a domain appeared in front of the students. Otherwise, this collision would have killed everyone who heard it. Lu Kei's 10 sword wills combined into one was very powerful, enough to instantly kill a cultivator at the first tribulation origin stage. However, Long Tian still managed to knock it down. Not only that, but the tip of Long Tian's spear pierced into Lu Kei's body. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Lu Kei's sword was still some distance away from Long Tian. Long Tian was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He saw that the gap on Lu Kei's sword had been filled up. No. The next moment, another gap appeared on Lu Kei's sword, and the 10 sword intents that should have disappeared flashed again. Long Tian subconsciously tried to pull his spear back, but he found that Lu Kei was holding it tightly. A terrifying sense of danger rose behind him. The culinary god, Lu Yin, and the others stared behind Long Tian. A broken sword had appeared in the astral source universe, and it was the gap on Lu Kei's sword. Using the broken sword to combine 10 sword intents and break through the astral source universe, slashing at Long Tian from behind. This was Lu Kei's trump card. Lu Kei's own strength was enough to kill a cultivator at the first tribulation origin stage, and with this trump card, he could kill 2 at the same time. A tribulation origin stage expert. He was worthy of being on par with the former 4th young ancestor. Unfortunately, the gap was still a gap, and even his trump card couldn't hurt Long Tian. Long Tian held the spear with his right hand and grabbed the void with his left, twisting it like a curtain. Finally, the broken sword was caught in his hand, and he clamped it between 2 fingers. Many students were shocked. They hadn't expected Lu Kei to have such a move. It was impossible to guard against, and the key was that it came from the astral source universe. Even if Bai Weiwei and the others could temporarily break into the astral source universe like the 4th young ancestor, they wouldn't be able to block this attack that came from the astral source universe and combined 10 sword intents. Once Lu Kei used this move, they would definitely die. At this moment, their fear of Lu Kei rose again, and Long Tian was no longer in their range of comparison. This is your hidden trump card? Not bad, Long Tian praised. He hadn't expected Lu Kei to force him to use his innate gift. Lu Kei coughed up blood. I still lost. Long Tian put down his spear and put Lu Kei down. He looked at Lu Kei's weak body and laughed. You don't think you can defeat me, do you? Lu Kei stared at Long Tian. Why not? The 4th young ancestor isn't invincible. Lu Xiaoxian defeated all of you at the same time. Long Tian's expression changed. Lu Xiaoxuan's name was taboo. The 4 young masters were said to be invincible among their peers, and that was indeed the case. However, decades ago, Lu Xiaoxian had appeared and defeated them in the sovereign realm. That was their humiliation. If Lu Xiaoxian can do it, so can others. Lu Ke was unwilling to give up. Wait until I become an emissary, then I'll challenge you again. Long Tian didn't argue with Lu Quebec. Their thoughts back then were different from Lu Ke's. They also thought that they could defeat Lu Xiaoxian, so they had almost joined the expedition. In the end, only Wang Su had gone. I'll give you one more chance. I know your innate gift is useless. Soak in the ancestral Meng blood. Not only will it increase your strength, but it will also allow you to recover and challenge me again. Lu Ke wasn't stupid. He knew that Long Tian wanted to use this method to attract the academy students to join the White Dragon race. Even if I want to challenge you, it will be after I become an emissary. There's no need for that now. Long Tian said indifferently, Lu Xiaoxian knows swordsmanship. Lu Ke's eyes flashed. His swordsmanship is the 13 swords. Lu Ke's expression changed, and he was shocked. The 13 swords? Long Tian replied, I can try to imitate Lu Xiaoxian's swordsmanship. The 13 swords used to be your Lu family swordsmanship. Don't you want to see it? Lu Ke thought about it and then turned around to enter the cave. He then jumped into the blood pool. Compared to Long Tian, he was more interested in Lu Xiaoxian. That genius had suppressed the 4 young ancestors and escaped from the astral trees. If there was a chance for him to compete with Lu Xiaoxian's battle techniques, he would definitely be willing. He hadn't expected Long Tian to use his name to tempt Lu Quebec. When he had first come to the astral trees, he hadn't known the 13 swords at all. He had only learned it after returning to the 5th mainland and merging with Lu Qianjua's body. Long Tian was obviously trying to trick Lu Quebec. The only reason he knew about the 13 swords was because of Lu Tian and Mu Qianjue. Everyone looked at Lu Ke in the blood pool and saw that his injuries were healing at a visible rate. At the same time, the blood flowed into his body, causing his face to pale. It was as if he was enduring something. There's ancestral Meng blood in the blood pool. The ancestral Meng is a progenitor, and its blood can improve a cultivator's physique. Conservatively speaking, his power level will increase by 10 to 20% after he comes out. If he absorbs the ancestral Meng blood well, his power level will increase even more, Long Tian said. All of the students looked on expectantly. If Lu Ke could improve, so could they. Who wouldn't want to break through? Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he was also looking forward to seeing Lu Ke's condition after he came out. After 2 full days, Lu Ke finally walked out of the blood pool. When he did, there was a faint pressure around his body, and a white stream of air circled around him like the ancestral Meng before disappearing. Long Tian praised, 2 days. It's already not easy for an enlighter to stay in there for even a day. Very few can stay there for 2 days. We can begin. Lu Ke looked at Long Tian, as he really wanted to experience the 13 swords. Long Tian's smile did not change, and everyone returned to where they had been. Look carefully, this is the technique that Lu Xiaoxian used before, the 13 swords. Long Tian still held a spear in his hand, as he wanted to use a spear in place of a sword. Lu Xiaoxian had defeated them, and this was a shadow that they could not overcome. Even if Lu Xiaoxian had made up the 13 swords, Long Tian still wanted to use a spear in place of a sword to prove that he had not imitated Lu Xiaoxian, but had instead surpassed him. Lu Ke's gaze turned cold. You're looking down on swordsmanship. Long Tian did not mind, as Lu Ke's use had already ended. Now, it was his time, and there was no need to be courteous. He stabbed out with his spear. Didn't you want to see? Lu Ke raised his sword to block, but his body was pushed back by the spear. Long Tian stabbed out again while using the white dragon roaming steps. The same scene as before appeared again. Lu Ke could only retreat. When faced with the spear that had come from Astral Source Universe, but this time, he forcefully turned the situation around and even had the strength to use his sword to deflect the spear that should have been pressing down on him. Long Tian stabbed his spear into the ground at an angle, and across from him, Lu Ke retreated a few steps. He raised his sword and pointed it at Long Tian. This isn't the 13 swords. Long Tian smiled. It is, but the way it's used is different. Lu Ke was furious, as he had been used. Long Tian turned to look at the people from Xian Academy. Students, did you see it clearly? It's the same move, but Lu Ke has a different ability to deal with it. This is the effect of the blood pool. The students were able to clearly see the difference in Lu Ke's reaction ability before and after. They now had a clear understanding of the effects of the blood pool. The culinary god was displeased. Long Tian had used the 13 swords to tempt Lu Quebec. After all, Lu Ke was a student of the academy, and he had gone overboard. Even if the four-way scales wanted to rope in these students and take over Xian Academy, there was no need for them to show such goodwill. If Luyin was the master of the four-way scales, then he would have plenty of ways to rope in these students. Luyin did not believe that the four-way scales would not be able to find out the backgrounds of these students. But why was it so strenuous? Temptations, roping in, gifting resources, and so on. Now, he was even using deception. Although Long Tian's actions reflected the effects of the blood pool, it made the culinary god unhappy. Was it really worth it to offend the culinary god? The culinary god and the others had a good attitude toward the White Dragon clan among the four sides of the balance. Doing so would easily make them hate the White Dragon clan as well. Why would Long Tian do this? It gave Luyin the feeling that he was doing everything he could to win over a student. What was their purpose in doing this? It wasn't as simple as just roping in students. Long Tian ignored Lu Quebec. In any case, Lu Ke would not be roped in by the White Dragon race. His goal was just these students. Lu Yin's guess was correct. The four-way scales had plenty of ways to rope in these students, so why would they go through so much trouble? In Long Tian's eyes, he might not even be willing to rope in these students. To the four-way scales, even if they lacked talents, they would not sacrifice resources to rope in these youths. They were doing this for the sake of the quotas. Xian Academy was bound to be controlled by the four-way scales, as they cared about the mountains and seas the most. However, there was only one mountain and sea, and the four-way scales had reached an agreement on how to distribute the quotas. Whoever roped in the most students would receive a larger allocation. At the same time, they also stipulated that they could not use underhanded methods to rope in these students. They could only rely on their own abilities to rope in these students during Xian Academy's training sessions. This way, they avoided conflicts and also did not harm the four-way scale's reputation. At most, they would sacrifice some resources. The number of students roped in would determine the allocation of quotas for the mountain and sea inheritances. This was why the Wang family and the White Dragon clan were doing everything they could to rope in these students. Otherwise, why would they care about these students? Since ancient times, not many progenitors had been born, and they had never thought that they would encounter a second Chongyue. These students had not displayed any aptitude comparable to the four young ancestors, so roping them in was purely a matter of the rules. If the Lu family still controlled the fruit tree astral region, then there would be no such thing. However, the culinary god, Dean Wen, and the others did not know about this rule. Only the four-way scales knew about it. Thus, even the culinary god could not understand why Long Tian had risked defending him by deceiving Lu Ke and showing off the effects of the blood pool. He wanted these students to be attracted, as he was certain that cultivators valued themselves more than anything else. As long as there was a way to increase their cultivation, it did not matter what their standpoint was. The White Dragon clan's foundation was too shallow. And he needed to use the blood pool to attract them. This was their only advantage. The results were as he had expected, and he could see the desire in the students' eyes. They wanted to enter the blood pool, and that was enough. Just as Long Tian was about to organize the students to soak in the pool, Luyin walked out. Wait, I feel like there's a problem. Everyone looked at Luyin. The culinary god's eyes lit up. Luyin had given him a surprise in the Wang family, so could he give them another surprise in the White Dragon clan? He was not afraid of offending the White Dragon clan, as Long Tian's actions had already angered him. If Luyin could do something about it, then that would be even better. Long Tian frowned. Mr. Haoyu, my White Dragon clan's blood pool has existed for countless years, and you're saying that there's a problem? Are you questioning my White Dragon race? Luyin was amused. Young Master Long Tian, you're too anxious. Is there a problem with the blood pool? Long Tian froze, but he did not speak. Lu Ying continued, but you guessed right. I'm saying that there's a problem with the blood pool. Long Tian's gaze turned cold. Are you doubting my clan's blood pool? As soon as he finished speaking, many white dragons appeared around them, all of them glaring at Lu Ying with unfriendly gazes. Lu Ying did not mind and looked at Lu Quebec. Come here. Lu Ke was very obedient and walked over to Lu Ying. He was also filled with anger towards Long Tian, and he was more than happy for Lu Ying to cause trouble for the White Dragon clan. Lu Ying calmly said, "Attack me." Lu Ke's brows rose, and he did not hesitate to stab out. His speed was no slower than when he had faced Long Tian. Lu Ying raised a hand and casually swatted the attack away. Do you feel any difference between facing me and facing Long Tian? Lu Ke thought about it and then shook his head. No. Lu Ying looked at him. You do. Lu Ke was at a loss. Long Tian sneered. As expected of a mentor. Everyone else says that there's no difference, but you're forcing it on your student. Lu Ying was indifferent. I can sense that Lu Ke's internal state is different when you attack him before and after he soaks in the blood pool. He's being suppressed. Long Tian's expression changed slightly, but it only lasted for an instant before he quickly regained his composure. I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Ying explained, it's very simple. He's not soaking in the blood pool. He's himself, and although soaking in the blood pool has no effect on his bloodline, there's a layer of substance on his body that absorbs the blood pool. That substance is suppressed when facing you, thus suppressing his state. The more times he soaks in the blood pool, the more obvious this state will become. Long Tian stared at Lu Ying, his eyes filled with unprecedented killing intent. Do you think that you can slander the White Dragon clan just by spouting nonsense? Mr. Hao Yu, you should know the consequences of slandering the White Dragon clan. Lu Ying raised his head. My control over astral sources has reached the profound creation realm, and I'm also a realm plane array master. I can sense that although Lu Ke's power level has increased, his body's surface is being suppressed. The difference between you and him is too great, but if he faces an opponent of similar strength and is from the White Dragon clan, then he's finished. He's definitely not your match. Hao Yu, you're courting death by slandering the White Dragon clan, an old woman from the White Dragon clan shouted. In the distance, an old woman from the White Dragon clan walked out and grabbed at Lu Ying. The culinary god's eyes widened. Impudent. Those two words caused the old woman to spit out blood. Many experts from the White Dragon clan immediately appeared and surrounded the culinary gods group. At the same time, Dragon Mountain's sourcebox array was activated. The students from Xian Academy paled. Against one of the four scales, the pressure from the White Dragon clan, they seemed insignificant. However, the culinary god's aura quickly swept out. Everyone had assumed that there was no half-ancestor overseeing Dragon Mountain. After all, the culinary god had arrived, and a half-ancestor would definitely have come out to greet him. However, the next moment, a half-ancestor's aura roared out and resisted the culinary god's pressure. The culinary god's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable chill and killing intent. Bastard, it's you. Long Tian and the rest of the White Dragon clan had ugly expressions. In the end, they still had to ask that person to come out. The culinary god stared at a corner of Dragon Mountain, and an unparalleled berserk aura accompanied by a frighteningly high temperature soared into the sky. The void distorted as it continuously collapsed and melted. The culinary god then raised his hand, and an ordinary-looking blade took shape. It looked like a butcher's knife, and it was even uglier than a normal person's warblade. However, when this blade appeared, everyone's scalps went numb. Lu Ying stared at the culinary god and the butcher's knife that he had raised, and an intense sense of danger made his hair stand on end. He had never seen the culinary god like this before. Mr. Tang's face paled, as he had also never seen the culinary god like this before. Senior, this is Dragon Mountain. Long Tian shouted. The culinary god did not have anyone else in his eyes, and he only stared at a corner of Dragon Mountain. The butcher's knife wrapped in flames viciously descended. Long Tian's expression changed drastically. The other members of the White Dragon clan were shocked, as they had never thought that a butcher's knife would appear on Dragon Mountain one day. Master, so many years have passed, but you still haven't let go. When will you become a half-ancestor? The speaker was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. His gaze was gentle, but it was filled with helplessness and grief. The butcher's knife descended from above his head, and he raised his hand as well. The butcher's knife, which was identical to the culinary god's, slashed upwards. The two butcher's knives collided in the air, and the sourcebox array protecting Dragon Mountain trembled as a terrifying pressure swept out. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Mr. Tang and Luin hurriedly stood in front of the students. The White Dragon tribe also sent emissaries to block the shockwaves. However, how could these emissaries block the shockwaves of a half-progenitor? Fortunately, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and an invisible force blocked the shockwaves, preventing Dragon Mountain from being hit. The culinary god's eyes turned red. Bastard, you're courting death. He raised his head and was about to use his inner world when the middle-aged man bowed. Ancestor, please descend. Just as he finished speaking, an eyeball appeared on Dragon Mountain and stared at the culinary god and everyone else. At the same time, an indescribable force stopped the culinary god from attacking. Everyone felt an irresistible heavenly might. This was the power of a progenitor. Luin looked at the eyeball above his head, and his heart sank. Was the dragon ancestor here? Everyone else looked up at the eyeball in a daze. This was the power of a progenitor. The culinary god's body swayed, and he wanted to forcefully use his inner world, but he did not attack. If the power of a progenitor appeared, he would not have a chance to kill that bastard. He could only hate himself for not knowing that the bastard was hiding in the White Dragon tribe. The White Dragon clan, it was the White Dragon clan. He stared at Long Tian and the others. I've thought of many possibilities, but I never expected that bastard to be hiding in your White Dragon clan. Good, very good. Long Tian felt bitter. That senior had been exposed, and their relationship with the Xian Academy was now completely at odds. However, they had no choice. If they did not invite that senior, they would not be able to summon the power of a progenitor, and they would not be able to stop the culinary god's pressure. If the White Dragon tribe was suppressed by the culinary god on their own Dragon Mountain, they would not have the face to be one of the four scales. Forget it, so be it. Xian Academy would soon become history anyway. At worst, they would just have to protect their bottom line. Right now, the most important thing was that the secret of the blood pool could not be exposed. This was the most important matter for the White Dragon tribe. As for the mountains and seas, it was not that easy to inherit their legacy. One person was enough, and the rest could even be tried by everyone in the starry sky of the trees. If one was not qualified, then one was not qualified. Adding more spots would only increase the chances of success. Master, you're still so impulsive. Why? It's been so many years. The middle-aged man walked out of the void and stood in front of Long Tian and the others. He faced with the culinary god, the eyeball above his head. The progenitor's, but it did not represent the progenitor himself. The progenitor himself. Of the progenitor's progenitor. Mr. Tang and the others also saw it and breathed a sigh of relief. The culinary god of the progenitor. Of the progenitor of the ofs of the gods. The progenitor. The culinary god stared at the middle-aged man, no longer looking as calm as before. Instead, he looked like a madman who had been blinded by hatred. Bastard, I hate that I made the wrong choice to take you as my disciple. I hate that I didn't realize that you were the one who killed little Ping. I hate that you escaped. I hate that I didn't find you, bastard. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. He looked at the culinary god with pity. Master, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? Junior's sister did it willingly. She wanted to help me, and the more I loved her, the more pain I had to endure. This pain helped me improve my cultivation, and it was because of this pain that I was able to become a half-progenitor. Master, look, your disciple has become a half-progenitor. The culinary god was enraged, and he clenched his fists. His entire body trembled with rage. Bastard, I'll kill you one day. The middle-aged man laughed. Master, how many years have you been in the ancestral gazing pavilion? Unfortunately, you were unable to do so. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have broken through to progenitor long ago. Why bother? It's because I caused the humans to lose a progenitor. I've sinned. Luin did not understand their conversation. What's going on? Mr. Wei whispered, it looks like that person was Suryu. He's senior culinary god's disciple, and their matter is related to an old case. Senior culinary god's innate talent is extremely high, and he became a half-progenitor at his peak. He's on par with the Myriad Daos clan's ancestor Myriad Daos and the White Dragon clan's elder Anai Huang. He's the most likely powerhouse to break through to progenitor in the universe. However, due to an accident, Senior Culinary God has not dared to break through to this day. It was his disciple, Suryu, who killed Senior's other disciple, a female disciple. His methods were extremely cruel, so it's not convenient for me to say too much. Senior Culinary God has engraved this matter in his heart. He has been dominated by hatred for countless years, and the reason why he went to the ancestral gazing pavilion was to forget his hatred. After countless years, no one knows if Senior has truly forgotten his hatred. The more Senior forgets his hatred, the easier it is for him to become a progenitor. Luin understood. That's why the outside world is so afraid of Senior. The longer others drag it out, the harder it is for them to become a progenitor. It's the opposite for Senior. The longer you drag it out, the more likely it is for you to forget your hatred and break through to progenitor. Mr. Wei nodded. But now, it looks like this hatred is far from being forgotten. Senior hated Suryu so much just by sensing Suryu's existence. He even took action at Dragon Mountain and forced the White Dragon clan to use their progenitor's power. This knot in Senior's heart will be difficult to untie. As he spoke, Luin also listened to the conversation between the culinary god and the others. Master, everything I did was taught by you. Are you the same person as you are now? You shouldn't blame me. Look at how cruel and terrifying your inner world is. Who would dare to mention it? Compared to you, this disciple is simply too benevolent, Suryu said helplessly with admiration. The culinary god stared at Suryu. My inner world will only allow you to experience it. Aside from you, it will not attack anyone else. I will let you fully experience it. Suryu smiled. This disciple looks forward to it. He then looked past the culinary god at Luin and the others. This is Dragon Mountain. Master doesn't want the dragon ancestor to descend, right? This disciple will take his leave first. Otherwise, Master might not be in the mood to chat with the White Dragon clan. Right, let me remind you, Master's current appearance. He smiled and pointed behind him. It's easy to scare children. He then retreated and disappeared. At the same time, the dragon ancestor's eyeball also disappeared. The disappearance of the progenitor's power made the others heave a sigh of relief. It was only then that they realized that their backs were drenched in sweat. Wait, bastard, get out here, the culinary god shouted angrily and wanted to attack again. Mr. Tang hurried forward to stop him. Senior, this is Dragon Mountain. It will be difficult to deal with a progenitor's power. The culinary god panted heavily and stared in the direction that Suryu had left. His eyes were so red that they were about to bleed. This was the first time Mr. Tang had seen the culinary god like this. That old case was too far away, and even he did not understand it. If not for Mr. Wei's familiarity with history, no one would have told them about it. The culinary god took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Across from him, the White Dragon clan looked at each other. Long Tian stepped forward. Senior culinary god, my apologies. The culinary god looked up at Long Tian. I never thought that the White Dragon clan would take in that bastard. Long Tian fell silent. This was something that had happened a long time ago. He knew of Suryu, who was a half-ancestor, but he did not know much about him. Not many in the White Dragon clan knew of his existence, but because of the culinary god, Suryu had not dared to appear and had become the hidden guardian of Dragon Mountain. If not for the blood pool, Suryu would not have appeared. To think that I was so polite to the White Dragon clan. The scales are all the same, so it's no wonder that you would join forces with the frigid immortal sect to banish the Lu family. Even that bastard was willing to take him in. Do you have any bottom line? The culinary god said coldly. Long Tian was helpless. That was not my decision. The culinary god looked up at the top realm, or more accurately, at the sovereign realm. Indeed, taking in that bastard was not something that a child like Long Tian could decide, but rather the high and mighty dragon ancestor. Only the dragon ancestor could decide whether to take in Suryu, and only the dragon ancestor had the ability to take in Suryu at the risk of exposing himself and becoming his mortal enemy. There were some things that could only be thought of, and the culinary god did not say them out loud. Unless Suryu became a half-ancestor, even if progenitors respected him, it would only be on the surface. Even Wanzi might not be able to become a half-ancestor, let alone him. They respected all half-ancestors, but there was still a fundamental difference. Long Tian sighed. He understood why his clan had taken in Suryu, but the clan's foundation was too shallow, and they could not compare to the frigid immortal sect, Shenwu Heaven, or the Wang family. During the Daosor sect's era, they had 9 mountains and 8 seas, so what did the White Dragon clan have? If not for their ancestor coincidentally reaching the progenitor realm under the guidance of a senior, the White Dragon clan would not even have the qualifications to join forces with them. The White Dragon clan had been willing to take in Suryu, who had not even been a half-ancestor, because they knew that he would definitely become a half-ancestor and become the guardian of Dragon Mountain. Unfortunately, this powerhouse could not be exposed. Senior, it's not appropriate for this junior to comment on the matter between you and Senior you, but regarding the blood pool, I hope that Senior will not listen to others. There is absolutely no problem with the blood pool, Long Tian said respectfully. The culinary god no longer had a good impression of the White Dragon clan, and his impression of them was even worse than that of the other 3 clans. You know very well whether there is a problem or not. The White Dragon clan's training will end here. We still have to go to the frigid immortal sect, so goodbye. Long Tian hurriedly blocked the culinary god. Senior, you must clarify this matter today. The culinary god's gaze turned cold. You still want to attack my Xian Academy? Senior, you must have forgotten why Xian Academy is training at the 4-way scales, Long Tian said directly, no longer being respectful. The culinary god had indeed forgotten, as Suryu's appearance had thrown his thoughts into disarray. The reason why Xian Academy was training was because of the conditions that the 4-way scales had given them. They had reached an agreement with the 4-way scales to rope in the students and distribute the resources of the mountains and seas. It was also an opportunity for Xian Academy to be smoothly taken over by the 4-way scales. Of course, the culinary god did not know about the allocation of the quotas. If everything went smoothly and the students joined the 4-way scales, Xian Academy would naturally be taken over. However, if Xian Academy was unwilling to train, the 4-way scales might not be so gentle. At the very least, an progenitor would appear. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Actually, Xian Academy was not afraid of the 4 cardinal scales using force. The culinary god had already said that at most, he would risk his life to pass the tribulation. This was also the reason why he had been able to protect Xian Academy for so many years. However, if he used force, the 4 cardinal scales would know that the mountain and sea had a master. This was what Xian Academy did not want to expose. For a moment, the culinary god stopped. Long Tian thought that the culinary god was worried about Xian Academy, worried that he would fail his tribulation and die, so he said again, Senior, if it was before, the 4 cardinal scales would be worried that you would succeed, but now, there is no need to worry. Your performance just now was very reassuring. Although it is a pity that the human race has lost an ancestor, many things have become easier for us. The culinary god raised his eyebrows, Junior, the ancestor's origin tribulation does not only look at one state of mind. This old man's countless years of accumulation is not something you can see through. Therefore, Junior does not want to fall out with Senior. The matter of the blood pool must be explained clearly. Senior and the others, please stay in Dragon Mountain for a few more days. My white dragon race will definitely produce evidence that the blood pool is normal, Long Tian said. How could they produce evidence if the blood pool was normal? Normally, the other party would produce evidence to prove that the blood pool was abnormal. However, how could the white dragon race dare to let this matter spread? Even if the blood pool was normal, it would be disadvantageous to the white dragon race. The blood pool was the white dragon race's greatest method of recruiting foreign cultivators. Once it was destroyed, with the white dragon race's weak foundation, they would only be pulled apart by the other three families. This was not something the White Dragon race could accept. Moreover, there was a problem with the blood pool itself. He had to report to the ancestor and think of a way to hide this matter. The troublesome thing was that there were still people from the Bai, Xia, Wang, Nong, Lu, and other families present. This was what the White Dragon race needed to deal with. They needed time. No matter what, the White Dragon race would not let the people of Xian Academy leave. The culinary god could only agree to stay for now. Sir, the White Dragon race won't do anything to us, right? Nong Xinyang was worried. Luing comforted her, don't worry, they won't dare. The White Dragon tribe would not be so crazy as to attack them, but Luing was curious as to how they would resolve this matter. After all, he was the root of the problem. Coincidentally, Long Tian looked at him with a strong killing intent and helplessness. Given the status of the four-way scales, it was rare for them to be helpless against a third tribulation origin cultivator. The huge courtyard stretched across the mountains and rivers. This was a place provided by the White Dragon clan for the people of the academy to rest. Everyone had their own courtyard. The food and drinks were the best, and even cultivation resources were provided. Luing had originally wanted to chat with the culinary god, but the culinary god had shut his doors and was clearly not in the mood. Luing could only return to his residence and take out Mount Supreme before releasing Long Shi. Luing was quite familiar with Dragon Mountain, not because he had been there once, but because of Long Ke's memories. He had been in Long Ke's body for a long time, and his memories were mixed. A considerable portion of them were related to Long Shan. Of course, it was also because he deliberately searched for the location of Long Ke's private stash of resources that he found Long Shan's memories. He knew that he wouldn't be monitored here. The White Dragon race wasn't the Wang clan and didn't have the mountains and seas hanging high up in the sky. Even if he wanted to invite the power of the progenitor realm, he would need a half-progenitor to do it. Who would be monitoring him? Luing released Long Shi without worry. Long Shi was confused. Where are we? She looked outside, and her expression changed. Long Shan? Luing nodded. Since we're here, I think I should let you out to take a look. Long Shi's expression was complicated. She had been away from Dragon Mountain for decades, and she was already used to it. Now that she had suddenly returned, she was not used to it. But that's fine. I can't wander around. My current identity is a teacher from Xian Academy called Hao Yu. Xian Academy is currently. Luing told her everything that had happened. Long Shi looked at him. Did you attack the White Dragon clan again? Luing pursed his lips. It's a small matter, not a big deal. Long Shi retracted her gaze. Is there really a problem with the blood pool? Luing nodded. You don't know? Long Shi shook her head. No. Long Shi looked outside and seemed to be lost in her memories. The problem with the blood pool naturally came from Long Ke's memories, but too few people in the White Dragon clan knew about it. Even Long Shi did not know. Luing asked, do you miss Long Tian? Long Shi replied, the White Dragon clan has a long lifespan. A few decades are only a few years for us. She then looked at Luing strangely. You want to capture him? Luing replied, no, why would you think that? Long Shi stared at Luing. Luing felt guilty. I don't like to capture people. I have no choice. Like Wen Shirgue and the others, Xia Taili and Yu Chen? Long Shi asked. Luing coughed. Don't worry, this is Dragon Mountain. How could I capture Long Tian? Something will happen. Dragon Mountain has a half-ancestor and your ancestor's power protecting it. Long Shi said, based on my understanding of you, there's nothing you don't dare to do, but you can do it flawlessly. Luing did not want to talk about this, but he thought of Long Ku. He looked at Long Shi's melancholy face and felt a little upset. Do you miss your father? Long Shi's eyes dimmed. It doesn't matter. He never thought about us. If you want, I can let you meet him. Luing felt guilty. Long Shi was stunned and blinked at Luing. You really did capture him. Luing was speechless. Not here. It was many days ago. It was an accident. Is my father at Mount Supreme too? Longxi looked at the nearby Mount Supreme and asked. Luyin nodded. If you want, I can let you meet him. Of course, you can always meet him, but you can't let him out. Longxi shook her head. Forget it, I don't want to meet him for now. Luyin was helpless. Then, do you want to leave Mount Supreme? He had asked this question more than 3 times, and Longxi's answer was the same every time. I've seen enough. I can go back now. Longxi said after a while. Luyin was a little embarrassed and hesitant. Longxi looked at him. Just say it. Luyin coughed again. Well, I have a favor to ask. I don't know if you're willing to help. I know you wouldn't ask me to come out and reminisce about the past for no reason. What favor? Longxi was annoyed. Luyin explained, I really want you to see Dragon Mountain. After all, you live here. It would be unreasonable if I don't let you out. Longxi was helpless. Okay, tell me. What favor? Luyin took a deep breath. Longke has a secret stash of resources in Dragon Mountain, but it needs his bloodline to open. Longxi was speechless. Didn't you capture my father? Can't you just use his blood? Luyin laughed dryly. It's best if you don't let him know. He didn't know if he would be able to use Longke in the future, so he naturally didn't want Longke to know that his resources had been taken away by Luyin. Longxi was here anyway, and her bloodline could still open that place. It was always good to have a backup plan. Longxi frowned and looked at Luyin for a while. Take me there. Thank you. Luyin relaxed. He had been afraid that Longxi wouldn't agree, so he could only use Longke's blood to open it. Dragon Mountain had Suryu, and Luyin knew that it would be difficult to reach Longke's stash on his own. It was at Longke's residence. Longke was the leader of the White Dragon tribe, so his residence was definitely the most heavily guarded place in the White Dragon tribe. Fortunately, Luyin had the Mist Ancestor. The Fog Ancestor came out and was rather impatient. However, when he saw Longxi, he originally wanted to get angry, but he forcibly suppressed it. Yo, which family's girl is so beautiful? Not bad, kid. One after the other. Luyin was speechless. Senior, what do you mean one after the other? Don't spout nonsense. Longxi bowed to the Mist Ancestor. Before Luyin had invited her out, he had told her, Junior Longxi of the White Dragon tribe greets Senior Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor nodded and helped Longxi up to take a closer look. Not bad, not bad. White Dragon tribe. Is Long Air your ancestor? Luyin was confused. Long Air? Longxi was confused as well. Long Air? The Mist Ancestor replied, yes, Long Yuan. Long Yuan is this junior's ancestor, Longxi said respectfully. The Mist Ancestor sneered, these fellows don't even dare to say their nicknames. Long Yuan is Long Air, and he's quite silly. However, this fellow was born with different pupils and has some talent. After some guidance, he became an ancestor. Not bad, not bad. I wonder if he still recognizes me now. Ancestor will never forget Senior's kindness, Longxi said respectfully. The Mist Ancestor was satisfied. You're much more polite than this kid. This kid only knows how to use me, and he's never been so respectful. Luyin hurriedly flattered the Mist Ancestor, and only then did he stop the Mist Ancestor from praising himself. When she found out that this was Long Shan and that Longxi had helped Luyin steal her father's hidden resources, the Mist Ancestor looked at Luyin as if he was looking at a saint of love. Not bad, kid. You stole someone's daughter and even made her help you steal my resources. How despicable. Lu Yin's lips twitched, but before he could speak, the Mist Ancestor suddenly recalled something. One of the people you asked me to capture was from the White Dragon tribe. Right, he looks quite similar to this girl. Could he be her father? Longxi looked at Luyin in amusement. Lu Yin's voice was hoarse. There's a reason. The Mist Ancestor looked at him with disdain. You stole someone's daughter, captured her father, and now you're making her help you steal her father's resources. Kid, you're too ruthless. Luyin felt that he had gone overboard after hearing her words. Sigh, if Xiaoshang had been like you back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. That guy is a blockhead, and there's also Kujia. A bunch of blockheads, the mist ancestor lamented before using Wei to bring the two of them to Long Ke's residence. The mist ancestor's words confirmed Lu Yin's suspicions that she might have liked progenitor Chen. As for Kujia, she couldn't have thought that he didn't dare to confess because he liked her, right? That was just nonsense, but the truth was something that only their generation knew. Given Kujia's temper, he probably wouldn't have admitted it even if he was beaten to death back then. He was too low-key and introverted. Longshan had countless peaks, rivers, oceans, and even a pond civilization. Long Ke lived not too far away from the blood pond, and it was in the direction of Suryu. As he watched Wei lead them in that direction, Lu Yin panicked a little. After all, there was a half-step ancestor who could use progenitor's power. Soon, Wei brought them to the mountain where Long Ke lived. It was a solemn hall that fully displayed the White Dragon clan's prestige. Lu Yin liked environments that returned to their natural state. He didn't like buildings like this, but he couldn't deny that they represented a certain kind of power. There was no one in the hall, and it was very cold. Lu Yin knew that this hall should be very lively with guards and maids everywhere. However, with Long Ke's disappearance, no one knew where these people had gone. I don't like it here, Longshi said slowly as she stood in the hall. If the mist ancestor hadn't confirmed that there was no problem, Lu Yin wouldn't have dared to let her speak so loudly. This was one of the four scales, the residence of the White Dragon clan's leader. It's too cold here, Longshi said softly. Lu Yin replied, there should have been a lot of people here, but your father went missing. Longshi shook her head and looked at Lu Yin, her eyes bright and filled with an indescribable emotion. It has nothing to do with the number of people here. The people here are just too cold. She looked around, our bloodline has replaced the main bloodline. Before this, we didn't live here, but after the main bloodline disappeared, we moved here. Father built this hall and brought Long Tian and me here. At that time, he told me that everything had changed, and that I could go anywhere in Dragon Mountain without needing Fourth Sister to bring me around. But I like it more when Fourth Sister brings us around. I like it when he brings me around. Lu Yin sighed, Long Tian must like your father's words. Longshi replied, what he thinks has nothing to do with me. I just know that I can't stay here for even a day. So you often live in the Central Realm? Lu Yin asked. Longshi nodded, where is the place you're looking for? I'm not familiar with this place. Lu Yin followed Long Ke's memories to the seventh pillar at the back of the hall. This place wasn't hidden, but it didn't need to be hidden either. Long Ke had thought that it would be better to hide the resources here rather than spend time looking for a hidden place. This was the place where the White Dragon clan's main bloodline was represented. Long Ke wouldn't give up on this place, and no one else could enter as they pleased. Without his bloodline, no one else, including the guards who stood here all year round, would be able to find the resources. Your father really knows how to hide things, Lu Yin said as he pointed at the bottom of the pillar. Longshi was not surprised. That's his style. After saying that, he raised his hand and a drop of blood dripped onto the stone pillar. As he watched the stone pillar rise and the void ripple, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was a greater world. In the fifth mainland, the great worlds were mainly places where some races or forces could survive in the Neoverse. However, the Starry Sky Tree was the best place to hide resources. The Starry Sky Tree was dangerous, but it was also not. It was not like the Neoverse Glory Plane, which could easily be destroyed if one did not live in a great world. The Hall of Honor did not have the ability to control the entire fifth mainland, including the Glory Plane. However, the Starry Sky Tree was different. Regardless of whether it was in the past or now, either the Lu clan, the Frigid Immortal Sect, the Lu clan, or the Four Cardinal Scales, the School of Agriculture, the Lu clan, and the other powerful forces were in charge of the Starry Sky. Therefore, the Starry Sky was generally considered stable, and the Great World was not very useful. As for the transportation of troops, there was no need for that at all. The back of the battlefield had its own plans for mobilizing troops over the years. Lu Yin entered the Great Realm where the resources were hidden. The space was very small, and Lu Yin directly plundered everything. Long Ke did not hide many resources, and there were only a little more than 2 billion star essence. Including the other items, it was not even worth 3 points for Lu Yin. Although it was not a lot, it was still enough for him to personally take it. It was better than nothing. After all, Long Ke had not been the clan leader for long. The two quickly left the hall, and Long She asked the fog ancestor to take her to the place where she had once lived. It was not the Crouching Dragon Lake that Luyin had once lived in. The Crouching Dragon Lake was a place that only the direct descendants of the White Dragon clan were qualified to live in. Back then, Luyin had changed his name to Long Chi, and after arriving at Dragon Mountain, he had been arranged to live in the Crouching Dragon Lake. At the time, Patriarch Xianxia had said that he would be accepted as a disciple, and the White Dragon clan had sought out Celestial Master Chilling and wanted him to become her disciple. At that time, Long Chi's name had resounded throughout the Starry Sky Tree. At that time, Long Chi had been qualified to live in the Crouching Dragon Lake. Before him, Long Chi had lived there, and before that, Long Tian had lived there. Long Chi wanted to go to the place where her bloodline had not yet become the main bloodline's residence, and she longed to return there. It was also a tall mountain, but it was much shorter than the one Long Ke had lived in. However, it was still not far from the Blood Pool. The area around the Blood Pool, including Long Ke's mountain and the ancestral grounds, was the center of Dragon Mountain. The higher one's status, the closer they were to the center. Long Ke's bloodline had not been able to replace the main bloodline because of luck. They were the strongest of all the bloodlines, and the Longquan bloodline was second only to them. The bloodline had replaced the main bloodline, and the former mountain had been abandoned. No one would come back to take a look, they would only look forward. Long Ke had even hidden the resources in the hall, a testament to his determination. Long She walked in front of the abandoned mountain and saw familiar courtyards, familiar flowers, and trees. There were also many strange but cute animals. He looked to the right and saw a huge cat-like creature pouncing over. It did not attack, but instead approached Long She and meowed happily. Long She's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she hugged it. "Nini, is that you, Nini?" The big cat meowed happily and wagged its tail. Luyin was surprised to see Long She laughing so happily as she hugged the cat. He had never seen her laugh so happily before. Suddenly, the same scene appeared in his mind, a young girl hugging a pet and laughing happily. That girl's face was beautiful, and he thought it was Long She, but it wasn't. The girl had the same beautiful face as Long She, but her temperament was completely different. She was more elegant, less cold, more calm, and less naive. At the same time, she was more holy and less worldly. Perhaps it was because of the pet she was holding. It was a 7-colored deer. A 7-colored deer, Luyin suddenly said. Long She's expression changed, and she stiffened while hugging the big cat. She turned to look at Luyin in shock. "You remember?" Luyin was stunned and confused. "What?" Long She stared at him and saw confusion in his eyes instead of the hatred and complexity she had expected. "You know about the 7-colored deer?" Luyin nodded and recalled the scene that had appeared in his mind. "It's by Xian'er's pet, right?" Long She sighed and patted the big cat's head. She still had a smile on her face, but it was no longer as pure as before. Bai Xian'er was the idol of many people, but she was also the target of many people's hatred. In Long She's heart, she belonged to the latter category. "If possible, I'll definitely kill her." The big cat blinked and meowed softly, as if it had understood Lu Yin's feelings. Feeling Long She's mood, it stopped wagging its tail and kept rubbing Long She's face with its head. Long She smiled again. "It's fine, Nini. Go play." The big cat's ears drooped down, and it licked Long She's hand before leaving, looking back 3 times with every step. "Is this your pet?" Luyin asked. Long She's expression dimmed. "You've seen it before." Luyin was surprised. Lu Xiaoxian had seen it before, and it had lived for a long time. It didn't have any cultivation and was just an ordinary animal. Long She didn't say much, but she was still depressed. Luyin sensed it, but for some reason, he thought that it was because she had seen the place where she used to live. After walking for a while, he thought that the mountain was completely deserted, but he soon found someone familiar, Long She's maid, Xiaoqian. Long She hadn't expected Xiaoqian to be here. She had a good relationship with the girl and was about to go find her, but Luyin stopped her and gestured for her to keep quiet. Within a courtyard, Xiaoqian didn't sense their arrival and was conversing with someone using a Cloud Connect stone, that's all. The White Dragon tribe ordered us not to spread this news. Not bad, you're finally useful in the White Dragon tribe. A voice came from the stone, continue to keep an eye on her. The White Dragon tribe won't let news of the blood pool spread. Let's see what price they'll pay to silence those from Xian Academy. Understood, Xiaoqian replied. By the way, is there any news about my father? You're in the White Dragon tribe. If there's news about Elder and I Huang, then there's naturally news about your father. Or do you think that your father can return before Elder and I Huang? Xiaoqian's face paled. Sorry, I spoke too much. Originally, when Longxi went missing, some people proposed to transfer you back. You no longer have any value in the White Dragon race, but many things have happened, and it has been delayed until now. If we had transferred you back then, you would have either followed your father to the battlefield on the other side, or you would have only been an ordinary disciple. But now, the opportunity has come. Find a chance to get close to that Mr. Hao Yu from Xian Academy. It would be best if you could seduce him. You're also quite beautiful, and our people in the White Dragon race will help you. Xiaoqian hesitated. What, you don't want to do it? No, I'm just thinking about what to do. Do your best. That Hao Yu isn't that easy to seduce. If the White Dragon tribe finds out, just say that you've had enough of that place and want to borrow his power to leave. Xiaoqian gritted her teeth. Yes, I'll do my best. Outside the courtyard, Longxi's expression was gloomy. She had always been cold and arrogant, and she would only reveal some of her true feelings towards Xiaoqian. She had long since treated Xiaoqian as a younger sister, and even if she scolded her sometimes, it would not be too severe. She had never thought that this person had been a spy sent by an outsider from the start. Luin hadn't expected such a thing to happen, but he wasn't surprised. It was very common for powers to plant spies in each other's territories, and if they dared to plant spies in the White Dragon tribe and had people within the White Dragon tribe to provide support, then it had to be one of the four scales. He just didn't know which one. How did she become your maid back then? Luin asked. Longxi answered in a low voice, the last maid was allowed to leave Dragon Mountain to marry someone else. I accidentally saw her being bullied, but her eyes were resolute, so I took her in. Luin nodded, it's an old story. He wanted to say something else, but Longxi rushed into the courtyard and appeared in front of Xiaoqian. Luin pursed his lips. The more aloof a person was, the more violent their outbursts would be when they couldn't control their emotions. Xiaoqian stared blankly at Longxi, who had suddenly appeared. PR princess? Longxi stared at her with a solemn expression, who sent you? Xiaoqian panicked and dropped the cloud pass stone in her hand. She instinctively jumped in fright and took a few steps back. Who sent you? Longxi barked. Xiaoqian trembled and stared at Longxi in fear. She was usually aloof like Longxi, but at this moment, it was as if her disguise had been torn apart. Fear spread like a tide. PR princess, I don't know what you're talking about. Longxi looked at her in disappointment. I heard everything you said. Tell me everything and I won't let you die. The word die terrified Xiaoqian. She had been in the White Dragon tribe for so many years and had never experienced death. She was even more terrified now. Princess, I didn't hurt you or the White Dragon tribe. Speak. Longxi barked, her voice shaking the entire room. Xiaoqian's legs went soft and she collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead and her eyes went blank. It's the frigid immortal sect. Longxi sighed and looked at the paralyzed Xiaoqian, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Luin walked over. What did the frigid immortal sect send you to do in the White Dragon tribe? Xiaoqian looked at Luin in shock. Longqi? No, Lu Xiaoxian? Luin had returned to his original appearance when he released Longxi. He smiled and bent down to stare at Xiaoqian. Since you know who I am, you should know that I won't go easy on you. Answer my questions and I might let you live. Otherwise. Xiaoqian hurriedly hugged Longxi's leg and begged, Princess, please spare me. I didn't do anything. Even though the frigid immortal sect sent me to Dragon Mountain, I really didn't do anything. I didn't hurt you or the White Dragon tribe. Then what were you doing just now? The White Dragon tribe tried their best to cover up the matter of the blood pool, but you spread the news back to the frigid immortal sect. Xiaoqian's face was deathly pale. She had no way to argue. By the way, I remember something. Back then, I used the name Long Qi and Long Shi to visit the ancestral Meng in the mortal world. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be easy for others to find out about our itinerary. However, the cold immortal sect managed to find us. They knew the time of our departure and accurately calculated our location. Luine suddenly asked. Xiaoqian hurriedly denied it. No, it wasn't me. I didn't say anything. Also, after I arrived at Dragon Mountain, I went to the hidden Dragon Lake, but I was challenged by the other White Dragon Branch disciples. Did you tell them? Luine asked again. Xiaoqian panicked. No, I really didn't tell them that. With the strength of those subsidiary sect's disciples, they wouldn't be able to affect you. I really didn't say anything this time. So you were the one who told me about the itinerary to pay respects to the ancestral Meng? Luine sneered. Xiaoqian trembled, her face pale. Longxi looked at Xiaoqian and asked, how many times have you betrayed me? Xiaoqian was terrified and didn't dare to say anything. If you don't want to talk about it, does that mean you've done a lot? If that's the case, then there's no reason for you to continue living. Xiaoqian hurriedly replied, no, I didn't do much. It was just that junior ancestor Bai wanted to pursue the princess, so I told them about her itinerary. What else? Luine barked. This woman was not afraid of death, so he just needed to scare her a little. Xiaoqian was frightened by Luine, and she blurted out, and those subsidiary sect's disciples? I told them about the itinerary of the White Dragon Branch disciples. Luine understood. No wonder all the White Dragon Branch disciples who wanted to marry Longxi were killed. I was wondering how the frigid immortal sect had the ability to search the entire central realm, as they couldn't have sealed off every single location. So you were the one who gave them the locations. Xiaoqian lowered her head, and her heart continued to sink. The fear of death enveloped her, and she didn't dare to hide anything. Longxi closed her eyes. She had also wondered how the frigid immortal sect had been able to find all the subsidiary sect's disciples. There had been at least 100 of them, and they had come from all directions. The frigid immortal sect couldn't possibly have so many people to seal off every single direction, but they had still managed to do it. So this was the reason. She had harmed them. Princess, I've never hurt you. Please spare my life. Spare me, Xiaoqian begged. Longxi's eyes were filled with grief, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of her eyes. Luine didn't doubt that she would kill Xiaoqian on the spot. He pressed a hand on her shoulder, and she looked at him in confusion. Luine walked past her and squatted down, looking at Xiaoqian at eye level. Let me ask you, who is your father? Xiaoqian's body trembled, and her eyes flickered. This question was even more terrifying than Longxi's, and she didn't dare to answer. She didn't even dare to look at Luine. Luine had only asked out of curiosity. After all, he had heard from the person across from the Cloud Vision Stone that Xiaoqian's father had gone to the Fifth Mainland to join the expedition, just like Elder and I Huang. However, Xiaoqian's behavior was too abnormal, especially when she faced him. She had a strange fear, or rather, an instinctive fear that was even more terrifying than when she faced Longxi. Even though he had caused a ruckus at Dragon Mountain under the alias of Longqi and caused the White Dragon clan to lose face, it wasn't enough to make Xiaoqian so terrified. His words had been threatening, but Xiaoqian's reaction didn't seem to be as simple as that. I'm asking you, who is your father? Luine asked again. Xiaoqian's voice trembled as she replied, Elder. Elder Green Apricot. Luine was stunned. Elder Green Apricot? Even Longxi was curious. You're the daughter of Elder Green Apricot from the Cold Immortal sect? Xiaoqian nodded. You seem to be very afraid of admitting it, Luine commented. Xiaoqian panicked. Father has helped Bai Xiaohong force the princess many times. Many of the assassinations against the White Dragon clan's branch disciples were done by him. He even contacted the Boundless Assassins. She paused and looked at Luine. Assassinate Longqi, so I don't dare to say it. Luine stood up and looked at the limp Xiaoqian on the ground. He hadn't expected her to be Elder Green Apricot's daughter, and he hadn't expected someone as old as Elder Green Apricot to have a daughter. Longxi hadn't expected this either. No wonder you betrayed the White Dragon clan so easily. So you told your father. To be honest, this isn't betrayal, but rather theft. Xiaoqian kept begging Longxi to let her go. Long. She was about to attack, but Luyin suddenly said, "Wait." Xiaoqian looked at Luyin hopefully. Longxi didn't understand. You want to save her? Luyin replied, keeping her alive is more useful than killing her. We can use her to steal information from the Cold Immortal sect and even use them. Then what about what she did in the past? Longxi's tone turned cold. Those branch disciples died because of her. Who's going to avenge them? Princess, I can help you mislead the Cold Immortal sect. I can help you steal information from the Cold Immortal sect, but please don't kill me. Please, Princess, Xiaoqian begged. Luyin replied, I won't stop you from killing her, but think about the White Dragon clan's situation. Using her is more valuable than killing her. Longxi lowered her head and looked at Xiaoqian, her eyes filled with anger, killing intent, and disappointment. I thought that you were like me, but I was wrong. She then turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Xiaoqian heaved a sigh of relief, but her eyes were filled with bitterness. After so many years, she had feelings for Longxi as well, but their positions were different. Lu Yin's voice rang out, being alive isn't necessarily better than being dead. If I can keep you alive, then I'm confident that I can control you. He then raised a hand and sent the Grim Reaper's seal into Xiaoqian's body. Xiaoqian wasn't even an enlighter, so the Grim Reaper's seal didn't have much control over her. Some people would rather die than have their astral origin cyclone destroyed, as losing one's cultivation was far more painful than dying. However, to Xiaoqian, death was the most terrifying thing. I can kill you with a single thought. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Cold Immortal sect for help. Of course, there's only one chance. If you try and fail, you'll die without a complete corpse. Xiaoqian's body trembled. I wouldn't dare try. Thank you, Longxi. Thank you, son-in-law. Luyin raised a brow, he hadn't heard the word son-in-law in a long time. Aside from the killing technique planted in your body, there's someone else I want you to meet. Part of the reason why you're still alive is because of him. He then took out Mount Supreme and released Elder Green Apricot. When Elder Green Apricot came out, he looked at Luyin in confusion, not knowing what to do. Luyin replied, Don't say that I'm heartless. I'll protect your daughter for you, but whether or not she can atone for her crimes will depend on her own luck. Elder Green Apricot was still confused. Daughter? Xiaoqian, who was paralyzed on the ground, stared at Elder Green Apricot in a daze. Why was he here? An indescribable feeling of having seen a ghost grew in Xiaoqian's mind. She would never have dreamed that Elder Green Apricot would be carried around by Luyin. Who would carry someone around with them? Luyin pointed at Xiaoqian. You don't even recognize your own daughter? Elder Green Apricot looked at Xiaoqian and frowned. She looks familiar. Suddenly, he recalled something. Aren't you Princess Longxi's maid? Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard this, and he suddenly stared at Xiaoqian. He reached out and grabbed her hair, pulling her up. Xiaoqian's face paled, and her eyes filled with despair. She tried to struggle, but she couldn't break free. Outside the courtyard, Longxi walked in, not understanding why Lu Yin had suddenly attacked Xiaoqian. You dare trick me? Lu Yin's tone was icy. He had never thought that he would be tricked by a nobody who could control his life and death at any time. He had really thought that Xiaoqian was Elder Green Apricot's daughter, which was why he had protected her and kept her for his own use. He hadn't expected this woman to lie to him even before her death, and her lie had been almost perfect. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, Lu Yin had used all sorts of methods to stay alive. He had hidden, disguised, lied, and used all sorts of methods, but he had still fallen into the hands of a little girl who could be crushed to death at any time. Elder Green Apricot couldn't figure out what was going on. Longxi stared at Xiaoqian. You're lying even before your death. Either everything you said before was a lie, or you can't reveal your father's identity. Tell me, who is your father? Lu Yin tightened his grip on Xiaoqian's hair. I need to know who your father is. Tell me. Xiaoqian's heart sank. To the bottom of the valley. She could have fooled everyone with this lie, but Elder Green Apricot appeared and was brought along by Lu Xiaoxian. How could she have known that something like this wouldn't happen? Lu Yin's killing intent enveloped Xiaoqian, but it was far more intense than Long Shi's. Xiaoqian closed her eyes, knowing that she couldn't hide it any longer. Her voice was dry and despairing as she uttered a name, Bai Jing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously let go. Xiaoqian fell to the ground, her face ashen. Beside him, Long Shi looked at him. You know Bai Jing? You're Bai Jing's daughter? Elder Green Apricot was astonished. Lu Yin took a deep breath, but his expression was terrifyingly calm. Bai Jing again. He turned to Long Shi, Lu, Jing. Long Shi's expression changed drastically, and a violent killing intent swept out. Lu Yin moved his finger and suppressed the killing intent. Lu Jing? That servant of yours? Long Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. This wasn't anger, but outright killing intent. Lu Yin looked at Xiaoqian. No wonder she'd made up Elder Green Apricot, she was actually Lu Jing's daughter. Lu Jing had been his servant, but he'd betrayed the Lu family and joined the Frigid Immortal sect, changing his name to Bai Jing. He was one of the people the Lu family wanted to kill the most. This time, Lu Yin believed that Xiaoqian wasn't lying, there was no point in lying anymore. The fact that she was Lu Jing's daughter was enough to consign her to eternal damnation. What could be more important than hiding that she was Lu Jing's daughter? That was impossible. At the same time, Long Shi also understood why Xiaoqian had been placed by his side. Lu Jing sent you, right? Xiaoqian nodded, she'd already said everything she needed to, and there was nothing left to hide. Long Shi clenched his fists, not out of anger towards Xiaoqian, but hatred towards Lu Jing. That traitor had not only betrayed the Lu family, but had also placed his own daughter by his side. It was obvious that he'd done it to steal the matter between him and Lu Xiaoxian. What did Lu Jing ask you to do? Lu Yin asked. Xiaoqian's voice was hoarse and almost inaudible. Father said that Princess Long Shi is very close to Lu Xiaoxian, and that she's always by the side of the 7 heroes. There are some things that even the Lu family doesn't know, but Princess Long Shi might. That's why he sent me here. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He felt that he had made a mistake. Lu Jing had died too easily, and he shouldn't have let him die so easily. As far as I know, Bai Jing went to the battlefield on the other side after joining the Cold Celestial sect. Where did his daughter come from? Elder Qingxing asked. Not long after father joined the Frigid Immortal sect, he found my mother and had me soon after. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it out alive if he went to the battlefield on the other side, so every time he talked to me, it was through someone from the Frigid Immortal sect. He was also the one who made the arrangements for me. The Frigid Immortal sect wouldn't refute anything he said, because it was related to Lu Xiaoxian and the 7 heroes. As for my existence, only 2 people know about it. One is my father, and the other is the current acting sect master of the Frigid Immortal sect, Bai Su. Elder Qingxing sighed. So that's how it is. Bai Su doesn't have much of a presence in the sect, and his cultivation is always weaker than Bai Ting's. However, he's always been the strongest in the side branches. I thought that he wouldn't be able to do much and that his fate would be to die on the battlefield on the other side. I didn't expect him to be your contact with Lu Jing. The more inconspicuous a person is, the more likely they are to be useful, Lu Yin said coldly before looking at Xiaoqian. Now that he knew that she was Lu Jing's daughter, should he kill her or not? The choice was in Lu Yin's hands. From the perspective of an enemy, she deserved to be killed. Even if Xiaoqian wasn't Lu Yin's enemy, Long Shi would still kill her. But from another perspective, as Lu Jing's daughter, Xiaoqian's value was even greater. In the end, Lu Yin didn't kill her. Outside the courtyard, Long Shi looked at Lu Yin deeply. Aren't you afraid that she'll inform the Frigid Immortal sect? She understands the enmity between Lu Jing and the Lu family, and she knows that she can't live. Lu Yin said, even those who seek death will think of survival before they die, and she's not seeking death. As long as there's a chance, people like her will grab it. Lu Jing is like that, which is why he betrayed the Lu family. This woman is the same. She'll betray the Frigid Immortal sect and everyone she can betray in order to survive. Long Shi looked away. I hope you're right. There was a certain amount of danger in Lu Yin's actions, but he was sure that Xiaoqian wouldn't reveal his existence unless she had absolute confidence that she could keep herself alive. She definitely didn't want to die, so who could give her absolute confidence that she could keep herself alive? It had to be at least a half-ancestor, and she wouldn't have the ability to find one unless she returned to the frigid immortal sect. By then, Luin would have already been exposed, and it wouldn't take long for him to have a showdown with the four cardinal scales. When he returned to his residence, Luin looked at his cosmic ring. Long she was probably in a bad mood right now. There was no end to the schemes between people, both now and in the past. However, Luin believed that when the Lu family had taken control of the Fifth Mainland, there hadn't been much of such schemes. With the Lu family suppressing them, no matter how much they schemed against each other, it wouldn't mean much unless it was out of hatred. The four cardinal scales seemed to be balancing each other on the surface, but in reality, the moment the Lu family had been exiled, a seed had been planted to replace the Lu family. It was just a matter of when it would blossom and bear fruit. When that time came, unless one side could suppress the rest with a thunderous force, the entire world would be plunged into misery and suffering. Humans had to fight amongst themselves, but they also had to deal with external pressure from the Eternals. To them, this was an unbearable pressure. They couldn't afford to lose, and their civilization couldn't be destroyed. Luin looked in the direction of the mother tree. The battlefield on the back of the mother tree could be supported, and it all came from this region of space. It was this expression of peace that the Eternals wanted to break. Thus, the witch spirit god had increased his influence and exaggerated his innate gift, but he had also allowed himself to be hunted down by the four cardinal scales. Rather than saying that they were hiding among the humans to steal information, it was more accurate to say that even if they died, they still had one use, which was to create chaos. For example, when Unbounded's headquarters had been destroyed, the list of assassins and employers had been exposed, which had caused chaos in the top realm and middle realm. The Eternals' methods against the humans were like a trickle. They weren't grand, but they would eventually drain the human civilization dry. The true strength of the four cardinal scales was definitely not what it appeared to be. The reason why they had reached this point and why their experts were stretched thin was because of the expeditionary army. This was also one of the Eternals' methods, but their target was Luin. Once the four cardinal scales fought amongst themselves, their resources would be depleted even more, and they wouldn't even be able to support the battlefield on the back of the mother tree. The only way to end this situation was for the Lu family to reappear. The Lu family had controlled the Fifth Mainland for far too long. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to take control of the Fifth Mainland. If Shun took over the Fifth Mainland again, he would not encounter too much resistance. If any of the four sides of the balance wanted to take over the Fifth Mainland, the resistance they would encounter would be completely different. The Seed Garden, the Lu family, Leisure Memory Academy, and the others would not give up so easily. Luin looked at the mother tree. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his thoughts were all over the place. However, it seemed that he now had a reason to do what he wanted to do, a reason that was even more convincing. He collected his thoughts and continued with what he needed to do. It was time to roll the die. He tapped out and watched the die slowly spin before stopping at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was he that lucky? The next moment, his consciousness appeared in the dark space. Lu Yin looked around and then chose the brightest ball of light to merge with. Based on the brightness of this ball of light, it should be a cultivator with 2 origin tribulations. There were no other balls of light brighter than this one, and Luin didn't want to waste any more time. As his consciousness merged with the ball of light, a familiar scent filled his nose. Luin opened his eyes. Why was the sky shaking? The world spun, and there was a thud as something hit the ground beside his ear. He saw a headless corpse slowly fall to the ground. Was this the battlefield on the back of the mother tree? In the blink of an eye, his consciousness returned to his body through the dark space. Luin panted heavily. Dead. The person he had merged with had died in an instant. His head had been chopped off the moment he merged with his body. He hadn't expected to be so unlucky. He had just merged with his body, but he hadn't even read his memories before dying. That person had been unlucky, as his death hadn't been caused by his merging. He hadn't even been able to see his enemy before being killed. The difference between them had been too great. If he had merged with his body earlier, his fate might have been different. What a pity. Luin tapped out again, and the die slowly spun. His luck seemed to be especially good this time, as he rolled 6 pips again. This was something that rarely happened. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space and looked around. There weren't any balls of light that were too bright, but he wasn't trying to obtain any important information. Most people in the Alliance were only at 1 or 2 origin tribulations, so these balls of light were just right for him. With that in mind, he directly merged with his body. When Luin merged with someone else's body, they were usually in a stationary state, such as standing or sitting. However, this time was different. The person he had merged with was in a hurry, so he had fallen over. What's going on? Did that woman yesterday make your legs go soft? A deep voice sounded. It came from a rather handsome man. He looked young, but his gaze was extremely deep. Luin felt awkward. He had actually fallen over after merging with someone who was in a hurry. It's nothing. Let's go, Luin said. At the same time, memories flooded into his mind. There were 3 people around him. Aside from the handsome man, there was also an old woman. They were all emissaries, and the person Luin had merged with was also an emissary at 1 origin tribulation. He was surprised, as it wasn't common for 3 emissaries to walk together. However, as his memories flooded in, he understood. The person he had merged with was called Xianxia, and he was a member of the Roots. His status within the organization was quite high. The Roots were an organization in the cosmic astral tree that specialized in helping the mother tree clean up its roots. There were all sorts of people in the organization, and they spent most of their time in the mortal realm. They faced life and death situations that weren't much better than those on the other side of the battlefield. However, the people here were also respected because the mother tree was the foundation of the cosmic astral tree. Protecting the mother tree's roots was the same as protecting the cosmic astral tree. There were many masters in the root organization. This Qingli had a high status in the organization as an emissary. As for the 2 people in front of him, the handsome man was also an emissary who stayed in the root organization all year round and fought in the mortal world. The old woman was from the Cultivation sect. Their destination was the nest of a creature that the handsome man had agreed to meet with the King of Adventure. The handsome man had a good relationship with the King of Adventure, and they often worked together to clean up the creatures that were destroying the mother tree's roots. This time, the handsome man had invited the King of Adventure to take action, but his true goal was not to clean up the creatures, but to kill them. The handsome man had been bribed by the frigid immortal sect to lure the King of Adventure to kill him. And all of this was related to Luin. Back when Luin had disguised himself as Draconic 7 and fled to the Central Realm after being exposed at Dragon Mountain, the King of Adventure had helped him once. The King of Adventure had not been exposed, but he had accidentally told the handsome man, who had then sold him out in exchange for benefits from the Frigid Immortal sect. The Frigid Immortal sect had long since known that the King of Adventure had a good relationship with the Lu family, and that he was one of the surviving members of the Lu family. Thus, they had forced him to complete the Roots missions every year, which was the same as sending him to his death. However, the King of Adventure had survived, and his contributions to the Roots made it difficult for the 4 cardinal scales to act against him. However, the handsome man's information had given him a reason to act against the Frigid Immortal sect. Although they had decided to act against the King of Adventure, the Frigid Immortal sect had not acted yet because they wanted to keep an eye on him and see if they could find any of the surviving members of the Lu family. Unfortunately, so many years had passed, and the King of Adventure had not contacted any of the surviving members of the Lu family. The Frigid Immortal sect did not want to waste any more time on him, so they decided to lure him out and kill him. This was a small matter for the Frigid Immortal sect, as they did not need any of the sect's experts to act. They only needed to poison the King of Adventure at the right moment to render him defenseless. This was the handsome man's mission. The 3 of them continued on their way, and Luin looked up at the handsome man. He sighed that he was lucky to have encountered such a situation, otherwise, the King of Adventure would have been in danger. The handsome man and old woman were definitely no match for the Adventurer King. After all, the Adventurer King was at the 6th origin tribulation stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to help them back then. The difference between the handsome man and old woman was just too great. Even so, they were still confident. They relied on a type of poison, and their target this time was a creature called Cheku. This creature was adept at controlling air currents. It had an extraordinary ability to sense and control air currents. The handsome man's mission was to spread the poison in the air. As long as King Adventure attacked Cheku, Cheku could use the poison in the air to kill King Adventure. There was no need for the handsome man and the others to do anything. Their mission was to spread the poison, record the scene, and seal it in the Cold Immortal sect. Will the King of Adventure detect the poison? In the eyes of the handsome man and the old woman, Lu Yin's words were the words of a successful official. The old woman coldly replied, "That won't happen. This poison isn't very toxic, so it won't attract the Adventurer King's attention. However, after Cheku uses it, it can be used to kill the Adventurer King. You just have to remember to retreat in time." The handsome man sneered. "Don't worry. Even if we don't want to retreat, the Adventurer King will think of a way to throw us out and let us live." He then sneered. "How sad. Based on my understanding of him, he'll definitely do that." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the handsome man with killing intent. This person didn't seem to have any regrets, and he was even mocking the Adventurer King. Even the old woman didn't like him. The Cold Immortal sect's stance was to kill the Adventurer King, but in reality, many people admired him. The Adventurer King had not relied on the Lu family to obtain this title, but rather on his own. The four cardinal scales would not show mercy to the remaining members of the Lu family. The missions that the Adventurer King completed every year were extremely dangerous, and even if he managed to survive, the four cardinal scales could not openly attack him. If it weren't for the fact that the Adventurer King had helped Lu Xiaoxian a few decades ago, the Adventurer King would have continued to live until he was eaten by a creature from the mortal realm. Such a person was worthy of respect, but it was a pity that he would die at the hands of such a despicable person. The handsome man did not care about the Adventurer King at all. The reason he had been able to curry favor with the Adventurer King in the past was because of a seemingly life-or-death situation, but in reality, the Adventurer King had seen him in a different light. The Adventurer King had helped him complete missions for so many years, and he had successfully obtained a large amount of resources and fame in the root organization. He had also improved his cultivation, but now that he no longer needed the Adventurer King, his next step was the Cold Immortal sect. With his cultivation as an emissary, he could easily join the four cardinal scales, but he did not want an ordinary position. The Adventurer King's death would allow him to take a high position in the Cold Immortal sect, and he would obtain far more resources than other cultivators in the same realm. This was his true goal. The handsome man was still immersed in his beautiful fantasy, but he did not notice that a blade had been stabbed into his neck. It was a blade that he was very familiar with, one that they had supported each other in the past. This blade's owner was Xianxia. Lu Yin attacked, stabbing through the handsome man's neck and then using the 13 swords technique to easily kill him. He then slashed at the old woman. She was shocked. "What are you doing?" She had not expected this wooden emissary to suddenly attack her. Was he crazy? Lu Yin had never used the 13 swords technique on Xianxia before, as Xianxia did not know how to use the technique. However, Lu Yin could display that sword intent, causing his blade to have a strange aura. More importantly, he had once studied it in the sword steel, which gave him the experience of breaking through 10,000 weapons. The old woman's weapon was rather strange, as it was a pair of hooks. However, Lu Yin's blade quickly found a flaw and severed her arms. The old woman was shocked. "Who are you? You're not Xianxia." She did not believe that Xianxia was her match. Furthermore, her weapon was very difficult for ordinary people to break through, but this person had been able to find a flaw in it. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Yin did not say a word. His saber was heavy, but the saber in his hand felt lighter and more agile. The old woman stepped into the astral source universe in an attempt to escape, but she was still cut down by Lu Yin in the end. Lu Yin returned to the handsome man's corpse, took out the cloud connection stone, and contacted the Adventurer King. Xianxia and the handsome man had fought with the Adventurer King in the mortal realm, so they knew how to contact him. "How much longer until you arrive?" "Cheku won't stay in one place for too long," the Adventurer King said. Luin replied, the frigid immortal sect sent people to kill you. They already know that you helped Lu Xiaoxian, and Che Ku is a method to deal with you. The Adventurer King's expression changed. Who are you? Where is he? He's a traitor, and I've already killed him. Hurry up and run, the 4 cardinal scales won't let you off. Just wait quietly, the Lu family will be back soon. Xianxia was not a good person either. He had been saved by the Adventurer King several times, but he had been willing to accompany the handsome man and the old woman to kill the Adventurer King. Luin used Xianxia's body to commit suicide, and his consciousness returned to his chest. The white comma was boiling and expanding slightly. Suicide was indeed useful, as only those between life and death could cultivate death energy. Luin had no idea how the Grim Reaper had created this kind of power. Had he died many times? Or had he been able to merge into someone else's body and die? Luin rolled a 6 twice in a row, but he did not roll it again for the next 2 times. He believed that it would take a long time before he could roll it again. This was all luck. Now, he just had to wait patiently for the White Dragon tribe's response. The next day, Luin did not receive any response from the White Dragon tribe, but the culinary god did. When he saw the culinary god's hesitant expression, Luin asked, Senior, has the matter of the blood pool been settled? The culinary god nodded and thought about it. Perhaps this isn't fair to you. After all, you did this for the academy, and because of this, you were threatened by the White Dragon tribe. The academy Luin raised a hand and stopped the culinary god from continuing. He looked at the culinary god with a burning gaze. I'm a mentor of the academy. As long as it's good for the academy and the students, I don't care about anything else. What happens to the White Dragon tribe and the 4 cardinal scales have nothing to do with me. The culinary god met Lu Yin's gaze and nodded. I brought you to the academy because of your high cultivation at such a young age, and also because of Kui Luo. Although I don't think much of him, I have to admit that the old man has some ability. Although he's brought trouble to the academy, as long as he's around, his cultivation as a half-ancestor is enough to intimidate others. Now, it seems that my decision was right, but my thinking was wrong. You're more suitable for the academy than Kui Luo, and the academy is more suitable for you. Luin shrugged. I can't accept such a heavy responsibility, but I'm curious. What conditions did the White Dragon tribe offer to move Senior? The culinary god's eyes flickered, but he did not speak for a long time. Luin looked up. Is it related to Suryu? The culinary god solemnly answered, the White Dragon tribe is willing to give me a chance to have a fair duel with that bastard. Regardless of life or death, they will not interfere. Luin was shocked. They actually dared to make such a condition? Aren't they afraid that Suryu will be killed by Senior? The culinary god sighed. The White Dragon tribe will not give up on that bastard. Since they dared to make such a condition, it means that they are confident that they can protect that bastard from me. But no matter what, I want this opportunity. I must kill that bastard with my own hands and settle this once and for all. Luin understood. The culinary god's hatred for Suryu was no less than Lu Yin's hatred for the 4 cardinal scales. It was closer to Lu Yin's hatred for Knight King Jinwu, and that kind of feeling was enough to make him give up everything. No matter how the White Dragon tribe uses the blood pool to suppress outsiders who join them, it has nothing to do with us. Since those people joined the White Dragon tribe, then that's their fate. Even if this matter was to be exposed, there was no need for it to be exposed to us. However, since we already know about it, then we must take the benefits that we deserve, the culinary god said. He then told Luin about the conditions that the White Dragon tribe had offered to the students and himself. After all, Luin was the one who had discovered the blood pool, so he was treated differently from the others. He also needed to clarify that he had been mistaken. The White Dragon tribe will give you 2 choices. First, they will reserve a peak for you in Dragon Mountain, the culinary god said. He looked at Lu Yin's blank expression and explained, this means that as long as you reach the boundary of Dragon Mountain, you will receive the White Dragon tribe's protection. No matter who you offend, even if it's the 4 cardinal scales, the White Dragon tribe will protect you. Luin subconsciously asked, what if I offend the White Dragon tribe? The culinary god looked at Luin quietly. Are you very good at offending people? I've already offended them regarding the blood pool, Luin muttered. The culinary god replied, the blood pool incident is over. The White Dragon clan has made this promise multiple times, and they've fulfilled it every single time. The most famous instance was in the Central Realm, where the Lu family was still around. An independent cultivator killed a branch member of the Lu family, and the Lu family did not tolerate him. However, that cultivator received a condition from Dragon Mountain to keep a peak for himself, so he escaped to Dragon Mountain with great difficulty. In the end, he was protected by the White Dragon clan. Luin was astonished. Someone who killed a member of the Lu family was protected. That's right, it's unbelievable. The Lu family is famous for their strength and protectiveness, but that cultivator was still protected. In the end, he died from his origin tribulation, and it had nothing to do with the Lu family. It was considered a normal death for cultivators. As for what price the White Dragon clan paid, no one knows. However, word of this condition spread, and countless people hoped to keep a peak in Dragon Mountain. Luin sighed. To be able to protect someone from the Lu family, the White Dragon clan's promise is indeed worth a lot. Are you tempted? The culinary god asked. Luin decisively refused. No need. The culinary god was astonished. Really? Or are you worried that the Xia family will use Yuchuan to threaten you? Luin smiled. I have a peaceful mind, and I'm not good at offending others. If not for the academy, I wouldn't have offended the White Dragon clan, so I might not need to use this condition. The culinary god thought about it and agreed. Alright, then let's talk about the second option. He raised a finger. A half-ancestor power vessel. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. A half-ancestor power vessel? The culinary god replied, looks like that's your choice. Not bad, a half-ancestor power vessel is quite expensive. But it's not as valuable as the first option, Luin said. The culinary god sneered. The first option is to protect you, but it's also to keep you. Anyone can see your value. Wang Yan has looked for you, right? The frigid immortal sect has been trying to rope you in, and the Xia family has even brought Yuchuan out for you. The White Dragon clan can't possibly do nothing. If you choose the first option, they'll be able to obtain you and also resolve the matter of the blood pool. Luin smiled. So if I choose the first option, Senior will stop me as well. The culinary god shook his head. I won't stop you. Everyone has their own aspirations. He gazed at the starry sky with melancholy. Now, the four sides of the scale reign supreme. If you choose to join any of them, no one will blame you. This is also the choice of most cultivators, and it's the same for the students. The academy has nurtured them, but they don't necessarily have to repay the academy. Lu Yin's interest was piqued by the topic, and he asked, Senior, what are these treasures? I don't know about that. I'll inform the White Dragon tribe of your choice and won't let them harass you until we leave, the culinary god said. Thank you, Senior, Luin said gratefully. The culinary god shook his head. I'm the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have known that that bastard was at Dragon Mountain. Yu Hao, I owe you a favor, and I hope I can repay it in the future. He then left. Luin didn't expect to gain any benefits from the White Dragon clan, and the fact that they had given him a half-ancestor was a pleasant surprise. More importantly, he could upgrade this half-ancestor to the progenitor realm, which was the most pleasant surprise. As for leaving a peak in Dragon Mountain to protect his own life, only an idiot would do that. If the White Dragon tribe found out that he was Luin, even if the entire Dragon Mountain belonged to him, it would be useless. The dragon ancestor would be the first to kill him. A giant paper boat floated in the air as a group of students excitedly boarded it, discussing something in groups of 2s and 3s. Wang Xiaofan and the rest had stern expressions, and Lu Ke glanced at Long Tian from time to time with an unwilling gaze. The White Dragon tribe's training had ended. Rather than calling it training, it was more like a tour. At least the students hadn't done anything, but they had benefited greatly from the blood pool. Of course, their benefits weren't because of the blood pool, and Luin had already clarified that he had been wrong about the pool. Even though everyone had a tacit understanding, no one dared to leak the information and risk offending the White Dragon tribe. As for Xiaoxingguang, Wang Xiafan, and the rest, the White Dragon tribe naturally had other ways to prevent them from leaking the information, but the four cardinal scales would definitely find out. Lu Yin had a strange expression as he didn't know how to describe it. In Nong Xinyang's words, it was as if he had eaten dirt. In fact, she was right. Lu Yin had indeed eaten dirt, or more accurately, he had obtained a piece of dirt. Just now, the White Dragon tribe had given him a half-ancestor treasure. It was a piece of dirt that was gray, dirty, and had a strange smell. When he had obtained the dirt, Lu Yin had almost smashed it into Long Tian's face. He had actually given him a piece of dirt? What was the meaning of this? After the White Dragon tribe's explanation, Lu Yin finally understood the use of this piece of dirt, and he felt terrible. This piece of dirt came from the mortal realm, and its exact location was right below the ancestral Mang's head. The ancestral Mang slept all year round and would drool while sleeping. This piece of dirt was stained with the ancestral Mang's saliva and was filled with its aura. As long as one held it, no creature would dare to approach, including half-ancestors. This was amazing. Even half-ancestors didn't dare to approach it. Who could say that it wasn't a half-ancestor treasure? As for the power vessel, since it had the ancestral Mang's saliva and innately carried the ancestral Mang's aura, how could it not be a power vessel? After Lu Yin took the piece of dirt, he felt terrible. He quickly stored it in his cosmic ring and boarded the boat under the envious gazes of many from the White Dragon tribe. He felt like he had been tricked. As the boat flew up, he didn't even look back, afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from cursing. Mr. Haoyu, I didn't see wrong. The White Dragon tribe just gave you soil that contains the ancestral Mang's saliva, right? Mr. Wei asked with a smile. Lu Yin was unhappy. Saliva is saliva. Why do you call it saliva? Mr. Wei laughed. Mr. Haoyu, don't underestimate this piece of dirt. As long as you have it with you, no creature in the mortal realm will dare to provoke you. All the resources in the mortal realm will be at your disposal. To the Root organization, this is an absolute treasure that they wouldn't trade for even if you gave it to a half-ancestor. From what I know, the White Dragon tribe has sold quite a few pieces of dirt that contain saliva throughout history. The buyers were either the Lu family or the Frigid Immortal sect. The seed garden is a treasure that others can't obtain even if they want it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is that so? That's right, this is definitely an absolute treasure in the mortal realm. At the same time, he wasn't thinking about the mortal realm, but rather the astral beast domain in the fifth mainland. If even a half-ancestor was afraid of something that no creature dared to approach, then what about the astral beast domain? What about the celestial demons? What about the Skyminder Imperial Tutor? They were essentially the same as the creatures in the mortal realm. As long as they weren't humans, they were still creatures, so they should be able to be intimidated by this soil. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more excited he became. If he used it well, then this thing wouldn't be as simple as a half-ancestor variant treasure. Mr. Wei smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Haoyu. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Wei, Lu Yin said gratefully. Mr. Wei smiled. I'm just envious and congratulating you. Lu Yin was magnanimous. Mister, do you want it? This piece of dirt isn't small, so I can give you some. Mr. Wei hurriedly declined. I don't want to go to the mortal realm. The saliva smell is useless to me, so please keep it for yourself. Lu Yin nodded. That's right, it's really good stuff. I'll find a chance to go to the mortal realm and try it out. After Mr. Wei left, Bai Weiwei found Lu Yin with a smile. Mister, the next place to go is my Frigid Immortal sect. You won't cause trouble for us, right? Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you mean? Who would dare cause trouble for the four-way scales? Bai Weiwei smiled. I've known Mister for so long, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Mister, you want to help Xian Academy, but it's useless. At most, you'll be able to buy some time, but you won't be able to change the outcome. You'll even be displeased with the four-way scales. In the starry sky of the trees, the four-way scales represent everything. Lu Yin said, You're worrying too much. I didn't cause trouble for the four-way scales, and I don't have the ability to do so. Bai Weiwei smiled. With Mister's ability, you can cause trouble for anyone, but my frigid immortal sect has always treated Mr. with respect. Senior apprentice sister specifically instructed me to learn from Mr. In the future, Mr. might become a member of my frigid immortal sect. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Senior apprentice sister? Bai Xianer? Bai Weiwei nodded. Senior apprentice sister asked me to send her regards. She then turned and left. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Had Bai Xianer noticed him? Everyone was afraid of her, as if she were the ruler of this region. However, in his memories, in the depths of his heart, she would always be a servant that could be pointed at and berated. A bold servant. Just like the Wang family and the White Dragon clan, the frigid immortal sect's acting sect master, Baisu, received Xian Academy. Baisu was waiting far away from the frigid immortal sect, and when she saw the food god, she treated him like a junior. Looking at Baisu, who was talking to the culinary god respectfully, who would have thought that this person was secretly controlling Xiaoqian to find out the secrets of the White Dragon tribe? He was trying to use Xiaoqian to get close to him. Everyone thought that Baisu was a puppet that was more obedient than Bai Teng. Baisu suddenly looked at Lu Yin and warmly said, "This must be Mr. Haoyu. You're so young and promising. When I was your age, I was only a hunter, but you're not only an emissary, but also a realm yuan formation master. I admire you." Lu Yin was polite. Sect Master Baisu is too kind. I was just lucky, but I can't compare to the geniuses of the frigid immortal sect. Baisu laughed. Mr. Haoyu is the one who's overpraised. There are many in the frigid immortal sect who are of the same age as you, but they can't compare to you. I'm ashamed. After exchanging pleasantries with Lu Yin, Baisu went to chat with Mr. Tang. This Baisu didn't have the slightest air of a sect master. She was more like a, how should she put it, a businessman. Bai Weiwei's expression was ugly. This was embarrassing. The group of Xian Academy students looked relaxed. Based on Baisu's attitude, they felt that they might be able to obtain more benefits in the frigid immortal sect. First, it was the Wang family, then the White Dragon clan. These originally lofty four sides of the scale and the rulers of the astral tree galaxy were fighting to give them benefits. Although they didn't know the reason, they didn't need to know. The food god grew impatient. Sect Master Baisu, what kind of training did the frigid immortal sect prepare for these brats? Baisu happened to be exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Wei. When she heard the food god's words, she turned around and respectfully replied, "Senior, do you know about the heavens beyond heaven?" The culinary god was shocked by Baisu's words. Not far from Lu Yin, Mr. Wei, Mr. Tang, Xiao Shengguang, Wang Xiaofan, Lu Kai, and the others were all shocked. Nong Xinyang even blurted out, "You're willing to open the trial?" Baisu smiled at Nong Xinyang. "It's not really a trial, it's just an experiment. If you're willing, you can try it out. It might be beneficial." Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. He knew about it, as he had fused with many people's memories, including people like Long Ku. Even though he didn't specifically learn about the frozen immortal sect, the sky beyond was too famous. The so-called sky beyond was the clouds above the frozen immortal sect. In the top realm, there was an unwritten rule that the four scales had the same height. Dragon Mountain's peak, the Wang family's continent sphere of light, the divine martial sky prison dragon, and the frozen immortal sect's clouds represented the peak of the top realm. Anyone who climbed the clouds would be able to ascend to the sky beyond. The top realm was a layer of heaven, and above the clouds was another layer of heaven. This was only one of the explanations for the sky beyond, which was how most people understood it. However, the sky beyond was not only a symbol of status, but also a trial. It was very easy for cultivators to tear apart the void and wander the universe. However, it was impossible for them to ascend the clouds. No matter if it was an ordinary cultivator, an emissary, or even a half-martial ancestor expert, it was almost impossible for them to ascend the clouds. No one knew what had happened when they attempted to ascend the clouds. They only knew that after everyone attempted to ascend the clouds, they would lose all their memories. They did not have any memories of attempting to ascend the clouds. There was only one kind of person who might know, and that was the person who could truly ascend the clouds. Since ancient times, no matter if it was the cold immortal sect or any other sect or family, there were very few who could ascend to the clouds, including the Lu family before they were exiled. As a result, many people in the Starry Sky Tree knew about the Sky Beyond trial, but no one knew the process. If that was all, it wouldn't have aroused anyone's interest. What really made the Sky Beyond trial famous was that anyone who could ascend to the clouds would become an ancestor. Luoyin had experienced the era of the 4 young ancestors. The so-called 4 young ancestors were just 4 youths who had used tribulation crystals to break through 3 stages. They possessed strength that far surpassed their peers, and they had a high chance of becoming ancestral ancestors. The reason why they were called ancestral ancestors was not only because of their expectations, but also because of their self-suggestion. In Luoyin's opinion, they were just like the 12 gate masters of the above heaven era. The 12 heavenly gates sect masters and Tao children were said to have the potential to become ancestors. If all of them became ancestors, the number of ancestors in the human race would be far greater than what they knew. Ancestors would be as numerous as half-ancestors. They only had a high chance of becoming an ancestor, and this included the possibility of self-suggestion. However, the outer heaven trial was different. Anyone who ascended to the clouds and transcended beyond outer heaven would be recognized by the frigid immortal sect as an immortal beyond immortal. As long as these people did not die in an accident, they would all become progenitors. For example, the Lu family had once had a disciple who had completed the outer heaven trial and become an immortal beyond immortal. Of course, that disciple had also died in the sovereign realm. There was also a legend in the frigid immortal sect about a person named Bai Xing who had transcended beyond outer heaven and become an immortal beyond immortal before finally becoming a progenitor. The founder of Xian Academy, Progenitor Wen, had also undergone the outer heaven trial and ascended to the clouds to become an immortal beyond immortal. The outer heaven trial did not allow one to become an ancestor, but rather, it was almost like a prophecy. In any case, it was recorded in history that those who had ascended to the clouds had all become ancestors as long as they had not died in an accident. In the eyes of many, the probability of becoming an ancestor through the outer heaven trial was much higher than that of the 5. The 4th young ancestor was someone like that. However, the number of people who could complete the trial was so small that it was almost negligible. The culinary god looked deeply at Baisu. Is your frigid immortal sect really willing to allow these children to attempt the outer heaven trial? The outer heaven trial was not something that anyone could attempt just because they wanted to. Even the Lu family had to pay a price in exchange for this opportunity. Baisu smiled. Of course. You are all future elites of the human race, and my frigid immortal sect is willing to do our best to help you. It would be even better if someone could complete the outer heaven trial. The culinary god did not have high expectations for this. Ever since the Daosor sect had been established, only 8 people had completed the trial, 1 from the Lu family, 2 from the frigid immortal sect, 1 from Shenwu planet, 1 from the seedling garden, and progenitor Wen and 2 other gifted independent cultivators. The Lu families by Xing from the frigid immortal sect, the 1 from the seedling garden, progenitor Wen, and 1 of the independent cultivators had all become ancestors. 5 people had become ancestors, and the disciple from Shenwu planet who had completed the trial and another gifted independent cultivator had been assassinated. The murderer was still a mystery, but it was speculated that it was Redback of the eternal race. The other person from the frigid immortal sect was Bai Xianer. Countless people had attempted the outer heaven trial, but only a few had succeeded. How could the culinary god have any expectations? He looked in the direction of the frigid immortal sect and fused with Long Ke's memories. Not a single one of the 7 heroes had attempted the outer heaven trial. Many people were interested in this trial, and they would do everything they could to attempt it, but there were also many who were unwilling to do so. Even though it was called a trial, it was naturally dangerous. Those who succeeded would definitely become ancestors, and those who failed would end up crippled. Almost no one who attempted the Grandmaster's trial succeeded. Among those who failed, a considerable portion of them were crippled. They looked like normal people, but they did not know how to cultivate. Some of them even suffered from chi deviation, causing them to be neither human nor ghost. Many people did not dare to attempt the trial of Grandmaster's trial. Regardless, the frigid immortal sect was willing to open this trial to the students of Xian Academy, which was a stroke of good fortune for these students. Not long after, the paper boat arrived at the frigid immortal sect. Looking at the endless frigid immortal sect, for some reason, there was an indescribable sense of majesty. It was like a giant prostrating on the ground, and if it stood up, it would shake the heavens and earth. The Wang family's continent gave off a lofty feeling, the Dragon Mountain gave off a lofty feeling, and the frigid immortal sect gave off a dignified feeling. What they cared about the most was the clouds within the frigid immortal sect. Each of those clouds emitted a white light that was gentle and comfortable, and it prevented people from having any distracting thoughts. It was like the vaporized root of wisdom tea, which was the root of wisdom that the Hui family had planted. Although its effects were not as good as the root of wisdom that the Hui family had planted, it was enough to calm people's minds and restrain distracting thoughts. Wu Yao walked out to welcome the food god. Not long after, the people from Xian Academy were brought into the frigid immortal sect. He had thought that the frigid immortal sect would give a glorious history speech like the Wang family and the White Dragon clan, but he had not expected them to be so straightforward and directly ask for a trial. The food god did not refuse, and the students had been on their paper boats the entire time, so they were not too tired. Xian Academy came at the right time. Coincidentally, my frigid immortal sect also has a group of disciples who want to try the outer heaven trial. Why don't we go together? The food god followed his gaze and saw a group of frigid immortal sect disciples standing at the foot of the mountain. There were more than 100 of them, and there were both men and women. They all had arrogant expressions, but their gazes were calm. They did not make any noise, and their attitudes were completely different from the chattering students from Xian Academy. You want the frigid immortal sect disciples to compete with the students from Xian Academy? The food god's tone was not pleasant. Wu Yao smiled. It's just a coincidence. What, you don't dare? Before the food god could reply, Mr. Tang spoke up. From what I know, the frigid immortal sect disciples have 3 chances to try the outer heaven trial, but the students from Xian Academy know nothing about it. This competition is not fair. Wu Yao said disdainfully, could it be that Mr. Tang wants the competition to be fair? Mr. Tang frowned. The frigid immortal sect was the complete opposite of the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. The White Dragon clan wanted to rope in the students, while the frigid immortal sect wanted to suppress them. However, this might not be a bad idea, so the students could see the frigid immortal sect's strength. Many of them hoped to become disciples of the frigid immortal sect. Xian Academy could not refuse the frigid immortal sect's suggestion. Even if the academy did not agree, the frigid immortal sect disciples could just stay away from the clouds. Alright, let's do that, the food god said, glancing at the students. The Wang family and the White Dragon clan's attempts to rope in the students had caused some of them to become complacent. They could use this opportunity to ask the frigid immortal sect to suppress them. The food god no longer considered whether they would join the frigid immortal sect or not. Even if they did not join the frigid immortal sect, they would join the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. If it were not for the internal conflict between the four-side scale and Xian Academy, they would not have been respected by the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. It was time to wake them up. The food god hoped to use the frigid immortal sect to suppress the students who had become complacent, but he did not expect to be suppressed so ruthlessly. In the sky, there seemed to be an invisible staircase. One by one, the youths walked up in a daze, aiming for the clouds above their heads. An hour later, 2 distinct colors appeared in the sky. One was white, which represented the frigid immortal sect's disciples, while the other was white, which represented the Xian Academy students. There were clothes of all colors, and when they looked up, it was as if a curtain had fallen, with white occupying the top. In other words, almost all of the Xian Academy students had been suppressed. There were more than 40 youths in the sky, and they each represented the frigid immortal sect and Xian Academy's explorers who were below the explorer realm. At the same realm, not a single student from Xian Academy could surpass the frigid immortal sect's disciples. Wu Yao was satisfied, as this was how it should be. Xian Academy's requirements for recruiting students were very high, and not many could join. Were the frigid immortal sect's requirements any lower? Wrong. Even the White Dragon clan, which had the weakest background in the four-side scale, had the same requirements for their own disciples and foreign cultivators. Xian Academy represented the top elites of the middle realm, while the four-side scale represented the upper realm, middle realm, and lower realm. If there was a choice between Xian Academy and the frigid immortal sect, who would choose Xian Academy unless they had ulterior motives? Currently, half of the Xian Academy students came from various clans and sects, and the most outstanding geniuses came from the Four-Side Scale and the Seed Garden. The Lu family's cultivation did not only depend on talent, but also resources. Furthermore, these disciples had all experienced the sky beyond heaven's trial, so they naturally surpassed the Xian Academy students. This scene was within the food god's expectations, but it dealt a heavy blow to the other students. Although the trial was for students below the explorer realm, the frigid immortal sect had also sent out students at that level. When it came time for the explorer, cruiser, and hunter realm students, the frigid immortal sect would send out their own disciples as well. They had been completely suppressed, which left many students confused. They had expected to be friendly, but what happened to roping them in? How could this be? Many students had thought that the frigid immortal sect would be like the Wang family and the White Dragon clan, but they were wrong. The frigid immortal sect wanted to suppress them and then retaliate, not just rope them in. What was the difference between this and the Wang family and the White Dragon clan? Wang Xiaofan and Xiaxia exchanged glances, their eyes burning with passion. They had wanted to try the sky beyond trial for a long time, but they had not expected to get the chance to do so at Xian Academy. They were confident that they were not any worse than the four young masters, and the only thing they lacked was luck. Now, luck was on their side. Not just the four young masters, but even the older and more glorious 7 heroes had not tried the sky beyond trial. No, Bai Xiaohong must have tried it. They were already impatient. Student Bai, have you tried the sky beyond trial? Luyin asked. Bai Weiwei replied, I have, but I failed. I can only reach 30,000 meters at most, and I'm still halfway to the clouds. Even you can only reach 30,000 meters. It really is difficult. Luyin sighed. Does Sir want to try it? Bai Weiwei asked. Luyin was surprised. Can I? Bai Weiwei smiled. I'll ask later. It should be possible. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he looked up at the sky. If he could, would he try it? During the era of the 7 heroes, he had not tried it. Was it because the Lu family had stopped him or something else? There had to be a reason why the 7 heroes had not tried it. Was it good or bad? With these thoughts in mind, the youths fell from the sky one by one. The best frigid immortal sect disciple had climbed several thousand meters and was looking down on everyone else. Unfortunately, he was still far from Bai Weiwei's 30,000 meters, let alone reach the clouds. Xian Academy's top student was not even half as high as the frigid immortal sect disciple, which made many students fall silent. Suddenly, there was a wail as a student clutched his head and fell to the ground. The culinary god hurried over to take a look, and Luyin also stepped forward to stare at the student. No matter how the culinary god shouted, the student seemed to have lost his mind. His eyes were lifeless, and he would occasionally laugh or cry. On the other side, a disciple from the frigid immortal sect shouted in horror, claiming that he couldn't cultivate anymore. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control the star energy in his body. The other students of Xian Academy were terrified when they saw this, and many of them wanted to retreat. Luyin frowned, unable to understand why things had turned out this way. The culinary god did not blame the cold immortal sect. Wu Yao and Bai Su had reminded them before the attempt. At the same time, the culinary god also made the cultivators who attempted to ascend to the clouds promise to keep everything they knew a secret. Regardless of whether he remembered it or not, the trials of the heavens beyond heaven were not allowed to be spread to outsiders. The crazy student was brought back. The culinary god glanced at the students and said in a low voice, "Cultivation won't be smooth sailing. Some of you are independent cultivators, and you've already experienced life and death on your way to the academy. Some of you have clans or sects backing you, so your cultivation has been smooth sailing. But once you leave these, what will you have? Whether it's cultivating in the academy or adventuring outside, you'll have to experience life and death. I can see fear in your eyes, but I can also see anticipation. You can choose not to go through this trial." Wu Yao and the other cultivators from the Frigid Immortal sect looked at the Xian Academy students with interest. The Frigid Immortal sect's disciples all had arrogant looks on their faces, as if they were superior. This was the Frigid Immortal sect's goal, and no one wanted to be outdone. Since they couldn't reach that position in Xian Academy, then they might as well join the frigid immortal sect. The explorers and hunters all walked out with resolute looks on their faces. Since they had decided to come out, they were willing to accept the consequences, even if it meant losing their minds. The frigid immortal sect's disciples' gazes didn't change. They knew much more about the outer sky than the Xian Academy students, and they had long since known that such a situation would occur. As for the disciple who couldn't use star energy, he faced the fate of being abandoned. This was the cruel and merciless world of cultivation. One cultivator after another ascended, their eyes glazed over. This time, Xian Academy wasn't as miserable. There were a few students who could match the frigid immortal sect's disciples, or even surpass them. For example, the little fatty was fat, but his speed was very fast. He continued to climb, fat and steady. He overtook one frigid immortal sect disciple after another, and Bai Su and Wu Yao couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Very few people could be so fast on their first attempt at the outer sky. This speed was comparable to Bai Weiwei's. Bai Weiwei hadn't expected the little fatty to be so fast, and she was a little surprised. However, the little fatty was only fast in the early stages. When he reached 15,000 meters, he began to slow down. A female disciple from the frigid immortal sect was hot on his heels. Although she was slow, she was more stable, and she gradually caught up to the little fatty. The two of them were neck and neck, and the rest of the students were left behind. In the end, the little fatty overtook the female disciple, but he failed when he was close to 80,000 meters. He almost reached Bai Weiwei's original height. After landing, two students from Xian Academy had problems. One of them kept meowing like a cat and completely lost his mind. The other was motionless as if he were dead. No matter what was done to him, he was still dead. His eyes were still open, and it was a horrifying sight to behold. As for the frigid immortal sect, there were also two problems. One of them had a very strange posture and didn't dare to put it down. The other was constantly laughing. His laughter was so disgusting that it made people shiver. He was immersed in his own world. Lu Yin exhaled. This thing was really strange. The outer sky trial didn't look at one's cultivation base. Even if it was the trial of a half-step ancestor, there might be all kinds of strange symptoms after failure. And this was just the beginning. The others were fine now, but they might also have strange symptoms after returning. The food god looked at the remaining students. They were Xia Xinguang and Wang Xiaofan's group. Strictly speaking, this group of people was not from Xian Academy. They represented the square scale, the seed garden, and the Lu family. However, they were more than happy to be able to use Xian Academy's name to attempt the Grandmaster's trial. 3 enlighters walked out from the frigid immortal sect. The appearance of these 3 shocked the students from Xian Academy who had already passed the trial. These 3 people meant that the frigid immortal sect had 3 more enlighters in their generation. How shocking was that? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was the foundation of a colossus. Wang Xiaofan and Bai Weiwei were about the same age as the former 10 arbiters. In the entire 5th mainland, there were only 10 enlighters in the outer verse, and even if one added the neo-verse, there wouldn't be more than 20. 20 of them were still hunters, and some had only become enlighters when they were over 40 years old. However, the frigid immortal sect could produce 4 enlighters. Bai Weiwei was even qualified to challenge an emissary as an enlighter. What kind of foundation was this? In comparison, the White Dragon tribe was far inferior. They couldn't even find a decent elite in this generation. There might be cultivators from outside the tribe, but they might as well not bring them out. When the 3 enlighters saw Bai Weiwei, they bowed respectfully. Senior sister. Bai Weiwei glanced at them. Let me see how much progress you've made. The 3 disciples looked at each other. Yes. When the trial began, a total of 10 people started to climb the clouds. The most eye-catching one was naturally Bai Weiwei, and her speed left the little fatty speechless. Although his eyes were also glazed over, she continued to ascend. In the blink of an eye, she had already traversed 3,000 meters, and she continued to climb. Following closely behind were not the 3 enlighters from the frigid immortal sect, but Wang Xiaofan, followed by Xia Xinguang and the other 3 disciples from the frigid immortal sect. After them were Qing Feng, Nong Xinyang, and Jin Zhongshan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the last person, and that person was Lu Quebec. No one had expected Lu Ke to be the slowest, not even Wu Yao. Among this generation's geniuses, Lu Ke was known as the person closest to the four young ancestors. He was an absolute expert of his generation, and he could kill Jin Zhongshan with a single finger. However, such a person had actually been left behind by Jin Zhongshan. It wasn't that Jin Zhongshan was talented; if he was, he wouldn't have been ranked behind. It was just that Lu Ke's performance in this trial was too poor. The Sky Beyond Heaven trial doesn't look at cultivation, so no one knows what will happen. It's obvious that Lu Ke isn't used to it, Mr. Tang sighed. Not necessarily. The culinary god watched Lu Ke slowly ascend. Let's wait and see. After a while, Bai Weiwei reached a height of 30,000 meters, and ordinary people couldn't see her from below. As for Wang Xiaofan, who was originally not far from her, he had stopped. Xiao Wang also stopped not far from Wang Xiaofan. Everyone looked up at the sky. The clouds emitted a soft white light that fell like pillars of light. Bai Weiwei looked like a fairy, beautiful and unattainable. Bai Weiwei was still ascending, and Wu Yao's eyes were filled with anticipation. If the frigid immortal sect produced someone who could become an immortal, it would have a huge impact on the future situation. They would also be one step closer to the Lu family. The reason why the Lu family could control the fifth mainland was not only because of the Lu family's ancestor, but also because of the ancestor realm. They could even call upon the ancestor realm. This was something that other families could never compare with. The only thing they could do was to train as many ancestor realm powerhouses as possible. However, Wu Yao's idea fell through as soon as it rose. Bai Weiwei stopped when she reached a height of 20,000 meters. She was still 30,000 meters away from the clouds, which was unreachable. Wang Xiaofan and Xiao Shengguang stopped when they reached a height of 13,000 meters. They were far from Bai Weiwei's level. Qing Feng was still several thousand meters away from Wang Xiaofan, not even 30,000 meters. Nong Xinyang was second only to Qing Feng, followed by Lu Ke and Jin Zhongshan. Unknowingly, Lu Ke had surpassed Jin Zhongshan and was not far from Nong Xinyang and Qing Feng. As for the three disciples of the frigid immortal sect, they were second only to Xiao Shengguang and Wang Xiaofan. They had already experienced the trial, but they still couldn't compare to these two. Now everyone should have reached their limit, and those who should stop had stopped. Only one person was still climbing slowly, and that was Lu Quebec. Lu Ke's eyes were sluggish. Carrying the K sword on his back, he slowly passed Nong Xinyang and Qing Feng. Then, one by one, he passed the disciples of Hanxian sect. Under the ugly expressions of the three disciples, he directly passed Xiao Shengguang and Wang Xiaofan. He was constantly approaching Bai Weiwei. The group of Yixian Academy students was excited. Compared to Bai Weiwei and the others, Lu Ke's face was cold, but he was still outside the four-way scale. They would rather Lu Ke surpass Bai Weiwei. Unfortunately, Lu Ke stopped 3,000 feet away from Bai Weiwei and failed to pass her. What a pity. If he could do it again, Lu Ke would definitely surpass everyone and even touch the clouds, Mr. Tang said regretfully. Bai Su smiled at Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang doesn't know much about Sky Beyond. In fact, the last 10,000 feet is the real trial. Those who are qualified to participate in the Sky Beyond trial are all top geniuses, such as those who have surpassed 10,000 feet. If they were given another chance, they might be able to surpass 20,000 feet, so the real test is the last 10,000 feet. Since ancient times, there have been no less than 1,000 people who have surpassed 20,000 feet, but only 20 or 30 people have the potential to touch the clouds. Those 20 or 30 people have already left their names in the annals of history. With that, the trial ended, and the group landed on the ground. Everyone looked at them nervously, afraid that they would go crazy or become strange. Fortunately, they didn't change at all. At this time, Bai Su suddenly spoke up. Mr. Haoyu, are you interested in giving it a try? Wu Yao looked at Bai Su in surprise. Haoyu? The sect decided to let this person take the trial? Bai Weiwei was also surprised. She wanted to ask, but she didn't expect Bai Su to suddenly invite Mr. Haoyu. It seemed that the sect was very interested in roping in Haoyu and Celestial Master Gu Yan. The food god wasn't surprised. Lu Yin had displayed shocking lock-breaking abilities in the Wang family, so he was definitely worth roping in. Lu Yin pointed at himself. Me? Can I? Baisu nodded with a smile. Of course, as long as Mr. Tang is willing. This wasn't the Hanxian sect's decision, but his own. It was all because of the information he had obtained from Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian followed his instructions and purposely approached this Mr. Hao Yu. No, it was Yu Hao. Although nothing happened, they chatted a lot. From Xiaoqian, Baisu learned that Yu Hao might join the Divine Martial Heaven, but he was forced to do so. He wanted to join the Cold Immortal sect. It was this information that made Baisu decide to give it a try. If he could rope Yu Hao in, he would have made a great contribution. Even if he had to step down from his position as acting sect master, his status in the sect would still be higher. Moreover, Yu Hao's background and ability were both extremely high, so there was no harm in showing goodwill. Lu Yin looked at the food god. The food god coughed. My words were meant for these students. Sir, please don't mind them. Lu Yin glanced at the students. If he didn't go, he would be looked down upon. Although he didn't care, Nong Xingyang encouraged him. Sir, work hard. Qing Feng said with admiration, Sir, you must have climbed the highest. Sir. Sir, you're mighty. Mr. Hao Yu, go. Lu Yin was speechless, and his mind raced through the speculations of the 7 prodigies not trying to become a realm beyond heaven. He then looked at the students, and with his own ability, it shouldn't be a problem. At worst, he could just put on a show. He walked forward. Since the Cold Immortal sect has agreed, I'll give it a try. Baisu smiled and gestured for him to go ahead. Just as Lu Yin was about to begin, Wu Yao shouted, wait. Everyone thought that he was going to object. Baisu's expression changed, as if Wu Yao objected to his decision in front of everyone, the sect would be faced with the question of whether to choose him or Wu Yao. Actually, there was no need to choose, as Baisu would definitely be abandoned. He had been too careless, and he should have discussed this with Wu Yao in advance. Wu Yao spoke up. My Cold Immortal sect also has an emissary who wishes to participate in the trial. Mr. Hao Yu, I hope you don't mind going with him. Baisu sighed in relief. Fortunately, Lu Yin wasn't trying to stop him. Lu Yin smiled. Of course I don't mind. Wu Yao nodded. What he wanted was for anyone from Xian Academy to be suppressed. From the Explorer realm to the Hunter realm, being suppressed by the little fatty from Xian Academy was an accident. As for the Enlighter realm, Bai Weiwei was the highest as she represented the Cold Immortal sect. As for this Mr. Hao Yu, even an emissary had to be suppressed. The emissary from the Cold Immortal sect had a triangular face. It was a very strange triangular face, and he didn't look human at all. No one from Xian Academy recognized this person. The Cosmic Tree realm was too large, and there were hidden powerhouses in any of the 9 districts of the Middle Realm. There were even more emissaries. Although Lu Yin didn't know this person's identity, if Wu Yao had been able to find him, then he was probably very confident that he could suppress Lu Yin in the realm beyond heaven trial. Palace, the triangular-faced person introduced himself. Lu Yin replied, Xian Academy, Hao Yu. The triangular-faced person nodded and looked at Wu Yao. Wu Yao said, you may begin. I've always heard of Mr., and what happened in the Wang family is especially admirable. Mr. is recognized as the genius most likely to become an origin array heavenly master. I look forward to Mr.'s brilliance in this realm beyond heaven trial and shaking the heavens. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior thinks too highly of this junior. I'm just giving it a try, and I might not be able to reach as high as those children. Wu Yao's face darkened, but he smiled at Lu Yin's words and gestured for him to begin. He was just being polite. Lu Yin looked up. He hadn't felt anything before, but now that he was standing on the mountain peak where the realm beyond heaven trial was held, his surroundings had become much quieter. A ray of light shone down and warmed Lu Yin's body. Not far away, the triangular-faced person rose into the sky. He was very fast, but he couldn't compare to Bai Weiwei. Although he was a 3rd tribulation cultivator, the realm beyond heaven trial didn't care about cultivation. Everyone stared at Lu Yin, wanting to see him take the first step. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped forward. In that instant, the ray of light that shone on his body caused his vision to become scorching white, and he couldn't see anything. However, it was only for a moment, as he saw a crab in the next instant. Eh? A crab? At the bottom of a dark river, a crab crawled quickly from one hole to another, and then came out of the hole, looking for something. Among the algae, a strange fish full of sharp teeth swam out. It stared at the crab and suddenly rushed out like a sharp arrow. The crab quickly drilled into the bottom of the river, but its 2 legs were bitten off by the strange fish. The strange fish chewed with a greedy look in its eyes and rushed into the hole at the bottom of the river, trying to eat the crab. Soon, the chewed-up crab shell floated up from the hole at the bottom of the river, accompanied by the chewed crab legs. Then the strange fish swam out again and rushed into the algae to find its next prey. Luin experienced life. Death. He felt like he had experienced life and death. It was as if he had become a crab and been eaten by a fish. The feeling was extremely devastating. That crab was him, and he was the crab. He had been eaten by that strange fish. That feeling of despair still shrouded him. Was this the realm beyond heaven trial? Why did it feel similar to the combination of 6 pips on a die? Below, everyone watched. They didn't know what Luin had experienced. They only knew that he had lifted his foot and was rising, his eyes dull. Luin felt like he had experienced a long time, but to others, it was only a moment. The light that shrouded him pulled him up, but it seemed like he was climbing up by himself. Luin suddenly realized that this was the realm beyond heaven trial. No wonder some of the students were acting so strangely. They had become a new species and couldn't walk out. Perhaps in their view of life, humans were just another species. This was a world of lunatics. Lu Yin's eyes regained their clarity in an instant. He thought about many things, and in the blink of an eye, his vision turned white again. He saw a swallow, and then he became that swallow. There were no other thoughts in his mind. He was the swallow, and the swallow's life was his life. He seemed to have experienced many springs, summers, autumns, and winters. He had experienced migrations, hunts, and finally, he had died under a sharp arrow. The swallow's death brought despair once more. Regardless of whether it was the swallow or Luin who had died, the feeling was real. How many people in this world could face death peacefully? It wasn't close to death, it was truly dead. Luin understood why most people couldn't pass the realm beyond heaven trial. It was because they couldn't face death directly. They couldn't bear the despair, pain, and final erasure. But for him, it seemed like he was used to it. He had even committed suicide several times. Gradually, the people below felt that something was wrong. Lu Yin's speed was getting faster and faster. At first, he was slower than the triangular-faced man, but after an incense stick's worth of time, he had caught up to him and reached a height of nearly 30,000 feet. Then, without any suspense, he surpassed the triangular-faced man. The triangular-faced man didn't know. His eyes were dull as he experienced the cycle of life and death, but the people below saw it clearly. Bai Weiwei was shocked. How could he be so fast? Although she didn't remember what she had experienced, she knew from others that her speed was already very fast, comparable to Bai Xiaohong. How could Mr. Haoyu be so fast? This was the first time he had experienced it. Wu Yao's face was ugly. He had actually surpassed the palace. The frigid immortal sect had been suppressed. It was all Bai Su's fault for being meddlesome. She had insisted on this child's trial, and the results were not good for them. Bai Su's face twitched. Wasn't Mr. Haoyu's talent in lockbreaking? How could he be so powerful in the realm beyond heaven trial? This couldn't be right. Could lockbreaking be helpful in the realm beyond heaven trial? Bai Su wasn't the only one who thought so. The others also thought so. Lu Yin's lockbreaking ability was obvious to all. He had easily crushed Bai Weiwei, and he could guide ordinary cultivators to arrange a sourcebox array. This was not something that could be done purely by experience or talent. It was a combination of both. Wen Zhu passed the trial. It seems that lockbreaking is really helpful in the realm beyond heaven trial, Mr. Tang muttered to himself. The culinary god was surprised. Was that so? Luin had experienced life and death, and he was getting closer and closer to the clouds. He was about to reach 20,000 feet, which was the height that Bai Weiwei had reached. Everyone watched nervously. Would Mr. Haoyu surpass Bai Weiwei? Bai Weiwei's palms were sweating. How talented was this Mr. Haoyu? The Xiao family was really blind. If they had known that he was so talented, wouldn't they have treated him like a treasure? They actually sent Xia Zhitong to cause trouble and almost forced the Yu family to become a mortal enemy. No, the sect must take this person down. Lu Yin reached 60,000 feet, and this time, he saw a teapot. Could a teapot work? What would a teapot experience? Making tea, pouring tea, and smashing it, this was the teapot's life that Lu Yin had experienced. He couldn't understand how he had become a teapot. The Dai's 6 pips could be integrated into a living being, but it couldn't be integrated into an inanimate object. The closest thing to an inanimate object was a mechanical ant, but mechanical ants were also living beings. The one that Lu Yin had integrated into had sentience and consciousness, so it was essentially an intelligent life form. After becoming a teapot, Lu Yin felt that time passed very slowly. In his mind, decades had passed, and the teapot that he had become was a quasi-antique. In the end, it had been smashed. After 60,000 feet, Lu Yin was still slowly rising. He was already numb to life and death because he was in the outer sky trial, so he didn't know that the black and white comma in his heart was spinning wildly and expanding. Life and death had awakened the death aura and strengthened his unique power. This was something that he didn't know yet. One by one, the cultivators from the frigid immortal sect arrived and looked up at the sky in surprise. They watched Lu Yin move slowly but steadily towards the clouds. Wu Yao was shocked. If Lu Yin could reach this height on his first try, would he be able to touch the clouds if he was given a few more chances? Ascending the clouds and becoming a celestial being had long been ruled out by those who were familiar with the trials of the realm beyond heaven. Many of the frigid immortal sect's disciples only hoped to touch the clouds, and Lu Yin had shown that it was possible to do so. Few cultivators in the history of the frigid immortal sect could achieve this. If this kid could really touch the clouds, Wu Yao's eyes widened. His value to the sect wouldn't just be limited to Jieyu and Celestial Master Gu Yan. Not only the frigid immortal sect, but the Xiao family and the other 2 families would also be crazy about obtaining him. Lu Yin had become a piece of dried fish. That's right, a dried fish that had been dried in the sun. It had no consciousness of its own, but strangely, it had a consciousness. It wasn't the fish itself, but the dried fish's consciousness. A new consciousness had been bestowed upon this piece of dried fish, and it was quickly devoured. The horror of being chewed on was enough to drive anyone crazy. His speed slowed down and wasn't as fast as before, but he still rose steadily. No one was more familiar with this feeling than Lu Yin. He was someone who had committed suicide more than once, so he was very familiar with death. Everyone's willpower was different. Their understanding of death and their attitude towards it would be different. This was the Grandmaster's trial. Lu Yin surpassed Bai Weiwei, which brought great shock to the cold immortal sect. Bai Weiwei looked up at the position where Lu Yin had just passed her. Under the clouds and the light, Lu Yin seemed to have an additional layer of divinity. Especially when he stared at Yu Hao's face, countless women were intoxicated. From the ground to 100,000 feet in the air, there was a threshold. From 100,000 feet in the air to 100,000 feet in the air was also a threshold. And the final threshold was the final 10,000 feet. This was known as ascending to immortality with every step. Countless geniuses had stopped at this point. For example, Bai Weiwei, if she was given another chance, she might be able to reach the final height of 10,000 feet. Bai Xiaohong, as well as the past geniuses of the cold immortal sect, had almost all reached the final height of 10,000 feet. Looking from the ground, it was only 29,000 feet. It was very difficult to go any further. Most of the trial geniuses stopped here. Only a few people could set foot on this high altitude and climb towards the clouds. Wu Yao, how was Bai Xian'er's trial in outer sky? The food god suddenly asked. This question attracted everyone's attention. Bai Xian'er was a legend and was of the same generation as the 7 heroes, but she was considered an existence that surpassed them. She had already reached an unknown level at such a young age. Some people said that she was an emissary, some said that she was a half-ancestor, and some said that she was trying to break through to the progenitor realm. No one knew what her cultivation level was. Even Wu Yao, an unruly half-martial ancestor, had to be respectful when he mentioned Bai Xian'er. It was Bai Xian'er's instructions that helped him resolve the crisis. It could be said that in the entire starry sky of trees, Wu Yao respected and feared Bai Xian'er the most, apart from the progenitors. Everyone knew that Bai Xian'er had passed the trial, but they were curious about the process. I don't know, Wu Yao replied. Then, what about Bai Xiaohong? The food god asked. Wu Yao looked at the food god. There's no point in asking about someone who's already dead. Is it inconvenient to say? The food god asked. Bai Su said, in the last 1,000 feet, one step was 10 feet. Young ancestor Bai Xiaohong reached the 700th step and was ranked in the top 10 in the history of the Frozen Immortal sect. Everyone was shocked. Bai Xiaohong was ranked in the top 10? How many progenitors had the Frozen Immortal sect produced in the past? Which one of these progenitors wasn't a peerless genius? Which one of them was weaker than their peers? Even so, Bai Xiaohong was still ranked in the top 10. It was clear that his talent was extraordinary. Unfortunately, he had died too early. The most hateful one was that bastard from the Lu family. If it wasn't for Lu Shaoxian, the young ancestor wouldn't have died so young. The astral tree realm would have had another progenitor in the future, an elder of the Frozen Immortal sect said resentfully. Bai Su sighed. Yes, in the history of the Frozen Immortal sect, there were very few people who could reach the 700th step. As long as they didn't die young, they could have become half-ancestors without exception. It's not impossible for them to become progenitors. What a pity. Bai Weiwei's eyes dimmed. Every disciple of the Frozen Immortal sect could attempt the skies beyond trial 3 times. She had already tried twice, and even if she tried again, she wasn't confident that she could reach the top 3,000 feet, let alone the 700th step. Was the difference in strength between her and Bai Xiaohong really that great? If Bai Xiaohong could do this, then what about her senior sister? How far could the 7 heroes of the past reach? With this thought, all of her pride vanished, and she subconsciously looked up at Luin, who was slowly climbing. How high could this person reach? Could he be comparable to Bai Xiaohong? Perhaps he was the true genius who could rival the 4th young ancestor. A day later, Luin reached the final 3,000 feet under everyone's shocked gazes. This was the ascending to immortality with every step. Wu Yao's breathing stagnated. Was this kid really that talented? Even Bai Xiaohong couldn't reach this height during his first trial. In fact, he was far from it. Could he really touch the clouds? After reaching the final 3,000 feet, Luin turned into a stone. Only the heavens knew how a stone could have consciousness, and it was especially clear. I am a stone. A stone cannot move. It has no life. I am a stone. A stone cannot move. It has no life. I am a stone. A stone cannot move. It has no life. Luin was very clear that he was a stone, and he didn't know anything else. However, he had an incomparably clear consciousness. This consciousness allowed him to see the earth through the sandstorm, the boundless grasslands, and all kinds of strange creatures. He had been trampled on, used as a weapon, and even fallen into a river. After floating for many years, he had reached the bottom of the river and reached an unknown depth. His consciousness was very clear, too clear. It was so clear that he was a stone that could feel the existence of time. He had created the word time, the word flow, and all kinds of words that came from the stone's understanding of the earth. He had also made the stone feel the terror of time. How long had it been? Countless years, it had truly been countless years. Any other creature that had maintained such a clear consciousness would have turned into stone and gone insane. However, Luin had not, because he had seen time. Time was a formless existence, but he had seen it. The feeling that time had brought him was instantly erased. No matter how long it had been, it was just a feeling. It was a feeling that could drive a person crazy, but it was fine as long as he got rid of it. Luin suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. It wasn't a single step, but a single step. He had crossed nearly half of it, reaching the 500th step. Below him, Wu Yao's pupils shrank. Impossible. He stared blankly. Baisu was also stunned. Anyone who had reached the final 3,000 feet would have to cross 10 feet with each step. There were only a few exceptions, such as Baixing, Wenzu, and all those strange people who could reach the clouds. There was also Baixianer. Aside from them, no one else had ever crossed dozens of feet in a single step. However, this person had not crossed dozens of feet, but 1,500 feet. This had never been recorded in history. The culinary god raised an eyebrow. Based on his understanding of Beyond Heaven's trial and Wu Yao's reactions, this how you had done something incredible. It seemed like the consequences would be even more severe than what had happened to the Wang family and the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin didn't know about the legends of the final 3,000 feet. He only knew that his perception of time was becoming increasingly clear. Before coming to the cosmic tree realm, he had used Wendy Yushan to sense time, but it had been useless. Later, he had used Junior Progenitor Planet's resources to upgrade the aged withered tree, and then used Desolate Ancestor's reversal step to successfully reverse spacetime. He had a preliminary perception of time, but it had always been very vague. Just now, he seemed to be able to sense time. If he did it again, perhaps he would be able to sense time again. At the same time, he also understood why some people became strange after the trial. For example, if he hadn't woken up, he really would have turned into a stone. How long had a person lived until now? Decades? Centuries? How long could a stone exist? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or even longer? Compared to the clear consciousness of a stone, a person's existence lasted only for an instant. Thus, some people became a different kind of creature after the trial. This was because, in their understanding, a person's life until now might have been a fantasy. Fortunately, he had a perception of time. Otherwise, he might have become like that. Looking up, the clouds were within reach. Then, let's continue. Since I can sense time, there's nothing to be afraid of. The triangular-faced emissary had already landed and watched Lu Yin ascend step by step. He couldn't help but glance at Wu Yao. When he had come, he had said that he would defeat this person. How could he compete with this person? At this point, no one was thinking about competing anymore. Everyone wanted to see how far Lu Yin could go. In particular, Wu Yao had come to an incredible conclusion. This person wouldn't be able to reach the clouds, right? Baisu swallowed. Was this necessary? He had only wanted to express his goodwill and rope Lu Yin in if possible. He hadn't expected to cause such a big commotion. This was too big. Even if this person stopped now, it would still attract the attention of the ancestors. This was troublesome. If this person still chose Shenwu Plain in the end, he would be a sinner of the frigid immortal sect. In the starry sky of the universe, there were countless species. Lu Yin experienced one after another. What he experienced the most was life and death, the most terrible was time, the most sorrowful was emotion, and the most joyful was emotion. In the end, he didn't know if his memories as Lu Yin were one of them. Fortunately, whether it was life or death, he could bear it. Ruthless people looked down on emotion, but could not see through life and death. Sentient people looked down on life and death, but could not forget their emotions. Lu Yin did not need to see through it, he was sober. In the last 1,000 feet, he only took 2 steps, 500 feet. Above his head, there were already clouds. They were beautiful and looked very soft. Subconsciously, he touched them. Below, Wu Yao's eyelids twitched. He touched the clouds, he touched the clouds. This child really touched the clouds. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the starry sky of the tree. Even the ancestors would look down. He looked at the top of his head. The outer realm would not be able to sit still. The more he understood about the sky beyond trial, the more he knew how shocking Lu Yin's actions were at this moment. He touched the clouds, but he didn't feel anything. They looked soft and beautiful, but they were like a dream. He couldn't feel anything when he put his hand in. He looked down and saw the shocked expressions of Wu Yao and the others, the encouraging eyes of the culinary god, Bai Weiwei's shocked and admiring look, and the infatuated eyes of Nong Xinyang and the others. He took a deep breath and stepped out again, ready to climb the clouds. Wu Yao stared at Lu Yin. It was the last step. Touching the clouds was one level, but whether he could reach the top and become an immortal was another level. Since ancient times, only 7 people had succeeded in reaching the top. The rest were looked down upon by them. This child should not be able to reach the top. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yin's eyes became dull again. He saw a creature that looked like a grasshopper, and then he became a grasshopper. It was a grasshopper with consciousness and nimble movements, but it was instantly trampled to death. He was trampled to death, and then he saw another grasshopper, and then he appeared in the place where he appeared last time. Lu Yin had a consciousness, but it was the consciousness of a grasshopper. The place where he had appeared was a congested street with countless pedestrians walking back and forth. The first time he had appeared, he had been trampled to death by a person. This time, he had retained the experience of being a dead grasshopper. The moment he appeared, he immediately jumped to another place. He had avoided the misfortune of being trampled to death by the previous person, but he couldn't avoid the fate of being trampled to death. This was a congested street. From the perspective of a grasshopper, these people were all colossal creatures. Stepping on them step by step, in his view of life, this was like the sky collapsing and the earth caving in. In the blink of an eye, the grasshopper was trampled to death again, only to be resurrected again. No matter where the grasshopper jumped, it could not escape the misfortune of being trampled to death. It jumped at most 5 times, and on the 6th time, it was trampled to death. It did not know how to escape from this street. It only knew that it should have been born here, and it should have been trampled to death and resurrected repeatedly. Finally, after jumping 7 times, it looked up and saw a person's face. It was a man. Then it jumped again and jumped to the man's feet. The man kicked it away, and the huge force shook its body into pieces. Before it died, it saw several people, and these people looked exactly the same. It was that man. It was trampled to death again and again. It tried again and again, countless times. It could not escape, but it could not die. In the grasshopper's consciousness, the people were constantly branded, forming a pressure that was like the sky. Every time it saw the man's face, the grasshopper's movements would subconsciously stop. It was as if it should be trampled to death and hoped to be trampled to death. That face was constantly branded in its heart, appearing repeatedly in its mind. It replaced everything, everything. At this time, murmurs resounded throughout the street. The heavenly Tao's bestow swallows and spits out hundreds of rivers. The ancient land is harmonious, imitating the high sage. The heavenly Tao does not accept, condense into qi. Leaping through the starry skies, communicating with people. At first, the voices were very soft, but as time passed and the grasshopper was trampled to death, the voices grew louder and louder. Finally, for words appeared in the grasshopper's mind, the primogenitor's scripture. Suddenly, the grasshopper woke up and knew who he was. He was Lu Yin, and he was undergoing a trial in the realm beyond heaven. He was not a grasshopper. Above his head, a shadow loomed over, and a foot stomped down. Lu Yin immediately controlled the grasshopper to escape, and then he jumped onto the person who wanted to trample him to death without hesitation. Along the way, the person raised a hand to slap him. Their movements were very fast, and the difference in size was too great. The person moved slightly, and in the grasshopper's eyes, it was enough to envelop the world. However, Lu Yin still avoided it. The murmurs of the primogenitor's scripture grew louder and louder, and the entire street shook. Lu Yin controlled the grasshopper's body and jumped directly onto one of the people's heads. As far as the eye could see, there were countless people who looked exactly the same as him walking hurriedly. Under their feet, the grasshopper's corpse was crushed into pieces, but these people did not care and continued walking, filling the entire street. Lu Yin jumped up and jumped on top of the people's heads. These people wanted to trample him to death, but he wanted to step on their heads. Soon after, under everyone's incredulous gazes, Lu Yin's body passed through the clouds and disappeared. Then, he stepped on the clouds and walked out, looking down at the people below. He had completed the realm beyond heaven trial, becoming the 9th cultivator to complete the realm beyond heaven trial and become an immortal beyond heaven cultivator. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin, looking up at him. At this moment, even Wu Yao and the culinary god were looking up at him. He had ascended to immortality in one step, and when he looked back, he was no longer immortal. Whether it was the cultivators of the Cold Immortal sect or the people of Xian Academy, they all looked at Luyin differently, including Bai Weiwei and the others. Human history had developed over a long period of time, and there were countless achievements that seemed possible but were impossible to achieve. The realm beyond heaven trial was one of them. Since its appearance, countless people had attempted it. Although the results were different, there was one result that remained constant: no one had completed it. The years were long, and countless eras had changed, but in most people's impression, no one had been able to complete the realm beyond heaven trial. Bai Xian'er had appeared in this era, so she had become a legend. Bai Xian'er had broken through to the emissary realm and attracted the eternal race's murderous intent, causing the progenitor realm to descend. Therefore, she had become an unattainable existence in this era. She was close to a god. At this moment, Luyin had completed the realm beyond heaven trial, causing the Cold Immortal sect to fall silent. Whether it was the elders or the disciples, even the half-ancestor Wu Yao and the culinary god, all looked at Luyin in silence. Baisu was the first to react. He immediately ordered the sect to be sealed. No one was allowed to leave, and no one was allowed to communicate with the outside world. He wanted to seal the news of Yu Hao's completion of the realm beyond heaven trial in the Cold Immortal sect. This child must not wander outside. He must be a member of the Cold Immortal sect. He represented the next progenitor realm. Suddenly, he remembered that this person was a matrix master in Jiayuan, and there was also Gu Yan behind him. If that was the case, he was not just the next progenitor, he might even be the next youngest celestial master of primordial arrays. He was a genius who had both the progenitor and the celestial master of primordial arrays. A genius who could catch up to Bai Xian'er. Thinking of this, Baisu quickly woke Wu Yao up. It was not that Wu Yao's mental strength was not as strong as Baisu's, but as a half-ancestor, he knew better what it meant for Luyin to ascend the clouds. He now looked at Luyin as if he was in progenitor realm powerhouse. After being awakened by Baisu, the first thing he did was to seal the Cold Immortal sect. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. The lower the cultivation of a disciple, the less knowledge they had of the realm beyond heaven trial, and the faster they woke up. After Luyin ascended the clouds, a Melder disciple who had just joined the Cold Immortal sect spread the news. The four scales each had their own spies, and even the seedling garden, the Lu family, and Gue Yuan, who had been hiding all this time, all had spies in the Cold Immortal sect. When Yu Hao completed the realm beyond heaven trial, the entire cosmic tree realm exploded. The first to receive the news was the Wang family, and it was the Melder who had spread the news. Half-ancestor Chai suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yin, scaring him so much that his expression changed. He was rather displeased. "Senior Chai, this is my private residence. You've gone too far by coming here." With his status as an array master in Jiayuan, he did not need to worry about half-ancestor Chai's status. Half-ancestor Chai anxiously asked, "Has the family contacted Yu Hao? Or did they discuss any conditions?" Wang Yan's brows rose. "Why do you ask?" Half-ancestor Chai was anxious. "If not, then hurry up and contact the ancestor and think of a way to rope in this Yu Hao. We have to rope him in. He just completed the Cold Immortal sect's realm beyond heaven trial." Wang Yan did not react at first, but then he remembered and was shocked. The realm beyond heaven trial? The trial to become an immortal beyond immortal? Half-ancestor Chai replied, "That's right. That's why I'm asking if you've contacted the ancestor to rope in Yu Hao and what conditions you've proposed. I need to quickly speak with the ancestor and discuss how to rope him in." Wang Yan was still in shock. Since ancient times, only 8 people had completed the realm beyond heaven trial. 5 of them had become progenitors. 2 had died young, and 1 was Bai Xian'er. No one doubted that Bai Xian'er would become a progenitor, as she would definitely do so. Yu Hao was the 9th person. "The ancestor has already contacted him," Wang Yan said. Half-ancestor Chai was nervous. "Did you treat him seriously? This is related to a progenitor, and don't forget that not only did he complete the realm beyond heaven trial, but he's also an array master in Jiayuan. He's a genius lockbreaker who's qualified to have you contact the ancestor with his lockbreaking talent." Wang Yan's expression changed, and he swallowed hard. A genius lockbreaker who had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial. Could this person be the next by Xianxia? When he thought of this, he contacted the ancestor again. I'll contact the ancestor right now and make sure that this person stays in my Wang family. On the other side, the White Dragon clan received the news, and Long Tian's eyelids twitched. The Realm Beyond Heaven trial. Someone else had completed it besides by Xianxia? Long Tian had not attempted the Realm Beyond Heaven trial before because Long Xing, the daughter of the main bloodline and one of the 7 prodigies, had said that the White Dragon clan was not allowed to attempt it. Long Tian had actually wanted to try it, but he had not expected Yu Hao to actually complete it. The 4 young ancestors were considered future progenitors, but this was more of a possibility. If this possibility was defined as 10 out of 10, then they only had a 30% chance. However, someone who had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial had a 90% chance. The difference between a 90% chance and a 30% chance was huge. Thank you. Nantung Jindazen he Songkue ZQHN begging wind updates 4 times a day brothers tip, I'll give it to you. Mr. Yu walked out and looked at Long Tian calmly. Have you reported this to the ancestor? Long Tian looked at Mr. Yu. Not yet. Then report it. The trial of the sky beyond heaven can't be hidden, Mr. Yu said. Their attitude wasn't positive. It wasn't that the White Dragon race didn't want to rope in a future ancestor, but that they couldn't. More accurately, it was Long Tian and Mr. Yu who couldn't rope in. Yu Hao belonged to Xian Academy and could be considered one of the culinary gods' people. The grudge between Mr. Yu and the culinary god couldn't be resolved, so Yu Hao might hate him too. From Mr. Yu's point of view, this person was a potential enemy. As for Long Tian, after Long Ku went missing, he immediately found Mr. Yu and received his support. The 2 of them were on the same side, which meant that if the White Dragon race wanted to rope in Yu Hao, it would be disadvantageous for Mr. Yu and Long Tian. The main bloodline of the White Dragon race could be changed at any time, and if a branch bloodline roped in Yu Hao, their bloodline would be in danger. The trial of the sky beyond heaven is great, but it doesn't mean that you won't die young, Mr. Yu said and left. Long Tian's eyes flashed. Die young? It was too difficult. The 2 people who had died young had their reasons, and this Yu Hao would definitely choose one of the 4 scales. It wasn't likely that he would die young, so there were only 2 paths in front of him. One was to stay with Mr. Yu and become Yu Hao's enemy in the future. If Yu Hao was really roped in, the main bloodline would be changed. The other was to give up on Mr. Yu and focus on roping in Yu Hao. This was the White Dragon race. Even if Yu Hao really became an ancestor, he couldn't really become a member of the White Dragon race. He was just a cultivator with a different surname, which would be of great help to him. If he failed, not only would he fail to obtain Yu Hao, but he would also offend Mr. Yu. Long Tian thought about it and unconsciously looked in Mr. Yu's direction. Mr. Yu couldn't guess what Long Tian was thinking. Of course not. He only had one path, and that was to kill Yu Hao. Mr. Yu didn't expect this to happen. He stood on the mountain peak and looked in the direction of the cold immortal sect. Master, you're so troublesome. The divine martial sky also received the news. Xiao Ziheng, who was still in a daze, immediately rushed to the place where Yu Chuan was imprisoned. Seeing that Yu Chuan was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately contacted the old ancestor. Yu Hao was a different person from the Shenwu realm. Others had tried to rope Yu Hao in only because of the sky beyond heaven trial, but the Shenwu realm had tried to rope Yu Hao in not just because of his lock-breaking talent and the fact that he had completed the sky beyond heaven trial. After ending his conversation with the old ancestor, Xiao Ziheng's first order was to capture Xia Zhitong. At the same time, he confirmed the names of all the people involved in the matter of the Yu family. These people were what the divine martial sky had told Yu Hao. Xiao Ziheng felt a headache coming on. Ever since Yu Hao had appeared, the things he had done had become more and more sensational. Even the mighty divine martial celestial society had no choice but to find people to avenge him and line up for him to kill. Only Xiaoshang had shown such an attitude when he had become a half-step ancestor and inherited the mountains and seas. Unfortunately, Xiaoshang didn't appreciate it. Hopefully, Yu Hao would be tactful. After the order was given, Xiao Ziheng left the Shenwu sky and personally went to the Immortal Frost sect to welcome Yu Hao. He couldn't let the Immortal Frost sect keep him here. At the same time, in the Central Plains, Xianxia also received the news, and he sighed. Someone else completed the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial? This era is too dazzling, but it's declining after reaching its peak. I hope this person can survive. In the distance, the sword steel stood tall, and Lu Song opened his eyes to see Lulu standing in front of him. The Realm Beyond Heaven's trial? He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Immortal Frost sect with a complicated expression. As time passed, the matter of the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial would become more and more apparent. It would only become more and more sensational. At this moment, Luin was just as silent as the Immortal Frost sect. This was because there was another person lying on a cloud in front of him. Even though this person's back was facing Luin, the moment he saw this person, Luin felt as if the sky and earth were collapsing. This person gave off an aura that far surpassed that of a half-step ancestor. Even when he had first come to the cosmic trees and been chased by Wang Si, the despair he had felt back then had not been as great as when he saw this person. This person was a progenitor. He was definitely a progenitor. Lu Yin's heart sank. The Immortal Frost sect, and there was actually a progenitor on a cloud? How could this be? Lu Yin was most afraid of encountering a progenitor. Death's mask might be able to fool a half-step ancestor, but it definitely could not fool a progenitor. Why was there a progenitor here? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he subconsciously placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Once his identity was exposed, he would have to ask the Fog Ancestor to come out. He hoped that the Fog Ancestor already had the power of a progenitor. Just like that, Lu Yin stared at the figure lying on his side, not saying anything or moving. After a long time, the culinary god, Wu Yao, and the rest did not speak. They did not know what was happening on the cloud, as no one had ever seen this scene before. Even when Bai Xianer had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial, only the ancestor had been able to see it. No one knew what would happen after completing the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial, and they all assumed that Lu Yin had experienced something on the cloud. Could this be the reason why one would definitely become a progenitor after completing the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial? Everyone stared at the cloud, wanting to see what was happening. Lu Yin waited for a long time on the cloud, but the figure lying on his side still did not move. He considered whether to leave or stay, and after some thought, he simply sat down. Distance was meaningless to a progenitor, and even if he left the frigid immortal sect, this progenitor could easily catch up to him. Lu Yin wondered who this person was. Based on his clothing and figure, it was a man. Could it be Bai Wang Yuan? There were records of how many progenitors had been born after the astral tree domain separated from the fifth mainland, but the records were not comprehensive. For example, progenitor 1 was a very clear example, and Zhongyu was another example. However, there were no clear records of these behemoths. Everyone said that each of the 4 scales had an ancestor, which made it clear that the frigid immortal sect's ancestor was Bai Wang Yuan. But if it was Bai Wang Yuan, who had existed since the Daosor sect's era and was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, then no one from the frigid immortal sect had become a progenitor after him. No, if there had been, then where had the other progenitors gone? The most obvious one was someone called Bai Xing, who had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial and was one of the 5 progenitors. The outside world did not say that he had died, nor did they say that he had appeared. Where had he gone? Another example was the 4 young progenitors, who were said to be certain to become progenitors. Although that was a bit of a boast, if the 4 scales did not have a progenitor who had become a progenitor after the origin will sacrifice, then how could such a statement appear? The astral tree domain definitely had more than one progenitor that had been publicly announced, but where had the other progenitors gone? A day passed, but the reclining figure did not move. Lu Yin did not move either, and he simply continued to watch. 2 more days passed, but the people below were not in a hurry, and they all looked up. Lu Yin continued to watch the figure. Finally, the figure moved. He stood up, stretched, and rubbed his head. He paused and slowly turned around to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met the person's gaze. It was a man who looked quite young, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He looked back at Lu Yin with some curiosity. "Are you new here?" "What?" Lu Yin asked. The man pointed below. "The frigid immortal sect?" Are you new here? A guest. Where are you from? Xian Academy. Oh, you completed the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial? Yes, I just finished it. Amazing. You're welcome. After a moment of silence, the man coughed and turned around to face Luin. He smiled. I'm Bai Xing. What about you? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Bai Xing was one of the 9 people who had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial, and one of the 5 who had become progenitors. I'm Yu Hao. Luin stood up and bowed to Bai Xing. Greetings, Ancestor Bai. Bai Xing raised a hand to stop him. Don't call me Ancestor Bai. Ancestor Bai is an honorific for Ancestor Wang Yuan. I don't deserve that title. Luin was confused. Then how should I address you? Bai Xing smiled. Call me Ancestor Sheng. Luin was speechless. This guy was a bit arrogant. Junior Yu Hao greets Ancestor Sheng. Just call me Ancestor Sheng. There's no need to call me Senior. I'm not much older than you. Bai Xing was very easygoing. Luin did not stare at Bai Xing, as he was wondering if Bai Xing had seen through Deathface's disguise. If he had, would he have exposed him? Did he know Luin? Many questions popped up in Lu Yin's mind, the most common of which was how to escape. Congratulations on completing the Realm Beyond Heaven's trial, which means that you've reached the peak of your life. From now on, the Astral Tree Realm will be yours to roam freely. Bai Xing smiled and gestured for Luin to sit down. Being able to sit on these clouds is a symbol of our group. Don't waste it. If you have time in the future, come visit more often. I'm actually quite bored. Ancestor Xing stays here all year round? Luin was surprised. Bai Xing replied, not really, I come here occasionally. It's mainly because I find it interesting to see those fellows below trying to climb up but not being able to. Look, aren't those fellows looking up at us with funny expressions? Ha 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 ha. Luin followed Bai Xing's gaze and saw Wu Yao and the food god. Including you, there are already 9 people. It's a pity that most of them are dead. Before you was Bai Xianer, but that girl is very quiet. Talking to her will suffocate you. It's boring. Young man, say something, Bai Xing urged. Luin didn't know what to say, but he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He even felt guilty. Ancestor Sheng, no, Ancestor Sheng, shouldn't you be in the Sovereign Realm? Bai Xing smiled. It seems like you don't know much about the Astral Tree Realm. Not all progenitors are in the Sovereign Realm. Only Ancestor Bai and the others are there, and they're the front line against the Eternals. As for us, he pointed at the sky. We're in the Outer Realm. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Outer Realm? He had heard of the Outer Realm before. It was the space outside the Mother Tree that surrounded it. The Mother Tree existed in the universe, and the entire Astral Tree Realm relied on it. Outside the Mother Tree and the starry sky was the Outer Realm. For example, the stars that Luin had seen in the top realm belonged to the Outer Realm. The most famous one was the star called Xianxia, which could only be seen in the Blue Moon District. It was one of the stars in the Outer Realm, and could only be seen in the Blue Moon District. Thank you. Nantung Jindazan Hisonkue, thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters, thank you. You'll understand the Outer Realms once you become a half-ancestor. It's just a matter of time. By the way, you said that you're from Xian Academy. How's that place doing? I heard that it's going to be divided by the 4 cardinal scales? Bai Xing asked. Luin had not expected Bai Xing to be so direct. The 4 cardinal scales were indeed planning to divide Xian Academy, but they had to do it step by step. They're still dividing it, but they haven't succeeded yet. They're still thinking of ways to get a spot for the Mountain Sea. A spot for the Mountain Sea? That's meaningless. Do they think that inheriting the Mountain Sea is that simple? The 9 mountains and 8 seas only appear in one era, and they won't appear before or after that. We don't have any plans for the Mountain Sea, and it would be best if they could inherit it, but if they can't, then so be it. There aren't that many half-ancestors or progenitors who can try. The youngest person to inherit the Mountain Sea in history was an emissary, but that was only a legend. Only progenitor Chen inherited the Mountain Sea when he was a half-ancestor. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. They're not as open-minded as you, progenitor Sheng. They're all fighting over it. Don't blame them. Kid, are you interested in joining the Frigid Immortal sect? Bai Xing stared at Lu Yin with interest and asked. Lu Yin did not know if he should be relieved or worried. Did Bai Xing's question mean that he had not seen through Death Face's disguise? Or had he seen through Death Face's disguise but did not recognize him? Or was this a joke? If Bai Xing recognized him, then he would know that Lu Yin would not be able to join the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing, but he could not tell what he was thinking. What's with that expression? Do you have some enmity with the Frigid Immortal sect? Don't worry about it, I can help you with anything, Bai Xing said heroically. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This was something that could not be resolved. I won't hide it from you, senior. I'm Yu Hao, and my wife is Xia Zitong from the Shenwu continent. Bai Xing was shocked. You're the son-in-law of the Shenwu continent? Lu Yin nodded. Bai Xing was helpless. Then there's nothing I can do. The Shenwu continent is quite lucky to find someone like you as a son-in-law. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he told Bai Xing about the enmity between the Shenwu continent and the Yu family. Everyone who heard about this for the first time had the same expression on their faces. It was strange, extremely strange, but also strange and natural. Bai Xing choked on his words for a long time before sighing. The Xiao family is truly ruthless. They would even use their own family members to tarnish the reputation of the Yu family. At the same time, they have also tarnished their own reputation. Ancestor Bai is right. Ever since the incident with Ancestor Chen, the Xiao family has been riding on the path of shamelessness. They no longer care about their reputation. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin. So, will you return to Shenwu Plain now? Based on your achievements in the realm upon heaven trial, that Xia Zitong is bound to die. The Xia clan will personally hand her over to you to deal with. To put it bluntly, the Xia clan is willing to sacrifice anyone outside of the main branch. For the sake of an outsider immortal, they're willing to sacrifice all of their branches. Lu Yin frowned. I don't want to join such a family, but grandfather is. In their hands. Bai Xing pondered. The Xiao family's ancestral worship ceremony is approaching, and it's also the final deadline that they've given me. Actually, I've been getting along well with Bai Weiwei recently. If possible, I'd rather join the Frigid Immortal sect, Lu Yin said. Bai Xing rubbed his head. It's a bit troublesome. If it was before, the sect would have paid a price, and Ancestor Bai might have been able to personally rescue your grandfather. But now that you've completed the realm upon heaven trial, Xiaoxinji definitely won't let you off. Lu Yin stood up and bowed to Bai Xing. If possible, please help me rescue my grandfather. I will definitely join the Frigid Immortal sect and protect the sect's interests with my life. Bai Xing stretched again and stood up. He looked around. Realm upon heaven, outsider immortal. Do you want to take a walk with me? As far as the eye could see, the two of them could only see clouds that covered the entire Frigid Immortal sect. However, they couldn't see anything outside of the sect. This was a scenery that belonged only to the Frigid Immortal sect. Walking on the clouds was equivalent to stepping on everyone in the Frigid Immortal sect. Progenitors had the right to do so, and Lu Yin, as an envoy, also had the right to do so. You'll have to go through a lot to walk on these clouds. It's like climbing, Lu Yin asked. Bai Xing's lips curled up as he pointed below. One cloud, one step into immortality. Realm upon heaven, outsider immortal. Only the 9 of us can hear this. Every cloud has to be climbed? Lu Yin was shocked. Bai Xing nodded. Yes and no. You don't need to climb from the bottom, but going from one cloud to another is like going through the entire process of climbing at the same time. That's why it's called one step, one immortal. That's what will determine who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's see how many steps you can take. As he spoke, he raised his foot and instantly arrived above another cloud. Then, he walked out step by step. Every step is a cycle. Young man, why don't you walk with me? Lu Yin's lips twitched. One step, one reincarnation, one immortal. If he had the time, he would be willing to try, but he didn't have the time right now. The people below were still waiting, and now that he had become an outsider immortal, the Xiao family probably couldn't sit still any longer. The later he waited, the less time he would have to roll the die alone. So that's how it is. Forget it for now. This junior will have to disappoint senior, Lu Yin declined. Baixing smiled. I'm leaving as well. He looked up. How many ancestral bones are buried in the outer realms? Perhaps one day, you'll go there as well. With that, he stepped onto a cloud once more, and then his figure blurred and vanished. Lu Yin looked up. The outer realm? Where were the ancestral bones buried? Where were those unknown progenitors? Below, everyone looked up for a very long time. They watched for as long as Lu Yin had been on the cloud, until he came down. Mr. Haoyu is coming down, someone exclaimed. Nong Xinyang was excited. Bai Weiwei and the rest all stepped forward and stared at the sky. Xiaoxinguang, Wang Xiafan and the rest had complicated expressions. This person's status would no longer be the same after reaching realm upon heaven. Even they didn't dare to slight him. Gong, 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 congratulations Mr. The little fatty shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Mr. Haoyu. Qing Feng was also excited. Congratulations, Mr. Haoyu, the students shouted. The frozen immortal sect's disciples looked on enviously. Lu Yin landed on the ground, and Wu Yao was the first to step forward with a warm smile. Congratulations, Mr. Haoyu, for completing the realm upon heaven trial and becoming an immortal in one step. Lu Yin replied politely. On the other side, a group of students from Xian Academy surrounded Lu Yin and asked him what he had experienced. Only those who had completed the realm upon heaven trial would have memories of it. However, Lu Yin didn't say anything. Before the realm upon heaven trial, the frozen immortal sect had made them swear not to divulge any information once they completed the trial. Congratulations, Mr. Haoyu. Mr. Tang exclaimed. Lu Yin was exhausted. I was lucky, really lucky. Completing the trial on your first attempt isn't something that can be described as luck, Mr. Wei said with a smile. The culinary god sighed. At the Wang family, you showed off your unparalleled lock-breaking talent. At the White Dragon clan, you showed off your control of the profound creation realm's astral source. You saw through the blood pool and forced the White Dragon clan to lower their heads. And here at the Frozen Immortal sect, you even completed the realm upon heaven trial. This trial isn't for the students, but for you, haha. Lu Yin was speechless. I don't know why it's like this. Baisu walked behind Wu Yao with an ugly expression as she watched Lu Yin speak with the students from Xian Academy. It's been leaked. Many people know that Yu Hao completed the realm upon heaven trial. Wu Yao wasn't surprised. That's normal. Don't let them leave the sect for now. The ancestor will handle it. Baisu nodded and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Wu Yao had only wanted to express his goodwill and see if he could pull this person over to his side. However, he hadn't expected that he would end up creating an outsider immortal. Many years later, this person might become an ancestor on the same level as Bai Xianer, and he might even become the youngest origin array master. Just thinking about it was terrifying. No one would give up on someone who had a 90% chance of becoming an ancestor, even if that person hadn't passed the 3 stages. Compared to the realm upon heaven trial, passing the 3 stages wasn't that important. After all, one could pass the 3 stages in the future, and it didn't have to be at the Enlighter realm. However, in the realm upon heaven trial, half-ancestors were the same as other cultivators, and their success rate wouldn't increase based on their realm. Originally, after the trial ended, the group from Xian Academy could head to Shenwu Plain, but because the frigid immortal sect was forcing them to stay, even the culinary god couldn't leave and could only stay for the time being. Everyone knew that the frigid immortal sect's goal was Lu Yin. The culinary god reminded him, don't be courteous with them. With your current status, just treat yourself as a half-ancestor, and they'll do their best to rope you in. After completing the realm upon heaven trial, Lu Yin would have had the confidence to negotiate with the frigid immortal sect. However, because of Bai Xing's appearance, he only wanted to leave. After all, Bai Xing could definitely see through Deathface's disguise, and only the heavens knew if he would discover Lu Yin's true identity. However, even if he wanted to leave, the frigid immortal sect wouldn't let him, which left him with no choice. Mr. Haoyu, as long as you join the frigid immortal sect, we'll do our best to bring your grandfather, Yuchuan, out. Shenwu Plain also won't risk offending a future progenitor. Also, the Frigid Immortal sect will provide all the resources you need to pass the 3 stages. From the 4th origin tribulation to the half-ancestor realm, the Frigid Immortal sect will guarantee. Wu Yao pulled Luyin aside and explained everything. Luyin felt a headache coming on, and he hurriedly stopped Wu Yao. I understand what Senior Wu Yao is saying, but as long as my grandfather is still in Shenwu Plain, I won't be able to join the Frigid Immortal sect. However, I personally prefer the Frigid Immortal sect. Wu Yao also felt a headache coming on. He was a ruthless person, and even his own parents would not hesitate to give up when faced with such a choice, let alone his grandfather. However, Yu Hao clearly didn't want to give up, which was troublesome. As a cultivator, there are times when you have to make choices, Wu Yao said. Junior doesn't understand what senior means. You know why Yuchuan was taken to the Star Alliance back then. Your father made his choice, and Yuchuan made his own. Now, it's your turn. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. My father's choice caused the Yu family to become what it is now. But he also protected you, Wu Yao said. If not for that, you wouldn't even have had the chance to participate in the Heavens Beyond trial. How many geniuses in the cosmic tree realm can complete the trial? If everyone in the starry sky of trees had tried, the number of people who could complete the trial might have doubled. Unfortunately, they were unlucky, but you are different. Your father and grandfather worked together to make you who you are. You should not let them down. Luyin looked at Wu Yao. They made me what I am, so I should repay them. Wu Yao's tone was cold. You have to repay the Yu family. You have to repay the past and build the future Yu family, not just your grandfather. I believe that your grandfather also hopes that you can make the right choice, even if it means sacrificing himself. Luyin frowned. I can pretend that I didn't hear Senior's words. Please leave. Wu Yao was annoyed. If this kid hadn't completed the trial, he wouldn't have said so much. This kid's attitude was enough for him to kill him. After Wu Yao left, Baisu came and took turns persuading Luyin. They didn't think that there was much hope for Yuchuan. Shenwu Plain wasn't stupid. Before the trial, they had deliberately transferred Yuchuan from the Star Alliance to Shenwu Plain. Now, they were watching him even more closely, and Xia Ziheng might even personally guard him. Even the Cold Immortal sect wasn't confident that they could take Yuchuan out. Since they couldn't take Yuchuan away, they could only persuade Luyin to give up. However, Luyin was stubborn, so Baisu could only withdraw. They wouldn't be able to force Xian Academy to stay for long, especially since Xia Ziheng had already come to the Cold Immortal sect. Even if the Cold Immortal sect tried to delay Xia Ziheng, they wouldn't be able to hold him back for long. The gentle light emitted by the clouds dimmed a lot, and the Cold Immortal sect was naturally divided into day and night. When night fell, Luyin and the culinary god sat at a stone table and told him about Wu Yao and Baisu's conditions. The culinary god laughed. The resources needed to break through the 3 stages are not a condition but a necessity. The only reason they want to rope you in is because you have the possibility of becoming an ancestor. If they don't provide you with the resources needed to break through the 3 stages, how can you become an ancestor? As for your grandfather, Yuchuan. He paused for a moment before continuing, I won't advise you to give up, but if you don't want to join the Divine Martial Society, Yuchuan will be their weapon against you. Even if you become an ancestor in the future, Yuchuan will still be your weakness. I want to go to Shenwu Plain immediately. The culinary god thought that Luyin was missing Yuchuan, and he said, I'll talk to Wu Yao and think of a way to leave. However, the Frigid Immortal sect won't let you go so easily, so you must be prepared. Luyin nodded, and he couldn't help but glance at the clouds in the sky. He was too worried about Baixing, and if Baixing found out that he was Lu Shaoxian, the two of them could just wait for a war to break out. Then, he could forget about the Star Alliance and the Red Garden, and this trip would have been for nothing. In a certain region of the top realm, Xia Ziheng was furious. Get out here. Don't think that I don't know what you're trying to do. You want to delay me? Impossible. With that, he charged out. Down below, one of the elders had blood dripping from his mouth. We've suffered a huge loss this time. The Frigid Immortal sect said they were going to stop Xia Ziheng, but that Xia Ziheng went crazy. We've suffered a huge loss, a huge loss. With that, his inner world erupted. Xia Ziheng's eyelids twitched. The more the frigid immortal sect tried to stop him, the more it proved that they were determined to rope in Yu Hao. He was most worried that Yu Hao would give up on Yu Chuan. Then, Shenwu Plain would have no advantage over the frigid immortal sect, and they might even become enemies because of the Yu family. Shenwu Plain definitely did not want to see this happen. They could not become mortal enemies with an outer immortal. On the second and third days, various people from the frigid immortal sect took turns persuading Luyin. Even Bai Weiwei came by several times, and her words revealed that she was willing to marry him. This completely suppressed Luyin. The frigid immortal sect was willing to do anything to win over an outer immortal, and they were even willing to part with Bai Weiwei. He felt like he had underestimated his own worth. Perhaps if he pointed at Wu Yao's nose and scolded him right now, Wu Yao would still be able to endure it. Luyin asked the Fog Ancestor to come out. He had not dared to do this because of Bai Sheng, for fear of being discovered, but now he felt like he had to try. It was rare for him to come to the frigid immortal sect, and if he did not do it now, it would be even more difficult in the future. The mountains and seas? The Fog Ancestor immediately looked up at the clouds and cried out in surprise. Luyin was surprised and looked up as well. The mountains and seas again? The Fog Ancestor nodded. By Wang Yuan's mountains and seas. Those clouds? Luyin was shocked. The Fog Ancestor said, that's right. Those are by Wang Yuan's mountains and seas. Where is this? The frigid immortal sect? Luyin nodded. He had not expected those clouds to be the mountains and seas. Did that mean that the outer sky trial was a trial given by Wang Yuan's mountains and seas? Then, was that a trial given by the mountains and seas or by Wang Yuan? It should be a trial given by Wang Yuan. Otherwise, the mountains and seas would not have appeared. Luyin suppressed a shock at the mountains and seas and asked the Fog Ancestor to see if anyone was monitoring them. There's a progenitor here named Bai Sheng. The Fog Ancestor looked around and shook her head. There's no progenitor here. Luyin raised his brows. Is there anyone above the clouds? I don't know if there's anyone above, but there's definitely no one monitoring us. Or do you want me to investigate the entire frigid immortal sect? We might be discovered by the sourcebox array or by the mountains and seas, the Fog Ancestor said. Luyin said, then forget it. I'll have to trouble you again this time. The Fog Ancestor crossed her arms and looked outside with interest. It's no trouble at all. I like to trouble by Wang Yuan. Luyin did not understand. Senior, do you have a grudge with Bai Wang Yuan? No, but that guy is very sinister. I don't know if I've been tricked before, but I'll just pretend that I have, the Fog Ancestor said matter-of-factly. Luyin blinked. Was that even possible? He could not guess what this woman was thinking. Even if she was a progenitor, she was still a woman. Luyin shook his head, took out Mount Supreme, and released Yu Chen. When Yu Chen saw the Fog Ancestor, she felt an urge to kneel and worship her, and her expression became even more respectful. The Fog Ancestor looked at Luyin strangely. How many people did you capture? Luyin pursed his lips. Not many. He then looked at Yu Chen. We've arrived at the frigid immortal sect. Yu Chen was shocked and looked up at the sky. They had indeed arrived at the frigid immortal sect. However, she was not excited, nor did she rejoice. Even if they had arrived at the frigid immortal sect, she would not be free. Luyin would not let her go. I remember you saying that there's a very secretive place in the frigid immortal sect with a recording device. Take me there, Luyin said. Yu Chen's expression changed. The Cloud Forest Tower is one of the most heavily guarded places in the frigid immortal sect. Half-Ancestor Wu Yao is personally overseeing it. We'll definitely be discovered if we go there. Luyin laughed. With Senior leading the way, even by Wang Yuan won't be able to discover us. Yu Chen looked at the Fog Ancestor in shock. Luyin did not seem like someone who would spout nonsense. Did that mean that this person had an ability that even Ancestor Bai could not discover? Wasn't that the progenitor realm? The Fog Ancestor liked being praised, especially when Luyin said that even Bai Wang Yuan could not discover her. Don't worry, no one will discover us. Tell me the location. Yuchen suppressed the shock in her heart and told him the location. Not long after, the two of them headed towards the cloud forest tower under the cover of a mirror. Luin did not know how powerful the fog ancestor was, but he was certain that a half-martial ancestor would not be able to discover their whereabouts. Luin was worried about Bai Xing, but since Bai Xing had said that he wanted to return to the outer realm, Luin hoped that he was not around. Of course, he had also prepared for the worst. If the frigid immortal sect discovered him, he could just join them as Yu Hao. The frigid immortal sect might not do anything to him because of the cloud forest tower. They were even willing to give Bai Weiwei, a direct descendant, to him. A mere outsider immortal would be welcomed by the frigid immortal sect as long as he did not reveal his true identity. Of course, the final outcome would depend on the value of the cloud forest tower. Not long after, Luin arrived at the cloud forest tower. The cloud forest tower looked like a very ordinary white tower from the outside. It stood in the middle of the lake and was not very tall. "Are you sure it's here?" Luin was suspicious. Yuchen replied, "I've been here with junior ancestor Wu Yao before. There's also an independent sourcebox array here. Did Bai Xiaohong tell you about the secrets here?" Junior ancestor did not say anything. He only mentioned that this is one of the most important places in the sect. Luin stared at the cloud forest tower. One of the most important places? Bai Xianer was in seclusion all year round. Could she be here? He did not want to run into her. Even though he had never interacted with Bai Xianer, he knew how difficult it was to deal with her. The culinary god, the myriad Dao ancestor, and even the Elysium sect masters would not be able to find the fog ancestor, but he was not so sure about Bai Xianer. Could this be where Bai Xianer is in seclusion? Yuchen was certain. Impossible. If it was, Wu Yao would not be here. That was true. He looked at the fog ancestor, who did not directly lead them to the cloud forest tower. Instead, he seemed to be observing something. Not long after, the fog ancestor felt strange. There's a sourcebox array here, but why does it feel like it's Huiwen's doing? Huiwen's sourcebox array? Luin was shocked. The fog ancestor shook his head. It looks like it, but it also doesn't. Forget it, let's go. This sourcebox array can't stop me. Don't worry. He then led Luin and Yuchen across the lake and into the cloud forest tower. Luin and Yuchen saw Wu Yao under Yuchen's cover. They passed right in front of Wu Yao, and he did not sense them at all. Yuchen looked at the fog ancestor with reverence, and the fog ancestor enjoyed her gaze. She then circled around Wu Yao once more. Lu Yin's face twitched. This woman. The cloud forest tower was not a major world like Luin had guessed, and it also did not have a space similar to a pond civilization. It was just a small tower that was a few stories tall. It looked very ordinary, and there were no bookshelves inside. Instead, there were stones protruding from the walls, and each stone had a scroll or a stone slip that was made of special materials to preserve text. Luin confirmed with the fog ancestor that there were no problems, and then he took one and looked at it. It was a scroll made from some kind of beast hide that could be stored for a long time. There was a diagram drawn on the hide that depicted a specific location and nothing else. Luin showed the diagram to Yuchen. She replied, "This should be the location where the astral liquid from the mother tree is being extracted." Extracting astral liquid? The frozen immortal sect is doing that now? The fog ancestor was furious. Yuchen nodded. It should be. The fog ancestor was furious. These bastards actually have designs on the mother tree. The mother tree is a barrier that protects humanity, and if anything happens to it, humanity will be finished. No matter how many progenitors we have, it's useless. Senior Lu Tianyi abhorred the practice of extracting astral liquid, and he strictly forbade the Fifth Mainland from doing so. There was even friction between the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland because of this. Luin replied, "The 4 Libras are doing it, and I even found out about it once." The fog ancestor gritted his teeth. "I'll settle the score with them." Luin put the beast hide back and took a few steps forward before picking up another one. He glanced at it and then looked at Yuchen. "There used to be a behemoth in the middle realm called the Central Prime?" Yuchen nodded. The Zhongyuan sect was formed by a few rogue cultivators, and its founder was a rogue cultivator at the Ancestor realm. He once completed the Heavens Beyond trial in my Cold Immortal sect, and he was the one who established the Zhongyuan sect. Luing put down the scroll. The Central Prime had been destroyed in a single night, and that progenitor had disappeared. No one knew what had happened, and even the Lu family had investigated the matter, but they had not been able to find anything. In reality, the progenitor who had founded the Central Prime had gone to the Outer Realm, and he had been forced by the Frozen Immortal sect to replace one of the Frozen Immortal sect spots in the Outer Realm. The entire Central Prime had been destroyed by the Frozen Immortal sect. The Frozen Immortal sect had been able to force that progenitor to go to the Outer Realm because that person had joined the Frozen Immortal sect after completing the Heavens Beyond trials. The Frozen Immortal sect had done their best to nurture him into a progenitor in order to obtain a spot in the Outer Realm. As for what a spot in the Outer Realm was, there was no record of it. It only stated that after that independent cultivator had gone to the Outer Realm, he had never appeared again. Zhongyuan was the predecessor of the current Roots organization. When Zhongyuan was destroyed, only a few important people died. The rest were thrown to the mortal world and became the current Roots organization. Luing picked up another stone slip and read through it. This stone slip recorded an incident from the era of the Daosor sect, and it involved the Wang, Lu, and Lu families. These were all old cases, and there were many things that happened regardless of who was in the right or wrong. Regardless of which family it was, there would always be things that could not be brought to light, and the Lu family was no exception. The Frigid Immortal sect's secrets were recorded here, and Luing read them with great interest. He knew quite a few things about the Frigid Immortal sect, but most of them were meaningless due to the passage of time. He wanted to find out more about the Lu family. Unknowingly, a few hours had passed, and the sun was about to rise. When the sun rose, someone from the Cold Immortal sect would definitely come looking for him. The Cloud Forest Tower wasn't that big, but it would still take a few days to go through all the books and documents. Even though there were many things here that interested him, he still decided to look for things related to the Lu family. Luing only read the beginning of many of the documents before putting them down and moving on to the next one. He searched floor by floor until he finally found 4 words, White Dragon Overturning. Luing hurriedly opened the stone slip, and there were only 4 words at the top, White Dragon Overturning. As the stone slip opened, lines of text appeared. They were not connected words, but rather just names. They were, Yellow Springs, Prison Lock, Frigid Immortal Fruit, and Madman Lu. Luing looked at the stone slip. What did these names represent? The White Dragon Overturning represented the White Dragon tribe, but what about the Yellow Springs? Who did it represent? What did Prison Lock represent? He knew that the Frigid Immortal Fruit represented the Frigid Immortal sect, but did that mean that Madman Lu was the traitor of the Lu family? This stone slip did not have a complete list of names, and it only contained these names. Luing stared at the 2 words, and the only thing he could think of was Burial Garden. That was because Burial Garden contained the Yellow Spring Sea. What was the connection between the Yellow Springs here and the Yellow Spring Sea and Burial Garden? Luing muttered to himself. He could not figure it out, so he looked for the Fog Ancestor. Yellow Springs? Isn't that in Burial Garden? The Fog Ancestor was surprised. Luing was hopeful. Senior, do you know what the Yellow Springs is? The Fog Ancestor shook his head. I know that it's very powerful, and even progenitors don't want to touch it. However, I don't know where it came from or how it was formed. Senior, do you know anything about Burial Garden? Luing asked. The Fog Ancestor thought for a moment. Burial Garden seems to include some of the important regions of the first 4 continents, and there are also some important people buried there. Even in our era, burial gardens rarely appeared. I went there once, but after I experienced some danger, I stopped. After I became a progenitor, I spent all my time researching other things, so I didn't have time to go there. Luing was disappointed, but he tried to guess. If these 5 names represented the 5 families, then Madman Lu was definitely the traitor of the Lu family. The White Dragon Overturning represented the White Dragon tribe, the Frigid Immortal Fruit represented the Frigid Immortal sect, and the Yellow Springs and Prison Lock represented the Wang family and Shenwu Plain. This also explained why these 4 families were called the 4 sides of the scale. Right, the Yellow Springs. Luing recalled that. Mr. Wei had told him that the Wang family didn't mine ore, but rather a yellow liquid. Could this yellow liquid be the same as the Yellow Spring Sea and Burial Garden? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The Yellow Springs represented the Wang family, and the prison lock represented Shenwu Plain. The white dragon overturning wasn't the only thing that had been used to expel the Lu family. The four sides of the scale had also contributed, but the most famous one was still the white dragon overturning. It's almost dawn, Yuchen said. Luin looked outside, and his eyes flashed as he took out Mount Supreme. Yuchen thought that he was going to imprison her inside, and she was right. However, he also released Xiaoxing's clone at the same time. Xiaoxing's clone looked around in confusion, and just as he was about to speak, Luin asked, "Can you sense the location of the main body?" Xiaoxing's clone nodded solemnly. Yes. Luin nodded and locked him inside once more. He then trapped Long Ke here as well. With the Mist Ancestor's power, Wu Yao wouldn't be able to discover them for the time being. Finally, Luin left the Cloud Forest Tower under the Mist Ancestor's protection and returned to his residence. Luin could release Long Ke, but he couldn't release Wang Jing. Wang Jing knew that he was the one who had taken action, but Long Ke didn't. At the same time, in the distant Shenwu Plain, Xiaoxing suddenly stood up. He had sensed the location of his clone, and he looked in a certain direction. It was the Frigid Immortal sect. Even though there was a huge area in that direction, Xiaoxing's first thought was the Frigid Immortal sect. He immediately contacted Xiao Ziheng. "Half-Ancestor Ziheng, I can sense the clone's location," Xiaoxing said. On the other side, Xiao Ziheng was being dragged around, and he was extremely frustrated. "What did you say? You can sense the clone's location? Where?" "In the direction of the Frigid Immortal sect." Xiao Ziheng's expression changed. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I don't know if it's in the Frigid Immortal sect." "Yes, but it's definitely in the direction of the Frigid Immortal sect." However, to Xiao Ziheng, this was no different from confirming that the clone was in the Frigid Immortal sect. He gritted his teeth. "I'll investigate." A half-ancestor was trying to delay him, which was much more disgusting than fighting him. He was completely enraged, and he would definitely vent his anger on the Frigid Immortal sect. Luin had only released Xiaoxing's clone in passing, and he hadn't thought about the consequences. In any case, he would destroy the four-way scales as much as he could, especially after seeing the stone tablet. His hatred for the four-way scales had increased by another level. He returned to his residence, and not long after, Wu Yao came looking for him almost one after the other. To Wu Yao, their meeting had only been yesterday, but to Luin, it had only just happened. "Senior Wu Yao, when can we leave?" Luin asked. Wu Yao replied, "There's no rush." "What does Mr. How you think of the Frigid Immortal sect's ancestor by?" Lu Yin's expression was solemn. "He's a progenitor who protects the human race. He's naturally respected." Wu Yao was satisfied. "Ancestor Bai would like to speak with you." When he heard that Bai Wanyuan wanted to speak with him, Lu Yin's first reaction was to assume that Bai Xing hadn't said anything. If Bai Wanyuan and the others knew that Luin had met with Bai Xing, then it was unlikely that they would speak with him again. Even though he had completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial, he was still not worthy of two progenitors from the Frigid Immortal sect showing up. For example, the Wang family and the White Dragon clan had tried to rope in the students from Xian Academy, but the Frigid Immortal sect had suppressed them. This was the Frigid Immortal sect's style. "Ancestor Bai wants to speak with me?" Luin pretended to be shocked. In reality, ever since he had met the Fog Ancestor, he was no longer surprised by the presence of progenitors. He had been surprised that Wang Fan had contacted him because Wang Fan was the first progenitor to speak with him in the Cosmic Tree realm. Now that he thought about it, the Frigid Immortal sect had Bai Xing, so the Wang family might have other progenitors as well, but no one knew about them. Wu Yao left the Cloud Connection stone behind and left. Luin looked at the stone and fell into deep thought. The Cloud Connection stone trembled, and then a voice spoke. Just like Wang Fan, there was no image. "I am Bai Wanyuan." Luin respectfully said, "Junior Yu Hao greets Ancestor Bai." Bai Wanyuan's voice was calm, neither gentle nor strict. He sounded just like an ordinary person. "I've learned about you." What are the conditions for joining my frigid immortal sect? Lu Yin thought about it. My grandfather, Yuchuan. Bai Wang Yuan was silent for a moment. Shenwu Plain controls Yuchuan. Will you definitely join them? This question was immediately thrown to Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was by Xing, Wu Yao, or by Su, they had all tried their best to rope Lu Yin in. Wu Yao had even said that Lu Yin should give up on Yuchuan, but when it came to Bai Wang Yuan, this question was thrown to Lu Yin himself. Join Shenwu Plain? Or not? This was the frigid immortal sect. If Lu Yin said that he would definitely join Shenwu Plain, then although the frigid immortal sect would not do anything, it was hard to say what they would do. Lu Yin had yet to rescue the Star Alliance and Hong Yuanhua, so he did not want any accidents to happen. Ancestor Bai, what do you think I should do? Lu Yin threw the question back at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan directly said, give up on Yuchuan, and I guarantee that he will live. Once you become a progenitor, Shenwu Plain will release him. Thank you. Nantung Jindazan, He Songkue, thanks for your support and rewards, I'll add more chapters. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If he really was Yu Hao, then perhaps he would join the frigid immortal sect. Yu Hao's father had personally handed Yu Chuan to the 4 cardinal scales, and Yu City had lost Yu Chuan. However, Yu Hao was still enjoying himself, which meant that he did not care much about Yu Chuan's life. Giving up on Yu Chuan was the most appropriate choice. This was all from Yu Hao's perspective. In reality, joining the frigid immortal sect was not a good thing. For example, the independent cultivator who had established the Central Academy had completed the Outer Sky trial and been nurtured into a progenitor by the frigid immortal sect. In the end, the frigid immortal sect had only obtained a spot to enter the Outer Sky and the Central Academy's collapse. This was the frigid immortal sect's true goal. Lu Yin did not know what the Outer Sky trial was, but he knew that any progenitor with a different surname would eventually obtain a spot and disappear forever. What conditions do you need to join the frigid immortal sect? Bai Wang Yuan asked again. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. His next destination was Shenwu Heaven, and the Xiao family would force him to make a choice there. The Xiao family's ancestral ceremony was also the time that he planned to save Red Flower Garden. There was not much time left, so he made up his mind. As long as progenitor Bai can guarantee my grandfather's survival, Junior Yu Hao is willing to join the frigid immortal sect. I hereby swear that if I betray you, then I, Yu Hao, will never reach the progenitor realm. On the other side of the cloud vision stone, Bai Wang Yuan was astonished. He had thought that Lu Yin would say something else or at least state his conditions, but he had not expected the youth to be so straightforward. He recalled the sect's report and realized that this youth had always been biased towards the frigid immortal sect, so it was not surprising that he was willing to join. You're not even going to state your conditions? Lu Yin respectfully replied, since I've joined the sect, I'll put the sect's interests above all else. If progenitor Bai is willing, then I'll accept it. If progenitor Bai is unwilling, then I won't accept it. Bai Wang Yuan suddenly admired Yu Hao. That independent cultivator who had completed the Outer Sky trial had stated a lot of conditions, some of which even Bai Wang Yuan found troublesome. In the end, he had been forced to give them a spot to the Outer Sky trial. Compared to that independent cultivator, Yu Hao was far too loyal. Since you've treated the frigid immortal sect with sincerity, the sect will naturally not mistreat the frigid immortal sect. I can guarantee that you will be alive. Yu Hao. And you, Master? He didn't expect Bai Wang Yuan to have such a plan. This was Bai Wang Yuan, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the Daosource sect. He was an absolute powerhouse, and he was also the person in charge of the Cold Immortal sect. He could be considered one of the people who stood at the peak of the cosmic tree realm, and countless people wanted to take him as their master but were unable to do so. Even Bai Weiwei was, at most, a member of the Bai family, and it was impossible for her to take Bai Wang Yuan as her master. If Lu Yin was really Yu Hao, he would not hesitate at all. However, such an offer was not attractive to Lu Yin at all. His master was Mr. Mu, a powerhouse who had experienced the above heaven sect era. He was a terrifying powerhouse, and even Lu Yin's cosmic ring contained the fog ancestor, who was on the same level as Bai Wang Yuan. Can I? Even though he didn't want to, Lu Yin still had to pretend to be so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Lu Yin's reaction was within by Wang Yuan's expectations, as it was impossible for anyone to refuse to take him as their master. Even the direct descendants of the Wang family and the Xia family would not be able to resist such a temptation. Of course. I'll pass down the order to hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony. Bai Wang Yuan naturally had to hold a ceremony to accept a disciple. Whether it was for the Cold Immortal sect, the four-way scales, or even the cosmic tree realm, this was no ordinary matter. Just like when Mu Xia had announced that he wanted to take Long 7 as his disciple, the White Dragon clan had taken it seriously and sent out invitations everywhere. Then, what about the Xia family? Lu Yin asked. Bai Zhe replied, you can go, but you can't. Soon after, the call ended, and Lu Yin put away the cloud connection stone. He now had Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan's cloud connection stones, as well as the Fog Ancestor. Of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the era of the Daosource sect, he could contact 3 people. Wu Yao arrived and looked at Lu Yin with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, please give me your guidance in the future. Wu Yao was bewildered. You've joined a sect? Lu Yin modestly replied, I was lucky to have Ancestor Bai as my master. Wu Yao's pupils shrank. Ancestor Bai as your master? Lu Yin nodded and looked at Wu Yao with a smile in his eyes. The apprenticeship ceremony will be held soon, and I'll have to trouble Senior when the time comes. You're too polite. Mr. Hao Yu's innate talent is extraordinary, and he's also very knowledgeable and humble. You're the most suitable person to join my Cold Immortal sect, and all of the sect's resources will be given to you. If you have any problems, just tell me, and I'll definitely help if I can. Wu Yao's attitude suddenly changed. If Lu Yin became Bai Wang Yuan's disciple, then there were only a few people in the Cold Immortal sect who could match his status, and Wu Yao definitely would not be one of them. It's nothing much. I just recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I don't know if it's because I haven't broken through the 3 stages. This? Lu Yin probed. Wu Yao looked depressed. You'll need a tribulation crystal pillar to break through the 3 stages. These resources are all in the Ancestor's hands, so I can't take them out. But don't worry, after the apprenticeship ceremony, Ancestor Bai will definitely take out a tribulation crystal pillar to help you break through the 3 stages. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. I see. What a pity. He then suddenly thought of something and looked at Wu Yao. Actually, I feel like my cultivation speed has been too slow recently. Is there any way to solve this? Wu Yao was speechless. If Lu Yin's cultivation speed was too slow, then it meant that he did not have enough astral source. There was only one way to solve this problem, and that was to use star source fluid. How do you want to solve this problem? Wu Yao asked. Lu Yin was about to say star source fluid, but when he saw Wu Yao's probing gaze, he quickly stopped himself. Star source fluid was not something that Wu Yao should know about. I need a source box. Wu Yao was astonished. A source box? Lu Yin nodded and earnestly said, actually, the reason why I was able to reach the 3rd origin tribulation stage was because I was constantly defending against the danger of the source boxes under Master's supervision. I was constantly fighting against the danger of the source boxes, and that's how I was able to reach the 3rd origin tribulation stage. Now that Master isn't by my side and I don't have any source boxes, my cultivation speed has slowed down. Does the sect have any powerful source boxes? Wu Yao thought about it. Although source boxes were precious, they were far inferior to tribulation crystal pillars and star source fluid. With his authority, he could take some out. I'll find some for you. Try your best to find something with a strong killing intent so that my cultivation speed can increase, Lu Yin reminded him. Wu Yao replied, don't worry. Not long after, Wu Yao brought back 3 source boxes. They were all boundless advanced source boxes, and each one had a unique killing intent. Lu Yin quickly put them away and thanked Wu Yao profusely. At that moment, Xia Ziheng finally arrived. After Lu Yin had completed the Beyond Heaven trial, Xia Ziheng had immediately headed towards the Frigid Immortal sect. Shenwu Plain knew what the Frigid Immortal sect would do. They would definitely do everything in their power to keep Yu Hao in the Frigid Immortal sect. Although Yu Chuan alone could threaten Yu Hao, Xiao Ziheng was not as confident as what the frigid immortal sect could possibly offer. This was especially true for Luin. The interception made him even more anxious, and he rushed to the frigid immortal sect as quickly as possible. Food God, the frigid immortal sect's trial has ended. It's time to go to Shenwu Plain. Xiao Ziheng looked for Luin as soon as he arrived at the frigid immortal sect, but this was the frigid immortal sect, so how could he casually look for someone? Since he could not find Luin, he quickly looked for the food god. The food god had no choice but to tell Xiao Ziheng about how the frigid immortal sect had forced them to stay, which infuriated Xiao Ziheng. He quickly went to find Wu Yao and Bai Su. The two sides argued for a long time, but Wu Yao was not stupid. He acted as if he did not know that Luin had agreed to join the frigid immortal sect, and he continuously stopped the people from Xian Academy from leaving. In the end, he dragged it out for another 3 days before the people from Xian Academy left. During these 3 days, Xiao Ziheng stayed outside Lu Yin's courtyard without a care for his image, and Wu Yao kept trying to enter and talk to Luin. The two sides were in a deadlock, and Luin thought that they would fight. Looking back at the frigid immortal sect, Xiao Ziheng asked Luin, "What conditions did Wu Yao propose? Did he want you to join the frigid immortal sect?" Luin nodded. They proposed many conditions, such as a tribulation crystal pillar for breaking through 3 stages. Xiao Ziheng snorted. What the frigid immortal sect has, so does my Shenwu Plain. However, what we have, they don't. This sentence was obviously referring to Yuchuan. Xiao Ziheng stared at Luin, as he wanted to confirm Yuchuan's position in Lu Yin's heart. He was satisfied with the results, and this sentence caused Lu Yin's expression to turn ugly. He did not want to talk to Xiao Ziheng again. Xiao Ziheng's tone softened. "Yu Hao, no matter what happened in the past, you will always be the son-in-law of the Xiao family. This will not change. As for Xia Zhitong and the others who harmed you, we have already locked them up. After the ancestral worship ceremony, you can do whatever you want with them." Luin clenched his fists. "Do whatever I want with them?" Xiao Ziheng nodded. "This was originally a condition that we agreed to. Whatever the frigid immortal sect can give you, my Shenwu Plain can do the same. Don't go down the wrong path." Luin fell silent. Xiao Ziheng suddenly thought of something. "Last time, I asked you to invite Divine Master Gu Yin to observe the ceremony. How did it go?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he had forgotten about this matter. "I'm thinking about what to say." Xiao Ziheng frowned. "Is it hard to say? Master hates the 4 cardinal scales." "It's not like you don't know that," Luin said coldly. Xiao Ziheng stared at Luin. "But I heard that Divine Master Gu Yin changed his view of the frigid immortal sect." Luin was confused. "Did he?" Xiao Ziheng and Luin looked at each other, trying to see through Luin, but there was only confusion in Lu Yin's eyes. At that moment, the culinary god walked over. "Xiao Ziheng, I heard that you were intercepted on the way here. Who was it?" Xiao Ziheng retracted his gaze and conversed with the culinary god. Luin sighed. The Xiao family's attitude towards Luin was different from the other 3 families. In their impression, Lu Yin's identity as Yu Hao had always been a member of the Xiao family. With so many things happening, there was only one attitude towards Luin: if he did not join them, he would die. From the looks of it, the Wang family was the most sincere. Wang Fan was also the first ancestor of the 4 cardinal scales to talk to Luin, and he was also one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Bai Wan Yuan had only approached Luin because he had completed the Heavens Beyond trial. The frigid immortal sect was not close to Shenwu Plain, and Luin used the excuse of being in seclusion to avoid meeting with Xiao Ziheng. He had just completed the Heavens Beyond trial, so no one would suspect him. The paper boat steadily headed for Shenwu Sky. Below, Luin watched as the boat left and scanned the valley. He had to hurry up and roll his die. With his current fame, he wouldn't have a single day of peace in Shenwu Sky. Just like in the frigid immortal sect, the only time he could truly be free was when he was traveling from the frigid immortal sect to Shenwu Sky. Naturally, there was someone else on the boat who could take Lu Yin's place. It was Lu Xiaoge, who was using micro to conceal himself so that the food god and Xiao Ziheng wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. However, this was only because he was in seclusion. Once Lu Xiaoge got close to them, he might not be able to conceal himself. There was no other way, so Lu Yin had to take the risk. With the Fog Ancestor's speed, he would be able to bring Lu Yin aboard when the boat approached the Frigid Immortal sect. It would take at least half a month for the boat to reach the Frigid Immortal sect, which meant that he had 8 chances to roll his die. Hopefully, these 8 chances would allow him to merge with a Star Alliance cultivator's body. As the boat disappeared, Lu Yin stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He wouldn't be able to use Yu Hao's identity for much longer, so he hoped that his luck would be good. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun. 3 pips, 2 screens of light appeared. The first time, Lu Yin rolled 3 pips. The second time, he rolled 5 pips. The third time, he rolled 4 pips. The fourth time, he rolled 1 pips. He sighed helplessly. His luck wasn't good, and he didn't even roll 6 pips. He could only wait for 10 days. On the other side, the paper boat flew towards Shenwu Sky. The journey had been peaceful, and any powerful creatures they encountered would be scared away by a half-step ancestor. But on this day, a figure stepped out of the void, revealing his face under everyone's vigilant gazes. Bai Weiwei exclaimed, "Celestial Master Mu?" Everyone was shocked. Celestial Master was a special title, and only Origin Celestial Masters could be called that. In the starry sky of the tree world, there were only 4 known Origin Celestial Masters, and there was only one with the surname Mu. He was known as the youngest Origin Celestial Master in history, Mu Shang. Speaking of Mu Shang, people couldn't help but think of the 7 heroes of the past and the current by Xianxia. They were all legends of an era. Ever since Mu Shang's lock-breaking talent had been discovered until he became an Origin Array Heavenly Master, he had always brought about astonishment and disbelief. Regardless of whether it was his peers or seniors, there was only one word that could describe him: omnipotent. In the field of lockbreaking, even Heavenly Master Gu Yin had once said that Mu Shang was a genius who surpassed his generation, and that he was the lockbreaking genius most likely to catch up to Ancestor Hui. Among the other 3 Celestial Masters, Celestial Master Gu Yan and Celestial Master Li were both half-progenitors. Celestial Master Qiuling was relatively young and was at the peak of the emissary level. Only Mu Shang was at the 6th Origin Tribulation. He was far younger than Celestial Master Qiuling and was only a few decades older than the 7 heroes. He could be considered someone from the era of the 7 heroes. Even Bai Xianxia called him Brother Mu. Heavenly Master Mu was a peerless genius who recorded the history of the Starry Sky Tree. Even half-step ancestors like the Culinary God and Xia Ziheng could only see him as a peer. He was the object of worship for countless people. Mu Shang had long blue hair, and his handsome face was resolute. There was a smile in his eyes as he slowly approached the paper boat. Xia Ziheng was on guard. Mu Shang was from the Frigid Immortal sect. Back then, the Lu family and the other major powers had almost fallen out over him, but in the end, the Frigid Immortal sect had snatched him away. No one knew why Mu Shang had chosen the Frigid Immortal sect over the Lu family, which controlled the starry sky. Mu Shang was now representing the Frigid Immortal sect. The Culinary God did not have a deep impression of Mu Shang. Mu Shang was a lockbreaker and spent most of his time at the back of the battlefield. He had never been to Yixian Academy or Wanyu, but the Culinary God had seen him once at the back of the battlefield and had heard many legends about him. Mu Shang approached the paper boat and stopped 1,000 meters away. He bowed to the Culinary God and Xia Ziheng. Junior Mu Shang greets Senior Culinary God and Senior Xia Ziheng. The Culinary God sighed. "Although I've only met you once, I've heard of your name many times." Mu Shang humbly replied, "It's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning." "Heavenly Master Mu, why are you blocking our way?" Xia Ziheng asked in an impolite tone. Mu Shang was an Origin Array Heavenly Master and had unparalleled talent when it came to lockbreaking, but that did not mean that he could become a progenitor. For example, Heavenly Master Gu Yan was the #1 Heavenly Master in the Starry Sky Tree, but his chances of becoming a progenitor were slim. They respected Mu Shang, but Yu Hao was different. After completing the Sky Beyond Heaven's trial, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would almost certainly become a progenitor. Furthermore, he also had an extraordinary lockbreaking talent and was regarded as a genius who could possibly surpass Mu Shang. Of course, this was also because Mu Shang represented the frigid immortal sect. If Mu Shang had been a free man or a wandering cultivator, their attitude would not have been the same. Mu Shang smiled at Xia Ziheng. I heard that a lock-breaking genius appeared in the Central Realm and happened to be passing by, so I came to take a look. Is it inconvenient? Xia Ziheng frowned. It is indeed inconvenient. Mr. Haoyu was injured during the Sky Beyond Heaven's trial and is currently in seclusion. Mu Shang looked at the food god. The food god said, it's a pity. If he wasn't in seclusion, then Mr. Haoyu could have a chat with Heavenly Master Mu, which would only benefit him. I'm sure that he would be willing to receive Heavenly Master Mu's guidance. Mu Shang looked past the two of them and towards the paper boat, where he saw the worshipful expressions of the students. He also saw Lu Yin's location. Mr. Haoyu was injured, and I have the best healing fruit here. I obtained it from a strange parallel space called the Moon Orchid Fruit. Does Mr. Haoyu need it? Moon Orchid Fruit? That fruit that can quickly heal even if a half-progenitor's inner world is injured? Xia Ziheng was shocked. Mu Shang smiled. That's right. After spending so many years in the backplane, I obtained some battle contributions and exchanged them for this Moon Orchid Fruit. Since I have no use for it, I can give it to Mr. Haoyu. Mr. Haoyu completed the Sky Beyond Heaven's trial and has extraordinary talent in lockbreaking. This person is the one we value the most, and nothing can go wrong with him. The food god and Xia Ziheng exchanged glances. Mu Shang had even taken out a fruit like the Moon Orchid Fruit that even half-progenitors coveted, so there was no reason to stop him from seeing Mr. Haoyu. Mu Shang smiled and stepped onto the paper boat. He walked past the food god and Xia Ziheng and slowly walked towards Lu Yin's location. He walked very slowly with a smile on his face. His slightly blue hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very confident and free. Many girls looked at him with sparkling eyes. In terms of appearance, Mu Shang could not compare to Yu Haoyu. However, in terms of temperament, Mu Shang had the decisiveness to kill that he had cultivated for many years on the backplane. He also had a confident air about him that Yu Hao could not compare to. Mr. Haoyu, may I have an audience? Mu Shang asked as he stopped not too far away from Lu Yin's location. The food god and the others looked inside the paper boat with a strange expression. This was because, logically speaking, Yu Hao should have come out by now. The person standing in front of him was one of the four origin heavenly masters, and he had even given him a fruit. Regardless of whether it was out of courtesy or respect, Mu Shang should have taken the initiative to greet him instead of closing the door. However, there was no response from behind the door. Mu Shang's eyes flashed, but his expression did not change. He spoke again. I heard that Mr. Haoyu was injured. Here is a Moon Orchid Fruit, which I would like to express my condolences on behalf of the lockbreakers. May I have an audience with you? Everyone looked at the door quietly. Someone unhappily said, Mr. Haoyu is too arrogant. Heavenly Master Mu is the youngest origin Heavenly Master in history, and his cultivation and realm far surpass Haoyu's. How can he avoid meeting him? Could it be that Mr. Haoyu was seriously injured during the Realm Beyond Heaven trial? That's possible. The Realm Beyond Heaven trial is so strange, and the 7 students either can't use their cultivation or don't seem to be in human form. Perhaps something happened to Mr. Haoyu. Mu Shang was about to speak again when a voice came from behind the door. Haoyu greets Heavenly Master Mu. Everyone was shocked. If Haoyu had been injured, it would have been understandable for him not to come out, but from the voice, it did not seem like he had been injured. Mu Shang was not angry. Mister, are your injuries serious? Not serious. I'm not injured. Can you come out and meet me? Why would Heavenly Master Mu want to see me? Mu Shang smiled. Naturally, I want to see the current lockbreaking prodigy. I heard that Mr. Haoyu did not even need to do anything. Just by providing guidance, he was able to make someone who did not know how to lockbreak set up a sourcebox array. Such a method is truly strange. I specifically asked Heavenly Master Chilling and Heavenly Master Li about it, but they both said that they might not be able to do it. Mu Shang's words shocked everyone. Mr. Haoyu was actually able to do something that even a Heavenly Master could not. Could he have already become a Heavenly Master? Bai Weiwei was shocked. She had already overestimated Mr. Hao Yu, but in the end, she realized that she had still underestimated him. How could a normal person trouble Heavenly Master Mu to personally come out and deliver a fruit that even a half-ancestor coveted? How outstanding was Mr. Hao Yu to have lock-breaking abilities that rivaled a Heavenly Master's and to have completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial? Was this something that could be achieved at his age? Xiao Ziheng's breathing quickened, and his gaze became even more fervent. This person had to remain in Shenwu Heaven, no matter the price. Heavenly Master is too humble. My master once said that I am still young, and that I still have a long way to go. What I have experienced, seen, and done is nothing more than a passing cloud. Heavenly Master Gu Yan is the one who is truly humble. Through Mr. Hao Yu, I am even more excited about Heavenly Master Gu Yan's lock-breaking cultivation. Once I return to the battlefield, I will definitely find an opportunity to exchange pointers with Heavenly Master Gu Yan. Why not exchange pointers with me? Mu Shang raised an eyebrow, and everyone else was shocked, including the culinary god. Everyone's impression of Hao Yu had always been docile and polite. Aside from his different attitude towards the Xia family, he had never treated anyone with such a lofty attitude. Now that he was facing Mu Shang, he actually dared to provoke him. This was not like him at all. Heavenly Master Mu, I can meet you, but we have yet to meet. We are separated by a wall, and that is not only our first meeting, but also my master once said that it is nothing more than a passing cloud. I hope to meet you for the first time so that I can issue a challenge to you. That is the first time that we should truly meet. Everyone looked at Mu Shang. This was a challenge. A real Yuan Array master was issuing a challenge to an Origin Heavenly Master. Hearing this, Mu Shang was stunned at first, then he laughed happily. So this is the reason why Mr. doesn't want to meet me. Well, as Mr. wishes, we'll meet in the future. When Mr. has the confidence to challenge me, I'll be waiting. As long as Mr. has the ability, you can take away the title of the world's youngest celestial array master. After that, he happily turned and left without saying a word. On the paper boat, everyone was silent. Bai Weiwei looked into the cabin, and the worship in her eyes grew stronger. Nong Xinyang muttered to herself like a love-struck fool. No one expected to see Mr. Hao Yu challenge Heavenly Master Mu today. That was Heavenly Master Mu, the youngest Heavenly Master of Origin Arrays in history. Today, he was challenged. They believed that in the future, this scene would be recorded in the annals of history. They saw Mr. Hao Yu bare his fangs with their own eyes. No one doubted that the Yu Hao inside was fake. Who could change people under the eyes of two half-ancestors? In the cabin, Lu Xiaoge looked calm. From the moment Mu Shang appeared, he had already thought of how to deal with it. Just like when he pretended to be Yu Hao in the academy, these were trivial matters to him. However, he took a look at himself in the mirror. Yu Hao, the one who was revered by so many outside and had even caused the Origin Array Heavenly Master to take the initiative to meet him, was Lu Yin. Wasn't his performance a little too monstrous? The gap between him and Lu Yin was growing wider and wider, to the point where it was almost invisible. A few days passed, and they were getting closer to Shenwu Sky. In the distance, Lu Yin finally got the chance to continue rolling the die. Ever since he used the name of the god of forgotten ruins to scare the four cardinal scales and lure them to gather the people of the Star Alliance again, Lu Yin had rolled the die many times. He had rolled 6 pips several times, but he had not been able to integrate it into any of the Star Alliance cultivators. He could only rely on luck. Lu Yin raised his hand and the die appeared. He tapped it and watched it slowly stop. Finally, it was 2 pips. It was meaningless. He exhaled in disappointment. Again. The second time, it was 4 pips. Time stop space. It was not a waste to roll 4 pips. Although the cultivation of the serious art was still far away, it was still close to perfection. On his third try, he rolled pips, and a token fell out. It shattered with a casual touch and was useless. He sighed. He had taken the risk of leaving the paper boat, but his luck had been so bad. He hoped that he would be able to roll pips on his last try. When he saw the die stop spinning at 6, Lu Yin was overjoyed. It was finally time. Following the darkness in front of him, he used his consciousness to see a bright ball of light not far away. There was a ball of light around him that was so hot that it made him panic. Could this represent the progenitor realm? Luin didn't dare to get too close, and instead fused into the bright ball of light that was closer to him. As his consciousness fused with it, a very uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Luin suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a dark and desolate land. There was a long stretch of numb, corpse-like crowds. Even further away, there was a solemn and glorious shrine that was filled with a deathly stillness. Above his head were two familiar lands, the top realm and the middle realm. Was this the star of the starry sky of trees? Memories continued to pour into his mind, and Luin stood in place as his expression changed. It took him a while to recover, and he finally knew where he was. This was the outer realm, one of the 7 main stars, the Nightmare Star. It was also known as the Nightmare Realm. This was a very strange planet. It was a strange planet where everyone could only enter and not leave. There were no trees, flowers, birds, fish, or even insects on this planet. There was only a boundless deathly stillness, and there were only houses built from piles of sand and stone. This place was constantly repeating scenes of doomsday. Astral sources and star energy were constantly wreaking havoc, destroying everything that came into contact with them. Endless cycles of disasters played out as poisonous underground creatures and cruel creatures devoured the surface at any moment. No one could stay in one place for too long. This was a cursed planet that ordinary people would never want to come into contact with. Luin had heard of the outer realm before, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. However, after completing the Heavens Beyond Heaven trial in the Frigid Immortal sect, he had learned a little about it for the first time. Baixing was in the outer realm. The four-way scales, or rather, the starry sky of trees, had some little-known progenitors who were also in the outer realm. Unfortunately, Baixing hadn't said much. The person that Luin had fused with had been born on the Nightmare Star. He had never left, and it was impossible for him to leave. He didn't know much about the outer realm, but he knew a lot about the Nightmare Realm. Through this person's memories, Luin also learned a lot about the Nightmare Realm. There were astral sources and star energy here, but it was impossible to cultivate. The astral sources and star energy here were extremely violent, and the moment one tried to cultivate, their body would be torn apart. Thus, the people of the Nightmare Realm didn't cultivate astral sources or star energy. Instead, they cultivated a power called nightmare energy. This power was unique to the Nightmare Realm, and it wasn't absorbed from the natural world. Instead, it was absorbed from the bodies of living creatures in the Nightmare Realm, such as the poisonous insects underground and humans. The person that Luin had fused with was called T-Sun, and he was a cultivator of the power of nightmares who had reached the 6th stage. The people here didn't know the difference between the power of nightmares and astral sources, but based on the brightness of the orbs, Luin could determine that a cultivator at the 6th stage of the power of nightmares was equivalent to a cultivator with a power level of 1,000,000. T-Sun was definitely an expert in the Nightmare Realm. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he looked at the tall and imposing shrine in the distance. The creator of this shrine was the ruler of the Nightmare Realm, and he was known as the Nightmare Ancestor. If he wasn't wrong, then he should be a little-known progenitor. There were no records of him in the starry sky of trees. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in Lu Yin's mind. Was that Drunkard? Luin saw Drunkard in Thysson's memories, and he hurriedly searched through his memories. After a while, Luin let out a long sigh. Did the 5th mainland restrict these geniuses? In the 5th mainland, although Drunkard was one of the 10 arbiters and had the qualifications to compete with other geniuses of the same generation, she didn't have any advantage over Qiushi and the other powerhouses of the Neoverse or Wani of the starry sky of trees, let alone the 4th young ancestor. However, in the Nightmare Realm, Drunkard had experienced confusion and started cultivating from scratch. Now, she had cultivated her power of nightmares to the 5th stage. It should be known that Thyson's power of nightmares was comparable to a cultivator with 6 origin tribulations, and the 5th stage of the power of nightmares was equivalent to an emissary. Although Luin didn't know if the power of nightmares was stronger than a stellar source, it at least proved that Drunkard had the strength to fight against an emissary. Wu Taibai was one of the 6th mainland's Daosource 3 skies, and he was also a supreme of the Shenwu Plain. He was as famous as Xia Taili, but he still hadn't broken through to become an emissary. Xia Shenfei was only at the 1st origin tribulations, and the fifth mainland's 10 arbiters were stuck at the same level because the stellar source universe had been devoured. However, Drunkard had already reached this level. She was at least on the same level as Xianxia. Not only that, but because of her outstanding talent, Drunkard had been accepted as a disciple by the Nightmare Ancestor. She was a saintess who was always drunk. Luine found it strange that even on the Nightmare Star, Drunkard was always drunk. However, the Nightmare Star actually knew how to brew wine, and it even used poisonous insects to brew wine, which was very popular with Drunkard. Luine stood in place for a long time, and he only sobered up when faint streaks appeared in the sky. Tisson didn't know what those streaks were, but he was already used to them, just like how people on Earth were used to sunrises and sunsets. However, Luine felt that this was not a normal phenomenon, and it seemed more like a man-made arrangement. The inability to use astral sources and star energy was definitely not normal. If astral sources and star energy were like this, then the Eternals wouldn't have tried so hard to devour the stellar source universe. This place was very abnormal. He withdrew from the fusion and returned his consciousness to his body. The situation in the nightmare world was not something he was concerned about at the moment, but he would definitely come into contact with it in the future. Luine had used up his last chance to roll the die, so he had no choice but to ask the Fog Ancestor to take him to the paper boat. The White Dragon clan's mountain range stretched endlessly like a roaming dragon, and it was filled with elegance. The frigid immortal sect was mysterious and unfathomable, and because of the clouds, it looked like a fairyland. The Shenwu Plain was filled with malevolence, especially the incomparably huge hellworm that could cover the entire sky. The students who saw it for the first time were incomparably shocked. Luine was equally shocked. He had fused with Long Ku and many other cultivators in the astral tree domain, and he had seen the Shenwu Plain in their memories. However, this was the first time he had personally experienced it. This was the Shenwu Plain, and it was domineering, cruel, vile, and filled with a murderous aura. It displayed its invincible strength to everyone. An incomparably huge broken blade had stabbed the hellworm's tail deep into the ground, trapping it. It was a display of terrifying strength. This is the legendary prison dragon? Qingfeng was shocked. Although he had become Qingchen's disciple, he had never been to the Shenwu Plain before. This was also his first time seeing the hellworm. Bai Weiwei's eyes flickered. Every time she saw the hellworm, she was shocked. Legend had it that this hellworm possessed unparalleled strength and had once wreaked havoc in the universe. Even progenitors were helpless against it. In the end, the Xia family's ancestor had used a broken blade and chains to imprison it in the Shenwu Plain, unable to escape for eternity. This was the Xia family's tyranny. Anyone who came to the Shenwu Plain would first be shocked by the hellworm, followed by the spikes on the ground. Whether it was the mountains or rivers, there were countless spikes that hung upside down. The endless spikes were filled with sharpness, and anyone who touched them would be torn to shreds. They were like sharp blades that intimidated everyone who came to the Shenwu Plain. Luine stood on the paper boat and looked up at the hellworm and the 9 huge chains. Were these chains the same as the ones recorded in the frigid immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower? Was that hellworm still alive? What kind of power did it have? Lu Yin's gaze was strange. You should be proud. This is the Shenwu Plain, the power behind you, Xia Ziheng said. Luine retracted his gaze. The power behind me? Xia Ziheng stared at Luine. You are the son-in-law of the Shenwu Plain. You are now and always will be. Next, the Xia family will pay respects to our ancestors. At that time, you will stand at the front, and everyone will see you and know that you are from the Shenwu Plain. At that moment, a figure tore through the void and walked out from the distance, causing the Shenwu Plain to feel apprehensive. Xia Ziheng looked back, and his expression changed. Wu Yao? You actually followed me? Wu Yao's gaze was sinister, and he had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Xia Ziheng. How can the frozen immortal sect not show up? Xia Ziheng frowned. The Xia family didn't invite you. They invited the sect master of the frozen immortal sect. Even if someone came, it should be Bai Su. Ha ha ha, it's the same no matter who comes. Another voice rang out. It was the Wang family's half-ancestor Chai. After Luine completed the Realm Beyond Heaven trial, the frozen immortal sect and the Xia family weren't the only ones vying for him. The Wang family and the White Dragon clan were also vying for him. Xiao Ziheng's heart sank. Half-ancestors had arrived one after another to monitor the Xia family. Unless an ancestor came, nothing could be hidden from them. These fellows were really troublesome. The food god suddenly looked in a certain direction, his eyes filled with killing intent. The newcomer was Suryu. Suryu's appearance surprised Luin. After all, Suryu's enmity with the food god was too deep. Suryu's arrival would only harm Luin by persuading him to join the White Dragon clan. Xiao Ziheng was astonished when he saw Suryu. "You're the half-ancestor that the White Dragon clan has been hiding?" Suryu smiled. "I like to go into seclusion." Perhaps that's why everyone misunderstood. Wu Yao put on a fake smile. "Suryu, I know who you are. Aren't you afraid that the food god will kill you?" Half-ancestor Chai added, "I remember now. So it's you. You're ruthless enough to show up." Suryu's smile was natural, even when he was facing the food god. "I had a fair chance to fight with Master, so he won't do anything to me." "Right, Master?" The food god looked deeply at Suryu. "You won't live for long. It's my honor to die at Master's hands." He then looked at Luin. "Mr. Hao Yu, are you interested in joining the White Dragon clan? The dragon ancestor has said that if you become his disciple, you can use all the resources of the White Dragon clan as you wish." "Suryu, this is Shenwu heaven!" Xiao Ziheng shouted. Suryu didn't mind, and he smiled at Luin once more. "Mr. Hao Yu, my Wang clan sincerely invites you to join us. Compared to the divine martial heaven, my Wang clan is much better." "I'm afraid that I'll trip on my feet just by walking here," said half-ancestor Chai. Xiao Ziheng was furious. "Hao Yu is the son-in-law of the divine martial plane, and he'll only stay there. Don't waste your time." He then led the group from Memory Virtue Academy into the divine martial plane. Originally, the main focus of Xian Academy's training exercise should have been the students. This training exercise was supposed to be a process where the 4 balance scales would divide up the students and allocate the slots for the Mountain Sea realm. However, because of Lu Yin's repeated outbursts and astonishing actions, everyone's attention was now focused on him. They no longer cared about the students. This was especially true for the White Dragon tribe, as they knew that it was impossible for them to obtain those students. Young Master Yu continuously offered all sorts of conditions to try and rope in Luin, completely ignoring the fact that Xiao Ziheng was nearby. Even half-ancestor Chai and Wu Yao were pretending to try and rope in Luin. Xiao Ziheng wanted nothing more than to activate his sourcebox array and throw all of these people out of Shenwu Plain. He was not confident that he could keep Yu Hao here, as it was normal for cultivators to be emotionless. Could Yu Chuan really keep Yu Hao here? He was not confident either, especially since the conditions that these fellows were offering were too generous. Especially young Master Yu, who had even said that the dragon ancestor wanted to take in a disciple. Even Xiao Ziheng himself wanted to join as long as the dragon ancestor was willing to accept him. After entering Shenwu Plain, Lu Yin's group was welcomed by Xiaoxing's main body. Many of the students were shocked to see Xiaoxing. They had all thought that Xiaoxing had gone missing. Not everyone knew that Xiaoxing had only lost one of her clones. Luin also expressed his dissatisfaction. "Half-ancestor Ziheng, you said that sect master Xiaoxing went missing, so only you can guarantee that. What's going on now?" Xiao Ziheng replied, "Sect master cultivated 9 clones, and this is only one of them. Don't worry, once you come to Shenwu Plain, the one who can guarantee you is the sect master himself." Luin did not say anything else. Xiaoxing welcomed the group from Memory Virtue Academy into Shenwu Plain. She glanced at Luin and had someone arrange for their accommodations. She then found Xiao Ziheng and asked him about the clones. Xiao Ziheng shook his head. "I've tried, but that's the frigid immortal sect. That old bastard Wu Yao has been keeping an eye on Yu Hao, so I can't give him the chance to take Yu Hao away." Xiaoxing continued, "Although I can only sense the direction, I'm 90% sure that it's the frigid immortal sect. Aside from them, no one else has acted. Through Token Master Lan, we've confirmed that it was the Forgotten Ruins deity who acted, which is why we gathered the people from the Star Alliance together to lure him out. But now, you've confirmed that it was the frigid immortal sect. Who could it be?" Xiao Ziheng asked. He had thought about this for a long time. If the Forgotten Ruins deity had acted, then Xiaxing's clone could not have been in the frigid immortal sect. Xiaxing was also conflicted. Either it's a coincidence that my clone is in the frigid immortal sect's direction, or... He paused and looked at Xia Ziheng. Someone in the frigid immortal sect is colluding with the Forgotten Ruins deity and hiding my clone in the frigid immortal sect. On one hand, they're luring us into attacking the frigid immortal sect, but on the other hand, they're trying to take away the Star Alliance. That's possible, Xia Ziheng said. How's you how? Xiaxing asked. Xia Ziheng felt a headache coming on. Those fellows are constantly trying to tempt him. I'm afraid that Yuchuan alone won't be enough to keep him here. I'll talk to him, Xiaxing said. Xiaxing's status in Shenwu Plain was completely different from Bai Ting's status in the frigid immortal sect. He was like Wang Jing, a direct descendant, and even Xia Ziheng had to listen to him. This was why Lu Yin had asked Xiaxing to give him a guarantee. Xiaxing's guarantee was even more useful than Xia Ziheng's. Shenwu Plain's architecture was simple and desolate, and there was no beautiful environment unless one built one's own. For example, they had arranged a valley for Lu Yin, and it was said that the valley's previous owner had been a legitimate daughter of Shenwu Plain. She had built this place to be magnificent, and there was even a crescent moon in the sky that gave off a halo. Wu Yao and the other half-ancestors surrounded Lu Yin. No matter where Shenwu Plain had arranged for them to stay, they all ran around the valley, one on each side. It was as if they had come to an agreement beforehand. Xia Ziheng gritted his teeth at these shameless people. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, as he was surrounded by several half-ancestors. Unless he asked the Fog Ancestor to protect him, he wouldn't be able to roll his die. Fortunately, he still had the Fog Ancestor. However, he still had to wait for close to 10 days before he could roll his die. Lu Yin estimated that he wouldn't have an easy time during these 10 days, as these half-ancestors would annoy him to death. The first person to come looking for him was Xiaxing, and Lu Yin had been waiting for this person for a long time. Long time no see, Yu Hao, Xiaxing said when he saw Lu Yin. There was a strange look in his eyes, as well as confusion. He still couldn't understand how a piece of trash could have changed so much in just a few decades. He could still understand the lock-breaking Dao, as Lu Yin was Gu Yan's disciple. Even if Lu Yin's cultivation was extraordinarily high and surpassed everyone in his generation, including the fourth young ancestor, he could still accept it. There was no lack of strange geniuses in human history, but someone who could complete the frigid immortal sex trial in heavens beyond? That was ridiculous. Lockbreaking, cultivation, and the Grandmaster's trial. Any one of these would be enough to draw the 4 cardinal scales to their side, and Yu Hao actually had all 3. Xiaxing had lived for a long time, but he never thought that such a person could appear in this world. Even the Xia family's taboo, Xiaxang, was only unparalleled in the universe in terms of cultivation and battle prowess. He didn't know much about lockbreaking. No matter how one looked at it, this Yu Hao was perfect. Before leaving Yixian Academy, Lu Yin had sought out Xia Taili and found out that Yu Hao had never spoken to Xiaxing before. He had only seen him from afar, and Xiaxing hadn't even opened his eyes to look at him. Thus, he wouldn't reveal anything to Xiaxing. Sect Master, you didn't expect to see me again, did you? Lu Yin asked calmly. Xiaxing looked at Lu Yin. Indeed, I didn't. A person's life needs to be worth something. In the past, you had no value, so no one cared about you. Now, you have value, and you're worth enough to make my Shenwu Plain pay you a huge amount of resources. You even have the qualifications to make demands, so I came to see you. Lu Yin sneered. Sect Master, aren't you afraid that I'll get angry and join the other 3 families? Xiaxing clasped his hands behind his back. The fact that you've cultivated to this level means that you've changed. You know what you want and what you should want. You should also know that Shenwu Plain is your only path. If Xia Ziheng had spoken to Lu Yin alone, Wu Yao and the others would have definitely tried to cause trouble. However, the person who had spoken to Lu Yin was Xiaxing, the head of the Xia family. They didn't dare to be so impudent in Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Sect Master, are you threatening me? Xiaxing was calm. You can say that. You're the son-in-law of Shenwu Plain. If you join another power, what will happen to the Xia family's face? What will happen to Shenwu Plain's face? Sometimes, face is more important than benefits. When Luyin didn't respond, Xiaxing's tone became more tactful. What conditions did the frigid immortal sect give you? This is your current value. Xia Zhitong and the others can be handed over to you in front of everyone after the ancestral ceremony. You can do whatever you want with them. Lu Yin's eyes widened, as he had overlooked something. Xia Ziheng had previously agreed to hand over Xia Zhitong and the others to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only seen how important Shenwu Plain was to him, and how cold and cruel the Xia family was. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this just a show for the astral tree? They wanted to tell the astral tree that as long as they had the ability, even the Xia family would be sacrificed, and those who joined Shenwu Plain would be given the best treatment. Lu Yin looked deeply at Xiaxing. If he executed Xia Zhitong and the others in front of everyone, it wouldn't hurt Shenwu Plain's reputation. After all, he was only an emissary, and outsiders wouldn't think that Shenwu Plain had given in. They would only think that Shenwu Plain cherished talent and was willing to sacrifice a branch family member for Lu Yin. This was Shenwu Plain. Lu Yin now understood the Fog Ancestor's words. No wonder the Fog Ancestor had mocked Shenwu Plain. Shenwu Plain's attitude towards the branch family members was extremely bad. The branch family members were just pawns, which was why progenitor Chen's parents had died. Even if progenitor Chen's cultivation talent was extremely high, he still wasn't recognized. In the eyes of the Xia family's direct descendants, cultivators with different surnames could be roped in at any price, but cultivators from the branch family had to be suppressed. How many? Lu Yin asked. Xiaxing looked up. 12. That's too few. Lu Yin was cold. Xiaxing asked, how many do you want? Lu Yin looked at Xiaxing, can the Xia family give me as many as I want? Yuhao, Shenwu Plain won't allow another progenitor Chen to appear, Xiaxing said. Lu Yin and Xiaxing looked at each other for a moment before smiling. I understand. Alright, 12 it is, but we can't skimp on resources. Also. He paused and stared at Xiaxing before raising his hand. Look at this. Xiaxing looked at the mirror that had suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's hand. What's this? As soon as he finished speaking, the fog pulled him into the mirror. Xiaxing reacted quickly, and he immediately used his divine martial energy the moment he dropped the mirror. At the same time, he used a secret technique, lock, not on others but on himself. Although the technique locked him in, it also served as a form of defense. Lu Yin entered the mirror and looked at Xiaxing in shock. This is the first time I've seen a secret technique used like this. As expected of the Xia family head. Xiaxing stared at Lu Yin, bewildered. Yuhao, this is Shenwu Plain. You dare attack me? Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he shook his head. Wrong. This is not Shenwu Plain. You're courting death. Xiaxing barked and attacked decisively. The secret technique disappeared, and his body suddenly scattered before fusing back together. Divine martial energy spread out from his body as he raised a hand to press down on Lu Yin, using the divine martial transformation. Lu Yin had never underestimated Xiaxing. Xiaxing was the master of Shenwu Plain and had faced 6 tribulations. After using the divine martial transformation, his strength was comparable to someone who had faced 7 tribulations. If he used all of his techniques, even a peak emissary would not be able to do anything to him. However, he was facing Lu Yin without any preparation, so the outcome was inevitable. When Lu Yin brushed past him, the distorted spacetime caused Xiaxing to spit out a mouthful of blood. His divine martial energy dissipated, and he was in disbelief. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Lu Yin returned to his original appearance and looked at Xiaxing. How have you been, Sect Master Xia? Xiaxing's eyes narrowed when he saw Lu Yin's appearance. Long Qi, no, Lu Shaoxian. Xiaxing's mind buzzed as many things connected. Yuhao was at 3 tribulations and had an extremely high lock-breaking talent. Which was something that Lu Shaoxian could have done. There was also the disappearance of his clone and the Lu family's life-form palm at the scene. At the time, Lu Shaoxian had not been far from where the incident had occurred, and he had been accompanied by Kui Luo. However, they had mistaken the life-form palm from the frozen immortal sect as Xian Fanyao. In Wangyu, Lu Xiaoxian had just left and Bai Ting had gone missing. Yuha naturally couldn't do it, but Lu Xiaoxian might be able to. If the disappearance of his clone and Bai Ting was caused by Lu Xiaoxian, then what about Wang Jing and Long Ku? Who controlled Long Ku? Who was in control of Xia Yuan? His clone had appeared in the direction of the frigid immortal sect. At that time, Lu Xiaoxian had been there. In an instant, Xiaoxing thought of many things, and he found another truth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yin's identity had been exposed, causing Xiaoxing to be in a daze. This was the moment that Xiaoxing had been waiting for. As Xiaoxing stared at him in a daze, the missing clone walked out from behind Lu Yin and attacked Xiaoxing without any hesitation. Outside the mirror, Yu Hao and Xiaoxing were conversing normally. Inside the mirror, there was only Xiaoxing, the clone. However, at this moment, he was no longer a clone, he was Xiaoxing. Lu Yin clapped. Congratulations. From now on, you're the main body. Xiaoxing panted heavily. She had just fused with her main body, so her body was still unstable and somewhat illusory. She looked at Lu Yin. Not only am I the Xia family's leader, but I'm also your puppet. Lu Yin smiled. Why do you say that? It's a win-win situation. You don't want to die, and I want someone to help me. Isn't that good? At that moment, the mist ancestor walked out and looked at Xiaoxing strangely. She exclaimed, "This is a clone fusing with a main body? I never thought that I would be able to see it after so many years. How interesting. You've given me some inspiration." Her body then vanished, as she wanted to study micro and blood refinement. Xiaoxing stared blankly at the mist ancestor's departing figure, aghast. She is? Lu Yin made a shushing gesture. Senior doesn't like to be disturbed. Sect Master Xia, we should leave. Xiaoxing recognized the mist ancestor. The cosmic tree domain's history was not as severed as the fifth mainland's. There were some things that were recorded in the cosmic tree domain's history, such as the 9 mountains and 8 seas, the Daosaur sect, and even the above heaven era. The mist ancestor's image was not a secret. The Yu family had a portrait of her, which had led to the Yu family becoming her disciple. It could be considered an opportunity, and Xiaoxing was able to recognize her. Lu Yin was not surprised. After leaving the mirror, Yu Hao and Xiaoxing turned into mist and merged back into the mirror. Xiaoxing still had not recovered, and she stared at Lu Yin in shock. That was. Lu Yin smiled proudly. Now you know the benefits of working with me. Xiaoxing's eyes flickered. Mist ancestor? Lu Yin looked outside. Your Shenwu plane doesn't seem to have any 9 mountains and 8 seas, which is what I find strange. With your 9 clones, Shenwu's astral energy, and various secret techniques, you guys didn't even leave the 9 mountains and 8 seas during the Daosaur sect's era. You guys are inferior to the frigid immortal sect and the Wang family. Lu Yin's words naturally excluded progenitor Chen. Xiaoxing replied, progenitor Shenji isn't inferior to Wang Fan or by Wang Yuan, but he's not suitable to inherit the mountains and seas. The mountains and seas don't just depend on one's strength, but also on one's own comprehension and opportunities. During the Daosaur sect's era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared together. The fifth mainland was so glorious, and before that, aside from the above heaven's realm, no other era had ever seen the 9 mountains and 8 seas appear together. Lu Yin sighed and glanced at Xiaoxing. Xiaoxing thought that Lu Yin did not know that progenitor Chen had stolen the Xia family's mountains and seas. Xiaoxing sighed. That's right. Before the Daosaur sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas era, there were only 4 mountains and 3 seas, and one of them was even your Lu family's progenitor Tanny. He then looked at Lu Yin's back. I never thought that I would be lucky enough to meet the mist ancestor. Lu Yin turned to look at him. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Those people outside will rush in if we wait any longer. Anyway, let's do as we agreed. I'll help you replace the main body, and you'll be one of my people in the Xia family. I want the 9 clones technique. Xiaoxing's eyelids twitched. I can't give you the technique. Why not? Lu Yin's expression sank. He had helped Xiaoxing's clones not only to plant a spy in the Xia family, but also to obtain the 9 clones technique. Ever since he had learned of the 9 clones technique, he had committed it to memory, and as long as he had the chance, he would definitely learn it. Xiaxing was helpless. After merging with the main body, I found out that the 9 clones technique cannot be taught to outsiders. The main body's 9 clones technique comes from within the family, and any direct descendant of the Xia family who wants to learn the technique must go through the family. Unless they awaken their ancestral bloodline like progenitor Chen and learn it from their own bloodline. Did progenitor Chen learn the 9 clones technique from the Xia family's ancestral bloodline? Luyin was puzzled. Xiaxing nodded. Luyin retracted his gaze. Was that the case? He did not know how progenitor Chen had learned the 9 clones technique, but in any case, it could not have been in Shenwu Plain. Starsabil and Xia Jiuyo had learned the 9 clones technique from the River of Time, which was also why Luyin had guessed that progenitor Chen had learned the technique. After all, progenitor Chen had likely grasped the power of time. However, Xiaxing's theory was also possible, as Mr. Mu had allowed progenitor Chen to learn the secret art of strategy from watching the motionless chessboard through the Su family's bloodline. Bloodlines were something that could not be seen clearly, just like time. Where can I learn the 9 clones technique from? Luyin asked. Xiaxing pointed upwards, and Luyin looked up. Where? Above the hellworm, Xiaxing answered. Luyin was shocked. Above the hellworm? On the back of that hellworm? More accurately, the top of its head, Xiaxing said. Right, by the way, the hellworm is alive. Luyin sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this hellworm really alive? That's right. I only found out after merging with the main body that the hellworm is alive and possesses unimaginable power. Everyone thinks that the hellworm is being suppressed by the Xinji ancestor, but in reality, if not for the ancestor's broken blade, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it. This hellworm has the power of a progenitor, and it was once a great enemy of our Shenwu Plain. Luyin was shocked. If even Xiaxinji couldn't suppress it, just how strong was this hellworm? That broken blade that was stabbed into the ground came from your Xia family's ancestor? Luyin asked again. Xiaxing continued, our ancestor, Xia Chan, left behind a broken blade to suppress the prison dragon and protect our Xia clan. Even the Lu clan's ancestor, Xia Chan, would treat our Xia clan with respect. The 9 clones technique is hidden on the prison dragon's head. Without a Xia clan member leading the way, anyone who tries to approach the prison dragon will only end up dead. Luyin had to admit that Xiaxing was right. If the hellworm really had the strength that he claimed, then no one would be able to obtain the 9 clones technique. Even Bai Wang Yuan and the other ancestors might not be able to obtain it. It was safer than hiding it anywhere else. Not long after, Xiaxing walked out of Lu Yin's residence and shouted with a smile, Yu Hao, don't forget about me when you return from the dominating realm. Ha ha ha. Around them, Wu Yao, half-ancestor Chai, and Sir Yu exchanged glances and shook their heads. It was too fake. Xiaxing had purposely said those words to force them to leave and mislead them into thinking that Yu Hao had joined Shenwu Plain and could even go to the dominating realm. Who couldn't tell? If Xiaxing had left without saying anything, then they would have been worried, but now, there was no need to worry. Within the valley, Luyin sat quietly. He didn't know who would come next, but there shouldn't be anyone else. If Xiaxing could stop Xia Ziheng, then Luyin would have more than 10 days to rest. 10 days later would be his last chance to roll his die. It had to be said that this kind of luck was too difficult. He already knew the location of the Star Alliance, and the 4-way Libra had set up a sourcebox array that would allow one to go directly to the 7 sky gods. The newly opened array's defenses were not very tight, but unfortunately, Luyin could not go. Yu Chuan was alone in Shenwu Plain, and he did not even have a reason to look for the Star Alliance. Perhaps if he faced that direction when rolling his die, he might have a chance of succeeding. Elsewhere, Xiaxing saw Xia Ziheng after leaving the valley. Although Xiaxing was only a clone, he had fused with his main body, so he was no different from the previous Xiaxing. Xia Ziheng could not tell anything. How was it? How was that kid's attitude? Xia Ziheng asked. Xiaxing replied, he agreed to my conditions and even contacted Heavenly Master Gu Yan in front of me. Unfortunately, Heavenly Master Gu Yan was unwilling to come. Xia Ziheng frowned. Divine Master Gu Yan cares so much about this disciple that he won't give him any face at all? He said that he's researching sourcebox arrays, and that once he succeeds, he might become the next limitless motivation. That's why he doesn't want to go anywhere. Xiaoxiheng snorted. That's just an excuse. What limitless motivation? Does he think he's progenitor Hui? Since ancient times, there has only been one progenitor Hui. Even during the above heaven sex era, there was no lockbreaker who surpassed progenitor Hui. Although Divine Master Gu Yan is the current number 1 Divine Master, he's still far from progenitor Hui. Xiaoxing said, forget it. Since he's not willing to come, we won't force him. As long as Yu Hao is in our hands, Divine Master Gu Yan will only help us. This will not change. Xiaoxiheng nodded. The ancestral ceremony is approaching. Since Yu Hao is willing to join my Shenwu plane, we don't need to worry about him. However, we still need someone to keep an eye on those 3 old things. I'll do it. I'll have to trouble sect master with the ancestral ceremony. It's my duty, Xiaoxing said, and then watched as Xiaoxiheng headed towards the valley where Luyin was. There was a half-ancestor sitting on each side of the valley. If news of this spread, it would shock countless people. Who could receive such treatment? Even the 4 young ancestors could not do this. Luyin was currently enjoying the treatment of being surrounded by 4 half-ancestors. When Nong Xinyan came looking for him, she was so scared that she ran away. Finally, the food god arrived as well. He was worried that the 4-way scales would force Luyin, so he had come to help. Luyin had originally wanted to stay alone. He could ignore the 4 half-ancestors, but he couldn't just leave the culinary god outside the valley. Left with no other choice, Luyin could only invite the culinary god in. However, the 4 old fellows refused, as they were afraid that the culinary god would instill some negative ideas about the 4-way scales in Luyin. The food god and the 4-way scales had always been at odds. The food god had no choice but to stay outside the valley. To put it bluntly, this valley was one of the safest places in the entire Shenwu Plain, second only to the top of the Hellworm's Head. Luyin was somewhat flustered by being surrounded by 5 half-martial ancestors. Fortunately, the mist ancestor was the one who was covering for him, which gave him ample confidence. In the mist ancestor's words, forget 5 half-martial ancestors, even 50 of them would be useless. They wouldn't even be enough to flick her pinky finger. Luyin hurriedly flattered her. Outside, Shenwu Plain was bustling with activity as they made arrangements to pay respects to their ancestors. Xian Academy students were guided by Shenwu Plain's cultivators to visit a few places while Luyin stayed quietly in the valley. Just like that, 10 days passed, and it was time to roll the die again. He took a few deep breaths. He had to get it, he had to get it. With that thought in mind, he raised his hand and pointed at the die. The die spun slowly. 6 points. His eyes lit up. Was his luck that good? His consciousness instantly appeared in the dark space, and he looked around. His eyes landed on the ball of light to the right in front of him. The other balls of light were too dim, and only that one was extremely bright. It was about as bright as Celestial Master Qiuling's ball of light, which meant that the owner of this ball of light was at the peak of envoys. Luyin didn't even think about it before rushing over. This ball of light was the limit of what he could fuse with, and it was something that could only be found by chance. Although it wouldn't take long for him to fuse with it, his gains wouldn't be too bad. Not a single peak envoy was a passerby. However, there was one thing that Luyin was puzzled about. Although his cultivation hadn't increased during his time in the cosmic tree domain, his inverse steps and battle techniques had improved significantly. He should be able to wrestle with a half-ancestor if he unleashed his full strength, so why was it so difficult for him to fuse with 6 points? This question flashed through his mind. As his consciousness fused with the ball of light, Luyin opened his eyes and saw a boundless sea with stars swaying in it. Above his head, there were stars and islands all around him. His surroundings were dark, as if it was night. Lightning struck the surface of the sea, causing a terrifying explosion. Soon, fish floated up and were turned into charcoal by the lightning. Luyin looked around as memories flooded into his mind, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He had actually fused with Henya's body. Henya was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the Anzac era and Hen Xian's subordinate. He was the commander of Team E, and he had been unsealed from an ancient sourcebox. Every member of Team E had been carefully selected by Xianxia, and there were 9 of them in total. Every one of them had great willpower, and they had no innate talent. Their cultivation relied solely on their willpower, which was why Han Mo hadn't been able to join them back then. The fact that Hen Yi had been able to become the commander of Team E spoke volumes. Not only did he have the strength of a peak envoy, but he had also cultivated his domain to the Void God realm, which allowed him to manipulate the void and forcefully strip it away. As more memories flooded into his mind, Lu Yin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Hen Ye's domain had reached the Void God realm, which was exactly what Lu Yin needed. He was only one step away from the Void God realm. As he thought about it, he immediately searched through his memories regarding domain cultivation. Fusing the cosmic tree realm into the body of a cultivator from the 5th mainland would consume a ridiculous amount of star essence due to the distance. However, the consumption of resources was meaningless in the face of the Void God realm, so Lu Yin didn't even consider the consumption of star essence. He only focused on searching through his memories regarding domains. Both Hen Ye's cultivation and control of his domain far surpassed Mr. Tang's, and the memories Lu Yin obtained from him were the same as walking down Hen Ye's path. Lightning continuously struck down, but Hen Ye's body floated motionlessly on the surface of the sea. After a while, Lu Yin exhaled and looked at his hand. He casually waved his hand, and the void was mysteriously sliced apart. His body vanished from where he had been standing, and he reappeared somewhere else. The void had been obliterated. This was the Void God realm. Hen Ye's understanding of domains definitely surpassed Mr. Tang's, as he had Xianxia's guidance. From Hen Ye's memories, Lu Yin also learned that the Void God realm was not the end. Just like the Warring States period where there was a method to cultivate the dark purple substance, there was also a realm above the Void God realm called the Void Palm realm. This was a realm that Hen Yi and Xianxia could not touch upon. Even Guizhi, the ruler of the 3rd mainland, did not know of this realm. It only existed in legends and had been calculated by Guizhi. Hen Yi had once heard from Xianxia that Guizhi had once said that regardless of whether it was the void or spacetime, all cultivators would eventually reach the same destination. They all originated from a realm and eventually reached a realm where one could cultivate spacetime, control the flow of time, and see through the void. Cultivating the void would eventually allow one to touch time or even chase after it. Guizhi had calculated this realm, but it was too difficult to cultivate it. At the very least, Xianxia had told Hen Yi that it was too difficult, to the point that it was unimaginably difficult. Even Guizhi, the ruler of the 3rd mainland and an existence comparable to the Lu family's ancestor, had only studied battle force to the extreme. He did not have the time to study domains. Of course, this was only Xianxia's impression. They had been sealed in ice long ago, and they did not know what had happened after that. Perhaps Guizhi had created an extreme realm of domains, or perhaps he had not. Perhaps he had joined the Eternals and become one of the 7 deities. No one knew that it was created by the 7 heavenly empresses. Through Hen Ye's memories, Lu Yin had seen Guizhi's glory as the ruler of the 3rd mainland. He had seen many progenitors and half-progenitors, but he had not seen any of the rulers of the other mainlands. His level was too low, and he should be able to see them if he merged with Xianxia's body. The one he wanted to see the most was the Lu family's ancestor. He looked up. This was the cosmic sea, and Hen Yi had come here because he had received orders from the above heavens to search for the remaining Eternals. Lu Yin had used progenitor Chen's strength to unify the 5th mainland and establish the above heavens. He had become a Tao disciple and the true ruler of the 5th mainland. Even Xianxia and Jui had been thrown to the astral beast domain, and no one in the 5th mainland dared to oppose him. He had come to the starry sky of trees, but in the eyes of many, he was in seclusion studying the left arm of the Grim Reaper. Lu Bujing was the one who took his place in the sect above heaven. Although Hen Yi was the commander of Team E, he could not disobey the orders of the sect above heaven. He had already checked and found that there were no Eternals in the cosmic sea. They were on their way back to the Neoverse, and Lu Yin had coincidentally merged with them. Lu Yin had obtained many memories, and he estimated that he would be able to cultivate his domain to the void deity realm. Just as he was about to withdraw from the fusion, he suddenly realized that this was where the core was located. The core had once been one of the 4 hegemons of the cosmic sea. Following the destruction of the Immortal Squadron and the Longevity Squadron, the Cosmic Sea had been dominated by Leon's armada. The Corps had never cared about worldly affairs, as long as they did not invade their territory. Before the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Army had arrived at the Fifth Mainland, Liu Yin's next step had been to help Leon's armada unify the Cosmic Sea and then enter the Neoverse. The Corps had been his goal, but his plans had been disrupted by the Cosmic Tree Expeditionary Army. Then, the Eternals had invaded, the Astral Source universe had been devoured, and people from the Above Heavens era had appeared. One thing after another had caused him to forget about the Corps. He did not know what had happened to the Corps. Logically speaking, the Eternals had used that liquid to devour the Astral Source universe, and the Fifth Mainland had been divided into several parts. The Corps had not gone anywhere, so it should have been destroyed by the Eternals. However, Liu Yin had not heard any reports about the Corps since he had returned. He looked in the direction of the Corps and controlled Xianxia's body to disappear. He had been in his body for a long time, so he did not care about this little bit of time. Using Xianxia's body to display the void deity realm, he was like a fish swimming in water, free and unfettered. Liu Yin instantly arrived at the Corps' territory. This was where no one was allowed to enter. Back then, he had ridden the Arcadian Arrow cruise ship and had come into close contact with the Corps. At that time, the Corps had given him the feeling that they were soldiers that had walked out of blood and fire. They were filled with killing intent and numbness. If he had not been delayed by various matters, he would have come to the Corps long ago. He controlled Xianxia's body to appear above the Army's sea region. He released his domain and swept through the entire sea region. Suddenly, his gaze fixed in a certain direction. There, an ancient warship had appeared. On the ship, there were soldiers with cold and emotionless expressions staring at him. The next moment, all of the soldiers raised their long hairs and then abruptly swung them down. Thousands of spears smashed down, but there was only one sound. It was exactly the same as the one he had heard before, a deterrent. Unfortunately, their deterrence was useless against Liu Yin. Liu Yin continued to control Xianxia's body to step out of the void and land on the Corps' warship. Before he could say anything, all of the soldiers in front of him raised their long hairs at the same time and abruptly thrust them forward. Kill! 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 The word kill reverberated throughout the Cosmic Sea. There were clearly thousands of spears, but Liu Yin only saw one. These soldiers were too well coordinated, and they seemed to be using some sort of combined power to concentrate all their killing intent and power into a single point. They displayed a killing power that was comparable to a powerhouse with a power level of nearly 1,000,000. It was no wonder that this army could dominate the Cosmic Sea and be called one of the four hegemons. This killing power was enough to terrify all the powers in the Cosmic Sea and prevent them from approaching. Even Heizage Leon had been sent flying by this army before. However, they were facing Liu Yin, who was also Henyi, a peak emissary. The spear continued to approach Liu Yin, but it could not get any closer. Space seemed to stretch out endlessly, and it could never touch Liu Yin. This was the domain of a void god, so close yet worlds apart. The army thrust out a second spear, and there was another force supporting it. Liu Yin seemed to see another spear descend from the river of time and merge with the spear in front of him. He heard the words, Supreme Spear, Death-Seeking Weapon. With a bang, the void shattered, and Liu Yin's expression changed. This spear contained a familiar power. This was the power of a progenitor. How was this possible? Why did this army possess the power of a progenitor? Or could they borrow the power of a progenitor? Why could they borrow it? Who were they? By the time the progenitor's power descended, Liu Yin was almost done fusing. After all, he was fusing with a peak emissary, and even if he had enough resources, he could not fuse for too long. Furthermore, he had already attacked and was facing the pressure of a progenitor. Before withdrawing from the fusion, Liu Yin forcefully retreated. Every step he took tore through the void, and he traveled thousands of kilometers in an instant. After 3 steps, he returned to the place where Henyi had just been fused. His consciousness then returned to the dark space and fused back into his own body. Liu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled. The army's second spear had actually borrowed the power of a progenitor, and that power had come from the river of time. Who was it? Who had lent the army's power? If the army could borrow the power of a progenitor, then why had it remained in that region of the sea? And why hadn't it come out? Their strength was enough to sweep through the other battalions, and even the Neoverse feared the power of a progenitor. But after so many years, the army had never left. Undying soldiers, were they protecting something? Lu Ying carefully recalled what he had seen on the warship, and if he remembered correctly, he seemed to have seen a person who might or might not have belonged to the army. That person had an especially high nose bridge. Was that Huawu? Haizaj Lian had told him that the army was recruiting new members. Back then, number 007, who had participated in the Supreme Tournament, had been recruited by the army. Since the army could recruit new members, it was not surprising that Huawu had appeared on the battlefield. That brat had the secret technique of keeping his word. Whatever he said, people would believe him, so joining the army was not impossible. But that brat's temperament is not compatible with an army. Lu Ying rolled the die again with a strange thought in mind. This time, he didn't get 6 pips, but 3 pips instead. Looking at the 2 screens, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked how many resources he had spent. He nervously checked his cosmic ring. Spitting out a mouthful of blood wasn't enough to describe his current feelings. There were no more star essence left in his cosmic ring. It was no wonder why he had withdrawn from the fusion. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but rather that he had no more star essence. His resources were completely gone. 146 billion, a total of 146 billion. He had actually spent it all in one go. He really had the urge to vomit blood. He calmed down. It took him a while to catch his breath. It was normal, as he had spent hundreds of billions of star essence to fuse with Celestial Master Qiling's body. This time, Henny's cultivation was definitely not inferior to Celestial Master Qiling's. Even if he wasn't an origin heavenly master, Lu Ying had still taken action after fusing with Henny's body. Furthermore, Henny was on the 5th mainland, so the distance was different. It was reasonable, but Lu Ying couldn't bear to spend so much. He also felt very insecure, as he had no more money. He didn't know what would happen to others if they had no money, but he knew that he had no money. It was as if his secret had been exposed in front of everyone, and he was filled with unease. No, he had to find some money. He had to find some money. With his current status, it was easy for him to get money, but getting large amounts was not easy. His Dianate gift could easily cost him billions, and even the 4 cardinal scales would not be able to support him. Shenwu Plain had agreed to give him resources, but if he suddenly asked for so much, they would definitely suspect that Junior Progenitor Planet's resources had gone missing. If that happened, he would be exposed, and the losses would outweigh the gains. He still had to think of a way to secretly obtain the money. Right, did Xiao Taili know about Shenwu Plain's collection? Lu Ying thought about it for a long time, and he felt that he might be able to find out where Shenwu Plain's resources were from Xiao Taili. However, even if he did know, it would be useless, as the Mist Ancestor would not take him there. The Mist Ancestor had helped him enter the Cloud Forest Tower and had allowed Lu Xiaoge to disguise himself and chase after the paper boats, which was normal. However, the Mist Ancestor definitely would not take Lu Ying to steal resources. Lu Ying hesitated for a long time, but eventually decided to ask Xiao Taili about the location of Shenwu Plain's resources first. He did not try to fool Xiao Taili, as there was no way to fool him, so he asked directly. Xiao Taili's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ying. Our family's resources? No, Shenwu Plain's resources, Lu Ying hurriedly corrected himself. Asking someone about their family's resources right in front of their face did not sound right. Xiao Taili looked Lu Ying up and down. You're too shameless. Lu Yin's lips twitched. Don't spout nonsense. I just want to know the location of Shenwu Plain's resources, not your family's. I heard that Lu Shaoxian was a magnanimous and righteous person who liked to fight for justice. He saved many people and eradicated many evils that he disliked. Why don't I see any of those qualities in you? Xiao Taili was bewildered, but she also looked down on Lu Ying. Lu Ying was helpless. If he really had the same personality as Lu Shaoxian, then he would not have been able to use his innate gift of the die for the rest of his life. He probably would not have even reached the Hunter realm by now. Shenwu Plain's resources are definitely heavily guarded. Tell me, and I'll go look for them. Who knows, maybe I'll be captured by Shenwu Plain? At that time, they'll have a way to save you, Lu Yin tempted. Xia Taili wanted to retort, but after thinking about it, she realized that Lu Yin was right. It would depend on Shenwu Plain's strength compared to Lu Yin's. Xiaxing definitely knew the location of Shenwu Plain's resources. Although Lu Yin could control Xiaxing and be considered a spy, Xiaxing had cooperated with him because he wanted to become the true master of Shenwu Plain. He was not willing to do anything that would harm Shenwu Plain. If it weren't for the Death God's seal, Lu Yin believed that Xiaxing would have fallen out with him. After all, his main body had been fused, so unless Shenwu Plain did not want Xiaxing as its sect master, they would have to acknowledge his position. Xiaxing had not fallen out with Lu Yin because of the Death God's seal, but that did not mean that Xiaxing was willing to help him. Lu Yin had to rely on himself. Shenwu Plain has a huge collection of resources. I'll tell you, but I'm afraid that you won't dare to go, Xia Taili provoked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Where? Xia Taili's lips curled up as he told Lu Yin the location. The starry sky tree is divided into 4 parts. Today, the current head of the Xia family, Xiaxing, wishes to comfort the ancestors. On a rugged mountain path in Shenwu Plain, countless people watched as Xiaxing stood in front of the broken blade and read aloud. Large families would pay respects to their ancestors on specific days, and different families would do so at different times. The Xia family had chosen to pay respects to their ancestors on the day that the broken blade had appeared, as recorded in the history books. The broken blade was a remnant of the Xia family's ancestor, Xia Chan. Due to the passage of time, no one knew where it had come from or who had turned the Xia Chan's blade into a broken blade. The chosen date was recorded in the history books as the blade's earliest appearance, and it symbolized the Xia family's remembrance of their ancestor, Xia Chan. The Xia family paid respects to their ancestors once every 10 years, but it wasn't too grand. Only the one that happened once every 10,000 years was the grandest, and most of the progenitors in the starry sky tree would be there. The last time, the Lu family had been there as well, and even the current head of the Lu family had appeared. Lu Tianyi had also looked over, giving the Xia family a lot of face. During the last 10,000 years, the Lu family sent a head and a progenitor. Senior Lu Tianyi also looked over. As for the other families, almost all of their progenitors were there. That was truly a grand occasion. Unfortunately, the Xia family didn't have any dazzling geniuses at that time, the culinary god said. Senior, did you also participate in the last 10,000 years of worship? Lu Yin asked. The culinary god shook his head. I didn't come. Someone told me that every 10,000 years, the Xia clan would be able to see a progenitor. Everything else aside, all of the Xia clan's progenitors would be present and participate in the drawing ceremony. The drawing ceremony? Lu Yin looked at Xiaxing. He had an impression of him, but it wasn't too deep. He had only seen him when he had merged with Long Ke's body. Not too far away, Wu Yao, Chai, Yu, and the others were all present. There were people from the Shenwu Plain all around them. Xiaoxingguang wasn't too far away as well. When Xiaxing finished reading, the Xia family's disciples walked out one by one and walked towards him. Xia Shenfei was at the very front, and behind him were a few middle-aged men. They were either from the previous generation or the direct descendants of the previous generation. There were also some with the Shin title, but no matter what their cultivation was or which generation they represented, the one at the very front had to be a direct descendant of the current generation, just like how Xiaxing had been the one to read the funeral oration. Xiaoxingguang walked over as well. He was also a direct descendant, but his status was much lower than Xia Shenfei's. One by one, the Xia family's disciples walked out. Lu Yin hadn't known before, but now it seemed that there were quite a few direct descendants of the Xia family, and some of them had even spread out and become branch families. At this time, a group of people was brought forward, led by Xia Zhitong. Xia Zhitong looked like an old woman, and her face was haggard. She was no longer as radiant as she had once been. Her expression was numb, and her eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. She was being led around like a puppet. There were quite a few people behind her, some of whom Lu Yin had seen before in the Jade Manor. One of them had even been guarding the entrance. There were others that Lu Yin had never seen before, but regardless of whether or not they had participated in the plot against the Yu family, they had been brought out by the Xia family to give Yu Hao an explanation. There were a total of 12 people, just as Xia Ziheng had said. A broken blade pressed down on the ground while a dragon soared through the sky. Although it didn't give off any pressure, anyone who saw it was shocked. Below the dragon, the Xiao family proudly walked towards Xiaoxing to pay respects to their ancestors. Not far away, Xiao Zhitong's group of 12 knelt on the ground. They were all sinners and would be judged on the day of the ceremony. At this time, Xiaoxing looked at Lu Yin and nodded. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked out. The Xiao family had already given him an explanation, so he had to walk out. Wu Yao narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Yin, feeling uneasy. This person had already agreed to join the Frigid Immortal sect, but now he was participating in the ceremony in front of everyone without discussing it with Wu Yao. Had he already told Ancestor Bai? Half-Ancestor Chai frowned as he watched Lu Yin walk out. Was he participating in the ceremony because he was still the Xiao family's son-in-law, or had he already expressed his stance? The Xiao family ceremony wasn't a big deal, at least to outsiders. They were more concerned about Lu Yin's attitude. Sir, Nong Xingyang couldn't help but speak up. She had spoken to her family over the past few days, and her family's intention was to prevent Lu Yin from joining the four-way scales, but she didn't know what to do. Lu Yin looked back at Nong Xingyang and smiled. He then glanced at the food god, Mr. Tang, Mr. Wei, and the other students. I'll be back soon. He glanced at Wu Yao and then continued walking towards Xiaoxing. Wu Yao and Lu Yin exchanged glances, but he couldn't tell what Lu Yin was trying to say. However, a glance at Lu Yin was enough to make Wu Yao feel more at ease. However, Half-Ancestor Chai and Sir Yu also noticed Lu Yin's glance. They exchanged glances and then looked at Wu Yao. What did this Yu Hao mean? They glanced at Wu Yao alone. Had he joined the Frigid Immortal sect or something? No one understood Lu Yin, not even Xiaoxing, who was working with him. Lu Yin walked towards Xiaoxing step by step. His status as the son-in-law of a branch family wasn't enough for him to walk very far. He should have stood behind all the other branches of the Xia family, and there were over 1,000 of them who were qualified to attend the ceremony. However, he still walked past them step by step until he reached Xia Shengguang's side. He then continued walking forward. Xia Shengguang's dissatisfaction, but he didn't show it. In the past, Yu Hao was naturally not qualified. But now, Yu Hao was different. His status in Shenwu heaven was no lower than Xia Shenfei's. Lu Yin walked all the way to Xia Shenfei's side before stopping. He didn't overtake him, but he didn't fall behind either. Xia Shenfei looked at Lu Yin. He hadn't drunk any alcohol today, so he felt exceptionally refreshed. Congratulations on completing the Beyond Heaven trial. Perhaps even the forefather will accept you as a disciple. Lu Yin smiled. I hope so. Do you want to become sworn brothers? Xia Shenfei suddenly said. Lu Yin was surprised. You're becoming sworn brothers again? It's a pity that we didn't form it back then, Xia Shenfei said regretfully. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Sure, when? Xia Shenfei's eyes flashed. Now, with our blood, we'll form a brotherhood. From now on, we'll treat each other with absolute sincerity and live and die together. Lu Yin moved his finger and looked at Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei also looked at Lu Yin, and their gazes met. This oath of brotherhood was not an ordinary oath of brotherhood, but rather, a blood oath. The blood that flowed through his veins was that of the Lu clan. Every clan's bloodline had its own unique characteristics. For example, the Xia clan's bloodline could be traced back to the Xia clan's cultivation techniques. Xiaoxing said that Ancestor Chen had found Jiao in his bloodline. The Xia clan's bloodline was powerful, but the Lu clan's bloodline was even stronger. If the Lu clan's bloodline suppressed the Xia clans, Lu Yin's identity would immediately be exposed. Even an idiot would know that the Yu clan's bloodline could not compare to the Xia clan's. It was just a very ordinary bloodline. The only clan in the universe that could suppress the Xia clan with their bloodline was the Lu clan. Furthermore, Lu Yin believed that the Xia clan's bloodline would not be unfamiliar to them. Xia Shenfei was testing him, as the last test before worshipping the ancestors. Alright, Lu Yin agreed. Xia Shenfei's eyes flashed. He had always been suspicious of this person. Even if a half-ancestor had said that this person was not pretending, And even if this person had mentioned that they had almost become sworn brothers, Xianxia was still suspicious. Too many things had happened since this person had appeared, and this person's innate talent and cultivation had increased too quickly. One coincidence was a coincidence, but 10 coincidences were inevitable. Xianxia liked to drink, as he was more clear-headed and could see things more clearly when he was drunk. He had seen through Wu Taibai's intentions, which was why he had almost killed him. But now, he couldn't see through Yu Hao, which didn't make sense. No matter how much a person changed, they couldn't escape from a certain level. This Yu Hao was like a dragon swimming in the sky, surpassing them step by step. Shenfei, it's time to pay respects to the ancestors. Even if you want to become sworn brothers, you have to wait until after the ceremony, Xiaxing said. He knew Lu Yin's identity, and once they became sworn brothers, Lu Yin's identity would definitely be exposed. Xiao Shenfei said, Father, we can punish sinners during the ceremony, but we can also become sworn brothers. Isn't it better to add glory to our Xia clan's ancestral ceremony? Nonsense, you want to become sworn brothers? Wait until after the ceremony. Besides, the ancestor might take you as a disciple, and your seniority is different. We can discuss it then, Xiaxing said sternly. Xiao Shenfei looked at Xiaxing strangely. Xiaxing shouldn't have rejected this suggestion, so why had he rejected it twice in a row? Xiao Ziheng was also puzzled. Sect Master, Xiaxing raised a hand. Nothing is more important than the ancestral ceremony. We can talk about it after the ceremony. He then looked at Yu Hao. Yu Hao, stand aside and watch the ceremony. We'll deal with those people after that. Lu Yin respectfully replied, as you wish, Sect Master. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiaxing was on his side, or else he would have been exposed during the ceremony again. Was he in conflict with the ancestral ceremony? Or were the ancestors of these clans really watching? He had been exposed during the White Dragon clan's ancestral ceremony, and he had almost been exposed during the Xia clan's ancestral ceremony. The reason the Xia clan's ancestral ceremony was so frequent, and they held it once every 10 years, was because of the drawing ceremony. This ceremony had been going on for countless years, ever since the Xia clan had obtained this broken blade. The so-called drawing ceremony was to pull out the broken blade, which had originated from the Xia clan's ancestor, Xia Chan. The Xia clan believed that as long as one could pull out the broken blade, they would be acknowledged by the ancestor, and this also represented the Xia clan's innate talent and ability. Since ancient times, only one person in the Xia clan had ever pulled out the broken blade, and that was Xiaxinji. During the era of the Daosor sect, he had been a genius of the same generation as 9 Mountains and 8 Seas. Although Xiaxinji wasn't from 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, he was the only one in the Xia clan who had managed to pull out the broken blade in countless years. Even Hellworm had been suppressed by him. Although he wasn't from 9 Mountains and 8 Seas, in the hearts of the Xia clan, he wasn't any weaker than 9 Mountains and 8 Seas. The broken blade was the Xia clan's belief. Lu Yin stood in his original spot. Xiao Shenfei also stood in his original spot. A group of the Xia clan's younger disciples walked towards the broken blade, including Xia Shengguang. Brother Xia, aren't you going to try? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shenfei laughed. I've tried many times, and I've been able to pull it out the first time. If I can't pull it out the first time, I won't be able to pull it out in the future. Lu Yin looked at the broken blade in the distance. It was so huge that it could pierce through the clouds. One by one, the Xia clan's disciples climbed up and appeared beside the broken blade's hilt. They tried to grab it with both hands, but no matter how they looked at it, it was futile. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how ancestor Xiaxinji had managed to pull it out. When I tried to pull it out for the first time, the moment I touched the hilt, I knew that I couldn't pull it out. This blade doesn't acknowledge me. Xiao Shenfei took out his wine gourd and started drinking, his eyes turning hazy once more. Lu Yin asked, is it a mysterious feeling? Yes, as long as you touch the hilt, you'll experience that feeling. How should I put it? If you ask a normal person to move mountains and fill seas, will they be able to do it? It's that feeling. Compared to moving mountains and filling seas, time might be able to do it, but this blade, even if I reach the progenitor realm, I still won't be able to pull it out. It's so despairing. Xiao Shenfei sighed. He watched as the Xia clan's disciples walked out one after another, each one filled with hope and apprehension as they tried to pull out the blade, only to return in disappointment. The difference wasn't that great, as they all knew that they couldn't pull it out. Countless years had passed, and how many people had been born in the Xia clan? Regardless of whether they were direct descendants or collateral descendants, over 1,000 people would try to pull out the blade during the ceremony every 10 years, but all of them failed. After countless years, this number was terrifying. Xianxia went up. He had also tried, but he wasn't willing to give up. The frigid immortal sect had a trial in heavens beyond, and anyone who completed it had a 90% chance of becoming a progenitor. The Xia clan also had a ceremony where anyone who pulled out the broken blade would be given all of the Xia clan's resources. Luyin was suddenly curious as to whether or not progenitor Chen had tried to pull out the blade. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare, as he was afraid that the Xia clan would flip out. Asking about progenitor Chen during a ceremony was a clear slap to the Xia clan's face. Xiaoxingguang failed and walked down with a disappointed expression. He was the Xia clan's most outstanding disciple, but even he had failed. He wanted to surpass the fourth young ancestor and surpass Xiaoxinfei. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Xiaoxinfei, who didn't even look at him. "Did you really want to become sworn brothers with me?" Xiaoxinfei asked. Luyin replied, "Of course. You were once the fourth young ancestor, and now that you've broken through Boundless, your name has spread throughout the universe, so becoming sworn brothers with you will increase my chances of becoming a progenitor. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen in the future? There were 8 people before me who completed the trial, but not everyone can become a progenitor." Xiaoxinfei gulped down another mouthful of wine. "I truly want to become sworn brothers with you, and that's enough for me. After the ceremony, I'll look for you." Luyin nodded. "I'll be waiting." One by one, the Xia clan members tried to pull out the blade, but they all failed. Over at Xian Academy, Bai Weiwei and the others didn't even look at the ceremony. They only stared at Luyin. In any case, it was impossible to pull out the blade, and this was even more ridiculous than the frozen immortal sect's trial. In fact, there was a rumor circulating in the astral tree that Xiaoxinji hadn't pulled out the broken blade at all. The broken blade hadn't even been stabbed into the ground, and it had just been placed in the Xia clan's residence. Xiaoxinji had merely borrowed it. He had used the broken blade to suppress the hellworm before stabbing it into the ground. After that, even he himself couldn't pull it out. Of course, this rumor wasn't necessarily accurate. The Xia clan's history proved that the broken blade had always been stabbed into the ground. The only reason it couldn't be pulled out now was because it had something to do with suppressing the hellworm. If it hadn't been suppressed, then anyone could have pulled out the broken blade. Aside from the younger generation, there were also a few seniors who tried to pull out the blade. Age didn't matter, and some of the Xia family members continued to try until they died of old age. Many people in the outside world mocked them for being old even if they managed to pull out the broken blade, but they still tried their best. Some people guessed that there might be some sort of explanation within the Xia family, and that the Xia family had a progenitor who could reverse the flow of the universe. The older generation of Xia family members also hoped to borrow the progenitor's power to return to their youth. Of course, this was just a dream. Xian Academy had come to Shenwu Plain to train after the ancestral ceremony, and they had been lucky enough to make it in time for the Xia family's ancestral ceremony. Unfortunately, they had been excited at the beginning, but by the end, they had become accustomed to it. No one had succeeded. Luyin was talking to Xiaoxinfei when the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked in the direction of the broken blade with strange expressions. Xiaoxinfei also looked in the direction of the broken blade in shock. Luyin looked over and saw that Xiaoxing had actually gone over. Was he going to pull out the blade as well? The sect leader is actually trying to pull out the blade? This sort of thing rarely happens to the sect leader, the Xia family members commented from behind. Every patriarch was born as a direct descendant of the patriarch, and then he rose step by step to become the patriarch of the patriarch. During that time, every patriarch tried to draw the blade many times, but after becoming the patriarch, he stopped trying. "I wouldn't have thought that this patriarch would want to try," said the patriarch. "If the sect leader fails, it'll be a blow to his own prestige." No one understood why Xiaxing was trying to pull out the blade, and Xiao Shenfei didn't either. No one could understand Xiaxing's thoughts except for Luyin. The current Xiaxing wasn't the original Xiaxing, his clone had replaced his original body with the help of progenitor Chen's blood. In other words, he wasn't just Xiaxing, he was also partially progenitor Chen. Rather than saying that Xiaxing was trying to pull out the blade, it was more accurate to say that progenitor Chen was the one trying. Did Xiaxing's actions mean that progenitor Chen hadn't tried to pull out the blade in the past? Or was there another possibility? In the past, Xiaxing had already given up on trying to draw the blade. But now, the blood flowing in his veins was the blood of Ancestor Chen. Ancestor Chen was the most outstanding genius of the Xia clan. He wasn't any weaker than Xia Chan. He was invincible in the universe and controlled the 2 mountains and 1 ocean. Ancestor Chen was the most likely person to be able to control the broken blade. Could Ancestor Chen draw the blade? Thinking of this, Xiaxing's eyes suddenly widened. He raised his hand and placed it on the hilt of his blade. In an instant, an invisible wave swept across the divine martial sky and spread into the distance. It was not an attack, nor was it the power of a stellar source. It was just a formless wave, an indescribable aura, or rather, a sound. Lu Yin's eyes widened as the broken saber emitted a sound. It wasn't just Lu Yin, everyone felt the blade move. At the same time, the giant caged Wyrm above them opened its eyes and slowly lowered its head to look at Xiaxing. A terrifying pressure descended, causing Shenwu Sky to tremble. Xiao Shenfei, Xia Ziheng, and the others gaped in shock. Xiaxing had moved? The culinary god, half-ancestor Chai, Wu Yao, and the others were all stunned. At this moment, everyone in Shenwu Sky was staring at the broken blade. The broken blade that hadn't moved for countless years had actually moved. Xia Ziheng was the first to react. Sect Master, draw the blade. Father, draw the blade. Xiao Shenfei shouted. Following that, the disciples of Shenwu Sky all shouted. The sound waves converged into a river, toppling mountains. The sound waves surged towards Xiaxing. Sect Master, please draw the blade. Sect Master, please draw the blade. Sect Master, please draw the blade. The entire Shenwu Sky seemed to have become one. It was as if a giant was shouting, urging Xiaxing to draw the broken blade. The caged Wyrm's head drooped down and stared at Xiaxing. Its enormous eyes covered the sky as it spat out a scorching aura. However, it immediately restrained itself, afraid of pressuring Xiaxing. It also hoped that someone would be able to draw the broken blade and allow it to escape. Everyone stared at Xiaxing. In countless years, he was the only person in Shenwu Sky who could shake the broken blade and attract the caged Wyrm's attention. Beside the blade's hilt, Xiaxing was excited. He grabbed the hilt and roared, his blood boiling. His face turned red and his veins bulged as he used all his strength to draw the blade. Everyone stopped breathing. Bai Weiwei and the others stared blankly. First, the Sky Beyond Sky trial had been completed, and now, the broken blade had been drawn. What was wrong with this era? At this moment, Lu Yin was nervous. What would happen if Xiaxing drew the broken blade? Would Xiaxingji be drawn out? Would he see the Grim Reaper's seal in Lu Yin's body and help him break it? Once the Grim Reaper's seal was broken, Lu Yin would no longer have the power to restrain Xiaxing. With Xiaxing's talent in drawing the broken blade, it would be fine even if the main body was exposed. In the eyes of Shenwu Sky, the 9 clones were all one person. Whether it was the main body or the clone, it was the same whoever controlled the other. For example, Xiao Luo's fusion with Xiao Jiuyou had been facilitated by Xiao Ji. Whether it was the main body or the clone, they were all part of the Xiao family. Xiaxing would not hesitate to sell him out. At this moment, the Xiao family hoped that Xiaxing would draw the broken blade and lead the Xiao family to glory. Lu Yin did not want Xiaxing to draw the broken blade, even more so than Wu Yao and the others. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. In reality, it was only an instant. Regardless of whether they wanted the broken blade to be pulled out or not, no one could disturb Xiaxing. All they could do was wait. It was only a moment, but it was incomparably long. Shenwu Sky was silent, and the broken blade did not move again. Xiao Ziheng and the others stared at the broken blade. Did it move? No. They looked up at Xiaxing and saw only disappointment and unwillingness. He had failed. Xiaxinfei clenched his fists. Father? Next to the broken blade's hilt, Xiaxing immediately looked at Luyin. The only reason he could draw the broken blade was because of progenitor Chen's bloodline. He did not have much of progenitor Chen's bloodline in him, but Luyin should have some. If he replaced all of his bloodline with progenitor Chen's, then he would be a second progenitor Chen, and he would definitely be able to draw the broken blade. When he thought of this, his disappointment and unwillingness suddenly brightened up. He looked down at everyone in Shenwu Sky, including the half-ancestors. He raised his head. I'm too tired today. The ceremony will end for now. I will try again. Everyone in Shenwu Sky stared blankly. Their sect master would try again. If he could draw the blade once, then he could do it again. Xiao Ziheng's disappointment turned into hope. Sect master, you will definitely be able to draw the broken blade. Xiaxinfei was excited, and he tossed his wine gourd aside. I also believe that father will definitely be able to draw the broken blade. Xiaxing nodded and smiled as he shifted his gaze from Luyin to Wu Yao and the others. He had been able to draw the broken blade, but these people must have been terrified. He would definitely be able to draw the broken blade completely and attract the ancestors to descend, giving him the greatest hope of becoming an ancestor. He wanted to do something that his main body had never been able to do before. Luyin heaved a sigh of relief, but he still said, what a pity. However, sect master will definitely succeed next time. Xiaxinfei replied, father managed to draw the broken blade, and you how, you completed the realm beyond heaven trial. It's time for Shenwu Sky to rise. Luyin nodded. Yes, it's time to rise. It's time to surpass the frigid immortal sect. Xiaxinfei's gaze trembled, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of Wu Yao and the others. The frigid immortal sect's greatest obstacle was not by Wang Yuan, but rather by Xian'er. That woman's methods were strange, and even the Lu family had been tricked. If they wanted to surpass the frigid immortal sect, then they had to find a way to deal with Xian'er. Unfortunately, the difference between them was too great, and he did not have the qualifications to participate in dealing with Xian'er. Furthermore, if the four sides of the scales had internal strife, then the battlefield on the other side would be finished. How troublesome. Although Xiaxing had not been able to draw the broken blade, his expression was filled with confidence. Whether it was the others or those in Shenwu Sky, everyone believed that he would definitely be able to do so next time. This changed Xiaxing's status in everyone's hearts. In the past, he had been the sect master of Shenwu Sky and the current leader of the Xia family. Now, he had the label of an ancestor. Since ancient times, regardless of whether it was the four-way scales, the Lu family, or the ruling Lu family, the chances of a leader becoming an ancestor were extremely small. It was not that it was difficult for a leader to become an ancestor, but rather, it was difficult for anyone to do so. This was especially true for a leader who had to manage the family's affairs. Once he became a leader, he was subconsciously thought of as having given up hope of becoming an ancestor. However, Xiaxing had broken this tradition. Once he drew the broken blade, Shenwu Sky would definitely do everything in its power to help him become an ancestor. Congratulations, father, Xiaxinfei congratulated as he watched Xiaxing approach. Xiaxing was satisfied. He had once managed Shenwu Sky as a clone, and now, he had the chance to draw the broken blade. Shenwu Sky's scenery had changed, especially Xiao Ziheng. This half-ancestor had once been respectful to him because of his status as a direct descendant, but now, he looked at him in a different light. How did the discussion with Yu Hao go? Xiaxing asked. Xiaxinfei respectfully replied, after the ceremony, I will become sworn brothers with Yu Hao. With blood as an oath, we will live and die together. Xiaxing glanced at Luyin and scolded him, nonsense. Yu Hao is someone who wants to become the ancestor's disciple. Your seniority is different, so there's no need to become sworn brothers. He had tried to stop them before the sword-drawing ceremony, but he hadn't been so stubborn. Xiaxinfei was stunned, but he did not dare to retort. Luyin and Xiaxing exchanged glances, and Xiaxing's eyes were filled with flattery. Whether or not he could draw the broken blade depended on Luyin, so he naturally wanted to prevent Luyin from being exposed. Lu Yin was glad that he had swapped out Xiaxing in advance, or else he would not have been able to get past Xia Shenfei. Yu Hao, I'll leave the rest to you. You can do whatever you want with those people, Xiaxing said to Lu Yin, pointing at Xia Zhitong's group in the corner. Everyone looked towards the corner. Some were sympathetic, some were regretful, and some were dissatisfied, but no one expressed their feelings. Xiao Ziheng waved, and Yuchuan was brought out from another direction. When Lu Yin saw Yuchuan, he excitedly went forward, "Elder." Yuchuan looked at Lu Yin and was equally excited, "Little Hao." Lu Yin supported Yuchuan and pointed to the corner, "Elder, these are the people who ruined our Yu family's reputation. That woman was the one who angered father to death." Yuchuan followed Lu Yin's gaze and saw a group of people kneeling in the corner. He also saw Xia Zhitong, and his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. That woman was the one who had caused the Yu family to become a laughingstock. She had angered his son to death, and she had also forced his grandson to his death. The Yu Hao in front of him was a fake, and his real grandson was already dead. "Old man, they're at our disposal today," Lu Yin told Yuchuan in a low voice. Yuchuan trembled with excitement as he stared at Xia Zhitong's group and muttered, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." He spoke to Lu Yin, but he didn't dare to look at Lu Yin, afraid that Lu Yin's identity would be exposed. Even his life wouldn't be enough to repay this gratitude. Yuchuan didn't need to know why this person had pretended to be Yu Hao, nor did he need to know his goal. All he knew was that this person had saved the Yu family's face and avenged them. That was enough. The people from Shenwu Plain watched quietly, including half-ancestor Chai, Wu Yao, and the other outsiders, as well as those from Yixian Academy. No one had expected Shenwu Plain to be so ruthless. It was one thing for them to hand over their disciples to Yu Hao, but they had even done it during the ancestral ceremony. This ruthlessness was chilling, but at the same time, it gave many people confidence. Since Shenwu Plain had treated Yu Hao this way, if they also displayed a certain amount of talent, their status in Shenwu Plain might not be any lower than the Xia family's disciples. The Wang family, the Bai family, and the White Dragon clan had different attitudes towards the main bloodlines and side bloodlines, but they weren't as ruthless as the Xia family. The Xia family treated the side bloodlines cruelly, and although it was easy for them to betray the main bloodlines, it also allowed outsiders to see the Xia family's attitude. There were good and bad sides, and the recent execution of Xia Zhitong's group was the Xia family's public display of their attitude. The Wang family and the White Dragon clan both tried to rope in students, but these students weren't stupid. If they joined these behemoths, their status would never be comparable to that of the main bloodlines. However, the Xia family was different. They treated the side bloodlines even more ruthlessly than they did outsiders, which gave them a sense of superiority. This made it easier for them to join the Xia family. No matter what the Xia family was planning, Lu Yin didn't think about it. He supported Yuchuan and walked towards Xia Zhitong's group. The path was very long, and Yuchuan walked very slowly. However, no one rushed them, and they simply watched as they walked forward. Xia Zhitong knelt on the ground, already numb. The past few days had been the darkest of her life. She had gone from hope to despair, and then to numbness. She had become a completely different person, especially when she had learned that she would be handed over to Yu Hao to be executed during the ancestral ceremony. This decision. She couldn't accept the fact that she had been abandoned by the Xia family's side. This shouldn't have been like this. No matter what, she was still a member of the Xia family and represented the Xia family. She had thought that the Xia clan would save her, but as news of Yu Hao spread, she was getting closer and closer to the abyss. That person was too brilliant, so brilliant that even the divine martial heaven would not give up on him. They would do everything they could to win him over. Even if the Xia clan did not give up on her, there was no place for her in the entire starry sky tree. Xia Zhitong watched numbly as Yu Hao and Yuchuan walked towards her. Every step they took brought her closer to death. Every step they took was like a stomp on her heart. Finally, the footsteps drew near and stopped. Xia Zhitong slowly raised her head and saw Yu Hao. He was still so handsome and mesmerizing, just like the first time she saw him. At that time, she swore that she would do everything she could to get this man. In the end, she got him. Not only did she get his body, but she also got his heart. Wait a minute, who was that monster in his eyes? Was it him? Was the figure he saw in his pupils him? No, that wasn't him. That was a monster, an ugly monster. Xia Zhitong's eyes were filled with despair. She struggled madly. That's not me, not me. That's a monster, an ugly monster. It's not me. Yuchuan, he glared at Xia Zhitong. You're the one who harmed the Yu family, my son, and my grandson. He tightened his grip on Yuchuan's arm. Yuchuan hurriedly corrected himself. Fortunately, the heavens took pity on my grandson, or my Yu family would have become the laughingstock of the entire cosmic tree realm. You vicious woman. Xia Zhitong crazily screamed, that's not me. I'm not a monster. I've seduced countless men. That's not me. Everyone watched Xia Zhitong go crazy, and their expressions were complicated. Did they sympathize with her? Perhaps, but there were other emotions as well. If Yu Hao hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Gu Yan, and if he hadn't been so monstrous, then Xia Zhitong wouldn't have ended up like this. She would have been able to live happily in Jade City forever, enjoying everything that she liked until she died of old age. No one would have done anything to her. This was the reality of the cultivation world. Even half-ancestor Chai and the others felt their hearts palpitate when they saw this scene. They were only half-ancestors, not progenitors. If there came a day when their sect had to make a choice that required them to sacrifice themselves, then they would end up like Xia Zhitong. They would never have the chance to make their own choices until they reached the progenitor realm. However, would they have the chance to make a choice once they reached the progenitor realm? Old man, let's end this, Lu Yin said gravely. He had disguised himself as Yu Hao and traveled through the astral tree realm. Now, he had repaid his debt and fulfilled one of Kuailuo's wishes. Yuchuan closed his eyes, raised his hand, and slapped down. Xia Zhitong fell to the ground. Yuchuan didn't destroy her body, because Xia Zhitong's current appearance was her greatest punishment. Yuchuan wanted her to maintain this appearance until she died, and to maintain it forever. The people behind Xia Zhitong cried out in fear, begging for mercy, and wailing, but they all disappeared under Yuchuan's palm. Lu Yin didn't make a move, everything that had happened to the Yu family was up to them. Xia Shenfei watched as Lu Yin followed behind Yuchuan without making a move. His eyes flashed as he pondered. One person after another fell to the ground, and it was at this moment that the students from Xian Academy learned that Mr. Hao Yu was the famous Yu Hao who had spread throughout the astral tree realm. However, this fame wasn't a good thing. Everything that Xia Zhitong had done to the Yu family had turned them into a laughingstock. But from this day onwards, this laughingstock had disappeared. Nong Xinyang looked at Lu Yin's calm face, and for the first time, she felt that Mr. Hao Yu was a stranger. He was even stranger than when he had walked out of the Xia family's branch in the Blue Moon district. It should have been an ordinary ceremony, but because Xia Xing had almost pulled out the broken blade, as well as the final execution, it had become extraordinary. After the ceremony, Lu Yin didn't speak to anyone else and returned to his residence alone. As for Yuchuan, he had been taken away by Shenwu Plain. Yuchuan wasn't free until Lu Yin had completely joined Shenwu Plain. Wu Yao wanted to ask Lu Yin about this, but Xia Xing beat him to it. Xia Xing had been impatient for a long time and wanted to ask Lu Yin for progenitor Chen's blood. No one wanted to pull out the broken blade more than the Xia family. I have progenitor Chen's blood, Lu Yin said calmly. Xia Xing's eyes lit up as he stared at Lu Yin, waiting for his next words. But why should I give it to you? Lu Yin asked, looking at Xia Xing with a deep gaze. Xia Xing anxiously said, I'm your spy in Shenwu Plain. I can help you with anything you want. Helping me is helping yourself. Lu Yin fell silent. You placed a seal on my body. What are you worried about? Xia Xing asked anxiously. Lu Yin looked up. The seal can be removed. There are progenitors in Shenwu Plain, and I don't think that my seal can do anything to them. I forcefully fused with my main body, and I even helped you. How could I ask the ancestor to remove the seal? I would be exposed if I did that. But you pulled out the broken blade, Lu Yin stopped Xia Xing before he could finish. Xia Xing opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Lu Yin met his gaze. You pulled out the broken blade, so your value isn't something that a mere family head can decide. Am I right? Xia Xing lowered his voice. I can swear that I won't betray you. Lu Ying looked away and muttered to himself for a moment. Alright, I believe you. However, progenitor Chen's blood is rare, and I can't give it to you for free. There are some things that even I can't bear to use. I understand. What do you want? Xiaxing relaxed. As long as he could obtain progenitor Chen's blood and pull out the broken blade, he could exchange it for anything. Lu Ying raised 2 fingers. First, tell Xia Ziheng that your clone is in the frozen immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower. Wang Jing and Long Ku are there as well. Xiaxing was confused. The frozen immortal sect's Cloud Forest Tower? Is that the place where you let me out of the frozen immortal sect? You don't have to worry about that. Just do as I say. Second, Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. I need resources. A huge amount of resources. Xiaxing's eyes narrowed. You took all the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet? When the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet had disappeared, this Xiaxing had been imprisoned in Mount Supreme and hadn't known about it. It was only after he had come to Shenwu Plain and replaced Xiaxing's main body that he had learned about what had happened after he had been captured. He was shocked by Lu Yin's methods, but he was also curious about where all the resources had gone. He wondered if Lu Yin had thrown them into an abandoned land. I took them. Why? Are you going to report me? Lu Yin asked. Xiaxing laughed dryly. How could that be? I'm just curious about where all the resources went. It's none of your business. Anyway, I need resources, and the more the better. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The more resources you have, the more blood you can get. The last sentence caused Xiaxing's expression to change, but he soon became bitter. Shenwu Plain has a lot of resources, but I can't mobilize much. It definitely won't be as much as what you got on Junior Progenitor Planet. With your status, I don't believe that you'll be able to pull out the broken blade. You can leave now. In any case, the more resources you give me, the more Progenitor Chen's blood I'll give you. You should know that Progenitor Chen's blood needs to reach a certain amount before he can help you pull out the broken blade, Lu Yin reminded her before chasing her away. After Xiaxing left Lu Yin's residence, Wu Yao arrived shortly after. Lu Yin had clearly stated that he had become Bai Wang Yuan's disciple, so he naturally wouldn't join Shenwu Plain. Otherwise, no one would want a slave with 2 surnames. Wu Yao looked at Lu Yin. It's good that you know that. No matter how talented you are, you don't have the qualifications to waver between the frigid immortal sect and Shenwu Plain. Even a progenitor isn't qualified. I know, Lu Yin replied as he watched Wu Yao leave. Wavering between the frigid immortal sect and Shenwu Plain? No, he was wavering between 4 scales. As for Xiaxing's request for progenitor Chen's blood, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't give it to him. Once the Grim Reaper's seal was broken, he would be finished. Lu Yin also couldn't completely trust Xiaxing's oath since he knew the 9 clones technique. When he thought about the 9 clones technique, his heart burned with passion. He looked up at the Hellworm, wondering how he could obtain it. Right, if Xiaxing could use progenitor Chen's blood to extract the broken blade, could he do the same? He still had 2 bottles of progenitor Chen's blood in his cosmic ring. Could he try? Xiaxing had absorbed progenitor Chen's blood, but he couldn't. Was there any other way? Back at the battlefield, in Gu Yan's residence, a young man arrived and allowed Xiao Chui to show off her tea brewing skills. It took her an hour to brew a cup of tea. The young man didn't show any signs of impatience as he stepped on the star essence paved floor. The light from the sourcebox array was rather gentle, and he would occasionally take a bite of a sparkling snack. Celestial Master Mu, would you like another cup of tea? Xiao Chui asked. The newcomer was Mu Shang, who had come to visit Gu Yan after returning from the top realm. The disciple that Gu Yan had spent decades teaching had the confidence to challenge him, and Mu Shang was curious as to what level Gu Yan had reached. Could he have reached the realm that only Progenitor Hui had touched upon? Every lockbreaker respected Progenitor Hui, and if Gu Yan had truly reached that realm, then he couldn't be called a celestial master anymore. All right, Mu Shang replied with a smile. Xiao Chui brought over another cup of tea. She steeped the tea for an hour, then continued, and repeated the process over and over again. Mu Shang was determined to meet Gu Yan. Anyone else would have been chased away long ago, but he was different. He was also an origin array celestial master, and even Gu Yan had to give him face. After a few hours, Mu Shang could no longer taste the tea. Gu Yan finally walked out and asked in a lazy voice, "Kid, why are you here?" Mu Shang was the youngest origin array celestial master, and he was much younger than Gu Yan. Calling Gu Yan kid not only showed his seniority, but also showed that he didn't hate Mu Shang, even though Mu Shang belonged to the frigid immortal sect. When he saw Gu Yan walk out, Mu Shang hurriedly stood up and bowed with a smile. "It's been a long time since I visited Senior. I just happened to pass by, so I came to take a look." "What's there to look at?" "You should look at Xiao Chui. She's so pretty." Gu Yan rolled his eyes. At the side, Xiao Chui pursed her lips and looked at Mu Shang with her bright eyes. She looked like an inexperienced young girl. However, Mu Shang knew Xiao Chui quite well. Although she looked adorable, she was actually very two-faced. She was a perfect match for Gu Yan. "I'm looking at Senior and also Xiao Chui," Mu Shang said with a smile. It wasn't his first time visiting Gu Yan, so he knew how to deal with him. Heavenly Master Gu Yan grinned. "Kid, you're getting more and more impolite. You don't even bring a gift when you visit your elders, and you don't even bring a greeting gift when you visit your back." Before Gu Yan could finish speaking, Mu Shang raised his hand. "Of course I prepared gifts for you, Senior, Xiao Chui, and even Butt-Face." The Heavenly Master Gu Yan rolled his eyes again. This little brat is so cunning. He was scolded the first time he came here, and since then, he has never been scolded again. Even Butt-Face is thinking about it. "Alright, what do you want to say?" Heavenly Master Gu Yan was impatient, but he was quick to accept the gifts. Mu Shang's expression changed. "Junior came here to sincerely greet Senior. I haven't seen Senior in a long time, and many people are worried about Senior's health." Gu Yan sneered. "You're worried that I won't die, aren't you?" Mu Shang didn't care. Secondly, Junior has been confused about the path of lockbreaking for the past few years. If Senior has the time, I hope that Senior can guide me. Confused? Why don't you go find Sholing and the others? Gu Yan asked. Mu Shang smiled. Junior's lockbreaking skills aren't inferior to theirs. Only Senior can guide Junior. Heavenly Master Gu Yan's face twitched. He admired Mu Shang a lot, as this kid's character, cultivation, and lockbreaking skills were impeccable. Even though he had joined the frigid immortal sect, he had never used the sect's influence to bully others. His methods were open and aboveboard, and he disdained using underhanded methods. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would do so openly. Mu Shang was one of the few people in the four cardinal scales that Gu Yan didn't hate. However, Mu Shang was too arrogant, to the point of being overly arrogant. This made him unpopular in the lockbreaker circle. Mu Shang held the title of the youngest origin heavenly master in history, but very few lockbreakers were willing to get close to him. This showed just how arrogant Mu Shang was. His arrogance didn't just come from his bones, but from his words. He showed no respect for Heavenly Master Qiling and Heavenly Master Li. "Brat, you'll get beaten up sooner or later if you keep talking like that." Gu Yan was annoyed. Mu Shang's lips curled into a smile. "I didn't get beaten up. Even in terms of cultivation, there aren't many people who can surpass me. However, I recently met someone who's even more arrogant and confident. He's a great formation master of the boundary planes, and he's only at the third origin tribulation. He wants to challenge me and claim the title of the youngest heavenly formation master in history." Gu Yan was stunned. There's such a person? A third stage origin tribulation master is very normal. How old is he? Mu Shang frowned. Senior, you don't know? This is the third reason why this junior has come to find you. I'm here to congratulate you. Gu Yan was confused. What congratulation? Brat, don't spout nonsense. Tell me everything from the beginning. Mu Shang's eyes flashed. Senior, have you accepted a disciple named Yuhao? In the valley where Luyin resided in Shenwu Plain, a lightning-like radiance suddenly streaked across the void. Luyin sat in the valley and slowly opened his eyes. He had already reached the void god realm in his domain. Not only that, but he had also fused with Henyi, a peak emissary. He had obtained his domain from Xianxia, and he had also received some guidance from Guizhi, the leader of the Third Mainland. In terms of the Tao of Domains, there were very few who had reached this level in the Tao of Domains. It could be said that since ancient times, Henyi could be ranked in the top 5 in the Tao of Domains. After fusing with such a person, Lu Yin's domain naturally reached the Void God realm, and it definitely surpassed Mr. Tang's. During the Xia family's ancestral worship ceremony, he had specifically tested Mr. Tang, but Mr. Tang hadn't been able to sense his domain at all. This result excited Lu Yin. Perhaps he could try to come into contact with a half-step ancestor. The biggest difference between a half-step ancestor and an emissary was their inner world. As long as they didn't use their inner world, a half-step ancestor would still be stronger than an emissary, but they wouldn't be able to achieve a qualitative change. However, with a domain at the Void God realm, a half-step ancestor might not be able to sense it even if they didn't use their inner world. If he wanted to do something, then he would do it. Lu Yin closed his eyes, and his domain passed through the void and extended out of the valley like a gentle breeze. The person he was in contact with was Wu Yao, as he was the only one Lu Yin could safely interact with. Even if he was discovered, it would not matter. When one's domain reached the Void God realm, they could manipulate the void. Lu Yin's 5 senses extended through the void to Wu Yao's surroundings. He could see his breathing, feel his strength, and hear his voice. Through the vibrations in the void, he could hear the conversation between Wu Yao and the other side of the cloud connection stone. What did you say? Yu Hao isn't Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple? Wu Yao stood up in shock, unable to accept this reality. Mu Shang's voice came from the other side of the cloud connection stone. That's right. I went to Divine Master Gu Yan, and he confirmed that he didn't accept Yu Hao as his disciple. Then could he have another name? Wu Yao asked, unable to accept this fact. Yu Hao had been confirmed to be Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple for a very long time, and the Frigid Immortal sect had even discussed ways to rope him in. Now that he had discovered that it was a lie, Wu Yao couldn't believe it. Mu Shang replied, I've asked around. Divine Master Gu Yan hasn't left the mortal realm since he returned decades ago, and he's been in seclusion researching something. If not for me, no one else would have been able to see him. He should have never accepted a disciple. There's something wrong with this Yu Hao. Wu Yao's expression darkened, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Back in the valley, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He had been discovered. He hadn't expected Mu Shang to visit Divine Master Gu Yan and learn that Lu Yin wasn't his disciple. What would Wu Yao do? Lu Yin nervously used his domain to approach Wu Yao once more. He wasn't worried about being discovered by Wu Yao, as Wu Yao's mind was in a mess. He wouldn't have thought that someone would eavesdrop on him with a domain. Mu Shang, are you sure that this Yu Hao isn't Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple? He completed the Sky Beyond Heaven trial, and Ancestor Bai will definitely accept him as a disciple. If he's not Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple, then there's something wrong with his identity. The 4 heavens are all trying to rope him in. This is a very serious matter, and we can't afford to make any mistakes, Wu Yao said. Mu Shang replied, I'm sure that Divine Master Gu Yan doesn't have a disciple named Yu Hao, and he hasn't accepted a disciple in recent decades. I understand. Wu Yao's eyes flickered, and he didn't let go of the cloud vision stone for a long time. He was thinking about who this Yu Hao was. This person was so young, but he had such a powerful cultivation and a terrifying lock-breaking talent. He shouldn't be a nobody, but who was he? Senior Wu Yao, no matter who Yu Hao's true identity is, his cultivation, lock-breaking talent, and completion of the Sky Beyond Heaven trial are all real. Please consider this carefully, Mu Shang reminded Wu Yao. These words made Wu Yao realize that Mu Shang was right. No matter who Yu Hao was, what he had done was real. As long as he wasn't Redback and wasn't an enemy of the Frigid Immortal sect, this person could still be roped in by the Frigid Immortal sect. Ancestor Bai would still accept him as a disciple. The only difference was that he wasn't Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple. This identity might have been fabricated in order to keep the Xia family in check. If Yu Hao wasn't Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple, then he would have been captured by the Shenwu Plain long ago. In fact, whether or not Yu Hao was Divine Master Gu Yan's disciple had nothing to do with the Frigid Immortal sect. Wu Yao quickly contacted his sect and asked them to investigate everything related to Yu Hao as quickly as possible. Not even the slightest detail could be missed. Lu Yin withdrew his domain and heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Shang's reminder had stopped Wu Yao from turning hostile, and he was still trying to figure out everything about Lu Yin. Given the current situation, there was no way for Lu Yin to fabricate another identity. Time was too tight, and the frigid immortal sect wasn't stupid. They wouldn't be led by the nose in such a short amount of time unless they had other concerns. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Yin immediately contacted Xiaoqian. She was the only one he could use to influence the frigid immortal sect. Thank you. Back in reincarnation Aizen CC Throne Canon Goddess of Creation Qing Mei Iskoi 2 Brothers Tip, I'll update at 2 p.m. Thank you. End of chapter 2286. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.